Okay, Nerd Squad, we have a 9-second delay. It just turned to 11:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Unit 207 has just added obstruction of justice and evidence tampering charges and counts to all of their indictments again. I'm going to flip the camera around just so you can see this. The live stream that was recording has now ended, and it's reflecting, at least on my interface, as being 33 minutes and 36 seconds long. However, it was not visible on any laptop, and it was a spinning circle reflecting as though it were not recording. So I won't know for sure if the runtime on that is accurate or not until I press play, and I'm not inclined to read through everything I just read through, so hopefully it really is 33 minutes and 36 seconds long. Pressing play. Oh, nope, it is only 25 minutes and 35 seconds long. 9-second delay, Nerd Squad. It just turned to 11:04 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Monday, January 7th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. Now, I do have an update involving the weekend's activity, and really just like as of the last hour, Unit 207 has every intention of proceeding ahead with their remaining felonies that they have yet to make actionable. They were advised and instructed to proceed and just basically pretend like they're not going to be going to jail. So I am going to read the police report that was filed today at 7:25 a.m. It was also posted on Facebook, and everybody was tagged. Everybody except for Erica Owens, who blocked me either after she was tagged and or for some reason I was able to find her to tag her, but was unable to keep that tag visible like within 2 minutes time from a different account. I may sound a little distracted right now. It's because I was looking for a selfie, any selfie from the last month, to upload a thumbnail of. I'm just going to use this one. Saving at 11:05 a.m. That police report is available on facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. It's also available in the preceding live stream. Full transcription of this police report in the script I'm going to read, including without the redactions. I am going to redact all of the updates from the YouTube live script, aside from the police report from today and the police report from Friday, neither of which the North Everett Precinct has yet to utilize to obstruct justice, tamper with, etc. But according to the FBI, their only options are to reject the legitimate reports once again and add additional counts of obstruction and tampering, to have a sham investigation, or to do what they should have done for over 16 months and fire some fucking officers. So here's that police report. Timestamp 7:10 a.m. PST, January 27th, 2025. Update. Despite the overwhelming evidence in the ongoing federal investigation, the criminal enterprise operating out of Unit 207 persists in its delusional and unlawful conduct. This weekend has been marked by further confirmation of their intent to proceed with their threatened felonies against me: illegal entry, kidnapping, and unlawful detention or committal. On Friday evening, these individuals, including both male and female officers, were overheard openly discussing directives from the various Snohomish County prosecutors facing federal disbarment, directives to proceed with their crimes and to ignore the threat of arrest. Then on Sunday, between 1 p.m. and 2:15 p.m., and again between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m., further discussions were held, including with exterior visitors, solidifying their plans. These are not idle threats, they are clear and present danger. Let me reiterate, for any who are still laboring under the delusion that they can act with impunity, the new fee structure, as outlined in my police report filed on January 24th, 2025, this past Friday, is in effect. Any attempt to break and enter my residence, to kidnap me, or to unlawfully detain me will result in a $10 million penalty, increased to $25 million if my sleep is disturbed. This applies weekdays, weekends, and any time in between. Furthermore, any and all attempts to enforce fraudulent court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 or 2025 are part of this ongoing criminal conspiracy and will be met with the same financial penalties in addition to criminal charges. To the officers of the North Everett Precinct, to Erica Owens, and to any other individual contemplating participation in this criminal conspiracy. You are individually liable for your actions. There is no immunity, past, present, or future, for your conspiracy, your obstruction of justice, your stalking, your harassment, your participation in the kidnapping of my sons, or any other crime you have committed or intend to commit. Your willingness to follow unlawful directives does not absolve you. It implicates you further. You will be held accountable. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. Your pathetic attempts to evade justice are failing. The charade is over. So again, that was today's police report. Friday's police report is next. It's even shorter. January 24th at 7:05 a.m. PST. To the North Everett Precinct, subject, criminal activity reported, imminent threat of breaking, entering, and kidnapping, and illegal enforcement of fraudulent orders. This report serves as formal notification that any attempt to illegally enter my residence at 2120 Highland Ave, number 105, Everett, Washington, 98201, kidnap or otherwise unlawfully detain me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, particularly if executed on a Friday or during the weekend, will incur a non-negotiable penalty of $10 million. This amount increases to $25 million if these actions disturb my sleep. This includes actions taken directly or through any co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica and John Owens. Furthermore, any attempt to illegally enforce fraudulent court orders against me will also incur the same penalties. Be advised that I am a designated FBI informant under federal investigation, and any such actions constitute multiple felonies, including potential acts of domestic terrorism. Your pattern of rejecting reports to shield your own criminal conduct is duly noted by the FBI and will be addressed accordingly. Consider yourselves on notice. This is non-negotiable, and the FBI has my full authorization to act accordingly. Now to the YouTube script. Remember, I'm redacting all of the updates. If you would like to read those, you may. You can read the entire transcription of everything I'm stating here on facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. So redacting the updates. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, whenever it is you're reading this or hearing it. I am Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. This broadcast airing on January 27th at 11:11 a.m. PST continues the ongoing public record of...
I'm pausing it there just to clarify. It's 11:48 a.m. PST because Unit 207, a male up there, criminally and illegally shut off my live stream. As you saw in the beginning of this video, the YouTube interface at present, which they're hacked into, is reflecting the accurate runtime of that live stream, which was 33 minutes and 56 seconds. But the video that you're listening to is that video, and as you also saw in the video, it reflects as only running for 25 minutes and 34 seconds. So we're going to keep listening. And then wherever it cuts off, I'll just resume reading the script from there. I'm reading along myself.
Record of a federal investigation into a sprawling criminal conspiracy. A conspiracy that reaches into the North Everett Precinct of the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, and beyond. Let me be unequivocally clear, I am a designated FBI informant operating under their direct guidance. This live stream is not a personal platform. It is a strategic tool in this federal investigation. The delusion of impunity addressing Unit 207 and their cohorts. Recent intelligence gathered as recently as the 21st indicates that certain individuals, particularly those associated with Unit 207, located directly above my home of 13 years, are laboring under a dangerous and frankly absurd delusion. They believe they can avoid accountability for their extensive list of crimes. They believe they can keep their jobs, destroy my life, and escape the consequences of their actions. They believe that their lies, perjury, fraud, and co-conspirators have somehow shielded them from justice. They are wrong. To the woman in Unit 207 who has been stalking and hacking me since April 2023 and to any others involved, your confidence is misplaced. Your plans are known, your actions are documented, and your time is running out. The success you believe you've achieved through your deceit is an illusion. Justice is coming, and it will be swift and decisive. During the live stream conducted earlier in the evening of the 21st, commencing at 9:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, while playing the greetings recording, I paused the playback to orally reiterate a critical point of fact. I stated for the record that as of the close of business day, January 21st, the FBI has confirmed that there are still no lawful or non-fraudulent court orders in existence bearing my legal names from the year 2024 to that date. This statement elicited a distinct and audible reaction from an individual in Unit 207, a woman who expressed audible shock and disbelief at this confirmation. This reaction, captured on the live stream, serves as further evidence of the fraudulent nature of the purported court orders and the individual's reliance on their illegitimate authority. The FBI maintains its position clearly articulated since the end of August 2024 that any and all court orders obtained through this conspiracy are fraudulent, and that those in possession of or attempting to enforce such orders are implicated in the underlying series of felonies, including, but not limited to, conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. This incident underscores the gravity of the situation and the desperate attempts by the conspirators to cling to a fabricated legal basis for their criminal actions. It also serves to highlight that those in Unit 207 are fully aware of their guilt and that any and all of their attempts to enforce the fraudulent court orders are doing nothing but indicating them further. A pattern of criminality, the North Everett Precinct and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. This conspiracy is not a series of isolated incidents. It is a pattern of systemic abuse of power orchestrated by individuals within the North Everett Precinct and facilitated by corrupt officials within the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. Their crimes include, but are not limited to, fraud, the calculated manipulation of official processes, including the fabrication of a DCYF referral by Officer Brandon Gill on July 3rd, a fabrication made over a month after the fact in August to further the conspiracy to kidnap my sons and retaliate against my demands for accountability. Obstruction of justice, the repeated rejection of legitimate police reports, a blatant attempt to shield themselves and their accomplices. This includes their refusal to acknowledge officers holding me hostage before the premeditated kidnappings of my sons, and their refusal to accept reports about these kidnappings even after the fact. As of January 20th, 2025, they continue to obstruct justice and reject reports of crimes perpetrated by their officers and their co-conspirators. Keep in mind, at the start of this, we went over 2 police reports, one from Friday and one from today. Those haven't yet been rejected. Based on a pattern of criminal conduct by the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, which the FBI renamed the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers this month. Those police reports will be rejected either the same day they perpetrate another remaining felony, like breaking and entering, or the day prior. Deprivation of civil rights, the systematic denial of due process and equal protection under the law guaranteed by the United States Constitution to myself and others. Intimidation and silencing of victims, a concerted effort to instill fear and discourage victims from coming forward. Facilitating stalking, kidnapping, and further crimes. Actively enabling and participating in the stalking of me and the kidnapping of my children, along with a multitude of other criminal acts. Abuse of a disabled minor. The intentional disruption of my son's routines, causing emotional distress, particularly to my son with autism, and hindering their development through their campaign of harassment and illegal actions. This abuse occurred over 12 times, despite their being informed of the potential consequences prior to their escalation of harassment. Their decision to kidnap my sons and their attempts to change custody in a deluded attempt to shield themselves from looming convictions. Custodial interference / kidnapping, conspiring with my children's father, a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and my extortionist mother to threaten and kidnap my children. This also includes the neighbors who, according to the FBI, are guilty of stalking me, i.e. North Everett Precinct, DCYF, every individual in Unit 207, Snohomish County prosecutors, per the FBI, will all be charged accordingly. Aiding and abetting the actions of various employees of DCYF and other agencies and institutions have aided and abetted this criminal enterprise. They have been instrumental in furthering the conspiracy through their actions, their silence, and their willingness to follow unlawful directives. The Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office in particular has played a central and key role in this conspiracy. At least 2 prosecutors within this office are facing federal disbarment, a testament to the depth of their corruption. The events of August 23rd and September 26th, let me be clear about some specific incidents involving law enforcement misconduct. August 23rd, 2024, 2 officers from the North Everett Precinct, along with 2 DCYF employees and Erica Owens, were dispatched to my residence. Their purpose was to facilitate the illegal, premeditated kidnappings of my sons. They refused to take reports regarding the hostage situation or the threats, and they aided and abetted the kidnapping. September 26, 2024, another officer from the North Everett Precinct arrived with individuals identified by the FBI as federal felons. This officer moved private property to stalk me, peered into my living room, and attempted to illegally enter my home. The inevitable consequences: no immunity, no escape. To those who have participated in this conspiracy, from the officers of the North Everett Precinct to the corrupt prosecutors in the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, to the individuals actively stalking me right this very moment in Unit 207, and their network of accomplices, there is no immunity for your crimes. You will be held accountable individually and collectively for every illegal act, every violation of trust, and every moment of suffering you have inflicted. The woman in Unit 207 who believes she can escape justice by recruiting someone to take the fall for her, your delusion is staggering. There is no escape from the consequences of your actions. You face over 80 years in prison, and your desperate attempts to manipulate others will only add to your crimes. To any potential recruits, a stark warning. To anyone considering joining this conspiracy or aiding these individuals in any way, do not be fooled. I repeat, do not be fooled. One more time, do not be fooled. You will not be shielded from prosecution. You will not be rewarded for your loyalty to criminals. You will face the full force of federal law, and you will share in those consequences. The individuals in Unit 207 are not offering you an opportunity. They are offering you a prison sentence. They are not your friends. They are manipulators who will readily sacrifice you to save themselves. The FBI is watching. The evidence is overwhelming. The only path to potential leniency is to disassociate yourself from these criminals immediately. Drive down to the Seattle FBI field office today, right now, and surrender. Reiteration of key legal points. I reiterate for the record. No lawful court orders. There are no lawful court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, in existence from 2024 to the present date. Any claims to the contrary are fraudulent, and any attempts to enforce such orders are illegal. Lack of personal service. I have not been personally served with any legal documents since February 2023, nor have I filed a notice of pro se appearance in any case. Illegal detention. I remain illegally detained within my own home. Financial damages. The conspirators are liable for substantial financial damages exceeding $14 million as outlined in my tort claim filed on August 14th, 2024, and case number 10-500-5934. They are also liable for $100,000 for each day they have illegally detained me since August 6th, and $1 million for each instance of stalking, attempted illegal entry, and attempted enforcement of fraudulent court orders. However, little caveat here that's not in the script. As the FBI had me inform you imbeciles on Friday, and again today, the fee has gone up. $10 million if you show up and break in while I'm awake. 25 if you wake me the fuck up.
Amen.
Okay, back to the script. Instructions in recording a legal fortress. As instructed by the FBI, my front door has remained closed since January 2nd and/or 3rd and will remain closed indefinitely. If any individual attempts to illegally enter my residence, I am instructed to remain seated. Aim my cameras and YouTube live stream at the door and windows. Say nothing other than to demand the $10 million or $25 million that they owe. And to play the recording that is titled 1.27 1137 PM. Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune people currently illegally on my private property. This recording serves as a formal legal notification and an irrefutable piece of evidence. Per the FBI, it's as legally binding as if you pled guilty just for showing up to hear the recording. Live stream protocol section. This is another one I'm going to redact most of. It's a bit overkill. The first two sentences sum up what the whole paragraph is about, and the rest of it is basically the FBI saying to Unit 207, you're going to go to prison if you keep doing this stupid shit. So we'll just read a couple lines from that.
Pausing this because remember, you're listening to the preceding recording. We're going to listen to it as far as it goes. Obviously, I should have read the whole fucking paragraph because Unit 207, one of the dumbass guys up there that likes to come and leave some of his private property on my private property while stalking and knock on the door to pretend like he's got big balls when really he's the biggest moron of all up there. Well, he criminally and illegally cut off the live stream. So I am going to keep this live stream paused here and I'm going to read the whole fucking paragraph, dipshit. Officer Dumbass, this one's for you. Live stream protocol section became pertinent because the preceding live stream, they did it guilty as charged. Live stream protocol section. Furthermore, let the record reflect that any interruption of this live stream absent my explicit oral statement indicating the precise end time and confirming the commencement of a new live stream within 90 seconds or less constitutes unlawful obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. This is not a mere technicality. It is a deliberate attempt to suppress the documentation of this ongoing investigation and to interfere with the collection of evidence. The FBI is fully aware of the repeated instances where this live stream has been illegally terminated by individuals associated with Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. Any such actions, past, present, or future, will be met with the full force of federal law. Each instance of unlawful termination of this live stream is a separate and distinct criminal act, and those responsible will be held accountable. These interruptions are not only an attack on my rights, but also a direct challenge to the integrity of this federal investigation. Any and all individuals who have taken part in this criminal act will also be facing federal charges for their crimes. There will be no leniency for those who attempt to tamper with evidence and obstruct justice, for those whose pattern of behavior I have been documenting for over 16 months, as this is a premeditated, coordinated effort to do so. Back to the recording that was preceding that they shut off.
Again, you can read the whole thing in full on facebook.com/Mystic When Loves Only You. Live stream protocol section. Furthermore, let the record reflect that any interruption of this live stream, absent my explicit oral statement indicating the precise end time and confirming the commencement of a new live stream within 90 seconds or less, constitutes unlawful obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. Redacting the rest of it for reading purposes. No consent to strip searches. In the event that the FBI allows my kidnapping, unlawful arrest, or unlawful committal, I will not consent to any strip searches under any circumstances. I will remain in my current attire until my release. After that, there is an update from January 23rd at 10:43 p.m. PST. I'm redacting that. And then after that, there's an update from January 21st at 11:03 p.m. PST. I'm redacting that just for reading purposes. Conclusion. The end is near. The conspiracy is unraveling. The perpetrators are facing the consequences of their actions. The FBI's investigation is nearing its final stage. To those who have abused their power, obstructed justice, and terrorized me and my family, your time is up. You will be held accountable. To those who have been used and manipulated, you still have a chance to do the right thing. Cooperate with the FBI. Remember, everybody, on September 15th, there were 27 people facing federal imprisonment. Since then, around 20 people have blown the whistle. The FBI has stated since December, there's now only 7 to 9 people facing federal imprisonment. That's way better than 27.
Amen.
So again, to those who have been used and manipulated, you still have a chance to do the right thing. Cooperate with the FBI. You can literally find the email address to the Seattle FBI field office on Google. You can call them. You can drive down to Seattle and walk into their fucking office. Do it. To the public, this case is a testament to the importance of vigilance, the power of documentation, and the unwavering pursuit of justice. The FBI has stated that they intend to use my case to set a precedent and that those involved will reap what they have sown. Thank you. It's now 11:28 a.m. PST. I do have instructions to read that or to play that recording. That is the greeting recording from January 2nd, and it is time-stamped as such. I do have orders to play that after I read the script in each of these YouTube live streams.
Okay, so on that note, it's actually 12:08 p.m. PST. Remember, this is the preceding live stream. So before I play that greetings recording again, the FBI has me under instructions to give a tour of my house every 24 hours. It took place in the live stream that preceded this, between around 9:40 a.m. PST and 9:43 a.m. PST. Nerd Squad, I uploaded a selfie of myself from a couple weeks ago as the thumbnail. The interface is reflecting 165 videos set for public consumption. Before I play the door greeting, I'm going to test the audio of this live stream. And then I will play that January 2nd, 11:57 p.m. greetings to the 36 plus non-immune people currently legally on my private property. Do keep in mind there have been over 38 instances of stalking and attempted illegal entry since the first week of August, involving over 45 individuals, none of whom have any immunity. So let's check the audio and then we'll play that recording. Other than that, there's nothing new to relay, people. You heard it all. I'm going to click on the beginning, middle, and end and just make sure there's audio from all of it. I'm going to a laptop, and it was a spinning circle reflecting as though it were not recording.
Detain me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, particularly if executed on a Friday or during the weekend, will incur a non-negotiable penalty of $10 million. This amount increases to $25 million if these actions disturb my sleep. Fraud, the calculated manipulation of official processes, including specific incidents involving law enforcement misconduct. My field office today, right now, in surrender.
Okay, it's 12:11 p.m. PST. We have audio, so let's go back to the greetings recording. And the guy that added more obstruction and evidence tampering to his looming indictment, I don't think he's going to do that shit again. He didn't like the fact that I pointed out that I had already been informed by the FBI of the multiple times he's been chosen to come outside of my front door for exterior stalking and leaving private property and whatnot. Told you guys, you've been under surveillance in some instances since the first day you stepped foot in that condo. Here's the greetings recording.
It is 11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream per the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking me outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation. I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist, Anne Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, it is because of your and their looming incarceration and soon to be unsealed indictments. Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes, as the signs on my exterior have stipulated for over a year.
It is now 12:15 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 27th, 2025. This live stream isn't going to run for as long as it would normally, but I have zero intention of shutting it off for at least 10 hours. So just remember, if it shuts off without an oral statement from me, it's Unit 207, and they're a day closer to prison. Worth noting, because I do intend on trying to get some sleep, especially since it appears this week maybe a repeat of last week, where every single day they're trying to find a volunteer to go to prison for them to break in there. Today was their target day. Yet another. And the fact that they shut off that live stream was a bit concerning, because they already know about the additional counts it adds to their indictments. And also, since October, the FBI has stated the final illegal entry attempt will coincide with them criminally and illegally shutting off the live stream, because that's part of their premeditated crime. But just remember, everyone who is sticking to the fraudulent claim that anything they did was reactive, or that they ever had any legal basis for the 250 separate criminal acts that they've perpetrated against me, is indeed everyone that the FBI plans on putting behind bars for the rest of their lives. And if anyone's wondering what was the last FBI brief, the FBI has said nothing since hours ago, when they referred to all of the federal felons involved as being a cacophony of absurdity.
No, yeah, no time, and that's why I don't like it. There's no time for talking. There's no time for a bad word in your talk. No time for a bad move in the fighting. So your mind had to stay controlled, stay present, and do nothing what's not useful for this moment. Yeah, right now we are natural here, but when our life will these podcasts, these talking, maybe when you will not talk your everything true and everything honestly, it will cost you a life. So we will we will pay attention of every our word, because in that ages of Miyamoto Musashi, there was even the word can cost somebody's life.
Yes.
So that's why they were so precise in everything. That's the Japan. Every movement, even the teapot, even the tea ritual is the art. So
Yes.
so that's why they was, and still they are, so precise in the thinking, in expressing your true self, not just talking. Whatever, motherfucker. Hey, how are you? Hey, what's up? I don't. This is something what I don't like to America. Like everybody asks you, hey, how are you? And don't care about your and they don't care about your answer. So
Right.
and I want to stay in. Hey, I'm great. How are you today? No, he's don't care and he's going somewhere.
Right.
So
They don't
why
even look for an
why
answer.
you ask me why you doing this?
Right.
So
It's a figure of speech,
yeah,
unfortunately.
but still,
It's a kind figure of speech.
yeah,
Like, how
yeah,
you doing?
I know,
But
and
it's not real.
Yes,
But it's not real. They don't really care what you're doing. They
Understand.
don't care how are you.
I understand.
Yeah.
So
Kaizen.
yeah, let's
Kaizen.
be real, but sometimes don't push it too much to
Right.
the I'm important. Every my word is important.
Right. Right.
Every
right.
movement. So the true power is coming with a lightness, to be lightness, and lightness is not to taking so much seriously and taking too much light. So taking like don't care about what I'm saying. So some still
Balance.
balance.
It's this
That's-
balance.
yeah.
It's constant balance and staying pure. Staying your. Do you? Is that what you're feeling when you stare your opponents down? Because like.
And on that note, some of you may be wondering, what are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? What's your mood? My mood is Jewish, like usual. Okay, for those of you who aren't Jewish, again, if you've seen Idiocracy, saying your mood is Jewish means you feel like you've woken up and you are the protagonist, the lead role in the film Idiocracy 2. Okay, that's what it means. Mood is Jewish. And as far as what am I pondering or thinking about, I'm thinking, I wonder if there's at least one smart officer that's going to remain an officer that has indeed driven down to Seattle and stopped at Beth's Cafe to attempt and fail to eat a 12-egg omelet and then went in to surrender themselves to the FBI field office. I'm wondering if I once again saved somebody's ass who will never thank me. That's what I'm wondering. Oh, and I'm also thinking Godzilla's such a fuckface. Godzilla, guys, if you missed it, has given me a never empty, always full crock pot of lentils. What the fuck, dude? Lentils? Lentils, Godzilla? Where the fuck were you when I had falafel? It's literally like a fuck you from Godzilla directly to me. I have all the lentils I could possibly want. I have had probably 10 bowls of lentils in this last week, and the fucking crock pot is 75 to 80% full. It's like, no, no, don't make me eat lentils indefinitely, Godzilla. Anyway, that's what's on my mind. What's on your guys' mind? Oh, some of you think that you're not going to prison for the rest of your lives, and some of you have already been an informant. So that's what you guys are thinking about, right? That's some heavy shit.
He's one of the fights with Pereira and the fight with Jamal Hill. You just lock on your opponent and you stare. And is that what you're doing in that moment? Just trying to be completely present? Just to empty yourself of all bullshit?
This is the moment where before the fight.
Yeah.
It's all about that, because there is no opponent. There is just the moment. This moment, I'm everywhere.
You're everywhere.
That's all.
Ooh, I like it. I'm everywhere.
Yeah, but this is not something what I'm telling you that because I want to be cool.
No,
But
I don't think you are.
This is a real truth.
Yeah.
That's all.
So now that you have this big victory, what happens next? Do you wait for the UFC to call you? Do you wait for Ankalaev and Pereira to fight to see what happens next?
This is what I am right now. not expecting what I was to.
Oh, and also for the record, yes, indeed, all weekend long, the discussion has been about today, indoor this evening, indoor tomorrow, as in like early morning hours, like midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., breaking in. So you may be wondering, isn't that on your mind? You have to recall that all week last week, every fucking day, because of their big ass mouths, I was waiting. And so this week, just knowing that the FBI is so confident that hours ago they're calling you guys a cacophony of absurdity. And knowing you've got to pay me a minimum of $20 million for breaking and entering, that's the minimum. You're now contractually obligated because you received the invoice. Now, if you render the service, more felonies without immunity, your employer will pay. So, is it possible? Oh, yes. But also, who's going to be that stupid in the present circumstances? Who?
To see the fight, if the fight will happen, because
The answer is no one that plans on having a badge the next day. That's the answer.
they are translating that so much this their fight. So let's see who's the best. And my attitude, and
And FYI,
Right now I know
I am
that
not
how
eating
I
lentils today, dude.
what
I'm
to
literally
do to-
choosing to eat a bag of
not to
popcorn
get
that I
better,
already ate in
to do
applesauce. I
a
am boycotting
real
the
serious
lentils.
preparation to
I
be
literally
prepared
feel
for
like God is making fun
both
of me
of
with the
them, doesn't
lentils,
matter
guys.
who,
When I'm telling you that I've had
and
10
be
bowls
ready
of that
for
shit and the
for
crock pot is still like
negotiation
80%
about
full,
the next fight.
that is not an
I want a
embellishment.
title.
Like, what
but
is going on with the
I
lentils?
will let the
Godzilla?
life to give me who's
Why? Oh, and they're so
before me
gross,
right now.
guys.
who's the
They're so
movie
gross.
challenge right now before me.
So it's just about whatever the challenge is, accept
They were
it,
good
and then
when I
try
was
to
like
find your
in
best
need
self for
of them the
this
first few
next
bowls.
performance as well.
Now it's just like, oh my gosh,
That's
I am
It's an
eating
exciting time for you. man.
vegetarian
How old are
dog
you right
food.
now?
I'm
32.
eating vegetarian
It's a
dog.
perfect prime. It's in your prime. It's an exciting time. Are you enjoying this life?
Yes, enjoying, but man, a long time nobody asked me for these questions, so I didn't thought about that long time. But yes, since I decide I wanna go this way of the warrior, of a true man, to 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 feel the true power and take it to my life and live with that, not just to feel that and go away, but to keep it in a daily life. Yes, I'm enjoying that. And I don't know who said that. Like, watch yourself like an art, like an David. You are
Right, you're making a masterpiece.
make a masterpiece from your life, and that's what I like to do in my meditations. To take a step up, watch yourself, watch where you're going, who you spend time with, where is your daily what's your daily routines, how it make it better, and then go into the deepest level of the present moment and live that, and stay with these your best ideas, what you are connected with. Yes, so yes, you ask me. Yes, I live that, but I didn't in the time. Right now, I can say right now I didn't expect it will cost you everything. Like it will cost you your old personality, and you will reborn like a new personality. But still, I know somebody, my spirit, whoever, choose that. Yeah, because I know this is the way.
One of the things that I have to talk to you about was in the Alex Pereira fight, you thought that they were using some magic
Black
spirits,
magic, yeah.
black magic.
Yeah.
Why did you think that?
You know, okay, I will take it from another start.
Okay.
When I'm doing something, I'm doing that like I'm extreme in everything what I'm doing. So I want to go to the to the bottom of the start where the source
The source.
of that where it's going, and the source of the spiritual world, of that question, what is the spiritual world, where the source is, uh, if there is some weapons, how they use that in the cage. And I went in that so deep, so I get lost, really. So I had another, no other chance, just to totally close these doors. Just believe that I am who I am, who to believe just for ideas which I started with, like the martial arts and all these things, and just be in the gym and train. Don't do another these bullshit, because with Pereira, I really get lost, and I started to believe to another people, to not just myself. And this is something. This is the way to the hell. To when you stop believing yourself, your true yourself, and when you start believing some spiritual guys who's trying to protect you, or giving you something, and trying to lead you, and they know what's the best for you. And that was my biggest school in this life, I think. To So yeah, that was my like last preparation, to just believe in myself, go to the gym and train, do a good camp, do a camp. What was the first your biggest inspiration? So in Japan, I made a camp in Japan. Then I made in high altitude training in Mexico. Then I went back to my city, Brno, for my guys, for my team, and we made a solid, good camp, hard camp. And the last fight, I'm happy.
What is it about getting down to the source that made you think he was using black magic?
Yeah, it's every time a big, uh, no big difference experience. I said that word, big power, when you are
Responsibility?
it's big responsibility, not just big responsibility. We are. I want to speak right now, so I don't want to speak about that fully, because still it is something what I am humble for, and I can say this is it. This is it. Yeah, to because everyone has their own way, and nobody is, like even me, prepared for to saying something what can be for somebody, like take it seriously, you know. You know, maybe. Yeah. Again, I get lost in that. So the thing is, I just started to believe. I will not speak about where is the magic, how to use the magic.
But you believed that there was magic working against you.
Man, and that was the biggest power for my opponent, because I was focused for him, not for me.
Mm.
You know.
And that's where the black magic lies.
And then,
because it gets you outside of your own head. Is that black magic, or is that just his presence as a champion? Because that's the aura of a fighter is a weapon. Israel Adesanya, when he was in his prime, had that. Mike Tyson in his prime had that. There's Anderson Silva had that. There's an aura that champions have when they're in their prime that makes you think about them instead of yourself, and it probably seems like black magic.
Yeah, but still, this is just for me, is the pure self-confidence. And to be pure self-confident, you
can't think about your opponent.
And that was something what I made. That was something what I really went to another level. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you look at yourself now in this amazing performance against Jamal Hill, are you imagining yourself even better? Are you constantly imagining yourself even more precise, even more accurate, even more effective?
Yeah. But yeah, sure. But right now I'm more in reality about that. Not just in imagination. I want to see that in video.
Right.
I want to be real. I want to see the results of my work, all these things real, not just still think about I can be better, I can do this, but I want to be a champion, and I'm going for it, and I want to show that to everyone. That's all. And I will show that, and then we can speak about the black magic again. No, because
so right now you don't even want to concentrate on the idea of that.
Yeah.
And to protect yourself from that, you just don't think about it and be in your own
it's
mind.
all about that.
Yeah.
It's all about that, because like I said, the mind is a great to serve, but
tell him. Oh, okay.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment.
Oh, okay.
Network. Unlike resumes, LinkedIn gives a real-time view into a candidate's skills, experiences, and more.
Huh, let's do it.
Baghdad, Agony, Singapore, and all the places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand.
I'm about to show you one of the best old-time radio shows. Dangerous Assignment. Episode 1.
It's 12:38 p.m. PST.
And there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
By the way, Steve and Steven is such a good choice as a name for a male spy. It's a popular name all over the world. You can dress it up and be Stefan. Or Steven with the PH.
The National Broadcasting Company presents the first in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Steve. You're going to run this pretty little boat right onto the rocks if you don't put your hands on the wheel.
Automatic pilot.
W5, WRS, calling W2.
I should have known you'd have one of those on your boat.
So help me. First time in my life I've ever used it, Evelyn.
Eloise.
Hello, sure.
W5, WRS, calling W2BYR.
Steve,
Hmm.
why don't you turn that radio off?
I never should have turned it on.
What's all that W stuff? Who's that silly woman trying to get anyway?
Oh,
W5,
me.
WRS, calling W2BYR.
That's the ship to shore operator.
Brother, you know 'em all. What does she want with you?
I'm afraid I know. Well, I guess I better answer before they send the Coast Guard. W5WRS from W2BYR. Go ahead.
Stand by, W2BYR. I have a call for you. Go ahead. This is Ruth, Steve. The commissioner wants to see you right away. Over.
Now look, Ruth. I said only call me in an emergency. Over.
The commissioner says this is an emergency. Over.
But I'm in the middle of a big deal, Ruth. I'm tied up. Over.
Just a minute, Steve. He says untie her and get into the office.
But tell him. Oh, okay. I'll come back. Out. Eloise, I'm afraid.
And for this, I broke another day.
Now look, Eloise, I'm sorry.
So what do? I go out and buy a new sunsuit.
And it's a very nice sunset.
I even fried some chicken for the first time in my life. I fry some chicken.
But this probably won't take long.
What am I supposed to do in the meantime? And what am I going to do with all that fried chicken?
Well, keep it on ice for me, huh? Hello, Commissioner.
Steve, I trust you concluded your big deal satisfactorily.
Well,
Uh-huh. Steve, ever hear of the Throp Foundation?
Prop Foundation? Sure. That's the private charity that's been sending a lot of relief shipments to Europe.
Right. You've done quite a job over there. Tons of food and medical supplies.
Yeah, that's the outfit. What about them?
Their last 3 shipments to Sicily have been stolen.
Oh? You mean off the boat?
No, from the Foundation's warehouse in Messina, Sicily.
I see.
We've been instructed to get to the bottom of it. As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent. Ruth has your credentials and all.
Okay.
On the surface, your assignment will be to write a story about the stolen shipments. Actually, I want you to find out who's been stealing those shipments. And to be frank, Steve, I'm sending you into a pretty nasty situation over there.
What do you mean?
The Throp Foundation's had 2 men working on this case. One of them has been missing for 2 weeks.
What about the other one?
Well, they found him all right. His throat had been cut.
Well, that's reassuring.
We're sending you because we think you can take care of yourself and handle the danger.
When do you want me to leave?
Good. As soon as possible. Now, if you need help or information once you get to Sicily, contact Emilio Donati in Messina.
Who's Emilio Donati?
He runs a bar in Messina. We think he's a friend of ours.
Okay.
There's just one more thing I should warn you about, Steve.
You know, you're making this assignment sound real attractive, Commissioner. What is it?
I guess you've heard of the Sicilian bandit they call Lorenzo.
Yeah, who hasn't? He's got the whole countryside terrorized.
Steve, I don't know whether he has anything to do with all this or not. If he has, now watch yourself.
Yeah. Looks like I got a real honey this time.
You did, but it's vital to us that those relief shipments get through. Trouble usually starts from empty stomachs.
Yeah.
That's all. You've got your assignment, Steve. Your plane leaves in 2 hours. Good luck.
Eduardo, this is Dino speaking. The American just landed. See? Report it to the chief at once.
Signore, taxi, eh? You want a taxi, signore?
Yeah. Hey, look, driver, you know your way around Messina pretty well, huh?
But sure. I live here most of my life, signore. At the age of 3, I was brought here from Palermo. So I know every house, every street, every building, every bar.
Yeah. Okay, so you know your city. Now, take me to the Throp Foundation warehouse.
Again,
Throp Foundation warehouse. You know where it is?
Throp?
No. Throp. It's a... Oh, well, never mind. Just take me to the Rienzi Hotel. I'm sure you must have heard of that.
Well, sure. I'm gonna put him back in the car.
Hello. Sorry I'm late.
You're not late. You're just in time.
I heard you inquiring for the Throp Foundation, so you must be Ralph Gillette. I'm Helen Collier. I was supposed to meet you here at the airport, and
Look, I'm afraid there's been a mistake. My name's not Gillette. It's Mitchell. Steve Mitchell.
I thought you were the one I was supposed to meet. I'm sorry.
Believe me, I'm sorry, too. Couldn't we just pretend I was?
I'm afraid Mr. Archer wouldn't understand.
Already, I don't like Mr. Archer. Don't even know him. Who is he?
My boss. He's in charge of the foundation's office here in Messina.
Oh, wait a minute. You work for the Throp Foundation?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Archer's been expecting a new man to fly down from Rome, Mr. Gillette. I thought you were he.
Oh. I wonder if you'd tell me where the foundation office is. I'm a foreign correspondent, and I'd like an interview with your boss.
Oh, well, I could go with you and show you where it is, because it doesn't look like Mr. Gillette is on the plane anyway.
Fine. I have a cab over here.
You say you're a foreign correspondent. I suppose you want to do a story on the stolen relief shipments.
Yeah.
Well, good luck. Mr. Archer doesn't want any publicity about it. It would have an adverse effect on donations in the state.
Oh, well, here we are. Pardon us, gentlemen.
Si, signor. It was one of the men's way.
Of course, your pardon, senor.
Well, I'll see if I can get some kind of a statement from him. Are there just the two of you in the Messina office?
Yes, right now. There were three of us. Paul Wainwright was the third, but he got fired a few days ago.
At the Hotel Riente, no?
No. Throp Foundation.
Troppo?
Propa. Oh, Via Delgada.
Oh, si, senorita.
Hey, you must have the magic touch. This Paul Wainwright, he was fired by Mr. Archer?
Yes, 3 days ago.
Senor, you ready, huh?
See.
Did you hear what the senorina told the driver?
See it, Eduardo.
Via Delgada.
That is the address of the Throp Foundation. I will report it. You follow the American.
Mr. Mitchell, you must understand my position. It's not that I don't want to cooperate with you and your press association, but
The stolen shipments are news, Mr. Archer, and news is my job.
well, I know all that. But just stop and think what's going to happen if the news spreads around back in the States. Our donations would probably stop coming in. We think it's vital that these shipments continue.
I see. Well, in that case, could you give me an off-the-record statement about it?
I might if I were sure it would be treated as such.
I'll make a deal with you. We won't break the story unless or until the thieves are rounded up.
Well, all right. I guess that's fair enough.
There have been 3 shipments stolen, right?
Yes, from our warehouse. It's right downstairs.
Yes, I noticed it as I came up. Did you have anyone guarding the shipments?
Of course, we kept doubling the guard, but each time they were overpowered.
Sounds like the thieves have a pretty large outfit.
Yes, apparently they do.
I suppose you've heard of the bandit they call Lorenzo.
Oh, certainly. Everybody in Sicily's heard of him. He's got the whole country terrorized.
He's supposed to have a hideout up in the mountains.
I know what you're thinking, Mr. Mitchell. That Lorenzo's men could have stolen the shipments. I thought of that right away myself.
Well, it's possible, isn't it?
Yes, it's possible. Personally, I don't think Lorenzo had anything to do with it. With Lorenzo's reputation what it is, it would be relatively easy for someone else to make it look as if Lorenzo had done it.
That's an interesting thought. Incidentally, you fired one of your men a few days ago, didn't you? Paul Wainwright?
That is something that I'd rather not discuss.
Oh?
Of course, I don't want to persecute the man just because some of his actions appeared vaguely suspicious to me. I have no proof of anything at all.
I see. Well, thanks for the information. I'll see you later.
You wish a favor, senor?
Oh, yeah. Great.
Right here.
Thanks.
I am Carlotta. What will you have?
Beer.
But it is after dark. It's time to drink wine.
Emily Post may not like it, but I still want beer.
Anything you wish. I will bring it.
Look, is the boss in, Carlotta?
Emilio Donati? He's here. Why?
I like the scenery. I might set up a charge account. Where is he?
The fat one. Over at the bar. I will tell him to come over.
No, never mind. I'll go over there.
And see, I'm coming.
Emilio Donati?
So I'm called, senor.
I told a friend of mine in the States I'd say hello to you.
So? I know many people in the States, senor.
I'm pretty sure you'll know my friend, the commissioner.
Commissioner?
Yeah. I think you're expecting me. I'm Steve Mitchell.
A name can be used by anyone, senor.
Here. You recognize the handwriting?
Ah, see. You are Steve Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how can I help?
I'm working on the theft of the relief shipments.
Yeah, I thought that would be... That's a very bad thing, Steve. There are so many people are hungry here in Sicily.
Yeah. Look, a fellow named Paul Wainwright was fired from the Prop Foundation a few days ago, and Archer acts like he thinks Wainwright's involved in the theft.
Paul Wainwright. I know who he is.
I'd like to talk to him. Can you arrange it?
See, in an hour or two, I will send the words for him to come to the back room of my bar off the alley. We can talk to him there.
Quarter after 11. Wainwright ought to be showing up pretty soon, hadn't he?
See, he should have been here by now, Steve.
There's another lead I want to run down, too, Emilio.
Hmm?
Do you have any idea where the bandit Lorenzo's headquarters are?
Oh, see, in the mountains to the west over here.
Think you could furnish me a guide?
A guide?
Yeah, just to get me into the general area. After that, I'll go it alone and do a little reconnoitering undercover.
Steve, you must not try a thing like that.
Look, it's the quickest way of proving whether Lorenzo's involved in these thefts or not. If he is, he's probably got a lot of the supplies hidden away in those mountains.
His men would capture you. He has lookouts all over the mountains. Well, just last month, an entire division went up there and...
Sure, that's the point. There were so many Lorenzo's men spotted them easy. But one man alone in the brush could be hard to find.
See, Lorenzo has a small army of cutthroats up there. They are fanatically loyal to him.
Could you get me a guide?
Look, the danger, you must realize the danger.
Yeah. Lorenzo isn't stupid enough to kill an American correspondent.
That must be Paul Wainwright. Come in, Senor Wainwright.
No thanks. Look, Donati, and you too, whatever your name is. It's a waste of time. We've got nothing to talk about. Oh!
Wainwright.
Knife in the back. Emilio, get out of the line. Someone's running down the alley.
Don't follow him, Steve. Huh? It may be a trap. There may be others waiting in the dark.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Wainwright.
See, he's a danger, Steve. Now perhaps you realize that there's a real danger here for you. They know you are not a correspondent. You still wish a guide?
I'll be waiting in room 23, Rienzi Hotel.
All right. I will send a man over.
Signor Mitchell?
Yeah, who are you?
Casella.
Casella? That's supposed to mean something to me?
Emilio Donati sent me to you.
Oh, you're the guy.
Si, signor. I am to conduct you to the mountain where Lorenzo and his band are hiding.
Oh, Emilio didn't lose any time, did he?
It was thought best to travel at night, so that we may be in the mountains before the sun comes up.
Yeah, I guess that would be best.
We will drive to the foot of the mountains by car. Then we'll use horses on the trails. It is all arranged.
Good. When do you want to start?
As soon as possible.
Okay, let's go. Hey, pretty narrow trail up here, Casella.
Si, signor.
About time for sunrise, isn't it?
But a few more minutes and it will be light.
You say, you think Lorenzo's hiding out somewhere on that mountain up there ahead of us?
Si, that is what I have heard.
Okay, let's stop here a minute. I'll go it alone from here, Casella. There's no point in your going any farther. Thanks very much.
Si, signor. You're right. There is no point in going any farther. Put your hands in front of you.
What?
Do as I say, signor. I am going to tie your hands.
Look, what is this anyway? Hey, wait a minute. You're one of Lorenzo's men.
So true, Signor. It will do you no good to resist. Do not try to escape. There's a man blocking your trail. See? He has a gun.
Okay, I'll try it through you.
Stop, man! Stop!
I'm coming through.
Eduardo, quick! Come and help me! Eduardo, help!
Okay, Costello. That's for the double cross, bub.
Signor, I have a gun! I said stop!
Okay. Looks like you win.
Good. Now I tie you. Hold your hands up.
Okay. Here's one of them.
All right, Signor. I now use the gun. This way. So, Signor Mitchell. Listen, you all right? See, I think so. Except my nose. It's bleeding. Fool, you deserve it. Come, we'll take the American to Lorenzo. He's coming to Eduardo. Hotel Lorenzo. See?
Oh. Casella.
See, Casella. This is for the bloody nose you gave me, Signor. Hey.
Well, thanks. Looks like I got taken for the well-known ride. I thought Emilio Donato was a friend.
Sometimes it is difficult to know who your friends are.
You're so right.
Here's Lorenzo now.
All right. Signor Mitchell, you're feeling better now, huh?
Not much.
Welcome to my camp.
Thanks. So you're Lorenzo.
See, I have that honor.
Honor?
Of course.
Where are we?
Walk with me and I will show you. As you see, you're on top of a mountain. This is my headquarters.
Hey, you can see 100 miles from here.
See, this is why I choose this place.
But where are the guards?
Guards? You are not my prisoner, you are my guest. But see below us, my men are camped there. Is it not a reassuring sight?
Hey, it looks like a small army.
120 patriots.
Patriots, you call.
Of course, they serve Lorenzo.
Got a pretty good opinion of yourself, huh?
I am one of the most brilliant men I have ever met.
Really? You know, you don't talk like you've spent your whole life in these mountains.
Oh, I have, as you say, been around. I attended a university in Italy for 2 years.
But you came back to this. How come?
A sense of duty, senor. I rob the rich and give to the poor.
Yeah? That sounds pretty, Lorenzo. But are you sure it's not just because you're a thief at heart?
You are shrewd, senor. Well, why not? From my experience in the world, I have learned that one must look out for oneself.
Oh.
Consider the recent war. Nobody won it. Consider the peace. Again, nobody wins it. Everyone quarrels and fights. Now, is it not much more clever to take what one wants, to be concerned only with oneself?
You know, your kind of thinking isn't helping things any.
Perhaps not, but it is profitable to me. Senor, this conversation is pleasant, but I still do not understand why you were so anxious to spy on my camp.
No? You ever hear of the Prop Foundation?
No. What is it, senor?
A relief outfit that's been shipping food and medical supplies here to Sicily.
Oh? Does this concern me?
That's what I'm wondering. At least 3 shipments have been stolen from a warehouse in Messina.
And of course you think that I stole it.
It's a pretty good bet.
Well, I am sorry to disappoint you, senor, but as you see, there are no supplies here. Look around you. I have nothing to hide.
No?
It is my fate, senor. Whenever a crime is committed in Sicily, I am immediately accused. I suppose I should feel flattered. It has often occurred to me that the police must find me very convenient.
How so?
It would be most embarrassing for them if I were captured. Then they would have no one to blame for all their unsolved crimes. Well, I'm sorry you made this trip for nothing, senor.
Well, if you've got nothing to hide, how come you went to so much trouble to capture me?
I was told you wanted to see Lorenzo, so I thought I would make it easy. You were very rough with my men, senor. But no matter. We will be friends. And you will go back to America and tell everyone what a gracious host is Lorenzo.
Oh, you want a press agent, huh? Hey, wait a minute. That girl coming up the trail, she looks awfully familiar.
Oh, her name is Carlotta.
Yeah, now I recognize her. She works at Emilio Donati's bar. Everything's starting to add up.
I am afraid Carlotta is not very happy with me at present.
No?
She has been very useful to me in the past, but she is so possessive. She is very upset to learn that there had been another woman here. There, you see how she sulks? I believe she thinks that she is punishing me. Ah, Carlotta, my dear.
Speak to me, Lorenzo. Do not speak to me.
You climbed up here to tell me that.
I am true with you. You have not been true to me.
Oh, you are not very flattering, my dear. Of course I have not been true to you. That would be to deprive others.
Oh, good for nothing, you.
I think I'd better leave you here to take out your temper on the American. I have other affairs to look at.
I lie for him. I steal for him.
Maybe you ought to pick your friends a little more carefully. So, you're the one that put the bee on me at Donati's, huh? You had Lorenzo send that phony guide to my room.
This way, after all I do for him. Oh, the beast. I do not think you would treat me that way.
Huh?
I think if you were my friend, you would treat me nice.
Now, look,
Would you like to be Carlotta's friend?
it's okay with me if you're trying to make Lorenzo jealous, but use somebody else.
Kiss me.
Hey, cut it out.
No, kiss me. You like me.
Well, under other circumstances, maybe. Right now, no.
You should not have done that, Carlotta.
Lorenzo, what?
Perhaps that will show you cannot treat me as you have. If you do not want me, there are others who do.
You are such a child, Carlotta. I am afraid this presents a problem.
Look, there's no problem. I've got no interest in Carlotta, believe me.
Oh, I'm aware of that, but some of my men there below may have seen her kiss you, senor, and that is the problem. I must not allow anything to shake their confidence in me. The appearance is everything. No, it is not Carlotta I am thinking about. She is not.
Dog, that you should talk about me like that. What if I were to tell the American about...
Shut up, Carlotta.
Wait a minute. What did you say, Carlotta?
Then you would wish you had not treated me that way.
I told you to keep your mouth shut.
Oh. I will tell.
Carlotta!
On the other side of the mountains, a cave. Lorenzo has hidden the relief shipments there.
Well, Lorenzo. So you've got nothing to hide.
No, indeed, I have no choice, senor. Carlotta, give me your scarf.
You're going to fight with the knives over me.
Fool! To think it is you I am considering.
Hey, look, how let's consider me for a minute.
I did not intend to kill you, senor, but as you see now, I must. Here, take this knife.
Now, wait a minute.
Put the end of the scarf between your teeth.
Huh?
There, as I do the other end. So, now we circle slowly.
Hey, look, let's cut out this foolishness, will you?
Do not hold the knife that way.
Huh?
Use the underhand grip. Do you know nothing at all about knife fighting?
As much as I want to know. Now, for the last time.
I am sorry. Defend yourself.
Okay, you asked for it.
You twist the knife from my hand.
Yeah. You may know knife fighting, but you're pretty sad on judo.
Oh, Lorenzo! You killed Lorenzo!
Just a rabbit punch, lady. Won't even leave a scar. So on.
Dog! Dog! Oh, God. Carissimo.
Oh.
He has killed you. Oh, Lorenzo. Lorenzo.
Will you stop that silly paddling?
Lorenzo. You are all right.
See? Except the back of my neck.
I will tell your men to go after him.
No, this is a personal matter. They might find it hard to understand how the American escaped from me. I will go after him alone.
I will go with you.
You will wait here, Carlotta. I will attend to you when I return.
Lorenzo.
I may be gone until dark, because if I do not find the American, then there is someone in Messina I must talk to. Now get me my horse.
Oh, boy, my wind is shot. Maybe it's the altitude. Where's the enemy somewhere? Better play it safe. Hey, Donati! What? Over here, Emilio.
Steve Mitchell, you're safe.
Yeah.
I sent the guy to your room the first thing this morning. He said you were gone.
Yeah, one of Lorenzo's men got there first. Your waiter, Carlotta, tipped them off about me.
Carlotta?
Yeah. Think that horse of yours can carry both of us?
But Lorenzo's men, they will be after you.
Yeah, that's a good reason for not hanging around here any longer.
All right, come. I'm going to help you up. Wait, listen. The horse is coming.
Come on, get your horse into the brush here. Yeah. Cover up his nose so he won't whinny.
Steve, it's Lorenzo. He's alone.
Yeah, heading towards Messina, too.
Look, I have a gun. We can capture him.
No, not yet. Come on, we'll give him the lead, then follow him into Messina. It's possible he's got more on his mind than just finding me. If so, I want to know what it is.
Lorenzo.
Your Arch.
Why, you fool coming here to the Foundation office. My secretary will be back any minute.
The American escaped.
How could he?
We will not go into that.
Oh, you stupid fool. You've ruined everything. Mitchell must know all about the stolen shipments now.
See, he knows I stole them, but he does not know that you are involved, Archer.
He might as well. We're through now, Lorenzo. Through. And all because of your stupidity.
Do not talk that way to me, Archer.
I planned it so well. Even when Paul Wainwright became suspicious, I fired him. Then I had his mouth shut permanently. Now you ruined it, you thundering half-breed.
You keep your mouth shut. This will help you.
The gun is quicker than your knife.
Well, Lorenzo and Archer. The Gold Dust twins.
Mitchell.
Very neat. So you two did work it together, huh?
You're wrong, Mitchell. I've just captured a notorious bandit.
You lying dog. It was you who arranged it.
Hey,
Get back, Mitchell.
Give me that.
that gun's safer with me, Archer.
You've got nothing on me.
You mean because Lorenzo can't talk?
You want to put it that way?
There's one witness you overlooked, Archer. Yeah. When she finds out you killed Lorenzo, she'll sing plenty, and it's a song you're not going to like.
Well, did you send your report to the commissioner, Steve?
Yeah, I called him. He said the Prop Foundation had sent a new man over to head up the office here.
Well, and now you can relax for a few days. We're going to eat and drink and have a good time. You will have such a food as you'll never taste. Scallopini, escarole, a pizza that melts in your mouth.
That sounds fine, Emilio, but I think I'll be heading back to the States.
Now, what's the hurry?
Well, someone back there is keeping some fried chicken on ice for me.
Well, it fried chicken?
Yeah. It's got to be eaten on a boat, too.
Steve, I don't understand. What is so special about eating fried chicken on a boat?
Well, you see, she's not the chicken, that is, Oh, well, just take my word for it, huh? So long, Emilio.
Just heard the first in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy and written by Bob Wright. This program was directed by Bill Karn with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, as Steve Mitchell, embarks on another Dangerous Assignment. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
With new McValue at McDonald's, you always get more than you expect every day. So even if gas prices go up, you can buy a double cheeseburger and add a McChicken for $1. Or before game time, you can get $5 meal deals for the group. And if breakfast is about to end, get deals in the app to save before the bell. The choice is yours. And the choice with McValue is always more.
Prices and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Must opt into rewards for app deals.
Auto insurance can all seem the same until it comes time to use it. So don't get stuck paying more for less coverage. Switch to USA Auto Insurance and you could start saving money in no time. Get a quote today. Restrictions apply.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment.
Over here. Here I am with the boat. Swim over this way. Here, let me help you, eyeball. Give me your hand. Come on. Up. Yes. You set the charge at Metro this week? Good. And no one saw you leave the ship? Right on schedule. The ship goes to the bottom, and only the two of us know the location. And now... Wait, no. Well, put down the knife. No, don't! Oh.
3 ships sunk in 2 weeks, Steve. The last one cost the lives of 6 passengers.
Good, Commissioner. Why send me halfway around the world just because 3 ships were sunk?
Steve, those ships carried U.S. rehabilitation supplies.
I see.
Now, as usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent.
Here's your press credentials, Steve. Your passport and plane ticket.
Ruth, did you say plane ticket?
You take off in 2 hours.
Oh, look, I was figuring on a little deal. Can't it wait till tomorrow?
No, it can't wait. And that's another thing, Steve. On this assignment, there's to be no women and no gambling. It's strictly business. Dangerous business.
Okay, Commissioner.
All right, Steve. Well, first stop in Saigon is the Malayan Star Line. The manager's name is Brevant. You've got your assignment. Get going.
You've seen him in The Great McGinty, as Major Devereaux in Wake Island, as Trampas in the Virginia. Now, here is our star, Brian Donnelly, in another two-fisted portrayal as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The time, now. The place, Saigon, inscrutable city of the Orient, where the ancient and the modern rub elbows in the narrow, crowded streets. Saigon, city of intrigue, of shadows, of forgotten men, of danger.
Mr. Brevant, I believe you're in charge of the Malayan Star Lines here in Saigon.
That is correct, Monsieur...
Mitchell, Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent. I just flew in. I'd like an interview.
There's not much of which to talk. 3 ships of our line sail for Singapore. The first night out, an explosion, they're gone.
Just like that, huh?
We just like that.
Could I take a look at the passenger list for those 3 ships?
Certainly. I have them on my desk.
Thank you. You don't carry many passengers.
Only a few.
Any survivors?
From the first sinking, none. From the third sinking, also none.
How about the second?
1.
Who is it?
An Englishman named Dixon, the cook.
Is he around anywhere? I'd like to talk to him.
Come on. Tell the Englishman Dixon to come to my office.
Most of your crews have been with the line quite a while?
It is the exception rather than the rule, monsieur. Out here, one must take what men one can get.
I see. What kind of cargo were your ships carrying?
That is the mystifying part, monsieur. Here are the cargo lists. As you see, the Malayan Star Lines carry American rehabilitation supplies, teak wood, spices, rubber, the usual.
This teak wood, I notice all of it comes from the same place.
Yes, the plantation of Monsieur Surratt. It is inland, up the Saigon River. Come in.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Brevant?
Oui, yes. This gentleman is Monsieur Mitchell, a journalist.
Nice to meet you.
Hi. Mr. Brevant tells me you're the only survivor from the second sinking.
I'm the only one from any of them.
That makes you pretty lucky, doesn't it?
Lucky ain't off of it.
Look, did you notice anything unusual aboard your ship before the explosion?
Well, I was back aft, getting a bit of air before turning in, I was. And I noticed a silhouette of a small boat in the moonlight. Off our starboard beam she was, and running without lights.
Without lights?
That's right.
Anything else?
I didn't have time to notice anything else, mister. Because just then there's a sheet of flame. The whole ship goes up in the air, and the next thing I know, I'm holding on to a spar in the water for dear life.
Have you any idea what your ship's position was when she went down?
Near as I can figure, we was in shoal water close to Polo Condori.
That is an island 100 miles off the coast of Indochina, monsieur. But of course, it is but a guess. We have no way of knowing the exact location.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the information. I think it ought to make a good yarn.
Do you intend to remain here in Saigon long?
Well, that depends. I'd like to talk to Mr. Surratt, the plantation owner. You know where I might find him?
There's a gambling casino just down the street, monsieur. If he is in Saigon, he will be there.
Good. I'm beginning to feel lucky.
I am certain you will not lack for games of chance in Saigon, monsieur. I personally find gambling a bore, but it would seem I am in the minority.
Yeah, I guess you are. Well, thanks for the story. I'll see you now.
He's an inquisitive gent. Ain't he, Mr. Grove?
Yes, he is indeed.
Newspaper chap, is he?
That is what he said. Dixon, tell Aran to answer my telephone for me. I'm going out for a while.
Right. Even. Sorry, monsieur. You lose again.
Look, this game is slow death. Haven't you got something with a little more action in it?
And monsieur would perhaps prefer the dice table downstairs.
That's a thought. Thanks. Oh! I beg your pardon.
Oh, no, it is my fault, monsieur.
Let me pick up your...
You are most kind, monsieur. It was very clumsy of me.
Matter of fact, I bumped into you deliberately. It's the only way I could think of to meet you.
Monsieur has a ready wit.
If you're looking for something to tack on after the monsieur, it's Mitchell. Steve Mitchell.
They call me Leanna, monsieur.
They picked a nice name. Well, here are your chips.
You pick up my chips and my luck with them. You must allow me to buy you a drink, huh? You see, I am superstitious.
Good. So am I. And having a drink with you is suddenly a superstition of mine.
Let us go to the bar.
Liana.
Well, I should have known you wouldn't be alone.
It is only my brother, monsieur.
Oh, where are you going, Liana?
It is all right, Matilda. I'm sure the American will take good care of me. Monsieur Steve Mitchell, my brother, Matilda.
Hello.
You're serving the friend.
Dear Matilda, you play some of my chips now while we have our drink. Come along.
You live here in Saigon, Liana?
For the most part. But I'm restless. I travel a lot. Tomorrow night I leave for Singapore.
Oh, I guess my luck hasn't changed after all.
I will not be gone long.
How are you going to Singapore?
I travel by tram steamer. It is not so boring.
Not on the Malay Star Line.
Why, here. Ah, here we are.
Sort of crowded right here. Why don't we move down to the other end?
There is room here. I will move over.
Oh, thank you.
No trouble, sir. No trouble at all.
What will you have, Steve?
Bourbon and... Hey,
What is it?
I just saw someone I know, Liana. Excuse me just a minute.
Sure.
Be back in a minute.
I will order the drink.
Well, my dear,
He seems interested in the Malayan Star Line, sir.
you think he is involved?
It is possible.
Very well. We'll proceed on that assumption. Boy, come here.
Oui, monsieur.
I want a message delivered for me.
Good evening, Mr. Brubant. Huh?
Oh, Monsieur Mitchell, is it not? Have you written your story yet?
Not yet. I'm a little surprised to see you here at the casino. When we talked this afternoon, you told me gambling bored you.
It does. But I do find interest in observing gamblers, monsieur, particularly when high stakes are involved.
Oh?
Monsieur, I congratulate you on the speed with which you have made yourself acquainted in Saigon.
What do you mean?
Did I not observe you conversing at the bar with Surat?
Surat?
The stout gentleman.
You mean the guy who was standing next to me, the one with the face like a toad?
Your description does not flatter him, but it is accurate.
Well, thanks, Surat. I'll see you around.
Undoubtedly, monsieur.
I'm sorry I took so long, Al.
Oh, it's quite all right. Well, here is your drink.
Thanks. Say, what happened to the guy who was next to me here, the one who moved over to make room?
Huh? Oh, I do not know, Steve. I was not noticing.
Surat.
Is that his name?
Yeah. Well, cheers.
Yes.
Monsieur Mitchell. You, Mitchell.
Over here, boy.
You are a busy man.
I seem to be.
Monsieur Mitchell,
Yeah, what is it?
you are wanted outside, monsieur.
Oh, by whom?
Oh, he not give name, monsieur. But he say quite urgent.
Okay. Here.
Oh, thank you, monsieur.
Well,
I know. You will be gone but a minute. Yes. I will wait for you.
Mitchell, Effendi.
Who are you?
You are Steve Mitchell?
What do you want, a calling card? Yeah, I'm Steve Mitchell. I suppose you tell me why you got me out here.
I am Dalai. I suggest that we walk, Effendi.
Oh, you always suggest with a gun, Dalai?
When it is necessary, Effendi. Come.
Mind telling me where we're going?
Certainly not. Right around the corner here and into the alley.
Cozy in here.
And dark and
Wait a minute. Looks like we've got company in here.
it is but my friend Banchak, Effendi.
Oh, hello. What's the matter? Is he bashful?
He cannot speak. His tongue was removed by force some years ago. But he is strong and willing. Banchak.
Why, you...
That reminder from Banchak will serve to open the conversation.
Look, I don't know what this is all about.
To be brief, Effendi, you have information which I require. The locations of the 3 sunken ships.
The ships? You think I know where they were sunk?
Banchak.
Look.
Perhaps that will refresh your memory.
How can I tell you the location when I don't know?
Again, Banchak.
I tell you, this isn't going to do you any good. I don't know where those ships were sunk.
Very well. If you intend to be stubborn, you may proceed, Banchak. I told you not to resist.
Well, if you think I'm going to stand here and let this big ape make mince meat out of me.
Very well, Effendi. It is a pity the Effendi bleeds so easily, Banchak. But I must not deprive you of extended enjoyment. You may kick him. I will tell you when to stop.
The National Broadcasting Company is bringing you Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell in the second of an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment. The time, the next morning. The place, a luxuriously furnished bedroom in a spacious villa near Saigon, overlooking the sea.
Ah, you are awake at last, then.
You can call it that. Hey, wait a minute. You're Liana's brother, aren't you?
Mati, your servant.
Look, would you mind telling me how I got into this harem?
You are in the house of my sister, Liana.
How did I get here?
Well, Liana became worried when you did not return to the casino last night. We went outside to look for you and found you crawling out of the alley, badly beaten. So we brought you home with us. You are all bloody. How do you feel now?
All bloody. Hey, help me out of this mink-lined cradle, will you?
Oh, of course.
Where are my pants? Hey, wait a minute.
No. It was I who put you to bed. And here are your pants.
Hey. Where's Liana?
Swimming in the ocean. Come, you can see her out the window.
Hey, she's quite a swimmer, isn't she? Does she always swim out that far?
Oh, yes. Every morning.
I'm not that ambitious this morning, but a dip would do me good.
Oh, Stevie, you are quite a swimmer yourself.
Thanks. That water made me feel almost human again. Any cigarettes around here?
Right here in my robe. Here you are. You look much better than when we found you last night.
You know, you've taken awfully good care of me, Liana. Why?
Why? Oh, perhaps there have been so many places, many times, many men in my life. And with me, there's always been the same. But then last night I saw you. And I knew you were something different.
How different?
I think your bruises feel better.
It helps. You know, that's a kind of medicine I could get addicted to, Liana.
Bad. Perhaps when I return from Singapore, there will be more time to become addicted.
When do you sail?
At 8 tonight, on the Malayan Queen.
I guess my luck's still no good. Okay, look, I gotta go back to my hotel and pick up a change of clothes. But anyway, I'll be down to see you off tonight.
Mr. Mitchell.
Eh? Hey, how'd you get in here?
I'm Surratt. I learned you were registered at this hotel, so I took the liberty of waiting here in your room.
Quite the liberty, wasn't it?
Occasion demands it. The courtesies must be omitted.
What's the occasion?
I will be brief. Mr. Mitchell, I will assume you are a man who is interested in money.
That's a safe assumption, Surratt.
I believe you're in possession of certain information which is of value to me.
Here we go again.
Sir?
Look, you happen to know a couple of cutthroats named Dalai and Benjack? Benjack's a big lug with no tongue.
Dalai and Benjack? I have not had the pleasure of their acquaintance, sir.
Oh, it's no pleasure, believe me.
Sir?
I'll skip it. Now, what's this about certain information I have?
I will not waste words. 10,000 American dollars for the location of the sunken ships.
10,000? Means a lot to you, doesn't it? You've been shipping teakwood on the Malayan Star Line, haven't you?
From my plantation up the river, sir. It is a matter of record.
I didn't know teakwood was that valuable.
I repeat my offer. 10,000 American dollars.
I'll have to have a little time to think it over, Surratt.
I cannot grant you much time, sir. I am sailing tonight on the Malayan Queen. You have until 7:30 this evening.
Okay.
I will expect your answer before sailing time. Until then, good day, sir.
Malayan Starline.
Mr. Brevant, please.
I am sorry, sir, but he's gone.
Gone?
Yes, sir, on a business trip. He is sailing in half an hour on the Malayan Queen.
Could you get word to him that... never mind, I'll call you back. Come in.
Mitchell,
Dixon, what's the matter?
knife in my back.
What happened?
Malayan Queen, ready to sail.
Yeah, I know.
I saw someone go aboard. That was on the other ship.
You mean the ship that was sunk?
Yes.
Who was it?
Followed me, stabbed me.
Who stabbed you? Dixon! Dixon!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Mitchell, but I don't leave the bridge until we're out of the channel.
That's okay, Captain. I'd like you to look at these credentials. They'll explain who I am and why I'm aboard your ship.
You're investigating the recent sinkings.
Yes, Captain. A couple of people seem awfully interested in the location of those sunken ships. I'm kicking an idea around that maybe there was something pretty valuable aboard them.
What would it be?
I don't know. Are you carrying the same sort of cargo on this ship that was on the others?
Yes, as far as I know.
Another shipment of teakwood from Surratt's plantation?
There is. Also some American rehabilitation supplies.
Tell me, could those rehabilitation supplies be salvaged after they were sunk?
Oh, no. The water had ruined.
Captain, suppose you wanted to sink a ship and recover something from it later.
What?
Where would you sink it?
Well, I suppose in shallow water.
Yeah. Now, what's the first shallow water we'll be passing through tonight?
Now, let's see. We'll pass through the Diablo Shoals a little after midnight. Depth there's only 15 fathoms.
I see. Is that the passenger list on your desk?
Yes. Here.
Yeah, looks like the gang's all here. Brevant, Rihanna, her brother Metik, and Surratt. Captain, I need your full cooperation.
Why, certainly. What is it?
I'd like you to order these 4 passengers to be in Brevant's stateroom 3 hours from now at 11 tonight.
Brevant, I demand an explanation of this, being hauled up to your cabin like a common criminal.
But, Monsieur Surratt, I am as much in the dark as you.
I do not think it necessary to point out that this may cost you my business, Brevant.
If you would only tell us the reason for all this, Effendi Brevant.
Matik, I'm sure there must be a good reason for all this. If we are but patient, we will learn what it is.
Here is the man who is responsible, Monsieur Mitchell.
Steve!
Hello, Liana. Matik.
Your servant, Effendi.
Good evening, sir.
Surratt.
Apparently you forgot our appointment, Mr. Mitchell.
I didn't forget it. I had a couple of other things to take care of.
Perhaps, sir, you'll be good enough to explain what this is all about.
Sure, I'll explain. I'll make it short. I think one of you is responsible for the sinkings of those 3 ships.
You are joking, Steve.
Sorry, Liana.
But to suggest that I could have anything to do with it.
You're a good swimmer. I'm afraid I'll have to count you in.
It's so ridiculous to think that I or my brother could be involved in such a thing.
You make a serious charge against us, Effendi.
I know.
This is an insult to my long years of service on the line.
Perhaps it is a serious charge as far as the others are concerned, Mr. Mitchell. But to suspect that I am involved is ridiculous. Much valuable teakwood of mine was sunk with those ships.
Yeah. And maybe it's more valuable than I thought at first.
What do you mean by that, sir?
I'll let it ride for the time being because I've got another piece of news for you. Of course, it isn't really news for one of you.
What do you mean, Steve?
There was a ship's cook named Dixon, survivor of one of the sinkings. Tonight, he saw one of you come aboard. He recognized you as being on that other ship. So whichever one of you it was, killed him to shut his mouth.
I assure you this is the first of these ships I have been aboard, sir, and also the last.
One of you 4 is the killer and dynamiter. That person has a bomb planted on this ship and plans to dive overboard before the explosion. And that explosion is due for about midnight, 45 minutes from now.
Steve, this is ridiculous.
Is it? Just keep your eyes on that clock, all of you. Nobody's going to leave this cabin for the next 45 minutes. We're going to sweat it out together, just watching that minute hand creep around to midnight. $11:30. Anyone feel like talking yet?
Really, Mitchell?
Really? What?
Haven't you carried this silly joke far enough, Steve?
There is only one way to prove he is mistaken in his suspicions, Liana. That is to wait.
Can't we get a little air into this cabin? It's so infernally hot.
You know something, Surratt? It's going to get a lot hotter. Seven minutes to midnight. We reach shallow water in about 10 minutes. That means 10 minutes before the ship gets blown up. Anybody's tongue loosening up? Surratt?
I demand to be released from this pest hole.
Brevant?
You must be insane.
Liana?
Think I once considered you.
Yeah, save the romance. Matik, how about you? You feel like talking?
When one knows nothing, one can say nothing of him.
Okay, keep watching that minute hand,
Got to get out of here. You've got to let me go.
So you're the one, Surratt?
No. You must believe me. I would be the last one in the world to blow those ships up.
Why?
Surratt!
There's gold hidden in those crates of teakwood.
Surratt, you fool! He was only bluffing. Now you have told me.
You haven't told me enough. Keep talking.
I have nothing more to say.
Look, Surratt, 3 ships have been sunk on account of this. Now open up. Start talking.
No.
You better talk before I beat it out of you. Now spill it.
All right. During the war, an air raid, a ship carrying gold bullion steamed up the river to escape. But it was sunk near my plantation.
I think I could take it from there. You recovered the gold, and this is the way you've been sneaking it out of Indochina, huh? Hidden in crates of teakwood?
Yes, it was Liana's
Shut
idea.
up,
But someone must have found out about the gold and has been sinking the ships.
Yeah, in shallow water so they can get the gold later.
Effendi Mitchell, now that we know Surratt is guilty, you will please allow me to leave. I have a headache.
Mitchell, it is almost midnight. Yeah, nobody's leaving until I find out who's mined this ship.
Effendi Mitchell,
You keep looking at your watch, Matik. Why?
Matik, what is the matter? Matik, you didn't. You did. You put the explosives on this ship, too. You were going to jump overboard and leave me here, you fool.
Where'd you plant it, Matik? Where did you plant it?
Let me out of here.
You're not going anywhere.
The nitroglycerin will explode into me.
Matik, you sank those ships. You and Liana betrayed me. Very well.
Surratt, put that gun away. Surratt!
And for you, Liana.
Stand that gun, Bravant. Wait. I think, where's the nitroglycerin? Where is it? Surratt, you jughead. You killed the only man who knew where it was hidden. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds to find that nitro. Genius. Any ideas, Bravant?
But he could not have put it below decks. Men are stationed all over the ship. It must be in his cabin. Come on.
What? Get back, Bravant.
Wait.
Take that side of the room. I'll take this.
All right.
It's got to be in here somewhere. It's got to be.
There's nothing over here, Mitchell.
Wait a minute. Listen. There's something kicking.
Yes, I did it.
Under the bunk. Look, that black suitcase. Easy.
Throw it overboard. Throw it overboard quick.
Yeah, I got to get out of the way, Bravant. I got to get it over the rail.
Hurry, Mitchell, hurry. Only a few seconds more, but explode through it as fast as you can.
You don't have to tell me that. In the deck.
Mitchell, are you all right, Mitchell?
Yeah. Except that I'm about 5 years older, Captain. That was close.
Yeah, too close. Probably buckled if you were the ship's plate.
Yeah, well, you better put Surratt under arrest. You can turn him over to the authorities when the ship reaches port.
Yeah.
Chances of getting a gold that's already been sunk are pretty slim, but probably a lot of it's still at Surratt's plantation. The government can check that.
Mitchell, allow me to say, I have never seen one so calm in the face of danger. All the time we were waiting in my cabinet, I realized what your plan was. My heart was in my throat.
You think mine wasn't? It was choking me. Look at me, Bravant. I look like a fairly intelligent guy, don't I?
Well, yes, of course.
With a normal assortment of brains.
Certainly.
And a reasonable amount of common sense.
But of course.
And will you tell me something?
What is it?
Why did I ever get myself mixed up in a job like this?
You have just heard the second in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Ripe and directed by Bill Karn, with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
TaxAct knows you probably don't need help filing taxes. But if you get stuck, we have live experts you can talk to. And who knows, you could hit it off and become long-term tax friends, staying up late at night, talking about deductions, refunds, personal exemptions. Heck, you could even fall in love and create a little dependent of your own one day. Or they could just answer your filing questions. TaxAct. Let's get them over with.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The time, 10 p.m. The place, the spacious drawing room of a villa in the south of France overlooking the Mediterranean. A stout man in a velvet dressing gown sits at the piano, his stubby fingers gliding expertly over the keys.
Come in, Philippe. I thought you were Philippe, my butler.
You were wrong, Baranco.
Who are you? And how did you get into my villa?
I'm called Dominic, and I walked in.
But what do you want?
Only a trifle, but Uncle. Your life.
What?
Such a disco.
You've seen him in such pictures as Canyon Passage, American Romance, and The Great McGinty. Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy, and another two-fisted portrayal as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. Guess where I found him? On second thought, better not.
Steve?
Hello, Commissioner. Well, where am I going this time?
Paris.
Paris. Hey, what was her name now?
Don't count on that, Steve. And no horse races either. This isn't a pleasure trip. It's strictly business and dangerous business.
I might have known. Okay, Commissioner, let's have it.
Steve, last week a man fell down an elevator shaft in Bombay. Died instantly. 5 days ago, a private plane crashed near Stockholm. The owner also died instantly.
Oh, so there have been a couple of accidents around the world. What's that got to do with me?
We thought they were accidents at first, but night before last, a third man was murdered in his villa in the south of France, shot to death while sitting at his piano.
Can anyone play that dead?
Steve, there's a tie-in between these three men, one that's tremendously important to us. These dead men were all millionaires in their own countries. 2 weeks ago, 7 of them met to plan a giant merger.
What kind of a merger?
They pooled all their capital to form a holding company which would finance industrial expansion in backward countries.
I see.
We believe that interests hostile to the plan are obstructing it.
Well, it sounds like a pretty effective way to obstruct it, all right. Killing off the partners. You say there were 7 originally. That leaves 4 now.
3. Last night, the killer struck again.
What?
In Paris. 2 of the partners had dinner together. Marcel Laborde and the American Scott Wheeler. As they left the cafe, they were fired up. Laborde was killed.
You know, I'm beginning to think you've got a nice, safe job picked out for me, Commissioner. I get to play bodyguard, huh?
As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent after an interview with the American, Scott Wheeler. Actually, your job is to protect him and the other surviving partners, and to get to the bottom of these killings.
Where's this Scott Wheeler staying?
At the Hotel Brevon. That will be your first stop in Paris.
Ruth got my press credentials and passport ready?
And your plane ticket. Take off in 2 hours. Steve, we don't want anything to interfere with the plans of these men. Those killings have got to be stopped. That's your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
Welcome to Hotel Bravo, monsieur. What type of accommodation would you prefer?
I'll let you know later. Right now, I'd like the number of Scott Wheeler's room here.
I beg your pardon.
Hello.
You wish to see Mr. Wheeler?
That's right.
May I ask your name?
You may. I'm Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent.
Hello. I'm Martha Vaughn. May I see your credentials? Your press credentials. May I please see them?
Yes, I guess so. I don't quite understand.
I'm Scott Wheeler's secretary.
Oh, sure. Here they are.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Just that we don't wish to take any chances, particularly after the recent attempt on Mr. Wheeler's life.
Matter of fact, that's what I want to interview him about.
Oh, all right. I'll take you up to his suite, if you don't mind.
Should I mind?
Look.
We miss you.
That man who was just here. You Steve Mitchell?
Oui, he was a friend of yours.
Oui. Thank you.
Monsieur, you wish to leave a message for him?
No. I will deliver it to him later. In person.
Go on in, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Wheeler, this is Steve Mitchell. He's a foreign correspondent from the United States.
Hello.
Nice to know you, Mitchell. Meet my associate,
Gordon Hensley.
Hi.
How do you do? Well, I'll be running along, Wheeler. Ring me up as soon as Voorhees arrives, will you?
Okay.
Good day, gentlemen.
Well, what can I do for you, Mitchell?
Well, I believe you'd like a story about the shooting night before last, Mr. Wheeler.
That's right.
There's not much to tell. The board and I had dinner together, took a walk afterward. The board felt like a cognac, so we stopped in a little place called La Patate.
La patate. That's slang for potato, isn't it?
Yes. They think of some strange names for their bars. Anyway, we had a drink and left. Just as we went out the door, I heard some quick footsteps behind us. I started to turn around. The next thing I knew, one bullet whistled by my ear, another one hit the board and killed me.
I see. I'd like to take a look at this bar where the shooting took place.
La Patate?
Yeah. Where is it?
Well, it's sort of a hard place to find. Martha, why don't you show Mitchell where it is? All right with you, Mitchell?
I can't think of a guide I'd rather have, Mr. Wheeler. Thank you.
I'll try not to get you lost, Mr. Mitchell.
Would that be bad?
Come on.
So this is the potato. Sounds like a hot potato right now. That's some music.
That's what they call le jazz haute, Mr. Mitchell.
I can believe it. You know, I've got one rule with all my guys, Martha. They call me Steve.
All right. You sound like you've had a lot of guys. Steve?
I get lost easily.
No.
You worked for Mr. Wheeler very long, Martha?
What? About a year.
Like it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Seem to be talking about me all of a sudden, Steve. I thought it was the attempt on Mr. Wheeler's life you were interested in.
I've got a 2-track mind. Okay, I'll get back on track 1. Now, as I get it, Wheeler and Laborde came here, had one drink, and left.
Yes, the shooting took place right outside. Apparently someone followed...
What's the matter?
Steve, that little man who just walked by.
What? Oh, the gent with squeaky shoes? What about him?
Well, I've noticed him hanging around the lobby of our hotel lately.
What?
Yes, and night before last, just after Mr. Wheeler and Laborde went out to dinner, he left too.
Hey, maybe we should have a talk with him.
Steve, look, he saw us watching him. He's going out the front door.
Come on.
I wonder...
What?
Nothing. We'll talk about it later.
There he goes in that cab.
Come on. There's another cab over here.
Yeah. Driver?
Oui, monsieur. Taxi cab, huh?
Yeah. That cab, hightailing it down the street. Don't let it out of your sight. Let's go. Squeaky Shoes knows he's being followed all right. That cab of his is really traveling.
Steve, look. He's stopping in front of that building in the next block.
Yeah. In front of the inside. Driver, pull up behind that other cab.
Oui, monsieur.
Hey, what kind of a building is this anyway?
Right. The museum, Steve.
Museum? Okay, we'll look inside. Some museum, Martha. Looks like King Arthur's round table.
We're in the medieval room, Steve. The armor, the weapons, and the tapestries are all from the Middle Ages.
Too many places for Squeaky Shoes to hide. Look at all those drapes.
It's got to be in here somewhere, Steve.
Unless there's a back door to this place.
I didn't think of that.
Boy, these suits of armor really must have been comfortable on a hot day.
Look at the battle axe of this suit.
Yeah, it reminds me of a lot of old mother-in-law jokes. Now, come on, let's go.
Oh, Steve, watch out! Huh? The armor, the battle axe is falling. Steve, you all right?
Got a haircut the hard way. Help me get this tin tuxedo off.
Oh, yes, of course.
Somebody behind the drapes shoved it over. He's probably long gone by now. Well, come on, Martha. Let's go back to Wheeler's suite. Mr. Wheeler, I think it's time we laid a few cards on the table. I'm not just after a story. I've been assigned to investigate these killings. Here are my credentials.
I see.
Mr. Wheeler, in that case, I'd better tell Mr. Mitchell what I was going to tell you.
What do you mean, Martha?
The little man with the squeaky shoes. Yesterday, I saw him at the door to Mr. Hensley's suite, like he'd just come out.
What?
You sure about that, Martha?
Later, I saw him go into a rooming house across the street.
Wheeler, this squeaky shoes boy could be the one who took a shot at you and Laborde the other night.
But what would he be doing in Hemsley's room?
I don't know. Yes. Come on, Martha. Let's take a look at that rooming house.
I think this is it, Steve.
Looks like a real dive, doesn't it?
No.
But at least it's a convenient location just across the street from Hemsley's hotel.
You think there is some connection between them, Steve?
Let's go in. Fresh air would really smell funny in here.
There don't seem to be any rooms downstairs.
Come on, we'll try the stairway.
Steve, wait. You hear that?
Yeah. Squeaky shoes.
There he is at the head of the stairs.
Hey, you. Wait a minute. I want to talk to you. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Steve, he's bleeding.
He's grabbing him in the chest. Get out of the way, Martha. Here he comes. Smoke.
Steve, is he still breathing?
Not anymore.
In just a moment, our star, Brian Donlevy, returns as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. Today, the armed forces of the United States are concerned with hundreds of contributions to the activities of peace. America's forces are scientific forces devoted largely to the training of scientists and technicians, specialists in the techniques that make for better living in peacetime. Yes, America's armed forces constitute the world's greatest scientific enterprise. And to man that enterprise, the services are seeking suitable trainees capable of profiting from education and capable of leadership and responsibility. For the right men, the armed forces offer a whole world of technical training for the service and for the future. So if you're thinking of an active career, an educational career, a vital career, think of the armed forces of the United States. Now, the National Broadcasting Company brings you Act Two of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. The time, 30 seconds later. Steve and Martha have run up the stairs and are searching the dead man's room.
Nothing here that I can see, Steve.
The killer must have gone out the window, Martha. Still open. Well, let's go on back.
Steve, looks like the doorway is occupied.
Oh.
I'm Inspector Brizard of the Surete. Your name, monsieur?
Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent. This is Miss Martha Vaughn.
Mademoiselle?
Inspector?
Monsieur, what connection exists between you and the dead man downstairs?
Connection? None at all.
Then what are you doing in his room?
Trying to find the guy who stabbed him a couple of minutes ago.
And you do not know the dead man at all?
I don't even know the guy's name.
It is Dominique.
Dominique? That's supposed to mean something to me?
It does to most of the police in Europe, monsieur. Dominique was a hired killer.
Oh? You happen to know who his last boss was?
No, monsieur. But we had heard Dominique was in Paris and had trailed him here. As you see, a few moments too late.
Yeah. Well, look, Inspector, this is all very nice. But if you'll excuse me, I have a transatlantic call to put in.
You say you are a foreign correspondent, Monsieur Mitchell.
That's why the telephone call. My boss likes to hear from me now and then.
Monsieur, perhaps your interest in this affair is greater than the procuring of a mere story, and perhaps not.
Well, you've covered all the possibilities, Inspector.
In any case, you will please keep yourself available for questioning. Paris is a big city, monsieur, but I am quite capable of finding you should you choose to find. Kindly do not put me to the trouble.
Yes, sir.
It's Steve calling from Paris, Commissioner. He's on the line now.
Good. Hello?
Hello, Commissioner.
Steve, how are you doing?
Who knows? A few hours ago, I had a near miss with a battle axe.
What?
Oh, no one you know.
Now, Steve.
No, I mean literally, Commissioner. I had a hot lead for a while, a hired killer who needed a new pair of shoes. His name was Dominic.
Was?
Yeah. Somebody with a sharp knife beat me to him.
The other lead, Steve?
Well, there may be a tie-in between Dominic and the Englishman, Gordon Hemsley,
What?
one of the partners. Yeah, that's right. Nothing definite on him yet. There's still someone missing from the party, a third surviving partner, Carl Voorhees. He's supposed to arrive from Amsterdam tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Why, Steve, we have information that Voorhees has been in Paris for 2 days.
Oh, that's interesting. Incidentally, Commissioner, I wish you'd check on the exact terms of that merger.
All right, Steve. Why?
Oh, just a hunch I'm working on. Cable what information you can get to me at the Hotel Brabant. I'm on my way back there now to talk to Wheeler again.
Mitchell, I'm no hero. If I'd known what this merger was going to mean, I'd never have gone into it, in spite of the good I know it'll do. But it's too late to back out now. All the papers have been signed.
I think you should leave Paris, Mr. Wheeler.
Don't worry. As soon as this meeting's over, I'm going to.
What's the timetable on the meeting, Mr. Wheeler?
Voorhees is coming in tomorrow from Amsterdam. He, Hemsley, and I are meeting tomorrow night around 10 to set a few final details. Then the quicker I get out of Paris, the better. Who?
I'll go, Mr. Wheeler. Who is it, please?
Voorhees.
Voorhees?
Good evening, Wheeler.
Hello, Voorhees. I wasn't expecting you until tomorrow.
I decided to come tonight.
You know Martha?
Fräulein?
This is Steve Mitchell, a foreign correspondent.
Hello.
Mania Mitchell.
You say you just got in, Mr. Voorhees?
An hour ago.
That's funny. I heard you got in 2 days ago.
That is a lie.
Is it?
Mynheer Mitchell, my affairs are no concern of yours.
Where are you staying, please?
The Continental.
Oh, just across the street.
It's too late to get anything done tonight, Voorhees.
Where's Hemsley?
Hemsley, he's staying at the Splendide. I suggest we meet here in my suite tomorrow night. How about 9:30?
Yeah. I see you then, Wheeler.
Good night.
Good night, Fräulein. Mynheer Mitchell.
Good night.
I wonder what he's been doing those 2 days he's been here.
So do I.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm worried. I'd appreciate it if you'd be here tomorrow night for that meeting also.
Might be a good idea.
If you could get here before the rest come, say a little before 9.
Okay. Well, I'm going over to see your partner, Gordon Hemsley. You better stay in your room all day tomorrow, Mr. Wheeler. I'll see you tomorrow night, about 8:45.
Really, Mr. Mitchell, I can't say I relish being disturbed this late at night, just because you want some sort of silly interview.
Well, I'd like at least to get a statement from you, Mr. Hemsley. 7 of you put through a merger. So far, 4 partners have been killed. That leaves just 3 of you. Yourself, Wheeler, and Voorhees.
Well, I'll get it, Mr. Hemsley.
I hope. Very well, Mr. Mitchell, I'll give you a statement. This merger will accomplish a great deal of good. I personally intend to carry it through regardless of threats or any consequences to me.
Speaking of threats, can you throw any light on the death of a hired killer named Dominic?
Dominic? I don't know anyone by that name.
Don't you? He was seen outside your room shortly before he was killed.
Mr. Hemsley.
Yes?
It's Voorhees on the telephone. He said when he was here this afternoon, he forgot to ask...
Voorhees here?
Never mind. I'll take the call. You have your statement, Mr. Mitchell. Would you please excuse me?
Sure. And thanks. See you around.
I wish I'd set this meeting earlier. What time is it, Mitchell?
2 minutes to 9, Wheeler.
Oh, care for another drink?
Thanks. Wheeler, you ever hear of a thing called a squeeze play?
Squeeze play? Here's your drink.
Thanks. How sure are you of your partners, Hemsley and Voorhees?
What are you getting at, Mitchell?
They met yesterday afternoon.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure yet.
Well, I wish I'd never gotten into this deal in the first place. Come on, let's go into the drawing room. It's a little more cheerful in there.
Okay. Incidentally, I've been meaning to ask you, You say you hired Martha about a year ago.
That's right.
Who recommended her to you?
Let's see. Why, it was Hemsley.
Uh-huh.
After you, Mitchell.
Where are the lights, Wheeler?
Over on the other wall.
Okay, I'll get you. Oh, my head. Wheeler. Hey, you're bleeding.
Shot. Shoulder, I think.
What happened?
Don't know. Saw someone hit you on the head. I tried to dodge. Shot me in the shoulder. Then you ran out.
Okay. Ought to be a doctor in the hotel. I'll get him. Then I'll call the police.
Monsieur Mitchell, once again I find you at the scene of a crime.
Believe me, Inspector, it was not my choice either time.
You say you were unconscious when Monsieur Wheeler was shot. Have you any idea how long you were unconscious?
Just a few seconds. I heard the clock start to strike 9 as I walked into this room, and it was still striking when I came to.
That stain and broken glass on the carpet, what do they represent?
Well, part of the glass is from my wristwatch, I guess. The rest of it and the stain are from the drink I was holding in my hand when I got slugged.
Steve, what's happened?
Martha. Well, Hensley.
The gendarme at the door said something about a shooting.
Yeah, Wheeler was shot.
What? Steve, is he still alive?
Yeah, he's in the next room with the doctor. He's going to be all right. I just think it's a flesh wound.
Oh.
That's good news. Is it, Hensley?
What do you mean by that, Mitchell?
Skip it.
Permit me, I am Inspector Brisac of the Sûreté. Did you two come over here together?
No. We just happened to arrive together, Inspector.
I see.
My room is just down the hall.
Permit me to inquire as to your movement for the past hour.
Why, I was in my room reading.
Mademoiselle has a witness?
What? No.
And you, Monsieur Hemsley?
Wheeler had scheduled a meeting for 9:30. I waited in my hotel until it was time to come over. Then I came over.
So,
incidentally, where's Carl Voorhees?
Why, I expected to find him here for the meeting.
I will answer. Brisac speaking. Oui, Giraud. What is that? So, you are sure of the time? Merci. At 9 o'clock, Monsieur Voorhees called room service for surmise. When the boy arrived 5 minutes later, he found Voorhees with a bullet through his heart. It is indeed a perplexing case, Mitchell. Our killer moves very fast. He shoots Monsieur Wheeler and kills Monsieur Voorhees all in the space of 10 minutes.
Yeah. Of course, Voorhees lived just down the street from Wheeler.
Well, it is my turn to buy the drinks, Mitchell.
Oh, I've still got some here. I think I'll just have a little ice in it.
If you prefer.
Hey,
Monsieur?
How long has it been since our last drink?
20, perhaps 30 minutes.
Yeah. Look, Inspector, you asked me about that stain on the carpet of Wheeler's drawing room. I said it was broken glass and liquor.
That is correct, Mitchell.
Was there any ice on the carpet?
No, there was not.
Inspector, half an hour ago, I got a cable from the commissioner. Here, take a look at it.
Terms of merger such that in event of one partner's death, his voting interest passes to survivor.
Now, if you'll round up everyone in Wheeler's room in a few minutes, I think I can deliver you one grade A killer. How's the shoulder, Mr. Wheeler?
Coming along, but I don't understand the purpose of this meeting.
What's it all about, Steve?
Yes, being summoned here like fugitives from justice.
Monsieur Mitchell is host at this gathering. He will explain.
And I'll make it short. The person who shot Mr. Wheeler in the shoulder and killed Voorhees is undoubtedly the same one who hired Dominic to kill the other partners.
You mean one man's behind this whole thing, Steve?
One man or woman, Martha. I'd like to show you how that killer arranged the shootings tonight. Mr. Wheeler, this clock that was striking when I got slugged, has it been running okay lately?
Why, yes, it has. Matter of fact, Martha took it to be fixed a couple of days ago.
I see.
Well, I don't see, Steve. What are you driving at?
When I got knocked out, the clock was striking 9. When I came to, it was still striking, so I figured I'd just been out a few seconds. Actually, I was unconscious nearly 20 minutes, long enough for the killer to get to Voorhees' hotel, kill him, come back, reset the clock, and then shoot himself in the shoulder.
What?
What about it, Monsieur Wheeler?
I'm afraid Mr. Mitchell's imagination is working overtime. Mitchell, do you actually think I'd shoot myself?
If the stakes were high enough, and in this deal they are. You'd already knocked off 4 of your partners. That left only Voorhees and Hemsley in your way.
I say, Voorhees and I were getting a little suspicious of Wheeler. We met yesterday afternoon to talk about it.
My patience with your sense of humor is wearing thin, Mitchell. You're making a lot of statements that would be very difficult to prove.
You're wrong there. I can prove most of them with the help of just one ice cube.
Ice cube?
Yeah. When I came to, all the ice in my drink had melted. Yet just now, down in the bar, it took the ice in my drink almost 20 minutes to melt.
Well, Monsieur Wheeler?
But kind of hard to explain that away, wouldn't it, Wheeler? Wouldn't it?
I have nothing to say until I've seen my lawyers.
That can be easily arranged, Monsieur. They will find it easy to locate you. You will be in prison.
Going to have some time to play in Paris, Steve?
I'm afraid not, Martha.
Too bad. Take a look at the newspapers. Full of things to do, places to go. We could have a lot of fun.
You don't have to sell me on that. Hey, look at this picture of the horse race.
So what about?
Well, the horses are running in the wrong direction.
What? Oh, no, that's the way they do over here, Steve. The horses run clockwise instead of counterclockwise like in the States.
You know something?
What?
I think I'd better stay here a couple of days after all.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. The way I pick horses, I could clean up a fortune.
Oh.
Mine always run backwards.
You've just heard the 5th in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Wright and directed by Bill Karn, with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
Imagine what's possible when learning doesn't get in the way of life. At Capella University, our game-changing FlexPath learning format lets you set your own deadline so you can learn at a time and pace that works for you. It's an education you can tailor to your schedule. That means you don't have to put your life on hold to pursue your professional goals. Instead, enjoy learning your way and earn your degree without missing a beat. A different future is closer than you think with Capella University. Learn more at capella.edu.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The time, sunset. The place, a small fishing village on the coast of Portugal. 2 fishermen trudge wearily homeward past a deserted monastery near the waterfront. A sudden sound breaks the stillness of the evening air.
Sanchez, listen, huh? The monastery bell is ringing.
Oh, but that is impossible, Naranja. No one has lived in that monastery for 5 years.
Now it's quiet. Come, Sanchez, we better go see.
Tanya, here is some food and blankets. Someone has been living here for centuries. Look, here, a man hanging from the bell rope. Quick, let us cut him down. It's too late, Naranja. He is dead.
You've seen him in such pictures as Wake Island, Stand By for Action, and Command Decision. Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy, in another two-fisted portrayal as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment.
You know, you pull me away from more big deals.
I want to talk to you about Alan Prescott, Steve.
Oh, is he back? That's good.
No, he's not back. Steve, Alan Prescott is dead.
Let me have that again.
I'm sorry, Steve. I know he was one of your best friends.
Alan dead? How did it happen, Commissioner?
He was found hanging from a bell rope in a deserted monastery.
Where?
Portuguese fishing village, Mazimbra is the name.
What was he doing there?
Alan had been assigned to investigate rumors about a wholesale racket to smuggle aliens into the United States.
Oh, looks like he got too warm.
Yeah. Steve, I figured you'd want this assignment.
I do. There be any contacts over there?
One, for a change, it's a man we know we can trust. He's helped us before in the past, and he was working with Alan on this illegal entry investigation.
What's his name?
Perez. He runs a pet shop in Mazimbra. That'll be your first stop in Portugal.
Okay.
As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent. Steve, I want you to go over there and find the men who killed Alan and get enough information so we can smash their racket. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Flight 9, now departing for Bermuda, the Azores, and Lisbon, Portugal. All aboard, please.
Here is Senor Perez's pet shop. His light is still on.
Yeah. Okay, driver. There you are.
Oh, gracias. You want me to wait for you, senor?
No, thanks. Hey,
Senor Perez, there's many birds in his shop, senor.
so I hear.
Good night, senor.
All right. Boy, what a menagerie. Anybody home? Perez? Perez? Okay, Polly, you call him too. Hey, Perez! Perez! Hey, what's the matter, Polly? You got a persecution complex? No, maybe Perez in the back room. Perez?
You're joking me.
Oh, shut up. Dark in there. I don't know where he is. What?
Here they come. Do as I say.
Okay. Look, Perez, I want to talk to you. I'm a friend of Alan Prescott's.
I will turn on the lights.
That's better. Perez, what's the matter? You're bleeding.
There has been a fight.
Here. Come on over here and sit down. Let me help you.
Thank you. I will be all right.
What happened?
2 men came into my shop with knives, tried to kill me. I got my gun and drove them off. When I heard you coming a minute ago, I thought they had come back.
Yeah, I guess that's what your parrot thought, too.
You say you are a friend of Alan Prescott? You were sent to take over the case he was working on, huh?
That's right.
The alien smuggling ring. I was working on it with Senor Prescott.
How much had he found out?
Right. So far, very little, Senor. However, I expect to come into possession of some valuable information tomorrow.
Okay, I'll check with you then. Now, you better get a doctor to look after those cuts, Perez. I'm going to the police station.
that you wish to see me, Senor?
Yeah. You in charge of the police here?
At the moment, I am Lieutenant Vieira, Senor.
Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent. I just flew in from the States today.
See, you landed at Lisbon, took the train to Nazimbra, by taxi cab to the departure for Senor Perez.
What?
Remained there 30 minutes, then walked here to the police station.
Huh. I didn't know my activities were a matter of such interest to you.
I have been sent here from Lisbon to investigate certain matters, Senor. So at the moment, I am interested in everyone who comes to Nazimbra.
Yeah? Well, a friend of mine came here a couple of days ago. He got killed in a deserted monastery.
You are perhaps referring to Alan Prescott, another so-called foreign correspondent?
What do you mean, so-called?
There are indications that he was investigating the existence of an organization to smuggle Europeans into the United States.
You're right, Lieutenant Vieira. And I've been assigned to take over the investigation.
I see. You have proof of this?
Yeah. Here are my credentials.
So, Senor Mitchell, there is something in the next room which may be of interest to you.
Oh?
After you, Senor?
Hey, this looks like the morgue.
For the present, it must serve.
5 bodies?
See, they were found under one of the fishing wharves, their hands and feet securely tied.
You figure that these men were some of the paying customers in this alien smuggling racket?
It is possible.
Yeah. Maybe things got a little too hot for the smugglers all of a sudden, so they dumped these guys in the water. Who discovered the bodies?
We did. Our police launch patrols the entire bay every day at sunset.
I see. Any identification on any of them?
Their pockets were empty. But we were able to identify this man.
Oh.
From his fingerprints.
Got a criminal record, huh?
See. His name is Luis Delgado from Villarreal to the north of here. He has been living there with his sister, Maria Delgado.
Might be a good idea to pay Maria a visit.
I was about to suggest it, Senor Mitchell.
Let's go. How much farther to Villarreal, Lieutenant?
But a few miles, Mitchell.
You sure believe in taking precautions, don't you?
Senor?
Having one of your boys, Taylor's.
Taylor's? I do not understand, Mitchell.
Well, that car behind us. It's been following us for the last 10 minutes.
I gave no orders to follow us, Mitchell.
What? Then who? Hey, he's coming up at us.
Can you see who it is?
No, it's too dark. Yarrow, watch out. He's trying to run us off the road.
Get down here. Get down. Forward. Freeze yourself. Watch out.
Boy, that was close. Nice driving, Vera.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitchell.
Well, somebody's sure anxious to put us out of the way. Beginning to look like we're on the right trail.
See, we will continue our trip to the Delgado house in Villarreal. I regret to bring you this news of your brother's death, Senorita Delgado.
You say he was drowned in the bay, Senor Lieutenant? How did he get there?
That is a question, Senorita.
You mean he was murdered?
Senorita Delgado, if you do not mind, Senor Mitchell and I will ask the question.
Maria, did you notice your brother talking to any strangers the last 2 days?
Strangers? He talked to no strangers.
Well, when he left home, did he say where he was going?
He told me nothing.
Senorita, I think you are withholding information.
No, he's not true. I tell you everything I know.
I must remind you that your brother Luis Delgado had a criminal record.
That was long ago when he was in trouble. My brother was a good man.
Perhaps he intended to commit a crime when he left
That
here.
is a
Perhaps
lie.
that is why he would not tell you where he was going.
He was not going to commit a crime. He was going to the United States to live with my uncle. I do not remember what he told me.
I see. Have you anything more to tell us? Very well. Senor Mitchell?
Yeah, let's go. Thanks, Maria.
We will question you more if necessary, Senorita.
Night. Well, Maria sure clammed up all of a sudden. But not until she told us what we wanted to hear. You know, it's a cinch that some of the arrangements on these deals are made in the United States. I wish we knew the name of that Uncle Maria spilled about.
It is Emilio Delgado.
What?
As you were talking to the senorita, I noticed on the table an envelope addressed to her dead brother. In the upper left-hand corner was the name Emilio Delgado.
Was there an address?
I do not know if it was an address or not. Mitchell, in the United States, is there a place called Bronx?
Bronx? Yeah, that's an address, all right. Well, good work, Lieutenant. Let's go to the nearest telegraph office.
Here's a report from Steve, Commissioner.
Thanks, Ruth. Definitely on trail of illegal entry record. Good.
You must be working fast, Commissioner.
Apparently, last cargo of paying passengers too hot to handle. All 5 drowned.
Nice organization.
Yeah. One identified as uncle in the United States, who apparently was helping make arrangements. Find and question Emilio Delgado at Bronx. Click on that name.
Emilio Delgado.
Delgado.
Oh, Delgado.
And working with Police Lieutenant named Vieira. Just for the record, please check on him for me. You got that, Ruth?
Yeah.
Now, here's some more. They raised that pet shop very cooperative and counting heavily on him to furnish hot lead. I'm on way back to the Zimbra now to talk to Perez again. We'll keep you informed.
Come in.
Ah, Senor Mitchell.
Lieutenant Vera, I'm worried.
See?
I've been counting on Perez at the pet shop to give me some hot information he hinted at yesterday.
Perez?
As soon as we got back from Villarreal last night, I went to his Parrot Palace, and he wasn't there. Been there on and off all day today, and he still hasn't shown up.
Jim, he has shown up, Senor Mitchell.
Oh, has he? Well, that's good.
No, it is not good.
What do you mean?
This afternoon, a fisherman saw something floating in the bay. A man, face down. It was Perez.
In just a moment, our star Brian Donlevy returns as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. Here's a message for the technically minded young men of America. The armed forces of the United States want volunteers. Volunteers for the greatest scientific enterprise in history. Volunteers for the world's greatest educational program. The new scientific armed forces offer training in dozens of technical specialties. Radar, radio, diesel, jet propulsion, aviation, and many, many others. So if you're thinking of an active career, a vital career, think of the United States Armed Forces. Now, the National Broadcasting Company brings you Act Two of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. The time, 4 hours later. The place, the Commissioner's office in the United States.
I finally got hold of Steve, Commissioner. He's on the line.
Thanks, Ruth. Steve,
Hello, Commissioner.
we located Emilio Delgado in the Bronx. First, he wouldn't talk, but when we told him his nephew had been murdered trying to get out of Portugal, he opened up.
Oh, did he put the finger on the stateside branch of the racket?
It's a small travel bureau in New York. Delgado gave them $3,000 and promised to smuggle his nephew into the United States.
I see.
Incidentally, I checked on Lieutenant Vieira. His record is excellent.
Good. I figured it was, but I didn't want to take any chances.
Steve, we close in on the travel bureau in New York. The gang in Portugal will slip away from us.
Oh, don't close in on the travel bureau yet, Commissioner. I tell you, send one of your agents there to arrange transportation for a relative over here in Portugal.
Relative? What do you mean?
Me?
What?
I'm going to use the name Nick Grado, 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 for the record. I'm going to pass as a minor mobster deported last year.
Steve, think of the danger.
I'm thinking of Alan Prescott dangling at the end of that bell rope. Now, look, I'm going to Lisbon and register at the Lagos Hotel under the name of Nick Grado. So long, Commissioner.
Hi, Steve. Well, I hope he knows what he's doing. Ruth,
Yes, Commissioner.
which of our agents looks the most like a gangster?
Summers. He looks pretty rugged.
Okay. We'll send him to that travel bureau in New York. Summers will pose as the brother of Nick Grado in Portugal. He'll offer the travel bureau $3,000 to smuggle Grado into this country. Draw the money out of
You in charge of this travel bureau? And I want to arrange some transportation.
Now, yourself?
No, my brother in Portugal.
Well, that's simple. We represent several steamship companies and...
You don't understand. My brother was in the rackets over here and got deported to Portugal last year.
Oh. Well, that kind of transportation is very difficult to arrange. Expensive.
Here's 3,000 cash. Says you can arrange it.
They take a long time.
He can wait.
Okay. What's your brother's name?
Nick Grado. He's staying at the Lagos Hotel in Lisbon.
Okay. Forget you were ever here. We'll make all the arrangements. Your brother will be contacted at the Lagos Hotel in Lisbon.
Yeah?
your name Nick Grado.
Who are you?
Bogota. You want to take a trip, Grado?
Trip?
Your brother in America.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm all packed up.
Do not carry any identification. You have your money and valuables?
Yeah, right here on me.
Bogota. Good. The car is outside.
Where are we going?
To the cliffs, overlooking the sea. In the Zimbra.
Cliffs?
See, there is a cave at the waterline. We will wait for the boat there.
Okay, let's go. Hey, look, Bogota. Climbing down the side of a cliff in the dark is not my idea of fun. How about a light?
No, you're almost there. To your right, Eddie.
Okay.
There. You see the entrance now?
Yeah. Pretty well hidden, isn't it?
See.
Hey, there's enough room inside the entrance to dock a boat.
See. Follow the ledge you are on. Into the cave.
Okay. Quite a place.
It serves our purpose.
Wait a minute. There's a light up ahead.
See, the other passengers.
Oh. How many are there on this trip?
2 others.
Business falling off.
It is good enough, Grano. Who is there? Here we are. Who is it? Bogota, old man.
Are you one of the passengers?
Sim, I am Pimontel.
Nick Grado is my name.
Where is the other one? The girl.
Girl?
Here I am.
Oh,
Senor Grado, did you say?
yeah, senorita.
Maria.
All of you stay here. I'm going to hide the car. Bogota, how much longer must we wait here? Not for you to ask questions, old man.
You Steve Mitchell?
Maria Delgado, the grief-stricken sister.
So you are supposed to be Nick Grado. What are you doing here, Steve Mitchell?
I was just going to ask you the same thing, Maria.
When you and Lieutenant Fierro told me about my brother's murder, I knew I could not rest until I found out who killed him.
Oh. Bogota doesn't know who you are?
No, and he will not, unless you tell him.
Well, you keep your mouth shut about me, and I'll do likewise.
See, he did it, promise you.
Quiet. Listen to the old man.
Wait. All you do is wait
Bogota say how long we stay here?
until the boss comes with the boat, he said, but he would not tell me when that would be.
Did he say who the boss was?
No.
Senor David, you do not look so good. Why you don't try to rest?
Oh, thank you for your kindness, Senorita. I'm sick. I'm an old man, but everything will be all right when I get to America. Everything.
Means a lot to you, huh?
This is what I'm living for, Senor.
Say, how far back does this cave go, anyway?
Bogota told us to stay on this ledge and not to go back any farther. He said that narrow channel below winds back and ends against a solid wall of rock.
The front entrance, the only one, huh?
That is what he said.
Yeah, looks like nothing's due to happen tonight. I think we all better get a little sleep.
Senor, wake up.
Huh? Oh, Bogota.
It's past noon. Wake up. You, old man, wake up.
Bogota.
Oh, what is the meaning of this? Take all the money and valuables out of your pockets. Pile them on the rock here.
Hey, what is this? What are you doing with that gun?
What I say? All of you. And as for you, Senor Mitchell.
Mitchell?
See, we know who you are.
Well, thanks for tipping them off, Maria.
No, I did not tell them, Stephen. I swear it.
The boss wishes to talk to you, Mitchell.
The boss? When did he arrive?
I came in my boat while you were asleep, Mitchell.
Perez. Hey, what is this? The police told me you were dead.
The real Perez is dead, Mitchell.
Real Perez? Wait a minute. You mean when I talked to you in Perez's pet shop?
I had just killed Perez before you came in. You assumed I was Perez. I played along with you. After you left, I threw his body in the bay.
Great. So you're the boy who's running this racket.
A profitable one, I assure you.
Yeah, and a vicious one. You get the passengers out here. You take their money and kill them. Instead of a ticket to the United States, they get a ticket to the morgue.
What?
You mean we will not be taken to America?
What do you think, old man? Come, Bogota. We will go back to the entrance.
What happens now?
For the present, you will all wait here. And, Senor Mitchell, I would not advise you to an attempt on escape. There's only one entrance to this cave, and Bogota and I will be guarding that entrance with guns.
If they are going to kill us, why don't they do it now? Look at them, spitting at the entrance to the cave like fool vultures. What are they waiting for?
That's what I've been trying to figure out. It's almost 6 p.m.
I will never see America. It was just a dream. It's all over for me.
Bogota, you fool. Do not light your cigarette during the entrance. The launch will see you.
The launch? Hey, that's what they're waiting for.
What?
Lieutenant Vieira said the police launch patrols the coast every day at sunset.
Police launch?
Yeah. Perez is probably waiting until after the launch goes by so that our bodies won't be discovered until tomorrow. I could only figure out a way to attract the launch's attention.
But what good would that do? Steve Bogota and Perez would shoot them.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Perez said there was no back entrance to this cave, didn't he?
See?
He was lying.
How you know?
Look at the smoke from my cigarette.
What a body.
See what happens to it?
Why, it just goes straight up in the air, Steve.
Yeah, for a way. But then it starts drifting towards the front entrance. That means there's a draft up there. The draft could be caused by a back entrance.
Steve, how can we find him?
Well, listen. Yeah, a boat. Probably the police launch. Whatever we do, we got to do in a hurry. As soon as the launch goes by, we're dead pigeons.
No, senor.
What?
I, old Pimentel, will help you. And God willing, I will save you.
What are you talking about?
I will go to the front entrance and call for help.
Are you crazy? Perez would kill you.
See, with the noise and flashes of the gun might summon police.
Now, look.
Senor, what happens to me is not important. I'm old. See, this way perhaps I can prevent Perez from taking the dreams of others and ruining them. As he did mine.
Now, wait a minute.
No, senor. This is the best way.
Pimentel, come back.
Pimentel, what are you doing? Get back.
Police! Open the gate, boss!
Please don't go. It is too late to let him know.
Bogota, you fool. They heard in the police launch. They are coming. Take the boat out and lead them away. I'll take care of Mitchell and the girl. I'll meet you at the rear entrance.
Rear entrance. So there is one. Come on, Maria. This is our chance. Hey, look, the ledge ends here. Okay, Maria. Come on into this channel.
Mitchell! Huh? Mitchell!
He can't see us in the dark, Maria. He's just shooting blind. Keep going.
Steve, it is so dark in here. The water is up to my waist.
Yeah, these walls are getting closer together, too. Hey. Oh, great. Solid rock.
What?
Yeah, this is the end of the line. We took a wrong turn back there somewhere.
Listen. Where is Steve?
Yeah.
We can't just sit here and wait for him to kill us.
Keep talking.
What?
Keep talking as if I were with you. Repeat what you've been saying. I'm going to backtrack and wait for him.
All right. Steve, what can we do? We cannot go any farther. This is a blind alley. Where is the office?
All right, señorita. There is getting closer. There is nothing ahead of you but solid rock.
Did you hear that? It is Paris.
See? And the two of you are caught like rats in a trap. I have hit Mitchell.
Yeah, a gun's not going to do you any good underwater, Perez.
I do not need a gun. Oh, there is strength enough in my hand.
Yeah.
Steve,
I can't.
Yes. Steve, help me. Steve?
It's okay, Maria.
Oh, why? I could not tell which one of you was which, Steve.
Yeah, I was a little in doubt myself for a second or two. Come on, Maria, let's get out of this rat trap. Well, that's about it, Commissioner. Perez is dead, and the police picked up his hired hand, Bogota.
Good, Steve. Where are you calling from?
My hotel room. I'm up here drying out all alone.
Stop! You're choking me!
Sounds like you're all alone.
Oh, that was just a parrot, Commissioner.
Parrot?
Yeah, from Perez's pet shop. He took a shine to me, I guess.
Now, Steve, you can do better than that.
No, it is a parrot, Commissioner. I'll prove it to you. Look, I taught him something to say to you.
Huh?
Go ahead, Polly. Polly?
Drop dead! Drop dead!
Steve!
So long, Commissioner.
You have just heard the sixth in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif and directed by Bill Karn, with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time, when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
I think you're on mute.
Workday is starting to sound the same.
I think you're on mute.
Find something that sounds better for your career on LinkedIn. With LinkedIn Job Collections, you can browse curated collections by relevant industries and benefits, like flex PTO or hybrid workplaces, so you can find the right job for you. Get started at linkedin.com/jobs. Finding where you fit. LinkedIn knows how.
Auto insurance can all seem the same until it comes time to use it. So don't get stuck paying more for less coverage. Switch to USA Auto Insurance and you could start saving money in no time. Get a quote today. Restrictions apply.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The time, midnight. The place, a carnival on the outskirts of Zurich, Switzerland. Two men slip vertically through the shadow near the slowly revolving carousel. They stare intently into the darkness.
Tripleys must be around here somewhere, Carl.
Yeah, We both saw him enter the carnival grounds.
Well, where could he hide? The carnival is almost deserted. You see, there's only one person riding on the carousel, and Carl. Carl, it is he, Triflis, right on the rod nose.
Yeah, riding on the carousel. Good. We wait and we will ride right into our arms.
He sees us. Come on.
Hanson, drag him from the carousel.
No. Grab him.
Yeah, I have him.
No, let go. Carl, drag him into the shadows here.
Yeah.
The American document, Triflis. Where is it? I don't know what you're talking about. The one they called Pile 307. You sold it to Bruner, didn't you, Triflis? Didn't you? Yes, to Bruner. In that case, you will not live to spend the money. No. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah.
No. Not my throat. I can't breathe.
Yeah, exactly. More pressure, Carl.
I.
A little more, Carl.
I cannot squeeze any tighter.
It is enough pressure. Just hold it a moment here. So, I think that is enough. Yes, you may let him go now, Carl.
You've seen him in such pictures as An American Romance, The Great McGinty, and Command Decision. Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy, in another two-fisted portrayal as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment.
Ruth, you've got the worst sense of timing I ever saw. You're always dragging me back here to the office when I'm right in the middle of a big deal.
Maybe she was a big deal to you, Steve, but she looked more like a stacked deck to me.
You know, some of these gals may start picketing you. What's this all about, anyway?
That's what the commissioner is waiting in his office to tell you. Here we are. I have your passport and credentials ready when you are.
Okay, thanks, Ruth.
Oh, Steve.
Hello, Commissioner. Well, where am I going this time?
Zurich, Switzerland.
Switzerland? Look, I can't even yodel.
You won't have time to yodel. Steve, ever hear the name Bruner before?
Bruner? Sounds vaguely familiar. Who is he, Commissioner?
I don't know.
Huh?
Bruner's always been a very mysterious figure, Steve. None of our agents has ever seen him. Matter of fact, I don't suppose there are more than a handful of people in the entire world who know what he looks like.
Yeah, I remember now. Bruner's a sort of an international mystery man who sells information to the highest bidder.
We think Bruner has File 307, Steve.
File 307?
Top secret document containing defense plans. 2 weeks ago, it was stolen from this country.
Oh, you think it's in Zurich now?
We had information it was temporarily in the possession of a seamy little man named Triflis. This morning, his body was discovered near a carnival grounds outside of Zurich.
Needless to say, File 307 wasn't on Triflis's body.
No. But Triflis paid a visit to Bruner's villa 2 hours before he was murdered. We think he sold File 307 to Bruner.
And I'm supposed to get it back from this international secret seller, huh? Great. Well, have we got any contacts in Zurich?
One. His name is Max Raber. He runs the carnival over there. Just one more thing, Steve, as to the danger involved.
Yeah, I don't imagine trying to get into Bruner's villa is a habit-forming occupation.
There's more than that. Other interests are also trying to get File 307 from Bruner. Naturally, they'll try to stop you permanently. Their agents may be watching you right from the start.
Yeah?
Well, that's it, Steve. As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent after an interview with Bruner. Actually, you ought to find File 307 and bring it back. Is that your assignment? Good luck.
Steve Mitchell departed United States for Zurich, apparently on assignment as foreign correspondent. Keep him under surveillance. Find out his real mission. Very well, Mr. Mitchell. We will try to give you a very cordial reception here in Zurich.
Taxi cab, sir. Taxi.
Oh, okay, driver. Kenny, hotel.
Yes, sir. You're an American, sir.
Yeah.
On a vacation, perhaps?
Not exactly.
Well, I'm a good guide, sir. I can show you the points of interest here in Zurich.
Never mind. I'm afraid I won't have much time for sightseeing. No, wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
There's a large villa a couple of kilometers outside of the city. Got a high wall around it. You know where it is?
Why, I think I can find it, sir.
Okay. When you get me to the hotel, wait for me. I'll want you to take me out to that villa.
I will be very happy to, sir. Hello, Carl. This is Hanson speaking. I've just brought Mitchell to the Koenig Hotel from the airport. I'm waiting for him now. No, he doesn't suspect me. He thinks I'm just a cab driver. He wants me to take him to Buna's villa, so he's after file 307, all right. Now listen, Carl. There is a Max Raber who runs the carnival. They might be working together. If Mitchell tries to contact Raber, you know what to do. I believe this might be the villa you are looking for, sir. It is the only one with a high wall near here.
Well, that must be it then. Okay, here you are.
Oh, but I can wait for you, sir.
Never mind.
Very well, sir. If you should need me further, my name is Hanson, and my cab is usually in front of your hotel.
Oh, you're quite an obliging guy, aren't you, Hanson?
Sir?
I'll skip it. Thanks. Some joint. Looks like a penitentiary. There ought to be a gatekeeper around here somewhere.
Lyle! What do you want?
One at a time. I'm Steve Mitchell, foreign correspondent from the United States.
What do you want?
An interview with Brunner.
Go away.
Now look.
You cannot see Bruna. Bruna gives interviews to no one. Go away. Yeah? What is it, Cam?
Well, this fella's getting better looking by the minute.
What's the matter, Fritz?
This man wants to see Bruna.
No. I'm Bruno's secretary, Karen.
Hello.
You're Mr.
Steve Mitchell. You're Brunner's secretary? He should be so lucky.
You can go, Fritz. I'll take care of it.
Very well, Karen. But don't let him get into the game.
Much cozier with just the two of us, isn't it?
Just what was it you wanted, Mr. Mitchell?
I'm a newspaper correspondent.
No. Well, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place, then.
Your boss isn't too eager when it comes to giving out interviews, huh, Karen?
Bruno sees no one, Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, that's the general impression I've gotten, but I thought he might possibly make an exception in my case.
You say you wish a story,
That's right.
and that's all you wish for?
It was before I met you.
Really? The story is all you wish from Bruno?
What else would I be after?
I do not know. Suppose you come back tomorrow, Mr. Mitchell.
Tomorrow?
Yes. I will tell Bruno about you and ask him if he will see you.
Right. Thanks. You'd be doing me a big favor, Karen.
All right, Mr. Mitchell. I will try to persuade him. Until tomorrow, then.
Hi. Is the boss around?
The boss?
Yeah, the guy who runs this carnival.
You mean Max Raber?
That his name? I'd like to talk to him. Where is he?
Over there, standing at the shooting gallery. The short man with the gun in his hand.
Okay. Nice shot.
Thank you. I seldom miss.
Oh. Looks like you know what you're talking about. You, Max Raber?
That is correct.
I'm Steve Mitchell. Admit. The name mean anything to you?
The name is for anyone who cares to use it.
That's right. But these credentials aren't. Do you mind squinting down your peach side at them?
Put them away. The commissioner sent you, Mitchell?
Yeah. He said you might be able to help me.
You're after file 307.
Yeah. You any information on it?
I think the person they call Bruna has it.
Yeah, it looks that way. The guy who had it before him turned up dead near your carnival, didn't he? He missed again, Max.
Perhaps because you're crowding me, Mitchell.
Oh, sorry.
Go to 25 Goligstrasse and wait for me. As soon as I close the carnival for the night, I will come. We'll talk further.
25 Goligstrasse. Right.
Only 6 hits out of 8. I am slipping.
That's slipping? Look, Ray, but do me a favor.
What?
Don't ever point that gun at me. 21, 23. Here it is. 25 Goligstrasse. All dark. Unlocked. No, Max has to wait here for it. Where the lights are. Hey, who closed the door? What?
In just a moment, our star Brian Donlevy returns as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The United States is now building the largest, best-trained peacetime armed forces in its history. Our United Services, Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard, are training a new kind of serviceman, training him in the greatest scientific enterprise in the world. Yesterday, he was a man of weapons. Today, to a large degree, he's a man of science. Yes, a brilliant future in technology is available to America's young men in the new armed forces. So remember, the time for the future is now. Find it in the Armed Forces of the United States. Now, the National Broadcasting Company brings you Act Two of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. The time, 1 hour later. The place, the police station in Zurich, Switzerland.
Oh. So, we're coming around at last.
What? Whoa.
The head, it hurts, Sam.
The head, it hurts, huh? Looks like a jail.
It is. I am Police Inspector Baumgartner.
Police? Jail? Look, I don't get it.
Neither do we. When we found you 4 kilometers west of the city,
How did I get 4 kilometers west of the city? Last I remember was walking in a house at 25 Brolikstrasse and getting hit on the head.
One of our policemen saw a cab with 2 men in it, traveling at high speed out of the city. He gave chase. The men finally abandoned the cab. When the policeman got to it, he found you lying on the floor, unconscious.
Remind me to thank him. Looked like I was getting taken for the well-known ride when he came along.
Huh?
Yeah, but you say there were 2 men in the cab. Whose cab was it?
We are checking that. Why?
Oh, I was just thinking about a very eager cab driver named Hansen who wanted to show me the sights around Zurich.
Now it is my turn to ask the questions. What were you doing at 25 Brolikstrasse?
I was sent there by a carnival owner I thought was a friend of mine. Incidentally, is there a telegraph office around here?
Down the street. Hey, Mitchell, your credentials are those of a newspaper correspondent. May I inquire what you are really doing here in Zurich?
It's very simple, Inspector. I'm trying to get an interview with a mysterious character named Brunner.
Brunner? Hey, Mitchell, a word of advice. You are apparently involved with very dangerous people. It might be better for you to give it up.
Oh? Well, thanks for the advice. I'd sleep on it, except it's almost morning.
Yeah, you sleep on it, Herr Mitchell. Only be sure you're able to wake up. May I inquire what you are really doing here in Zurich?
It's very simple, Inspector. I'm trying to get an interview with a mysterious character named Brunner.
Brunner? Herr Mitchell, a word of advice. You are apparently involved with very dangerous people. It might be better for you to give it up.
Oh? Well, thanks for the advice. I'd sleep on it, except it's almost morning.
Yeah, you sleep on it, Herr Mitchell. Only be sure you're able to wake up, huh?
It's from Steve, Commissioner.
Good. I've been expecting a report from him.
Here you are.
Oh, thanks, Lou. File 307 apparently in Bruno's possession. His beautiful secretary Karen trying to arrange appointment for interview. Just between us, would rather interview Karen. No.
He never changes, does he?
Apparently, Max Weber, not such hot friend of ours after all. Still nursing large lump on head, which I collected at address Weber sent me to.
What? I don't understand, Commissioner. I thought Max Raber could be trusted.
I guess in this business, you never know, Ruth. Oh, there's some more coming in. We'll pay Weber another visit this morning when his carnival opens up. In the meantime, I'm going back to Bruno's villa. We'll keep you informed.
Well, this is quite an apartment you've got here, Karen. Much better than trying to talk through the bars of that gate outside.
Yes, it is a nice apartment. Bruno takes good care of me.
You know something? You should.
You say nice things, Steve.
Sometimes it comes easy.
I'm afraid it won't do you any good to look out the window, Steve. You won't see Bruno.
Oh?
He lives in that other wing, across the courtyard.
Look, what kind of a guy is he, anyway?
A short little man, very quiet.
A short man.
A fascinating man to work for.
I can imagine.
Steve, I talked to him last evening about you. He doesn't believe you.
What do you mean?
Well, he doesn't believe it's just an interview you want.
Oh? What else would I be after?
He's not sure yet. But supposing you were after a story. Bruno's interested in knowing just how much you would be willing to pay for it.
We're, talking about the story, of course.
Of course.
Well, that's sort of a tough question to answer offhand.
You see, there are others anxious to, shall we say, write a story about Bruno. They're willing to pay a great deal.
Yeah, I'll bet they are.
And, well, Bruno knows a lot more about you than you think, Steve. He knows you cannot pay as much for it as others can.
I see. Well, if Bruno knows so much about me, maybe he also knows that the story we're talking about used to belong to the people I work for.
Yes, he knows that. But I'm afraid it does not make any difference to him. He says he cannot do business with you.
Well, that's that, I guess.
I'm sorry, Steve.
So am I. Anyway, it was very nice of you to go to the trouble.
I was glad to.
I don't quite get why you've been so nice to me.
Well, I guess I
You what?
I stay here in Bruno's villa most of the time. I don't see many people. I've never seen anyone like you were. Oh, I don't know what I mean.
Maybe this is what you mean, Karen.
Oh, Steve. You must leave, Steve.
Okay. But I'll be back.
No, Steve, they would not let you in. There's a high wall and guards.
Look, I said I'd see you later, and I will. With you here, I could grow wings.
No, Max Reber's not here.
Where is he?
I do not know. Oh, he should have been here by now to open up the carnival.
Yeah. Where does he live?
At 25 Roligstrasse.
What? Max Reber lives at 25 Gorlickstrasse?
Yeah. You know where it is?
Yeah. I've got lumps to prove it. Thanks. Well, Mitchell, here we go again. 25 Gorlickstrasse. Hey, sounds like a fight inside.
Mitchell, help me! Get these men off me, Mitchell!
It's the eager cab driver.
Kai, let's get out of here.
Yeah. Too late, handsome.
I'll take care of this one, Mitchell.
Hey, you sure did take care of him, Reba. For a little guy, you sure swing a mean lamp.
It's good you arrived when you did, Mitchell. 5 minutes more would have been too late.
You know, maybe I was wrong about you, Max.
Wrong? What do you mean, Mitchell?
I had you pegged as the boy who arranged that hit on the head for me here last night.
Oh, I told you to come here and wait for me. When I got here, you disappeared.
I got taken for a ride. Maybe by these two guys on the floor here, Hanson and what's the other one's name?
Hanson called him Carl, I think.
Yeah. Why'd they jump you just now?
They know that we're working together. That we're after file 307. We are also after it.
Look, I'm going to need your help. Have you ever seen Brunner?
No. But I've been watching this villa carefully the last few days. I think I know a way we can get into the grounds.
Good.
At one place in the rear of the villa, there's a tree which overhangs the walls. It looks like a difficult climb, but perhaps we can make it.
Okay. We'll tie these two leaks up and leave them here for the present. And after dark, you and I will pay a little call on our friend Brunner. Here, Max. Take my hand. I'll pull you up to this next branch.
Thank you.
Now, almost to the cottage. There. Now, I'll drop down inside of the wall first, and you follow, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Come ahead, Max.
You okay? Yeah. Look, Mitchell. There are lights in that wing of the building across the courtyard.
Yeah, that's what Karen says we're going to live. We'll work our way over there and try to get in.
Steve, listen.
Oh, great. The hound of the Baskervilles.
Look, Steve. A giant black dog coming for us.
Yeah, I see him. Well, that just about cooks us. No, wait. Get lost, Raven.
Huh? Lost?
Get under the brushes there. Watch where they take me and try to get to me later. Now get moving.
All right, Steve.
Hey! Get away from me, you big lug! Hey, will somebody get the black monster off of me?
Over against the wall.
Hurry up! This dog got me on his menu.
So, he didn't know he'll be taught that.
Get this timber wolf off me.
Never get it off. Fritz, take this man to the room in the cellar and tie him up. Once.
Who's there?
Steve,
Karen.
they told me you'd been captured in the grounds. How long have you been lying here in the cellar?
I don't know. Half an hour, I guess.
You should not have tried to come back, Steve.
We're sorry I did, Karen.
Steve, I'm afraid for you.
Look, just get me untied.
I cannot do that, Steve.
What? Now, look, Angel, fun is
Bruno
fun.
would kill me if I did a thing like that.
Look, you let me worry about Brother.
I cannot untie you now. I must get back right away or they will become suspicious. Well, perhaps I can come back later.
Come here. Okay. But make it sooner instead of later.
I'll try, Steve.
This is a great spot you got yourself in, Mitchell. Max, how long have you been in the next room?
For several minutes. Here, I'll untie you.
Good.
I would have come in sooner, but from what I could hear, you were not very anxious to be rescued.
Yeah. Look, you know your way around this villa pretty well, don't you, Max?
What do you mean?
Finding these rooms in the cellar without much trouble.
I told you I've been watching this villa the last few days.
You're pretty short, too, aren't you?
I do not understand.
Karen told me Brunner was short.
Don't let your imagination run away with you.
I'm trying not to. How did you get in here so easily, anyway?
I diverted their attention by setting a fire in the yard.
A fire in the... Hey, you believe in doing things up brown, don't you?
Yeah. Master the knots. Come on, Steve.
Yeah.
Out of this side door into the hall.
Hey, no guards.
No, they're probably all fighting the fire out in the yard. Come, up these stairs. We'll try to get over the back wall while their attention is diverted.
Over the wall? Look, I came to this villa after file 307, and I'm not leaving until I get it.
Steve, that's impossible. We would be lucky to escape with our lives. To continue the search for the document, that would mean certain death for both of us.
You get discouraged too easy. This the door to the yard?
Yeah.
All clear. Come on. Hey, that really is a fire you started.
Come, Mitchell. It's spreading toward the front gate. It's our chance to get over the back wall.
Hey, wait a minute, Max. We're not leaving yet.
What?
Look, that building over there. It's Brunner's wing of the villa.
Steve, are you crazy? We cannot get in there.
Why not? The door's open. This is our big chance, Raven.
But Steve, I tell you...
Look, I came all the way across the Atlantic to find that piece of paper. Come on. Anybody spot us?
I don't think so. They're all fighting the flames.
Okay, let's get inside. Close the door.
Yeah. Bruno must be out at the fire too, Steve.
Yeah. Brother. I thought Karen's apartment was something. This one looks like the Waldorf Astoria. Well, come on, let's go through some of these drawers.
Steve, if the document's in here, it's probably in a safe.
You can't tell. Brunner might figure a safe would be the obvious place. Hey, what have you found?
Silk stockings and negligee, Steve.
Yeah, me too. I don't get it. Wait a minute. Boy, I'm really slipping next. Sure took me a long time to catch on.
Steve, look, this leather case.
Give it to me.
Someone's coming.
Huh? Here, put the case back in that drawer. Hurry.
Yeah.
Well, Steve.
Karen Brunner. Complete with gun.
Karen Brunner?
I see you've discovered my little secret.
I should have figured it. You're not Brunner's secretary. You're Brunner.
You're lucky, Steve. Lucky that I feel a certain affection for you. Otherwise, your discovery would have cost you your life. Steve, stay away from that drawer. Another step and I'll shoot.
Okay, Karen. I lose.
That's better.
You're...
Yes. We're getting very warm, Steve. So close to the right drawer, and yet so far.
Yeah. Well, what happens now, Karen?
I told you. You were lucky. I'm going to let you go, but you better go now.
Okay. Now, it was nice while it lasted, baby.
Yes, it was. And it would be something to remember when you're back in America. That even though Karen Brunner was a little too clever for you, she almost fell in love with you. Goodbye, Steve.
Hi, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me as soon as I got back.
I certainly do, Steve. I got the cable you sent from Zurich before you left. So Karen, the beautiful secretary, turned out to be Brunner.
She sure did.
Steve, you let me down fast. Letting a woman razzle-dazzle you like that.
But I finally figured out she was Brunner, Commissioner.
Yes, but too late.
Not quite. I didn't mention it in my cable, but here.
What's that?
File 307.
What?
That's what you sent me over there to get, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, but I don't understand.
You see, I found the papers and stuck them in my shirt before she walked in. And when I made a pass at the drawer where they'd been, she figured they were still there.
I give up, Steve. Of all things.
Yeah. Karen was a razzle-dazzle artist, but she forgot that two could play that kind of football. I guess she'd never run into the hidden ball play before. Yeah. So long, Commissioner.
You have just heard the seventh in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Wright and directed by Bill Karn, with music by Bruce Ashley. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
TaxAct knows you probably don't need help filing taxes. But if you get stuck, we have live experts you can talk to. And who knows, you could hit it off and become long-term tax friends, staying up late at night, talking about deductions, refunds, personal exemptions. Heck, you could even fall in love and create a little dependent of your own one day. Or they could just answer your filing questions. TaxAct, let's get them over with.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
sent for me, Commissioner?
Yes, sit down, Steve. I suppose you heard about Bill Thorne.
Yeah. They pulled his body out of a river in eastern Panama.
That's right. Bill was one of our best agents and one of your best friends, Steve. I figured you'd want to take over his assignment.
I do.
You've got it as of right now. And I'll give you the background quickly. Ruth, how about Steve's credentials?
I've got them all ready, Commissioner. Steve can pick them up at my desk.
Good. Here's the setup, Steve. Shortly before the Japanese surrender, an entire boatload of Japanese weapons disappeared. We have reason to think they're hidden somewhere in Panama, and that whoever has them is willing to sell to the highest bidder.
How many weapons are involved?
Enough to equip 3 divisions.
Well, Bill Thorne must have been getting warm.
Yes, that's obviously why he got killed. Steve, we can't afford to have a hidden cache of weapons that close to the canal.
Who do I work with down there?
Lieutenant Perez of the National Police in Panama City.
Any other contacts who might help me?
One. His name is Emil Fager. He owns a large plantation down there. Quite an influential man.
Can we trust him?
In this business, who knows? But he has done several favors for us in the past.
When does my plane leave?
Half an hour. Steve, I don't need to tell you about the danger involved. You've already killed Bill Thorne. They'll be gunning for you, too. As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent. Actually, your job is to find those weapons.
Yeah, and find out who killed Bill Thorne.
Yeah. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company welcomes back to the air Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Steve Mitchell is en route to Panama City by plane. Meanwhile, on a plantation in eastern Panama, near the forbidding and sinister Darien country, 2 men sit hunched over a powerful radio receiver.
Steve Mitchell departed United States for Panama City. Believe he's taking over job of his late friend.
It does not surprise me, Coyero. I did not think they would let the matter of the weapons drop.
We will try to give Mitchell the same reception here in Panama that we gave his friend Bill Thorne.
Yes. You know what to do, Coyero. At the first opportunity.
Lieutenant Perez, I'm Steve Mitchell from the United States. Here are my credentials.
See, Senor Mitchell. They appear to be in order. You've just arrived?
Yeah, my plane landed about a half an hour ago.
Please, sit down, Senor.
Thanks. Say, is it always this hot in Panama?
Oh, no, Senor. It gets much hotter than this.
Great.
I presume you wish information about Senor Bill Thorne?
That's right.
Well, I'm afraid there is very little I can tell you, Senor. Thorne's body was recovered from a river in the Darien country in eastern Panama.
Was he already dead when he was pulled out of the river?
No, not quite, but he lasted only a few seconds more.
Look, was he able to say anything at all about what had happened?
No, Senor. He only mumbled something about San Miguel. Then he died.
San Miguel? What did he mean?
Well, I do not know, Senor. It is very mystifying. However, there is an Indian village called San Miguel inland in the Darien region. Here, it is at this point on the map.
Mm-hmm. How would I go about getting to San Miguel?
Oh, Senor, that is very bad country.
What do you mean?
The Darien country to the east, it is very wild. One can travel only by train or boat. And the Indians are very savage. Many people who enter that country are never seen again.
It wasn't an Indian who killed Bill Thorne, but you still haven't told me how to get to San Miguel.
Then you are determined to go?
Of course.
In that case, I will accompany you. Now, let me see. I think we should notify Senor Fager of our intentions.
Fager?
See, we will journey up this river, and here we will pass through land which is owned by him.
Oh.
It is customary to notify him when someone undertakes such a trip.
Would that be Emil Fager?
See, Emil Fager. Why, do you know him, Senor?
I know of him. Matter of fact, I was told I might contact him for help.
Oh, he has always been very cooperative about such things. Yes, we will go see him. He happens to be here in Panama City at present. He is staying at the International Hotel.
Where's that?
On the Cinco de Mayo Plaza in the center of town. We can walk there.
In this heat?
Oh, but senor.
Yeah, I know. It gets much hotter than this.
I thought we would find Senor Vega here in the lobby. That is he, the fat gentleman sitting in that chair by the window.
He believes in service. I wish I had a guy to fan me.
See, that is Senor Vega. Good afternoon, Senor.
Lieutenant Perez. But I fail to see anything good about the afternoon, sir. With this infernal heat.
Well, you should be accustomed to it by now, Senor.
Oh, I seem to feel it more when I come into town, Senor. On my plantation, it doesn't bother me. But here, I must take Pepito and his fan wherever I go. Pepito, turn around. Fan the gentleman.
Senor, I would like to introduce Senor Steve Mitchell, a correspondent from the United States.
Delighted to make your acquaintance, sir.
Mr. Baker?
Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Senor Mitchell desires to see some of the Darien country. I have offered to take him up the river with me.
The Darien country? Oh, you're an adventurous man, Mr. Mitchell. That region is not generally considered to be suitable for an outing.
So I'm told. I understand you have a plantation somewhere up there.
See, on this edge of the region, it's fairly civilized there, but beyond lies territory that not even I have ever set foot in. Pepito, you are lagging faster, faster.
You know, this is the closest thing to a breeze I've felt since I left home.
As we will be passing through your land part of the way, I thought I should ask your permission, Senor Vega.
Good answer, of course. Glad to have you, gentlemen. At least that portion of your journey will be safe. Would you like me to send one of my men with you?
I don't think that'll be necessary, Mr. Fager. Thanks just the same.
Oh, at least let me put one of my boats at your disposal.
Oh, you are most kind, Senor.
Not at all, Lieutenant. As you know, I am always willing to cooperate with the authorities in anything at all. Anything at all.
Wow. This isn't getting any cooler, Perez.
No, Senor. As you see, the streets are nearly deserted this time of day. Everyone seeks refuge from the heat.
Yeah. I noticed that this street wasn't exactly crowded. Hey, here's the doorway. Let's get out of the sun a minute, huh?
Of course, Senor.
What do you know?
What is it, Senor?
Wouldn't you know it? 10 degrees hotter than a turkey's bath, and some joker builds a chimney on his house.
Chimney? But, Senor, there are no chimneys in Panama City.
No. Look out in the middle of the street. See the shadow of that building across the way?
But that is no chimney, Senor. Chimneys do not move.
Hey, that's a man up there on the roof.
He's got a knife. Get down, get down. He keep the door right over your head.
Yeah. 2 inches lower, and I'd have gotten a haircut the hard way.
Yeah. Did you get a look at him?
Just a glimpse of his face.
The roofs are close together in this part of the city. You could be a block away by now.
Yeah.
Well, Senor, it would appear someone objects to your presence in Panama City.
That doesn't surprise me much. Well, come on, Perez. Let's get outfitted and start that trip up the river to San Miguel. You know, this is not exactly like boating on the Potomac, Perez. Look at that jungle. I'd sure hate to get lost in there.
Oh, it is an easy thing to do, Senor Mitchell. The only trails in there are made by the Indians, and they are well concealed.
You say the Indians in this area are hostile?
Most of them. There isn't any intrusion on what they consider their country. And, of course, the Indians are not the only danger in there.
No?
There are always the snakes.
Snakes?
Oh, yes, Senor. This jungle is full of them. Many varieties, but most of them are quite deadly.
Oh, fine.
Well, we should be getting close to San Miguel. We have but a few more hours of daylight, and because of the rocks, it is very dangerous to navigate the river at night.
Well, I'm not hankering to be out in this stuff at night. These mosquitoes don't help things either.
Mitchell, someone is shooting at us from the jungle.
Get down on the boat.
You see where it came from?
See where it came from? I can't even see where we're going.
We must keep control of the boat.
Yeah. As soon as he shoots again, I'll take a quick look over the side and see where we're going. There Hey, that went right through the boat. Look, Perez, it doesn't matter where we're going. This boat's a death trap. I think we better slip over into the water on the other side of the boat here. We'll be a little more sheltered that way.
Si, senor. Look out. That rock ahead of us.
Yeah. Get clear.
Oh, the boat is done for. Into the water. Okay. Yeah.
Perez, where are you?
Right here.
You okay?
See.
Try to swim underwater. Head for the other bank. Perez, where'd the slug hit you?
In the shoulder.
Here. Let me get my arm under you.
Yeah. Mitchell, don't try to save me. You are making a target of yourself.
Yeah. Here. Okay. Yeah. Got my arm under you now.
But Mitchell.
Shut up and relax. Don't try to go behind this rock.
Oh. Senor, I am getting weaker.
Hold on, Perez. Just a little longer. There. We made it. Good. This rock will shelter us from Trigger Boy for the time being. How you doing, Perez?
Oh, I'm afraid I have lost quite a little blood, senor.
Wad up your shirt and hold it over the wound.
See?
Yeah, that's it. Hey, I can touch bottom here. Look, just lay over on my shoulder and I'll carry you out of the water.
All right.
Here we go. We're going to be exposed for a second or two, but we can't help it. There. I don't think he can spot us in this underbrush. How far do you think we are from this village of San Miguel?
Oh, it can only be a mile or two.
Good. Okay. Come on, get up on my back now.
Oh, no, senor. Please do not try to carry me. Leave me here and send help for me.
Oh, fine. I'm sure the snakes around here would love to see you.
But you cannot carry me all that way.
Well, I'll bet playing piggyback with a sniper after us isn't my idea of fun. But at least we've got the river between us. Come on now. Here, up you go.
Yeah.
Can you see the village yet, Perez?
See, it is in that clearing just ahead.
Good. This is sure the longest mile I've ever walked in my life. Yeah, I see it now. Hey, all the huts are up on stilts. Uh-oh. Looks like we've got a reception committee coming towards us.
The man in front, I think he is their chief. We had better stop here at the edge of the clearing.
Okay. I'll put you down here.
Yep.
There. Can you stand all right?
Yes. Senor Mitchell, for bringing me to safety, Gracias, senor.
Here I
What you want, senores?
Some help for my friend here and some information.
Come as friends?
Yes. Believe me, Chief, we're in no position to do harm to anyone right now. Right.
See. Of that one's wound, careful. See.
Can you walk, senor? See. Come with me. I'll check with you in a couple of minutes, Perez.
Si, senor.
Thank you, Chief.
What you want to ask me, senor?
Chief, a friend of mine was killed near here a few days ago. His name was Thorne, Bill Thorne.
I remember him.
Well, he came to see you?
Si, senor.
Why?
He wanted to ask me about mystery of San Miguel.
Mystery of San Miguel? Well, I guess he got killed trying to find out what that mystery was. I've taken over for him. Now, what can you tell me about it?
2, 3 years ago, 20 my best men walk into jungle. Disappeared. Never see again.
They disappeared without a trace?
Si, senor.
Well, why did they go into the jungle?
White man offered them job working for him in mine in jungle.
A mine? You know who the white man was?
No, senor.
Is the mine around here anyway?
Si. It's down the river, not far from here. But mine is deserted.
Look, would you furnish me a guide who can take me to that mine?
Si. I will send Blas. He is best man I have.
Thanks, Chief. I'd like to start right now. hate to be trying this alone, Blas. You can't even see these trails from 10 feet away.
Si, senor. We keep them well concealed. We do not wish enemies to use them.
You have any idea what kind of work these men from your village were doing at this mine we're heading for?
No, senor. Once I saw some of them going downriver on a large boat.
Could you see what was on the boat?
Big boxes.
Big boxes, huh? Yeah. Could have been the weapons.
Aye, here we are, senor.
Huh?
Here's the mine.
Where? I don't see anything.
Right over there, senor.
Is that it?
See?
No wonder I couldn't see it. Oh, no, over with underbrush. Sure haven't been operating for a long time. Here, I'll take a look. Hey, the shaft's completely caved in. No chance of finding out what's down there now, I guess.
Senor.
Huh?
The birds.
What?
We are being followed.
What? Are you sure about that?
I am sure.
What was that?
Stand still, senor. Now I see it.
Who?
Look, over against that tree.
Holy smoke, what's that?
Iguana, senor.
What?
Iguana, a giant lizard.
You call that thing a lizard? It's 5 feet long.
Si, si.
Look at him go.
Si, si.
Brother, remind me never to spend a vacation here. Well,
wait. Birds do not stop singing for iguana. Listen.
Yeah, I hear it. Someone coming through the brush.
Senor, you'll get over behind that tree. I will lie beside the trail here with my machete.
Okay. Can you see anything?
See. He's a man. He's carrying a rifle.
Obviously the same sniper.
Why?
No.
Brother, you sure made short work of him, Blas.
He would have made short work of us.
Yeah. Hey, I recognize his face. That's the guy who chucked a knife at me in Panama City yesterday afternoon.
You know this man?
Oh. Here, maybe there's something here in his pockets that will give us a lead on who he is. Just this picture.
Picture of himself?
Yeah. That girl he's with isn't bad either. Well, come on, Blas. Let's get back to the village. Look, I'm going to ask the chief if I can keep you with me to help me take Perez back to Panama City. I've got to get back there and make out my report.
Steve's report coming in from Panama City, Commissioner.
Good. Let's have it, Ruth.
There you are.
Great job you sent me on, Commissioner. Today they've had a knife thrown at me, been shot at, and nearly drowned. Good Lord.
You know, that guy can get into trouble easier than anyone I know.
Even the lizards are chasing me.
He's just irresistible, I guess.
Perez wounded, but not seriously. Located mine, which looked like promising hiding place for weapons, though I found had been deserted for years.
Here's the rest of it.
I'm back in Panama City with Perez now. On our way over to the International Hotel to notify Emil Fager about the loss of his boat. We'll keep you informed.
We are very sorry about the loss of your boat, Senor Fager.
Nonsense. It was unavoidable, Lieutenant. And I have other boats. You were both very fortunate to escape with your lives, gentlemen.
You can say that again, Mr. Fager. But at least that river was cool.
Where did you say this incident occurred, Senor Perez?
Oh, about 20 miles past your plantation, Senor.
That's bad country up there. Makes a perfect hiding place for outlaws and cutthroats. Any idea why that sniper should be shooting at the two of you, sir?
No, none.
Must have been a nasty wound you got, Senor Perez.
See, my shoulder still pains, but it is much better.
Come on, Perez. We better be going. I'll see you later, Fager. And thanks again for the use of the boat.
Oh, you're quite welcome, sir. It is just unfortunate your adventure had such a disastrous ending. But do not hesitate to call on me again if you need anything.
Thank you.
I looked up the registration papers on the deserted mine as you requested, Senor Mitchell.
What'd you find out?
Well, it was owned by Manuel Carrero, and the foreman was Eduardo Avila.
Either of those names mean anything to you?
No, not that of Manuel Carrero, but I do know Avila. He has been arrested several times this last year on charges of drunkenness. He frequents the bars on the Avenida Central.
Good. Let's go over there and see if we can run him down.
There is Avila, Senor Mitchell, over at the corner table with the woman.
Ah, well, our luck's good, Perez, finding him in the third bar we tried. Hey, who's that girl he's with?
I do not know, Senor. She's just a Blue Moon Queen.
A what?
Blue Moon Queen. That is what we call them here. Girls who frequent these bars and get men to buy drinks for them. Why do you ask, Senor?
Because she happens to be in the picture I took out of the dead sniper's pocket.
What? Are you sure of that?
Take a look at it. Here.
See, you are right.
Come on.
Eduardo Avila.
What do you want?
As you know, I am Lieutenant Perez of the police.
What has Eduardo done?
I will ask the question, senorita.
I've done nothing.
Were you not once the foreman of a mine up the river near the edge of the Darien country?
That mine has not been operated for years.
What kind of a mine was it?
Why don't you leave me alone? All the time the police, they arrest me, lock me up. Why don't you leave me alone? All I want is to be left alone.
Avila, come back here.
Let him go for now, Perez. I want to talk to the little lady here.
What you want with me?
Take a look at this picture. Who's that man with you?
I do not know.
Come on, quit stalling.
I tell you, I do not know.
Senorita, allow me to point out, if you do not tell us, I will have to arrest you. I believe you are acquainted with our jail. I'm certain you would not like to return. Now, who is the man in that picture with you?
Carrero.
What? Let's have that again.
Manuel Carrero.
Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, senorita. Come on, Fred.
Senor Mitchell, Manuel Carrero was the man who was listed as the owner of that mine.
Yeah, the same guy who threw a knife at me and was shooting at us in the river. Wish he'd lived long enough to fill in a few details.
After you, Senor.
Thanks.
What do you think of this foreman we just talked to, Avila? He impresses me as a man who knows something he is drinking to forget.
Yeah. I wonder if he's trying to forget those 20 natives who disappeared from San Miguel. You know, all of this seems to tie into that mine. Have you still got those registration papers on it?
See, in my office.
Good. I want to take a look at them.
Here are the papers on the mine, senor. As you see, Carrero is listed as the owner, Avila is foreman. But now that Carrero is dead, I'm afraid...
Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, that is a map of the area surrounding the mine and a diagram of the mine. It is required by law.
Hey.
What is it, sir?
Take a look at this diagram. See? Here's the mine shaft indicated here.
The one you discovered to be caved in?
Yeah. But look over here. Right around the bend of the river.
Another entrance to the mine.
Yeah, the side door. Look, can you get me another boat?
Why, of course, but...
That Indian guide Blas is still here in Panama City, too.
Senor Mitchell, you think the weapons are stored in that mine after all?
I don't know. That's what I'm going back up the river to find out.
We are very near to the shore, sir.
Yeah, Blas. I'm keeping the boat in as close as I can. I don't want to miss that mine entrance. They should be getting warm, according to this map. Look, there's the bend in the river just ahead.
Senor, I see the entrance. Right over there. On the side of the river bank.
Oh, yeah. Brother, you'd never spot that in a million years unless you knew right where it is. It's all covered with underbrush.
See?
Okay. Tie up to that branch. We'll take a look.
See? There.
Okay, come on. Well, here we are.
It's very dark.
Yeah. I got a flashlight. I'll go first. It's a cinch this part of the mine hasn't been abandoned for years. Look at the footprints in the dirt. Wait a minute. Tunnel takes a turn to the left here.
See, it is widening out a little.
Yeah, I think. Hold it. Oh, smoke. Look at that. Rifles, machine guns, grenades. The works. Well, I've got to hand it to Carrero. He picked a good hiding place. Let's have a look.
Senor, look.
Huh?
Look on the ground there. Bones. On and on.
Yeah. Skeletons. A lot of them. Yeah, I guess that solves the mystery of San Miguel, Blas. 20 men from your village walked into the jungle and disappeared. 20 men who were hired to bring the weapons here and then were killed to shut their mouths.
One of those skeletons, Senor. Once was my brother.
I didn't know that, Blas. I'm sorry.
Senor. Somebody is in his mind with us.
That's the light.
Your light is not necessary. I will furnish the illumination. No. Stand quite still, both of you.
Well, Emil Fager, complete with gun.
At your service, Mitchell. Or should I say, you are at mine.
Well, you're the big boy in the deal, huh?
I knew it was only a question of time until you discovered this entrance to the mine, Mitchell. So I thought it expedient to await you here and give you the reception you so richly deserve.
Manuel Carrero was just fronting for you with the mine, huh?
He was an employee of mine, and a very inefficient one, as it turns out. Stay close together. I want to keep you both in the beam of my flashlight.
This man, Senor.
Yes, Blas?
He is the one who killed the men of my village and my brother.
That's right. He's the one, Blas.
Wait, you. Stay where you are. Stand back, I say.
Watch out, Blas. He'll shoot.
What happens to me does not matter.
Get back. Drop that machete.
I avenge my dead brother!
Throw your machete. Throw it. Knock it down out of the I've got it. Oh, let go of me, Mitchell. Sure. Let go of your right.
You okay, Blas?
See, this wound is nothing. Just my leg.
Yeah. This is the second time you've saved my life, Blas. I hope it's the last time. Believe me, I don't want to make a habit of it.
Senor, this man Fager, it would be a great pleasure.
Yes, I know how you feel. At least he's going to be out of circulation from now on. He's out of the weapon-selling business for good. Well, I guess this puts a new twist on an old saying.
What is that, Senor?
He who lives by the sword shall perish by the machete. Oh, come on, Blas. Let's get out of here.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Dunleavy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Wright, with music by Bruce Ashley and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Dunleavy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Fred Allen visits Bob Hope. Be sure to hear him tomorrow on NBC.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
Imagine what's possible when learning doesn't get in the way of life. At Capella University, our game-changing FlexPath learning format lets you set your own deadlines so you can learn at a time and pace that works for you. It's an education you can tailor to your schedule. That means you don't have to put your life on hold to pursue your professional goals. Instead, enjoy learning your way and earn your degree without missing a beat. A different future is closer than you think with Capella University. Learn more at capella.edu.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Dunleavy as Steve Mitchell.
Here he is, Commissioner. I just looked under the nearest Tarry Mutual window.
Have a seat, Steve.
Okay. You know, of course, I was going to get even on that next race.
I'm afraid this can't wait until the next race, Steve.
I'll have your credentials and plane ticket at my desk when you're ready for them.
All right, thanks, Ruth. Sending me off into the wild blue yonder again, Commissioner?
You're flying to Tangier.
Tangier? Look, I don't even have a veil.
You will need one. Ever hear of a man named Captain Rock?
Yeah, sort of a soldier of fortune, isn't he?
Yes, a man who'd do anything for anybody, if the price was right. Here's a picture of him. Take a look.
Hey, he looks like me.
Quite a little, Steve. We think you could pass for Captain Rock almost anywhere.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean, pass for him?
It's a very dangerous game, Steve, but I'm asking you to play it for us. Putting it bluntly, you're going to pose as Captain Rock in Tangier. You'll be a decoy.
Oh, great. Look, maybe Captain Rock won't like the idea.
He's in no position to object, Steve. Last night in Tangier, Captain Rock was stabbed to death.
Well, how do I go about impersonating a dead man?
His death has been kept a secret. He was found right after he was stabbed and was taken to the hospital in Tangier under heavy police guard. He died in the hospital. We want his killers to think they missed.
Oh, so they'll come after me, huh? Hey, this sounds like a fine job.
Yeah, well, we've got to find out who killed him and why.
Look, you better fill me in on the background. Why is Rock so important to it?
There's not time to go into that now, Steve. Your plane leaves in half an hour. But Inspector Laborde in Tangier will give you the entire background. Go directly to his office when you arrive.
Inspector Laborde in Tangier. Okay.
Steve, this is a vital job you're going to do in a very dangerous way. You'll be up against clever, ruthless opposition. But we've got to find out who killed Captain Rock. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places in the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Steve Mitchell is en route to Tangier in North Africa by plane. Meanwhile, in a spacious villa on the outskirts of Tangier, a man waits, slowly sipping a glass of sherry. The door opens, and a slender native enters the room.
Good evening, Joshua Effendi.
Ali, at last. Certainly took you long enough to get back here to make your report to me.
I thought it best to remain in hiding for a day, Effendi.
Perhaps you were right. But come, tell me exactly what happened.
Yes, Effendi. I met Captain Rock at the Shop of 1,000 Bells the night before last, as you instructed me to. I told him that I was to conduct him to the man who had arranged his escape from the Istanbul prison.
Was he suspicious at all?
He did not seem to be, but he said he did not understand why his escape from prison had been arranged. I told him that he would find that out later.
Good. Good.
We drove to a deserted road outside the city, and then I stabbed him. Captain Rock is dead, Joshua Effendi.
Oh, you've done well, Ali. And you'll be paid accordingly. I'm going to the airport to purchase a ticket to Cairo. My job here is finished. I would like a ticket to Cairo on the first available plane.
Very well, sir.
Taxi! Hey, taxi!
Here is your ticket, sir.
Wait, that man.
Taxi!
Tangier Effendi. Welcome to Tangier Effendi. May I show you the sights of the city?
No, just take me to the police station.
Oh, right away, Effendi.
That was Captain Rock. The Rock is dead.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind the ticket to Cairo. I still have some unfinished business here in Tangier.
No, it cannot be true, Joshua Effendi. Captain Rock is dead.
You stupid fool, Ali. I saw him at the airport just now. You bungled the job the night before last, after all.
No, it could not be. I stabbed him to death in the car. Ali, I do not miss.
Did you wait until you were sure he was dead before you left?
Well, you see, Joshua Effendi...
Out with it, Ali!
Well, police patrol came down the road right afterward. It was necessary for me to depart quickly.
That's what I thought. You did bungle the job, stupid.
One more
stupid.
chance, Effendi. Just give me one more chance, and this time I will make sure.
No! It is too late for that, Ali. You had an opportunity and you failed me.
No, Effendi, please. No!
One chance is all I ever give anyone, Ali. From now on, I will handle this job myself.
Your credentials are in order, Monsieur Mitchell. Please have a seat.
Thank you, Inspector Laborde.
Your commissioner notified me to expect you. You did well to come here to my office as soon as you arrived in Tangier. We do not want you to be seen in the city until you understand the situation thoroughly.
Well, right now I don't understand much of anything. I think you'd better start at the beginning.
Of course. Look at this map. A year ago, these two European countries were on the verge of signing a treaty. Your country was backing them completely and was very anxious for that treaty to go through. It meant peace and security for this entire area of Europe.
I see. What happened to it?
On a certain day, a representative from each country was to meet and sign the treaty on the border. But the meeting never took place.
Why not?
One of the representatives was assassinated on the way to the meeting point. The mutual suspicion which resulted from the incident was enough to scrap the treaty.
But what's all this got to do with Captain Rock?
I wish to show you a portion of a newsreel on this film projector. Will you turn on the light, please?
Okay.
Yes, see. I will start the projector now. This was taken near the border of the two countries involved on the day the treaty was to be signed. What do you see there, Monsieur Mitchell?
Just a black sedan. Man in the back seat, driver in front.
The man in the back seat was the diplomat who was assassinated shortly afterward. Now, look more closely at the driver.
What? Hey, it's Captain Rock.
Captain Rock. Let me turn the lights back on now. Yes.
You think Captain Rock killed that diplomat?
No, but we think he was in on the plan in some way. At a certain point in the trip, instead of turning to the left as he was supposed to do, he suddenly turned to the right, into a blind alley. That is where the shooting took place.
I see. Well, then, if Rock was in on the plan, that means he knew who killed that diplomat.
That is precisely the point, Mitchell. We believe that interests hostile to that treaty deliberately assassinated that diplomat to block the treaty. Your commissioner also believes that if they can be exposed for what they are and linked to the killing, then the treaty has a chance of going through after all.
Yeah. Well, what happened to Captain Rock after the shooting?
Interpol in Paris has supplied us with that information. I have it right here. Rock went into hiding. He was arrested on a minor charge in Istanbul 2 months ago and imprisoned there.
He probably figured that Istanbul jail was a good hiding place.
Oh, undoubtedly. But last week there was a very skillfully arranged jailbreak. Captain Rock escaped. We want to find out who arranged that escape, because it is our belief that the one responsible for it is the killer who realized that he was not safe as long as Rock was alive.
So that's why I'm supposed to impersonate Rock?
Exactly. I think we will be able to make the killer believe that he missed the first time.
So he'll come after me. You know, this sounds like a nice, friendly little pastime where a guy could wind up dead.
There is no point in minimizing the danger, but this assignment is a vital one.
Look, did you get anything out of Rock before he died?
No. But a few hours before his death, he was seen at Hassim's.
Hassim's? What's that?
Cafe here in Tangier. It may mean nothing, on the other hand.
Well, I guess that'll be my first stop, huh?
Oui. Mr. Mitchell, one thing I must make very clear to you.
Yeah?
You walk out of this office, you will be Captain Rock. Cannot return here until this job is finished, one way or the other.
Why not?
The interests we think are behind this have eyes and ears everywhere. We must do our best to convince them. Therefore, I am the only one in Tangier who knows who you really are. Even now, your picture has been distributed to the force as that of Captain Rock. To the rest of the police, you will be Captain Rock, to be pursued and captured if possible.
Oh, fine. I don't have enough to do trying to find out who's behind all this. I have to play hide and seek with the police, too.
I regret it is unavoidable.
Well, look, suppose I get in a spot. Isn't there anyone who can help me?
I have considered that possibility. I will have one of my detectives who will make himself known to you at Hassim's cafe.
How will I know him?
He will approach you and he will say, Hassim stocks fine wines here. You will ask him if he is an employee of the place. He will reply, no, not an employee, a connoisseur.
Fine wines connoisseur. Okay, I've got it.
Keep undercover for the rest of the day and be at Hassim's at 7 tonight.
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell, I do not need to warn you to be careful, because if you are not, I am afraid it will cost you your life.
Welcome to my humble cafe, Effendi. Would you like Hassim to show you to a table?
Oh, this one right here will do. Looks like I'm in time for the floor show.
Yes, Effendi. I... Captain Rock.
Huh?
For a moment I did not recognize you. But you are Captain Rock.
Yeah, but let's not spread it around, Hassim.
But of course, Effendi, I forgot you were wanted by the police. But you risked capture to come here to see Yadida.
Yadida?
Your sweetheart. See? She is dancing now.
Oh, yeah. She looks even more beautiful than the last time I saw her.
She is the sweetheart of all Tangier. But she loves only you. I will go to signal her that you are here. She will be overjoyed.
I hope so. Maybe this deal won't be too bad after all.
I beg your pardon.
Huh?
Is this your first visit to Hassim's cafe?
Why, no. I used to come here a lot. Why? Who are you?
Allow me to congratulate you on your excellent taste in coming here. Hassim stocks fine wines.
Oh? Are you an employee?
Not an employee. A connoisseur.
I see.
Inspector Laborde sent me. Let us go someplace where we can talk.
No, not now. I know what you look like now. That's all that's necessary. Just manage to be around if I need you.
But I think we should go outside and discuss.
No, look. Hassim's heading this way. Beat it.
Very well. I will leave by the back door.
Yeah.
I signaled to Yadida. I pointed you out, see? She has her eyes on you now.
Yeah. Nice eyes, too. Thanks, Hassim.
See? She is coming straight here to your table.
Yeah. Hassim, don't you think sweethearts should be let alone?
But of course, Effendi. I understand.
Darling.
Hello, Yadida.
Darling, you must be careful. Joshua's here.
Huh?
I saw him. Wait.
What's the matter?
You are not... I beg your pardon, Effendi. I have made a mistake.
Hey, wait a minute. Yadida, come back here. Looks like I didn't fool her any. Hassim.
Yes, Effendi.
Where's Yadida's dressing room?
You have quarreled already. Such a pity, such a pity.
Yeah. Now I want to make up. Where's her dressing room?
Where it has always been, Captain Rock. Through that curtain. The room at the end of the hall.
Thanks.
You will make it up, then all will be well again.
Room at the end of the hall. Yeah, there it is. She was trying to warn me about something. Yadida? Hey. Yadida, what happened?
Knife.
Who did it?
Joshua.
Who's he?
Joshua.
Look, Yadida, so you know I'm not Captain Rock, but I'm trying to find out who killed him and what's behind it all. Can you tell me anything that'll help?
Shop of the bells.
Shop of 1,000 bells? Where's that?
Street Bazaar.
Yadida. She's dead.
What is it, Captain Rock? What has happened?
Yadida. She's dead.
What? Yadida dead? Yadida. A knife. You did this, Captain Rock. You killed Yadida.
Now, look.
You had a quarrel. You stabbed her. Police! Police!
In a moment, we'll return to the second act of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy. But first, we'd like to call your attention to another fast-moving adventure mystery. Now on Sundays, hear Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Every week, glib Dick Diamond fights his way to fame, fortune, and a red-headed girlfriend over most of these same NBC stations. And Dick Powell continues to delight listeners with a tune or two on almost every program. This delightful mixture of rough and tumble action and smooth, sweet lyrics weekly brings joy to listeners who dial the NBC way. Enjoy this novel, pulse-paced action drama every Sunday. Richard Diamond is another fast-moving NBC adventure mystery wrapped up and delivered every Sunday afternoon over most of these NBC stations. Now back to Act Two of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. The time, 10 seconds later. The place, Asim's Cafe in Tangier. Steve Mitchell, posing as the notorious Captain Rock, is still standing over the body of Yadida, the beautiful dancing girl, as Hasim, the proprietor, rushes down the hall to her dressing room. Hasim suspects Steve of killing Yadida.
She loved you, and you killed her. Police!
Shut up! Look, as long as we're throwing accusations around, you got here in an awful hurry just now, hasn't? How come?
I do not know what you are talking about. Police!
Quiet.
Police! Keep your hand off my boss. Let's go.
In that dressing room.
It will do you no good. I will still call the police.
I know. But this way I'll have 5 minutes start. Now get in there.
Police!
Commissioner, Steve's calling from Tangier. He's on the line now.
Thanks, sir. Hello?
Hi, Commissioner. I can only talk a minute. I'm calling from the second floor of a little hotel here in Tangier.
How's everything?
Right now it's hotter than a 2-bit pipe.
What do you mean?
When you sent me over here, you didn't tell me I was supposed to play tag with the police, too.
Well, we have to make things look convincing.
Yeah. Well, right now they look very convincing. Rock's girlfriend just got herself killed, and I'm the grade A suspect.
What?
Yeah. She was trying to warn me about something before she died. She mentioned a place called the Shop of 1,000 Bells in a bazaar. I guess that's my next stop.
You're working alone, Steve?
But really alone. Inspector Laporte sent a man to me at Hasim's Cafe, but I had to leave in such a hurry I wasn't able to contact him again.
You made any contact with the people who engineered Captain Rock's jailbreak?
Not yet. Maybe I'll have better luck at the Shop of 1,000 Bells. Look, I better hang up. I don't want to stay in one place any longer than I have to. This town is probably jumping with cops right now, and they're all looking for me. I'll try to call you again as soon as I have anything new to report.
All right, Steve. Be careful.
Yeah. So long, Commissioner. Clerk. Hey, clerk.
Here I am, Effendi.
Look, I'd like a little information.
Of course, Effendi.
What's the matter?
Nothing, Effendi, nothing.
You seem pretty nervous all of a sudden.
It is nothing, Effendi. Information do you wish?
Is there a bazaar around here anywhere?
A bazaar? I do.
Hey, you really got the jumps, haven't you?
A bazaar? Oh, yes, Effendi. It is not far.
Wait a minute, what was that?
I do not know.
A car pulled up outside, a police car. So that's why you were nervous.
Police, quick, in here, here.
Looks like I've got no
Quick,
friends at all.
quick, this way.
Must be a back door over there.
Quick, there you go.
This bazaar had put Sears Roebuck to shame. That Shop of 1,000 Bells ought to be around here someplace. Yeah, there it is.
Good evening, Effendi. Welcome to the Shop of 1,000 Bells.
Are you the proprietor here?
Yes, Effendi. I am Turhan at your service. You would perhaps like to buy one of these beautiful bells?
No, but I'd like a little information.
I do not sell information, Effendi. I sell bells, the finest in all Tangier. See, here is one you may like.
But
does it not have a fine tone, like pure silver?
Yeah.
But
Now look.
it should have such a tone, for it is pure silver, with just the slightest amount of alloy to give it body. You like this bell?
That's not what I came for.
Well, perhaps this other one. Here. Yes, perhaps this one is more to your liking.
Look, I don't want to buy a bell.
Oh, but Effendi, I have...
You would like a guide? No.
No.
I am Mustafa Effendi, the best guide in all Tangier. I
No.
can show you all the most secret places.
No.
The beautiful dancing.
Look, I don't want to buy a bill, and I don't want a guide.
But I charge very little for my services, Effendi.
Hey, beat it, will you? Now look, Turhan, I don't have much time. I told you I wanted some information from you.
But I only have information about my bells, Effendi.
Look, I'm going to try just once more. I was told to come here. Now, if you don't open up and start talking, I'll...
Effendi, if you want information, why do not you ask me? I, Mustafa, have all the information.
What's that?
Of course. I have information on all the points of interest here in Tangier. I can show you.
Oh, great. Look, will you beat it?
It is a sad thing to have. Nobody wants a guide tonight. Everyone is too interested in the murder of Yadida to go sightseeing.
Yes, I know. No one will buy my bells either.
What's that about Yadida?
You have not heard, Effendi. Yadida was a beautiful dancing girl, a sweetheart of all Tangier. But tonight, she was murdered by a man called Captain Rock.
No.
The police are scouring the city for him right now. But if the citizens find the worst, there will be not much left for the police.
I guess not. Hey.
See, the police are down at the other end of the bazaar. They are searching everywhere.
Look, you still want a job, Mustafa?
Oh, but of course, Effendi, you have changed your mind.
Yeah, I've changed my mind. You say you can show me some of the secret places of Tangier?
If you like.
I like. The more secret, the better.
One moment, Effendi. You have changed your mind about the going. Perhaps you will change your mind about the bell.
Huh? I'll even buy a bill.
Oh, thank you, Effendi.
Come on, Mustafa, let's go. You sure know all the back alleys around town, Mustafa.
It is my business to know them, Effendi. What would you like to see first?
Well, you name it, as long as it's one of those secret places we were talking about.
I have a place in mind that I think will appeal strongly to you. Here, in this door, Effendi. I will lead the way.
Sure dark in here.
There's a flight of stairs at your right, Effendi. We will descend.
Okay. But it's your turn to carry this bill. Somebody's liable to confuse me for a cow in the dark.
Of course. Here, put your hand on my shoulder. So, now you will not stumble.
When you say secret, you really mean it, don't you?
Certain activities are frowned on by the police. It is necessary to take precautions. Here we are at the bottom.
Where to now?
See the narrow crack of light under that door at the end of this hall? Come.
Hey, what kind of a place is this, Mustafa?
One beyond the wildest imagination, Effendi. You will see. Here we are. After you, Effendi.
Hey, that sudden light blinds me.
Your eyes will adjust themselves.
Why, man, it's just a bare room.
Here he is. Joshua Effendi, I have brought him to you.
Huh?
Good work, Mustafa.
Well, if he isn't the wine connoisseur from Hasim's, why am I glad to see you. I've been... Hey, why the gun? Wait a minute. Mustafa here called you Joshua just now.
Quite right.
Yadida told me that Joshua was the guy who stabbed her.
Right again. Mustafa, your job is finished. You will be well paid for it. You may go. And take that silly bell with you.
Yeah, looks like I've made a little mistake. I figured you were the guy Inspector Laborde sent to help me at Hasim's.
It did not prove difficult to intercept Laborde's man and learn the password from him.
Yeah, I get it. A little late, I guess.
Quite a bit too late.
Yadida tried to warn me about you. That's why you killed her.
Yes. I do not know who you are, except that you are not Captain Rock.
Oh?
If you were Captain Rock, you would have recognized me instantly at Hasim's Cafe.
Oh. Captain Rock knew you, huh? Maybe the two of you had done business before. You know, that adds up to an interesting thought.
Does it?
Sure. The thought that maybe it was you who killed that diplomat Rock was driving the car for. Two of you had that scheme all worked out between you, didn't you?
I'm afraid your brilliant deductions can come a little late in the game.
You've been looking for Rock ever since so you could kill him and shut his mouth for keeps. That's why you arranged that jailbreak for him in Istanbul.
He was difficult to find, but as you see, we could not be safe as long as he was alive. Where is he now?
Rock? You should have let well enough alone, Joshua. Rock is dead. You got him the first crack out of the blocks.
Indeed. It would seem I was a little harsh with Ali then.
Ali?
An employee of mine who was assigned to kill Rock. I was forced to shoot him because I thought he had bungled.
Yeah, I guess you could easily call that being a little harsh with him.
However, I do not leave in regrets. I know now the job's been done. And with you out of the way, things will be complete. You are not leaving. And to make sure you do not, I will place myself between you and the door.
So, getting rid of me is the next step, huh?
The very next step. Joshua, the police! You fool, Mustafa! That door knocked the gun out of my hand!
Thanks, Mustafa.
Mustafa, grab the gun! Let go of me!
What?
I have the gun!
Oh, yeah?
On my hand! Effendi, please! It was not my fault. I did as I was told.
You wanted to show me some secret places, Mustafa. Well, here's one I want to show you. Never send the knoll for whom the bell tolls, Mustafa. It tolls for thee.
Mitchell?
In here, Inspector.
You all right, Mitchell?
Yeah, I guess so.
I spotted Joshua's agent Mustafa, and he led me to you. I was hoping I could get to you before it was too late.
Well, you gave me a big lift indirectly aboard. Mustafa came flying back to tell Joshua you were closing in and knocked the gun out of his hand when he opened the door. There's your man, Inspector. Joshua, there, on the floor.
Oh, he is the one who engineered the political assassination with Captain Rock?
That's right.
Good. We will give it the widest publicity. When those two countries involved learn who killed that diplomat, perhaps their treaty will go through after all.
I hope so. Hey, look, aboard, do me a favor, will you?
After what you have done, anything, Mitchell.
The citizens of Tangier still think I killed Yadida. Will you give me a police escort out of town? I'm not exactly hankering to hang around here, if you know what I mean.
That can easily be arranged, Mitchell. Posing as a notorious character does have its disadvantages, I suppose.
That's the understatement of the week. You know, the next time the commissioner wants me to impersonate somebody...
Yes?
I hope it's a Sunday school teacher in Cedar Rapids.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Wright, with music by Bruce Ashley and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment comes to you from Hollywood. Tomorrow you'll hear Fibber McGee and Molly and Bob Hope on NBC.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
Imagine what's possible when learning doesn't get in the way of life. At Capella University, our game-changing FlexPath learning format lets you set your own deadlines so you can learn at a time and pace that works for you. It's an education you can tailor to your schedule. That means you don't have to put your life on hold to pursue your professional goals. Instead, enjoy learning your way and earn your degree without missing a beat. A different future is closer than you think with Capella University. Learn more at capella.edu.
This episode is brought to you by Rakuten. If you're shopping while working, eating, or even listening to this podcast, then you know and love the thrill of the hunt. But are you getting the thrill of the best deals? Rakuten shoppers do. They get the brands they love with the most savings and cash back. And you can get it too. Start getting cash back at your favorite stores like Samsung, Expedia, and Sephora. And even stack sales on top of cash back. It's easy to use, and you get your cash back through PayPal or check. The idea is simple. Stores pay Rakuten for sending them shoppers, and Rakuten shares the money with you as cash back. Download the free Rakuten app and never miss a deal. Or go to Rakuten.com to start getting the most bang for your buck. That's RAKUTEN.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
You know, Ruth, you could at least have waited until that blonde and I finished the dance before dragging me back here to the office.
Sorry, Steve, but the commissioner said he wanted you right away. And when he says right away, that means stop the music. Here we are.
Yeah?
The commissioner's waiting for you inside. I'll have your credentials and plane ticket at my desk when you're through in there.
Okay, Ruth. Hi, Commissioner.
Steve?
Well, where am I going this time?
I'm sending you to Athens, Greece.
Greece? Look, I wouldn't know Socrates from Homer.
I wouldn't worry about that. You're not liable to run into either.
Well, what's it all about?
Radar. Steve, as you know, our scientists have come up with new developments in radar so revolutionary that many of the older models are now obsolete.
So I understand. Hey, wait a minute. Is that how you located that blonde in me?
2 weeks ago, a complete set of plans covering these improvements was stolen from a research laboratory in this country. It's essential we get those plans back.
What's the line on them so far?
The man who smuggled them out of this country turned up dead in the Azores. His killer got as far as Algiers, and he got killed.
Sounds like a game where everyone plays for keeps.
It is. We now believe an international information peddler named Zundel has the plans.
And Zundel's in Athens?
We think so. Steve, there's a known channel waiting for those plans. Once they get to a certain point in the eastern Mediterranean, our chances of recovering them are nil. We've got to keep them from getting out of Athens.
Who do I work with in Athens?
Lieutenant Janakis of the police. Steve, I don't have to tell you about the danger involved. There are probably several interests after those plans. They'll stop at nothing. They'll throw the book at you. They put every obstacle in your path that they can.
You know, this comes as no surprise, Commissioner.
As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent after a story. But your real job is to get those plans before they get out of Athens. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Steve Mitchell is en route to Greece by plane. Meanwhile, on a narrow, deserted street in Athens at sunset, two men slip furtively along the sidewalk in the gathering dusk, closing in relentlessly on a third man ahead of them.
Sundell still does not realize we are following him, Ruba. Come, let us close in now.
In a moment, be close. Wait until he gets opposite that alley in front of him. He is getting closer. Now, come on.
Ah, Sundell!
Let go of me!
Into the alley, quick!
No!
Do not cry out. There is a knife in your stomach.
There, this is far enough.
The papers, Sundell. Give us the papers!
No, I do not have them anymore.
You lie!
We tried to buy them from you, but you would not sell at our price. Now we will take them.
No, no, no! Ruba, you fool, after him!
He is running out into the sea. The car is trying to hit him. Sundell cannot get out of the way.
Oh, get back here in the arm.
Wait. The man is getting out of the car. Miklos, he is searching Sundell. He must be after the papers, too.
Come, you must not let him get away.
He sees us. Watch out, he has a gun.
Get down. Shoot him, Ruba. Shoot him.
Oh, yeah, so I see.
But there's another one right over there.
Okay, thank you. Taxi! Taxi!
Yes, sir. Right over here.
Miklos.
Yes.
That's Steve Mitchell, all right. I received information he would be sent here to Athens to look for the radar plans.
Well, we must find out who ran down Zundel last night and beat us to those plans. Maybe if we search Zundel's house.
But we must also prevent Steve Mitchell from finding those plans. And that job comes first. Come, we will follow his cab.
Will you be staying here in Athens long, sir?
I don't know, driver.
Well, I just happen to have some cards with me which will admit you to various places that
I'm sorry, I'm not on a vacation. Hey, that other car.
He's trying to sideswipe.
Bring it out!
I cannot look out!
Well, driver, you okay?
I think so.
Here, I'll get this door open. Can you open your door?
No, it's jammed.
Well, come on. I'll help you through the window.
Thank you. How about you? Are you hurt?
Just shaken up. Looks like I got a reception committee pretty early in the game this time. Look, can you get another cab and take me to police headquarters?
Nothing personal, sir. But if you do not mind, just get yourself another driver, please. You are bad luck to me.
Okay, I guess I can't blame you, honey.
Like your American GIs used to say. I have had it.
So I finally made it to your office, Lieutenant Janikos, the hard way.
I wonder if this reception committee you speak of is the same one which greeted Zundel last night.
What do you mean?
He was run down by a car and is now in the hospital unconscious.
You think it could have been an accident, Janikos?
I am certain it was not. It was a deliberate hit and run. Several shots were heard. That is all we know at present. Here, you may be interested in looking at these pictures.
Taken at the scene of the accident, huh?
Yes, immediately afterward.
You recognize any of the faces in the crowd, Lieutenant?
No. I have a pretty good line on most of the agents and information peddlers here in Athens, Mitchell. But I don't see any of them in these pictures. Come in. Oh, good morning, Mr. Thatcher.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Let me introduce a colleague of yours. This is Mr. Steve Mitchell, also a freelance correspondent from the United States. This is Jim Thatcher, Mr. Mitchell.
Pleased to meet you, Mitchell.
Hi.
What can I do for you, Mr. Thatcher?
I came to talk to you about this guy Zundel who got run over last night.
What about Zundel?
Well, I don't know if you know much about his background, but he's a sort of a shady character.
Indeed. In what way, Mr. Thatcher?
I've been cultivating him off and on for the past few months. Once in a while, he's given me information I was able to use in some of my stories. Well, lately, he's been pretty evasive, but I got the idea he was involved in something big.
What sort of thing?
I don't know. That's why I came here. Figured you might have some sort of line on him.
I'm afraid I cannot help you, Mr. Thatcher.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Lieutenant, but if you do get any information about Zundel, I'd appreciate you letting me in on it.
I am sure you will have access to any information which is made public, Mr. Thatcher.
Okay, I'll keep in touch with you. Going to be in Athens long, Mitchell?
Oh, a few days, I guess.
Where are you staying?
Lyceum Hotel.
Yeah, we can have a drink. Talk a little shop.
Okay, see you around, Thatcher. You handled that very well, Lieutenant. For our purposes right now, we don't want anyone to know we suspect Zundel of being involved with those radar plans.
That was my thought too, Mitchell. Well, what will be your first step?
I'd like to take a look around Zundel's place.
Very well. Here's the key. We took it from Zundel's pocket after the accident. Here is the address.
Okay, I'll go over there right now. I'll probably be calling in a little later, Janikos. Cigarette smoke. That's funny. Some.
So, Steve Mitchell again. This time we will finish him off. Wait!
I hear a car outside.
girl, she's coming in. We must leave.
What about Mitchell?
We will take care of Mitchell later. Hurry, Mitchell. Follow me out the window.
Where's the girl, Oba?
I do not know. I have never seen her before. Hurry, come to the counter.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
hey, you really pack a wallop, don't you?
who are you?
You know, right now you can just call me hit on the head.
I don't understand. What are you doing here?
I'm just gonna ask you the same thing.
Why, I'm Helen Slater, Carl's fiance.
Carl? Oh, you mean Carl Zundel?
Of course. Look, I don't understand. Where's Carl?
Don't you know?
Well, I thought he was here, obviously. This happens to be his house, you know.
I guess you haven't read the paper today.
I've been out of town. Why, has anything happened to Carl?
He was in an accident last night.
What? Oh, no. Is he... Well, was it serious?
He's in the hospital, unconscious.
Where? I want to see him.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Come on, I'll call a cab and take us to the hospital. Janakis?
Yes?
This is Mitchell.
Oh.
I'm calling from a payphone.
Yes?
I'm on my way to the hospital with a girl named Helen Slater. Says she's Zundel's fiancée.
I see.
I think I'll stick with her a while. She claims she didn't know about the accident.
Oh.
But I'd never forget a face like hers. I'm sure she's in one of those pictures you showed me of the crowd at the scene of the accident. That must be Zundel's room down the hall. There's a police guard at the door.
Look, there's a doctor just going inside.
Yeah, come on.
You know, I still don't understand what you were doing in Carl's house, Mr. Mitchell.
I'm a newspaper correspondent. I was looking for a story
About Carl?
about his accident, if it was an accident.
I don't understand. But why would anyone try to kill Carl?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. Maybe you have.
Me? No.
Well, here we are.
Yes, sir?
I'm Steve Mitchell. Perhaps Lieutenant Janikos mentioned my name to you.
Yes, he did.
How's Zundel?
Still unconscious, I think.
Can I see him?
Perhaps shortly. A doctor went into the room a moment ago. Maybe he will have word.
Oh, I wish there was something I could do. When I think of Carl lying here unconscious for a day and a half and me not even knowing about it.
Yeah.
Well, looks like you're as eager on the story as I am, Mitchell.
Oh, well, hi. Thatcher, isn't it?
Yeah, Jim Thatcher. We met in Janaka's office.
Oh, sure. Miss Slater, this is Jim Thatcher, another correspondent.
Hello.
Hi.
Miss Slater is Zundel's fiancée.
Oh? Anything new on Zundel?
No.
Good evening, Dr. Shelion. I'm going to see the patient. Yes, sir.
He must be worse.
What do you mean?
Well, to require the presence of two doctors. One of them is in the room with Zundel now.
What are you talking about? I'm the only doctor on duty.
Hey, we better take a look inside.
What is this other doctor you're talking about? Why, he is not here. Wait.
Look at Zundel in the bed.
His throat has been cut. I wish to thank all of you for coming here to my office. I think I have all the information I need at present.
I don't understand. Who would do a thing like that to
Miss
Carl?
Slater, rest assured the police department will leave nothing undone in our investigation.
I think this killing verifies what I was telling you earlier today, Lieutenant. Zundel was apparently involved in something pretty serious.
But I'm sure Carl wasn't doing anything wrong.
You say he never mentioned anything he might have been involved in, do you?
No, nothing, Mr. Mitchell.
Miss Slater, Mr. Thatcher, you may both go now. But please leave your addresses with me in the event you are wanted for further questioning.
Okay. My address, Lieutenant. 1223 Sophia Boulevard.
23 Sophia Boulevard. Thank you.
Sorry, I had to meet you under such unfortunate circumstances, Miss Slater. If there's anything I can
Oh,
do.
thank you, Mr. Thatcher. I'm afraid there isn't.
Well, be around, gentlemen.
So long, Thatcher.
I've written my address and telephone number down for you, too, Lieutenant. There's just one favor I'd like to ask.
What is it, Miss Slater?
Well, Carl and I were pretty close, of course. There are some things in his house, things I'd given him. Cigarette lighter, a painting, a few things like that. I was wondering if I could have them back as Well, remembrances.
I am sure that can be arranged after the inquest.
Oh, thank you very much. You'll get in touch with me if there are any new developments in the case.
At once.
Oh, you've been very kind, Lieutenant. Goodbye, Mr. Mitchell.
Miss Slater?
Well, Mitchell, any chance we had of gaining information from Zundel is now gone. A frustrating case.
Yeah, frustrating, but not surprising. With something as vital and valuable as those radar plans at stake, it's no holds barred.
Let us recapitulate as to his killing. You say you and Miss Slater arrived at the hospital together.
That's right. As we approached Zundel's room, we saw a man in a white robe wearing a surgical mask go in the door. And while we were talking to the guard, Thatcher came down the hall. I introduced him to Miss Slater, and the real doctor showed up. We went into the room and discovered the body.
Obviously, this man in the doctor's uniform killed Zundel, then left by the window.
Yeah, with that surgical mask, it could have been anybody.
Apparently, he murdered Zundel, trying to get information as to the whereabouts of the papers.
I thought that at first, too, Janaka. Then I remembered that Zundel was unconscious at the time, so it couldn't have very well been that. No. Oh, I think the killer already has the papers and realized that Zundel knew he had them, so he had to shut his mouth for keeps.
But you say when you went to Zundel's apartment a few hours ago, you were knocked unconscious. Whoever did it obviously had been looking for the papers in the apartment. You interrupted his search.
Yeah, that's the point, Janakas. I think we're up against two teams in this ball game.
Two?
Sure. One outfit already has the plans. The other outfit's trying to find them. And we're right in the middle. Nice thought, isn't it?
If you're right in your assumptions, if the plans are already in possession of hostile interests, then that means...
It means we've got to move fast to prevent those plans from getting out of Athens. Whoever has them undoubtedly knows your men will be covering all exits, so they'll probably try to cook up some cute angle to get the plans out.
This girl, Mitchell, what do you make of her?
Helen Slater? I don't know just where she fits into this deal, but I'm sure she fits in someplace. She lied when she said she didn't know about Zundel's accident. Maybe she lied about a few other things, too.
Well, where does all this leave us, Mitchell?
Well, pretty much in the dark right now. Look, right after I got slugged in Zundel's place, Helen walked in, so I never did get a chance to take a look around.
Oh, you wish to go back there again?
Yeah. Maybe we could find something there that'll give us a line on whom Zundel's been playing ball with. But first, I've got to send a report back to my boss in the United States. I'll be with you in a few minutes.
These reports coming in on the teletype, Commissioner.
Good, let's have it.
Here you are.
Very dull job you sent me on, Commissioner. Was in Athens 2 whole hours before getting hit on the head.
Well, that's just about par for Steve, I guess.
Yeah. Now in middle of charming game of button, who's got the button? Both sides playing for keeps. Man who used to have button, now slightly dead.
He must mean Zundel.
Hey, wait a minute, here's some more. Check on a Jim Thatcher, newspaper correspondent. On the way back to Zundel's house with Janakis. We'll keep you informed.
Here we are, Janakis.
What are you waiting for?
The last time I walked through that door, I got a lump. You remember? I'm not taking any chances this time. Yeah, I guess the joint's empty. Come on. We might as well start here in the living room. There's a chance that the plans are here somewhere, although I doubt it. But anything we can find which would tie Zundel's in with the people he was running with would help us.
All right. I will take this side of the room over here.
Okay, I'll... Hey, that's funny.
What is the matter?
Take a look at this wall over here, Janakis.
This wall? But there's nothing here.
That's right. But there was something here. Look, this area right here is cleaner than the rest of the wall. Let's see it. Yep, there's a nail hole here.
A picture was hung here.
A picture or a painting. Yeah, I remember now. I noticed it when I was here before. Hey, That must have been the painting Helen said she gave Zundel, the one she wanted back.
From the size of the lighter area on the wall, it must have been a rather large painting.
Yeah, large enough to hide those plans in. Have you got Helen's phone number with you?
Yes. Here you are. You said the possessor of those plans would seek a clever scheme to get them out of Athens. It appears you were right.
Yeah, it doesn't do you much good to be right if you're too late.
Hello?
This is Steve Mitchell, Helen.
Well, hello, Steve.
You said this morning that there were several things in Zundel's apartment you'd like, gifts you'd given him.
Did I? Well, to tell the truth, I've sort of lost interest in them, Steve.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You've already got the only thing you really wanted, that painting.
Well, I'm afraid I have to be going now, Steve.
It must be quite a painting.
Oh, it is? Very interesting. And very profitable, too. Come on.
Wait, look.
And don't try to find me, Steve. You won't be able to.
Now, wait a minute.
So long, darling.
Now, Helen. Helen? Come on, Janakis. We've got to get over to her apartment fast.
Oh, gentlemen, this is highly irregular. I cannot let you into Miss Slater's apartment.
Yes, you can. I'm Lieutenant Janakos, Police Department.
Police? Oh, certainly. Oh, all right, then. Oh, of course, but Miss Slate is not in. No? She left a few minutes ago. Here we are.
How long ago?
Oh, just a few minutes ago. Here,
She's gone, all right.
I don't understand, gentlemen. Is something wrong?
Have you any idea where Miss Slater went?
Why, no. She left in quite hurry. Took a taxi.
Did she have any baggage with her?
Yes. 2 suitcases, as I remember.
Anything else?
No, I don't think that. Wait. Yes, she had large flat packets.
Probably the painting.
The what?
We will need you no longer. You may go.
Oh, but
We will let you know when we leave. Thank you.
Well, all right.
She took off in a hurry, didn't she? Must have been all packed and warming up her engines.
Yes. We will get a bulletin out on her at once. Dominic, this is Janakos. Trace the cab driver who picked up Helen Slater from her apartment here a few minutes ago. Find out where he took her.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hold on, Dominic. What is it, Mitchell?
Just spotted this piece of paper in the wastebasket here. Let me take a look.
Vivian Star, 6 p.m.
Yeah, the name of the ship.
6 p.m.? What time is it now?
10 after 6.
It has already sailed. Dominic, contact the harbor patrol. Tell them to have a launch waiting for us. Come, Mitchell. We must try to overtake the Libyan Star before it gets outside the 12-mile limit. I'm afraid the Libyan Star has too much of a start on us, Mitchell.
Yeah. Hey, there's something sort of slick about this whole deal. A little too slick, maybe.
What do you mean, Mitchell?
I don't know. Something about it doesn't add up. I can't quite put my finger on it, but...
There is the Libyan Star ahead.
Faster!
It will do us no good, Lieutenant Janakos.
What do you mean?
The 12-mile limit stretches between those 2 islands on either side of it. The ship is already beyond the limit.
Very well. You may as well head back to port. I'm sorry, Mitchell, but my authority does not exceed the 12-mile limit.
Yeah, I know.
We can try, of course, to intercept the girl at the ship's destination. But as you know, such things are sometimes difficult to arrange due to international aspects. And of course, she could leave the ship at any port along the line. Mitchell, I am afraid that as far as those radar plans are concerned, the outlook is not encouraging.
The more I think about this deal, the less it adds up. Helen had a key to Zundel's apartment. Now, if the painting was really what she was after, why didn't she just go and get it right away instead of telling us about it first?
I do not know. Yes?
I read your message for you. From police headquarters?
Thank you. Mitchell.
What is it?
My man Dominic traced the cab driver. Helen Slater did not go to the waterfront at all. She went to number 1223 Sophia Boulevard.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that the address the newspaper correspondent gave us?
Yes, Jim Thatcher. But why would the girl have gone to his apartment?
Particularly when the two of them were acting like they didn't know each other. This deal is beginning to add up. Get this launch in overdrive, Tanaka. We're going back to town and pay a call on Jim Thatcher.
Mitchell, there are many aspects of this affair I do not understand.
Here are the stairs. Thatcher's apartment must be on the second floor. Yeah, there are still a few missing pieces in the deal, Janakis, but it's beginning to shape up.
Mitchell!
Sounds like someone got here first. Come on.
Mitchell, look! Two men coming out of Thatcher's apartment.
They gotta come through us. I'll take the one on the right.
Mikos! Quick! Your knife!
Too late, Buster. Janakis, the other one's heading for the stairs.
Stop! Stop or I shoot! Stop!
Well, you sure don't pull any punches, Janakis.
He should have stopped.
He did. Well, papers aren't on this boy. They must be on the guy downstairs.
Papers? What papers?
The radar plans.
What? But I
Hey,
thought...
take a look, will you? I want to talk to Thatcher if he's still alive.
Very
well. Yeah, looks like we got here a little late, Thatcher.
Helen, she's dead.
Yeah, so I see.
They killed her. And knifed me.
Probably won't have much time, Thatcher, so you better talk fast. Who were the two guys that jumped you?
Don't know. They were after the papers.
I figured there were two teams. I guess those boys were the have-nots. It was you who killed Zundel in the hospital. Sure. You put on a white uniform and mask. Killed Zundel, went out the window, and then you threw away the costume and met us in the hall outside the room.
Here are the radar plans, Mitchell. They were on the body of the man I just shot.
Yeah, and he got them from Thatcher here.
From Thatcher? But I do not understand. I thought...
Thatcher is the man who ran over Zundel and took the plans from him. He's had them all the time. Helen tried to focus our attention on the painting, so that while we were concentrating on her and the ship, Thatcher would have slipped quietly out of town.
Yeah. Yeah. He's gone, Mitchell.
Yeah. Well, looks like this deal didn't exactly work out for either of them.
The plan then was for the girl to lure us away with the fake departure, then double back and pick up the plans from Thatcher, eh?
I guess that's about the size of it. And they almost got away with it, too. Funny. I was just thinking about football.
Football? What does that have to do with this?
Well, I've played a little in my time, Janakis, and I've seen an awful lot of games. But I had to come all the way over here to Athens to see the slickest hidden ball play of them all.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Wright, with music by Bruce Ashley, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time, when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Here's more good news for mystery fans. Every Sunday, you may now hear Richard Diamond, private detective, over most of these same NBC stations. With Dick Powell starred as the hard-hitting two-fisted Dick Diamond, the Sunday adventures of this private eye are as interesting as tomorrow's race results today. There's fast action and plenty of suspense each Sunday as Diamond fights his way to fame, fortune, and a red-headed girlfriend. Richard Diamond is another of the fast-moving adventure mysteries you'll hear every week on NBC, with such great shows as Dangerous Assignment, Night Beat, and Christopher London. If it's mystery and adventure you like when you turn on your radio, make a date now to hear all these stellar NBC shows. And remember, it's Sunday for Dick Powell as Richard Diamond on most of these NBC stations. Tomorrow, you'll hear Fibber McGee and Molly and Bob Hope on NBC.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
I think you're on mute.
Workday is starting to sound the same.
I think you're on mute.
Find something that sounds better for your career on LinkedIn. With LinkedIn Job Collections, you can browse curated collections by relevant industries and benefits, like flex PTO or hybrid workplaces, so you can find the right job for you. Get started at linkedin.com/jobs. Finding where you fit. LinkedIn knows how.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Creating really great retail experiences with multiple stores, teams, and workflows is tough. But with Shopify's point-of-sale system, you can do it across thousands of locations without complexity. It's a unified command center, bringing together in-store and online operations so customers can shop how they want, and staff have the tools to close every sale. Check out shopify.com/special offer and create the best retail experiences without complexity.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, dangerous, my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to wind up with me playing the little kids' game of King of the Mountain. The only difference is, in this game I'm playing, whoever loses gets killed. Good morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve.
Well, what's the deal this time?
You'll be looking for a piece of paper that's vital to us right now.
Oh, somebody steal it?
Yes.
What is it, a secret treaty or something like that?
No, it's a hospital temperature chart.
Hey, you know, for a minute I thought you
That's
said...
just what I did say. A hospital temperature chart. And a complete set of medical records.
Now, look, Commissioner, fun is fun.
This is no joke, Steve.
You know, I think you're serious.
You bet I am.
Well, in that case, you better start at the beginning. Whose medical records are they, and why are they so important?
Steve, see this map of Eastern Europe, this country?
Yeah, what about it?
For some time, it's been torn apart politically. During the last few years, a popular leader has arisen who's been able to do the one thing nobody else has before him. To unite his country under a democratic form of government.
You're talking about Karl Zandor?
That's right. You have any idea where Xander is right now?
Well, it seems to me I read that he was taking a vacation somewhere in the Austrian Alps.
Steve, Karl Xander is a patient at the Whittington Clinic right here in the United States.
What?
Yes, it's been a very closely guarded secret, or rather it was, up until a few days ago.
Wait a minute, you said there were some medical records stolen. Were they Zandor's records?
Yes. How they found out Xander was in the clinic, we don't know, but they did. And hired a man to steal the record. We know the man's name, and we've got a description of it.
But who'd want to steal medical records?
Steve, Karl Xander is a very sick man. The specialists at the clinic all agreed he'll pull through, but right now you'd never be able to tell that by looking at his medical record.
I think I'm beginning to get it, Commissioner. Isn't there an election coming up in a couple of weeks in Zandor's country?
That's right, Steve. Imagine what would happen if a highly organized minority in that country plastered copies of those medical reports all over the front page. They could make it look as if Xander was dying. That would cause the defeat of Xander's party. And 3 years of building toward democracy would go down the drain.
I see. That makes those medical records pretty hot, Commissioner.
Xander has asked for our cooperation, Steve. I told him we'd do everything we possibly can.
You say you know who swiped the records from the clinic?
Yes, a man named Duvac. He posed as a grocery truck driver to gain admittance to the clinic.
Any idea where Duvac is now?
We think he's on a ship named the Southern Empress en route to the Portuguese colony of Macau on the China coast.
Sort of taking a roundabout way, isn't it?
Yes, and we think it's to cover his tracks.
Well, can't you radio the skipper of the ship?
No, this thing has to be kept absolutely quiet, Steve.
So I'm elected to fly over to Macau and meet the boat, huh?
Yes, and your plane leaves in 1 hour. You'll just barely make it to Macau before the boat loads.
Any contacts over there who can help me?
One, the Lieutenant Braga of the police. Steve, get over to Macau. Work with Braga. Intercept Duvac, and above all, get those records back. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, a colorful, two-fisted government agent. In all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Well, I've chased a lot of strange things in my time, but never a set of medical records. On the surface, it sounds like a cinch, but I've got an uneasy feeling that before the deal's over, somebody will be making out a set of medical records on me. It's Monday evening when my plane lands in Macau. I check with Police Lieutenant Braga, and the two of us head to the waterfront. We get there just in time to see the Southern Empress docking. We go aboard and find out from the purser that Dubak's cabin is 23B.
You have a description of this man, Dubak?
Yes, Lieutenant Braga. I've got a picture of him right here in my pocket.
Oh, I might observe, senor, that the simplicity of this assignment makes it a refreshing change from the ordinary run of things for me here in Macau.
Oh, yeah?
We know who our man is, we have a description of him, we know his stateroom number. So, we arrest him and recover the papers you see. And it is all over.
Well, I hope you're right. Here we are, 23B. Hey, the door is ajar.
Mitchell.
Yeah?
The man lying on the floor.
Yeah, come on.
Is he dead?
No, unconscious.
Who is he?
Search me. He isn't Dubak. That's a cinch. Come on, Buster, snap out of it. Braga, how about getting that pitcher of water over there?
Very well. Strange, too, that he should be lying there in his undershirt.
Yeah. Looks like the deal isn't going to be quite as easy as we figured, Braga.
No. Here you are, Mitchell.
Thanks. Yeah, looks like the water was what you needed, Buster. Come on now, snap out of it.
Well,
That's what we'd like to know. Who are you?
I'm the steward. I was called in here by Mr. Dubak to get his luggage. I opened the door. That's the last I remember. Wait a minute. Where's my white coat and my cap?
Mitchell.
Yeah, looks like Dubak figured he'd have a better chance of getting ashore unnoticed if he dressed as a steward.
Come, I have men stationed on the pier. We will check with him.
But none of Braga's men remember seeing a man in a steward's uniform come ashore. Of course, he could have slipped by in the dark. Braga orders the whole area patrolled, but all of a sudden I get a different hunch. If Dubak is this smart, maybe he's even smarter. I go back aboard the Southern Empress and look up the captain, who's still up on the bridge.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Mitchell. If this man Dubak has already slipped ashore in a steward's uniform, why...
Maybe he has, Captain, but on the other hand, maybe that's what he wants us to think he's done.
I see. Well, you have my permission to search the ship. Of course, that'll take quite a while. There's a lot of places where a man could hide.
I know, that's why I like to stay up here on the bridge.
What do you mean?
Well, from here I can watch the side of the ship.
Oh, you figure that he...
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Seems to me I just saw something come out of one of those portholes down there.
Rather hard to see in the dark.
Yeah.
Want me to turn on the searchlight?
No, not yet.
Yes, I see it now. It's a rope dangling from the porthole.
Somebody's starting to climb down it. Okay, Captain, hit that searchlight.
Right.
There he goes, climbing down the rope to the water. Dubak, hold it!
Mitchell, we let go of the rope and drop to the water. Yeah. What are you doing?
I'm going after him, Captain. Keep that light on him. I dive for a spot a few feet away from Dubak. The water hits me like a hand across the face. When I come up, Dubak is swimming for the center of the channel. I take off after him. Start gaining. Half a dozen more strokes and I've got him. Let go of me! Come on, Dubak. We're going back to the ship. Go! Okay, you want to play rough? Now I'll oblige you. Let go! I jerk my head around just in time to see a cutthroat bearing down. I try to get Dubak out of the way, but it's too late. Something awful heavy hits me a glancing blow on the side of the head, and all of a sudden, I've had it.
What do you think, Captain?
I don't know, Lieutenant Braga. The tug didn't hit him square, sort of a glancing blow. Maybe... Hey, sounds like he's starting to come out of it.
Mitchell.
Lieutenant Braga.
Si, senor.
And the captain. Hey, look. Where am I? I remember I was in the water watching that tugboat climb my frame.
You're back aboard ship, Mitchell. We fished you out just before you went under for the third time.
Well, thanks for the lift. Hey, What about Duvac?
Duvac was not as fortunate as you, Mitchell. The tugboat hit him squarely. He was killed.
Did you recover the body?
See? But the papers you are after, the medical reports, they were not on the body.
What? You sure about that?
Quite sure. We searched the corpse thoroughly.
But that doesn't add up. Look, we know that Duvac had those papers and was trying to get them ashore. He slugged the steward and swiped his uniform to make it look like he was going ashore that way.
See, and then he tried to leave the ship later by means of the rope down the side. All this we know, Mitchell. But the fact remains, those papers were not on him.
Well, I guess that leaves us two possibilities, Braga.
What are they?
Either those papers are still in Duvac's stateroom or somebody took them ashore for him.
In that case, Mitchell.
Yeah, in that case, we're falling behind fast. Let's go to work on the first possibility.
That the papers are still in Duvac's stateroom.
Yeah, we'll give the place a frisk. Captain, I wonder if you could have that steward meet us in the stateroom.
Sure.
He might be able to give us a line on whom Duvac was running around with aboard ship. Somebody who might be carrying the mail for him.
Appears we may now throw out that first possibility, Mitchell.
Yeah, we've gone over this stateroom like a vacuum cleaner, but we sure haven't turned up those papers. Come in.
The captain said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, I do, Stewart. Look, do you happen to know if the dead man, Duvac, was particularly friendly with any of the passengers?
Well, I'm afraid I can't help you there. I don't...
What is it?
Wait a minute. I just remembered the woman.
What woman?
Well, an American, I believe. What's her name? Miss Barlow, I think.
Who's Miss Barlow?
One of the passengers. I remember seeing Mr. Duvac with her quite frequently the last few days.
Happen to know if she smokes?
Well, why, yes. Yes, she does. Why?
We found a cigarette butt with lipstick in the ashtray.
Oh, I see. You think this Miss Barlow is the person you're looking for?
I don't know. Well, thanks, Stewart. Looks like we've got company.
Oh, boy, I'm sorry. I have made a mistake.
Oh, who are you?
My name is Kessler, but I do not see that concerns you.
Maybe it does. Are you looking for something or someone?
Why, as a matter of fact, I was. A friend of mine. But it is obvious I have the wrong stateroom. I apologize.
Yeah, I wonder if he did have the wrong stateroom or not.
So do I. He happens to be a rather unsavory character, Mitchell.
Oh, you know him?
Yes, he operates a bar here in Macau.
Well, it might be a good idea to keep an eye on him.
Yes, it would not surprise me to find that he was involved.
He may not have anything to do with it, but we're pretty short of leads right now, so we've got to follow up anything that looks even possible.
I agree. I would have his bar watched.
Good. In the meantime, I'll check with this Miss Barlow.
I believe she's already left the ship, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll try to locate her ashore. See if I can find out just how good a friend of Duvac she was. I checked with the purser and learned that Miss Barlow left the ship 20 minutes ago, so I go ashore. On the dock, I see a line of rickshaw boys waiting for passengers. I go over to one of them. When he sees me coming, his face lights up like a pinball game.
Oh, yeah, come on, rickshaw, you try, oh, yeah.
In a minute, maybe.
In a minute, maybe, oh, yeah.
Right now, I'd like a little information.
Little information, oh, yeah.
Your mother frightened by a parrot or something? Look, tell me, did you see a woman come off that ship about 20 minutes ago?
Oh, yes, oh, yes.
You did? Where'd she go?
Oh, yes, fine, rickshaw, you try. Take your strange places with faraway names, oh, yeah.
You know, I can see this is not exactly a meeting of the mind.
Meeting of mind, oh, yeah.
All right. Now, look, Buster.
How you know my name?
Huh? Don't tell me your name is Buster.
No, name is, now look.
Oh, fine. Okay, now look. I mean, now...
Oh, you call me twice, but there is only one of me.
What I'm trying to say... just take me into town, will you? I check all the hotels in Macau and find out that Miss Barlow registered at the Splendida. I charge over there in my trusty rickshaw and learn that she's in the bar, so I go in and slide on the stool next to her.
Well, say, now isn't that one?
Look, maybe I better go out and come in again.
Oh, no, silly. I just wondered what in the world I'd ever do if a strange man came into the bar and sat right down beside me, and along you came, and I didn't even bat a little of eye.
Well, now, that's real brave of you, ma'am. And not even a quiver out of your martini, either.
Oh, now you're poking fun at me, Mr.
Mitchell. Steve Mitchell.
Well, I'm Susan Barlow.
Oh, taking a vacation, Susan?
Taking a vacation, I should say not, Steve. I'm starting a whole new career. That's just how bold I am.
Oh, what kind of a career are you starting?
I'm going to travel all around the whole wide world and write down just about every little old thing I see, Steve.
Well, that sounds like a pretty big order. So you're going to be a writer, huh?
Sure enough, I am. You see, Steve, I'm a school teacher from New England, and I decided one day that I
Whoa,
was
whoa, whoa, just a minute.
Huh?
Where did you say you came from?
New England.
That's what I thought you said.
Well, southern part, of course.
Oh, of course.
And now I'm just out looking for color, Steve.
I see. Did you find any of it on the boat?
Did I? Why, you'd never in the world believe it, but I found
Probably
more.
not, but how about interesting characters? You meet any of them?
I shouldn't have dared.
Fellow named Duvac, for instance?
I don't remember the name particularly.
Oh.
Of course, I met so many people on board.
I heard that you and Duvac were pretty friendly.
And now, Mr. Mitchell, where I come from,
Southern New England, that is.
a gentleman takes a lady's word for things. And come to think about it, I don't have to answer any more of your nosy old questions. I'm asking you right now to quit testing me, Mr. Mitchell. Else I'll sure enough report you.
Report me to whom?
Never you mind whom. I'll just report you.
You know, Miss Corn Pony, that you're sure enough on the level. Or that's a powerful good act you're putting on. And sooner or later, I'm sure enough going to find out which.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's adventure in the air tomorrow evening as NBC brings you another authentic story of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae stars as a modern-day agent of the law. Times have changed, and the Rangers ride automobiles instead of cayuses, but they're still the same hard-bitten group riding down from the plains of Texas. And also tomorrow, galloping down from the plains of Hollywood, will be the hilarious Harrises, to bring you another chaotic, confusing, and delightful domestic saga on the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. You're listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, along about now, I figure it's time to get back with Lieutenant Braga. I find him in the bar owned by Kessler, the man who stuck his nose into the box stateroom.
Did you find Miss Barlow, Mitchell?
Yeah, I sure did.
Well, what about her?
That's what I'd like to know.
What do you mean?
She's so phony, she must be legit.
Phony, did you? Well, that sounds confusing.
Well, if it does, it's because I am. You found out anything about this Kessler?
No, and he does not seem to be here in his bar at the moment.
Well, it's possible, of course, that Kessler doesn't have anything to do with the deal. He could have been telling us the truth. Maybe he really was looking for a friend and just wandered into Dubach's stateroom by mistake.
Yes, that possibility, of course, has occurred to me, too.
You know, I'm beginning to think that nothing about this deal makes sense, Braga. Look, Dubach swipes some pretty important medical records back in the States and takes off with them. He comes to Macau aboard the Southern Empress and then tries to make us think he sneaked ashore in the steward's uniform.
But actually, he attempts to escape from the ship by means of the rope.
Sure, and up to there it all figures. But when you fished his body out of the drink, the papers weren't on him, and they weren't in the stateroom either.
Perhaps he has already passed them to a confederate.
Yeah, that's about the only possibility left. And this character, Kessler, would qualify as a good suspect, except for one thing.
You mean if Dubach had somehow passed the papers to him, why did he come to Dubach's room?
Yeah. All of which brings us back to Susan Barlow again.
Sure enough, never forget a name, do you, Steve?
Well, hello, Susan. Have a seat.
Well, thank you.
This is Lieutenant Braga.
I am honored, Miss Barlow.
Oh, that's nice.
Care for a drink, Susan?
No, thanks. I can only stay a minute. I will have a cigarette.
I want one, mine.
No, thanks. I got mine right here on my bag.
You know, I think I'll try one of yours, if I may.
Why, sure, Steve. Here you are.
Thanks.
And see, I got a matchbook here somewhere. Yeah, here it is.
Thanks. Sort of surprised to see you again, Susan. The last time, as I remember, you were all set to report me to the nearest Boy Scout.
Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, that's why I looked you up, Steve. I kind of wanted to apologize for being so testy.
Oh? I thought maybe you were going to apologize for not telling me the truth.
What in the world do you mean?
You said you didn't know Duvac very well.
Well, now, looky, Steve, if you're going to start that again, I'm just going to pick up and leave.
The steward aboard the ship told us that you and Duvac were together quite a lot, Susan.
He did. Was that nosy, Parker?
Well, how about it?
Oh, all right, Steve. Yes, I did tell you a little old fib about it.
Why?
Well, mainly because my recollection of Mr. Duvac is not a very pleasant one. He represented himself to me as a gentleman. He said he could help me improve my writing. He sure enough had strange ideas about what improves a girl's writing.
Oh, I see. Look, did you ever hear him mention anything about any important papers he was carrying?
Important papers. I wouldn't know anything at all about that.
Miss Barlow,
Mm.
did this Duvak ever speak of a man named Kessler, the person who owns this bar?
No, I don't believe I remember the name. Well, I better be getting back to my hotel, Steve.
I'm glad you stopped by, Susan.
We friends again?
We sure enough are.
Fine. Come and see me then, here.
Sure enough.
A most unusual woman, Mitchell.
Yeah, you figure her out. I can't. She patched those baby blue eyes and said she wouldn't know anything about any secret papers or a man named Kessler.
She appears to be telling the truth.
Yeah, you're exactly right. She appears to be. If she really is, that leaves us with just one lead, Kessler. Incidentally, where is he?
Yes, it does seem strange that the owner of a bar would remain away from it for so long a time.
I wonder if he could have skipped town with those papers.
But how could he have gotten them in the first place?
I don't know. But I think we'd better find out where he lives and drop in on him. What did you say the number of Kessler's apartment was, Lieutenant?
9, according to that bartender.
9. That's just a couple more doors down the hall.
Mitchell, if Kessler is involved...
Hey!
That sounded as if it came from Kessler's room.
Come on!
Kessler!
Locked. Come on, get back here, Lieutenant. We'll have to break down the door.
Very well.
Okay, let's go. Didn't budget an inch.
We try it again.
Yeah. Ready?
Yep. Mitchell, look on the floor.
Yeah. Kessler. There are scissors between his shoulder blades.
But where could the killer have... Wait, the window is open.
Yeah. See anything?
There's an alley running along the side of the building, but it's too dark to see anything.
Yeah, the killer could drop out of sight with no trouble at all.
Mitchell, Kessler was stabbed to death with a pair of scissors.
Scissors are a woman's weapon.
Precisely what I was thinking.
Well, if Kessler did have those papers, he sure doesn't have them now. Only things in his pockets are a matchbook and some loose change. Let's take a look around the room, Braga.
Very well. You think Kessler had the papers and the killer took them?
I don't know. That doesn't quite boil, Lieutenant. How could Kessler have gotten the papers? And if he did have them, why did he show up at Duvak's stateroom?
I do not know. Yeah, what is it?
Take a look at this ashtray.
2 cigarette butts with lipstick on it.
Yeah, and they're the same brand as Susan Barlow smoked.
Who are you telephone?
Her hotel. Hello. Is Miss Susan Barlow there? What? How long ago? Thanks.
She's not there.
Checked out a half an hour ago.
Mitchell, she is the killer.
Sure looks that way.
Total fits. Remember, she left Kessler's bar before we did. That was almost an hour ago. That would give her time to check out of her hotel, come here and kill Kessler.
Yeah, she could have done it all right.
I would have a dragnet put out for her at once.
I suppose you'd better.
Mitchell, what is the matter?
Something bothers me about this setup, Lieutenant.
See, what is it?
I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it, but... Hey, wait.
What are you doing?
Lieutenant, do you see any other ashtrays in this room?
Why, no. Only this one in front of you. Why?
What's in this ashtray?
Mitchell, what is the matter with you? You can see as well as I there are 2 cigarette butts with lipstick on them.
Anything else?
No, of course not. See here.
Do you see a wastebasket in the room anywhere?
Wastebasket? Well, no.
Anything on the rug?
Rug? No, not that I can see. Mitchell, have you suddenly lost your mind?
No, Lieutenant. Matter of fact, I think I've just found it.
What are you talking about?
You see, if you could locate Susan Barlow anyway, will you? I'm going on a little errand. If my hunch is right, I don't have much time. I head for the ship, Southern Empress, in a hurry. Just as I get onto the dock, I see a figure hurrying down the gangway, suitcase in hand. I follow. He dives around the corner of a warehouse. I beat it after him. But when I get around the corner, all of a sudden, there he is, right beside me, with a gun jammed in my rib.
Looking for me, Mitchell?
Yeah, Stewart. As a matter of fact, I was. Looks like you found me.
Get inside the warehouse.
Okay. I think I've got it all pegged now, Stewart.
Yeah, that's nice.
Still not realize it'd probably be tough for him to get those papers ashore. He knew Kessler was waiting for him, so he made a deal with you to take the papers to Kessler.
Here's the door. Open.
You figured there'd be more dough in it for you if you kept the stuff, but Kessler knew you had it. That's why he came to Duvak's stateroom. That meant you had to knock him off, which you did a half an hour ago.
Come on, Mitchell, inside.
Hey, why you bring me in the warehouse?
Quieter. Besides, they won't find your body for days with all these crates stacked around.
Well, that's a jolly thought.
Now, I gotta hand it to you, Mitchell. Got it all figured out.
How you tumble to me, I don't know, but right now it doesn't matter. Come on, move.
Where to?
Straight ahead.
Okay. Hey, where are we going? I can't see a thing in the dark.
Don't worry about that, Mitchell. Because for you, it's going to get a lot darker.
I stumbled along the warehouse knowing that any moment he's going to pull the trigger. Then, as I'm feeling my way down the aisle between the crates, my hand brushes against something hanging on the edge of one of the crates. It's a cargo book. I take hold of it, keeping it in front of me, and then when we get to the next aisle, I suddenly whip around behind me and dive down the aisle. I'm halfway down the aisle by the time he gets his gun up. He's shooting blind. By now, I've got my own gun out of my pocket. I throw one down the aisle in his direction. Better call it a day, Stewart. You can't get out of here. I'm between you and the door.
Go on near, come after me, mister. I guarantee a nice warm reception.
It's only a question of time, Stewart.
Missed again, huh? Okay, it's my last shot for a while, Mitchell. It leaves me 3 still on the gun.
Like I tell you, you can't get out of here.
I got news for you, Mitchell. Big and you. It's lighter over there near the door. We'll try to get out and collect a slug. Like you said, it's a question of time. But I can wait as long as you can.
All of which is getting me nowhere. It sounds like a stalemate. Then I look up. A pile of crates is about 30 feet high, and it sounds like Stewart's on the other side. That gives me an idea. Maybe I need a bird's eye view of him. I start climbing quietly. It's like going up one of those pyramids. I'm almost to the top when I hear a faint sound on the other side. Then I get it. The steward has the same idea. He's climbing too. So it looks like we're going to play king of the mountain. I flatten myself against the side of the top crate. After a few seconds, a dim figure comes into view. It's the steward holding his gun ahead of him. I hang at his wrist. You didn't need that gun anyway.
You're right.
A knife, huh? Yeah. Come on. I didn't get your wrist locked soon enough.
I just picked you. It's only a sample of it.
Yeah. Well, here's a little something for you, kid.
The crate!
Oh, brother. I climb down. The steward's done for. I fish in his pocket and find the papers I've been chasing, and then I go outside. There's a figure near the gangway. When he sees me, he hurries over. Oh, it's Lieutenant Braga.
Richard, are you all right?
Yeah.
I traced you here to the ship. The captain told me he had seen you following the steward down the dock.
Yeah, speaking of following, did you locate Susan Barlow?
Oh, yes.
Hey, why did she check out of her hotel in such a hurry?
So she could check in at another hotel.
Huh? What other hotel?
Your hotel? What? Yes. She told me she had decided that you and she were going to be, as she put it, sure enough, powerful friends.
Oh, fine. And for this I get shot at, stabbed, and nearly drowned?
But Mitchell, what made you realize that the steward was behind all this?
Well, when you and I first found that cigarette butt of Susan's in Duvak's stateroom, the steward was there. Remember?
Yes, that is true, but
that gave him the idea. He probably had a chance to lift some out of her room when he was cleaning it. Then, when he killed Kessler, he used scissors and planted those cigarette butts in Kessler's room to make it look like Susan had done it.
But how did you know they had been planted there?
Susan used matches instead of a lighter. There was a match book in Kessler's pocket, no lighter. But there weren't any matches on the ashtray.
Ah, yes.
You see, if there'd been only one cigarette, it could have been brought in lighted. But the fact that there were two of them with no matches made it look a little phony to me.
So it would appear that the steward overlooked the one small detail of the match, which might have made his plan succeed.
Yeah, I guess you might say he was almost a match for us.
'Dangerous Assignment' stars Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the Commissioner. It is written by Bob Rice and Adrian Jondo, music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Others in the cast were Bill Johnstone, Tony Barrett, Tyler McVeigh, Peter Leeds, and Betty Lou Gerson. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Who calls everybody darling? Why, Tallulah, of course. And tomorrow, Tallulah's darlings on the big show include Fred Allen, Eddie Cantor, Phil Baker, Eddie Fisher, and many more. You're invited every Sunday to the big show. And for drama tomorrow, Theater Guild on the Air presents a one-hour adaptation of Jeannie, starring Barry Sullivan and Margaret Phillips. Now stay tuned for The Man Called X on NBC.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
I think you're on mute.
Workday's starting to sound the same.
I think you're on mute.
Find something that sounds better for your career on LinkedIn. With LinkedIn Job Collections, you can browse curated collections by relevant industries and benefits, like flex PTO or hybrid workplaces, so you can find the right job for you. Get started at linkedin.com/jobs. Finding where you fit. LinkedIn knows how.
Build your fit of the day with Abercrombie's newest denim drop. I'll tell you where to start. Abercrombie's 90s straight jean goes with any shirt from tees to sweater polos. Super versatile. Their loose and baggy jeans are more trend forward, so I grab those when I go out with friends. Right now, get 25% off on almost everything at Abercrombie. Offers valid in stores and online January 23rd, 2025 to January 28th, 2025. In US and Canada, exclusions apply as indicated. Online price reflects discount.
This episode is brought to you by Indeed. When your computer breaks, you don't wait for it to magically start working again. You fix the problem. So why wait to hire the people your company desperately needs? Use Indeed's sponsored jobs to hire top talent fast. And even better, you only pay for results. There's no need to wait. Speed up your hiring with a $75 sponsored job credit at Indeed.com/podcast. Terms and conditions apply.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
You sent for me, Commissioner?
Yes, Steve, sit down.
Thanks.
Ruth,
Yes, Commissioner.
Steve's here now. How about his credentials?
They're all in order, and I've got his plane ticket ready. He can pick them up at my desk when you're through.
Good, thank you.
Well, needless to say, you've got another assignment for me.
Yes, I have, Steve. It was a tough one.
You know, someday you'll give me an easy one and I'll fall flat on my face. Well, where am I going this time? Timbuktu, Java?
San Diego.
Say that again.
You heard me, San Diego.
You mean you're actually sending me someplace inside the country for a change? I thought you said this was a tough one.
Don't underestimate it. You start in San Diego. Where the trail will lead from there is anybody's guess.
Uh-oh, I might have known.
Once you pick up that trail, stay on it until the end.
What's the deal, Commissioner?
You'll be looking for a little spool of wire, about as big around as your finger.
Wire? We in the hardware business now?
From a wire recorder, Steve. 3 days ago, a top-secret diplomatic conference was held in this country. Somehow, the vital parts of the conversation were recorded. That wire recording would bring a fortune on the open market. Its existence is a serious threat to world security right now.
I see. But why San Diego?
We traced the spool of wire that far. We think a man named Groza is involved.
Rosa, who's my contact in San Diego?
A man named Charlie Vasquez. He operates a fishing boat from the wharf out near Point Loma in San Diego Bay.
Charlie Vasquez. Okay.
Steve, you've heard of the needle in the haystack. This job will be a lot tougher than that. A great deal more dangerous. But we've got to get that spool of wire. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Yeah. Like the commissioner said, I was going to play the needle in the haystack game. Find a spool of wire about as big as my finger in a city of 250,000. And I had just 2 names to go on. Charlie Vasquez, a friendly contact. Rosa, a suspect. Vasquez would probably try to help me. Rosa would probably try to kill me. It was Friday when I got to San Diego. I went out to the fishing wharf near Point Loma. Charlie Vasquez's boat was just coming into the dock.
That's a mackerel. That's a good fish. 25 cents.
Sure, go ahead, even.
Okay.
I got it.
I just flip it around that bit. Thanks.
There you are. Are you Charlie Vasquez?
Yeah, I'm Charlie Vasquez. What?
My name's Mitchell, Steve Mitchell.
That's supposed to mean something to me?
Yeah, it is.
You know, mister, a name can be used by anybody.
That's right. But these credentials can't. Take a look.
Okay. I've been expecting it.
According to my information, that wire recording I'm looking for was brought here to San Diego by a man named Groza.
Yeah. Groza runs a shooting gallery in the waterfront.
Shooting gallery? Is he there now?
Now he's in jail.
Jail?
Yeah, I've been tailing him. Cops arrested him a couple hours ago.
Oh. Well, maybe my first hunch was right. Looks like this assignment isn't so tough after all. I'll go over to the police headquarters right now.
Ask for Lieutenant Sawyer. I've done business with him before.
Lieutenant Sawyer?
Yeah.
Okay, Vasquez. I'll see you later. Well, have you cracked my case for me, Lieutenant Sawyer?
Afraid not, Mitchell. We got a word to cooperate with you and your outfit. So we managed to pick up this Groves on a traffic charge. We got him in here, gave him the concealed weapons routine, and frisked him. But he was clean.
No spool of wire, huh?
Nope.
Allie must have passed it to someone before you picked him up. Where is he now?
Probably back at his shooting gallery. He walked out of here just before you walked in.
Well, I guess it's asking too much to hit the jackpot on the first nickel. Well, thanks anyway, Lieutenant.
Hi,
Ann.
What you doing? Shitting up all your profits?
Yeah. Good thing I don't have to depend on the shooting gallery for my dough, huh? How'd it go?
Look, I can't talk with that gun in my ear.
Okay. Well, let's sit down the other end of the counter.
Okay?
You get back from Tijuana, Ann?
Mm-hmm. Pass the wire along there.
Good, baby, good. We'll get a nice payoff for this and after.
Watch it.
Hmm?
Somebody's coming.
This shooting gallery open for business?
Sure, mister. That gun in front of you is loaded. Just put a quarter on the counter. 8 shots.
Okay.
Look, Rosa, I gotta be going. Get in touch with me later.
Okay, Ann. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That guy just come up. I seen him someplace before.
You sure?
I remember where, too. Police headquarters.
What?
Just a little while ago. He was going in just as I was coming out. Now he's here, and I don't think it's just a coincidence.
Thought it was just one job ahead.
Yeah, we need more time. I think I'll have a little talk with him.
Be careful, Chris.
Yeah, see you later, baby. You're a pretty good shot, mister.
Yeah, I've had a little practice.
You should try that clay pipe over there.
Huh? Okay.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Huh, empty.
Yeah, I'm reloading.
Oh, that's okay. I've had enough.
Give me it. You haven't had all your shots yet. Another clip right here.
Look, if you don't mind, point that gun in some other direction while you're loading it.
Huh?
I said, Kate, watch out!
Went off.
Yeah, it went off. A little lower in the top of my head would have gone with it.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
You know, Buster, for a guy who works with guns, you're pretty careless.
Well, I'm usually very careful, but well, accidents can happen.
Yeah, they sure can.
You want to finish your shooting?
No, thanks. I've had enough. Shoot him yourself. Only be sure you're pointing the gun at the target.
I should. I'm real sorry about that accident.
Yeah, bet you are, Rosa. Huh? Oh, okay, that's good. Did you see that little accident just now?
looks like Rosa is lying.
That's bad, too.
If Rosa doesn't matter anymore.
Why not?
I just got a call from a contact, T1. He thinks the wire recording is down there. Now, I want you to come down as soon as you can.
What's the contact's name?
Nick Benito.
Where do I find him?
He's a groom at the Caliente racetrack, just outside T1.
Caliente racetrack. Look, Vasquez, I won't get down there until after dark. The track will be closed, which will save me money. But how am I going to locate Benito after dark?
He sleeps in one of the stores. He'll be waiting for you there.
Okay. Keep an eye on Groza for me. Right. I'll get in touch with you when I get back from Tijuana.
Senor Mitchell. Senor, my arm.
Who are you?
Benito, senor.
Oh, sorry. Vasquez told me I'd find you around one of these stalls.
This is the one I sleep in. Come, let us go inside.
Okay. You think the spool of wire is in Tijuana now, Benito?
See, but I do not think it will stay in Tijuana long. The most likely direction is south. Wait,
What's the matter?
I think someone is outside these stores. I will see.
Benito!
Paz. La Paz.
Benito folded up in the straw. I dove through the stall gate and took after the figure running down the line of stalls. As he reached the corner, he stumbled and fell. But as I headed for him, he threw a couple at me. I hit the dirt. Then I heard a car dig out fast, and I knew I was too late. When I got to the spot where the guy had stumbled, I saw some coins on the ground. And with them was a good luck charm. On one side was "Good luck, amigo." On the other, "La Quinta Bar, Tijuana." I put it in my pocket and headed for Tijuana, trying to figure out Benito's last words. Paz, he had said. I knew that meant peace in Spanish, a nice thought to die with, but I felt somehow Benito meant more than that by it. I was fast running out of leads in this deal, so I had to follow the only one I had left, the good luck coin, which read La Quinta Bar.
Senor, what's it going to be?
Beer.
Beer, okay.
Hey, bartender.
Huh?
Did you ever see this before?
Ah, but of course, senor. That's our good luck coin. We
What?
give them out here.
You give them out?
See. To each customer with his change. It's good propaganda.
Then anybody who was ever in here before might have one of these. Huh?
That's right, senor.
All right, great.
Here's your beer.
Senor bartender.
See.
This bus to La Paz. When does it leave?
Oh, in just a little while, senor.
But when I bought my ticket from you, you told me it would leave right away.
And it will, senor.
But I've already been waiting for... Oh, very well.
Paz, La Paz. Hey, bartender, is there a town called La Paz?
Yes, senor. That is what that man was just talking about.
Oh, and this bus to La Paz, you sell tickets here?
Yes.
Well, what do you know? Is this La Paz south of here?
Oh, sí, senor. Far to the south. At the tip of the Baja California Peninsula. Let me see, it's 700-800 miles. The bus leaves right from our front door. You want to buy a ticket on this bus, senor?
Oh, when does it leave?
Just a little while.
Most of the passengers have already bought their tickets, huh?
Yes.
Who all's making the trip?
Well, not so many this time, senor. See, over the table, the American girl.
Ooh, that blonde?
She is going to be one of the passengers.
Mm-hmm.
And the little man at the end of the bar, the one who just came up to us.
Yeah, he seems pretty fidgety.
See, he's been hopping around here for 1 hour waiting to get on the bus. He must have a girl in La Paz.
Yeah, maybe. You know his name?
He's here on the list someplace. See. Gruber.
See. How about the blonde?
Senorita Smith.
That's a convenient name. I think I'll go over and talk to her.
I do not blame you, senor. Hey, but you have not told me if you want a ticket for the bus.
Yeah, I'll buy a ticket.
Bueno. Hey, you got a sleeping bag?
A what?
Sleeping bag. The nights are cold.
Well, doesn't the bus stop at hotels along the way?
Oh, senor, there are not many hotels on the way to La Paz. The country you're going to pass through is very wild. The deserts.
Look, how long does it take the bus to get to La Paz?
About a week, I think.
A week to go 800 miles?
Yes, in the country.
Well, it must be wild.
On the road.
Yeah, I can hardly wait. Okay. Where do I get the sleeping bag?
Just down the street. My brother, he sells them.
Now, there's a cozy arrangement. Okay, I'll be back for the ticket a little later. Miss Smith,
Why, yeah.
my name's Steve Mitchell. You mind if I sit down for a minute?
Well, if you like.
Thanks.
But I'm pretty sure we've never met before, like in Peoria.
I'm afraid you're right. But I understand we're going to be taking a bus trip together.
Oh, you mean you've got no sense either?
Huh?
I've already decided I must be crazy to try a week of jolting through the desert on that thing they laughingly call a bus. Nice to know there are other crazy people.
How come you're taking a trip then?
I'm a magazine writer.
Oh.
Thought I might get a little atmosphere.
I see.
Are the two of you going on the bus?
That's right.
Well, I'm Castillo, the driver. We will leave in about 15 minutes.
Okay. Excuse me, Miss Smith. I've got to get a sleeping bag before we leave, and I'll see you on the bus.
Good evening, senor.
Hi. The bartender at the counter told me I could buy a sleeping bag.
Oh, my brother Enrique. Senor, I sell everything here. War surplus. You will find the sleeping bags in the back room. I'll be with you in just a moment.
I went into the back room. Sleeping bags were stacked all over the joint. I picked out one of them and started to turn around. Then something slipped over my head and turned tight around my neck. A length of wire. I clawed at my throat and got one hand inside the wire. It was getting tighter, and I knew that one hand of mine was all that was saving me from getting choked to death. I went down to my knees. I was getting weaker and dizzy. The wire kept tightening. I collected what strength I had left and brought my right elbow around hard. The guy behind me fell back. The wire loosened. I heard the back door slam. But all I could do was stay there on my hands and knees, fighting to get my wind back.
Hey, senor, what happened? What is the matter?
It looks like someone doesn't want me to take that bus trip.
What?
Look, where's the police station?
2 blocks down the street.
Okay. Send this sleeping bag down to the bus. I'll be along in a few minutes.
But, senor, you better hurry.
Don't worry. That's one bus I wouldn't miss for the world.
Is everybody aboard?
Looks like it, Castillo.
Give me fire when ready, Gridley.
Yes, senorita.
Get there.
What are you waiting for, driver? It's time to go.
Si, senor Grover.
Wait, Castillo.
What is it, Enrique?
You put the shipment of meat aboard. It was in a big crate packed with ice.
See, it is locked in the baggage compartment.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Hey, you're the bartender who sold me my bus ticket.
Sí, señor Mitchell. I am Enrique.
Oh, are you taking the trip too?
Sí.
Vacation, maybe?
Sí, vacation. Sí. For months, I sell tickets for the bus to La Paz. Everybody's going to La Paz, so today I say to me, Enrique, that's me. I say, why don't you go to La Paz and see what this place is?
You made up your mind in a sort of a hurry, didn't you?
Well, that's the way I do things. I think of something, right away I do it.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to sit in.
You mind if I sit up here in front with you, Castillo?
No, not at all. I'm glad to have your company, senor Mitchell, is it not?
Yeah, Steve Mitchell. You've been making this run long?
Oh, 2 or 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Does that little guy Gruber make this trip often?
No, senor, I've never seen him before.
I see. How long have you known Enrique, the bartender, Castillo?
Well, not very long. He's been tending bar at La Quinta for just a month or two. Senor, you perhaps have some reason for asking about the passengers?
Oh, no reason. Just curious, Castillo. Try riding a pogo stick over a field of boulders sometime, and then you'll know what that bus to La Paz was like. Hour after hour of jolting over ruts they laughingly called roads. Hot, choking dust, cold winds at night, and me sleeping with one eye open, wondering who was going to do the next try on my life and when. The hours crawled by, and I was getting nowhere. 2 days, 3 days.
Brother, 4 days jolting on this bus. Already I've had 5 days too much. But some riders will do to get atmosphere, Mr. Mitchell. Huh?
Yeah, but I think we've been fellow passengers long enough to start using first names.
Okay, Steve. Mine's Diane.
Diana Smith. I don't remember reading any of your stories.
That's not surprising. I don't sell many of them, I'm afraid.
Oh, right. I don't think I'm going to sell many bus tickets from now on either.
What's the matter, Enrique?
Oh, how can I tell people what a wonderful bus ride this is when I know how it stinks?
I think you've got a point there, Enrique. I wish that you would take it a little easy on those ruts.
He cannot afford to, senor. The gasoline costs more than the bus. Oh, but cheer up, senor. Here's a small stretch of road.
Well, anything would be an improvement.
You know, that fella Gruber isn't adding anything to the joy of the trip either.
I think I'll go back and make some conversation with him. Maybe I can throw him out a little. You mind if I sit here, Mr. Gruber?
Suit yourself.
Quite a trip, huh?
Yes, quite a trip.
Well, I'll be glad when it's over. How about you?
I'm used to it.
Oh, you've made the trip before.
Yes, several times.
I see. You must have business interest in La Paz.
Mr. Mitchell, I fail to see what concern my affairs are of yours.
Why, none at all, Gruber. I was just...
Then kindly do me the favor of leaving me alone.
Okay, Gruber. I'll be glad to. Forget it.
Put your sleeping bag right here, Mitchell. Mine is next to it. Here we are.
Oh, good. Where are the others, Castillo?
The senorita is on that little hill behind us, near where I parked the bus. Enrique and Gruber on the other side of the road.
Oh, boy. I'm glad we'll be in La Paz tomorrow. This has been a rugged trip.
See?
It must be pretty rough on you, driving that bucket of bolts over these ruts.
See, it gets me in the back.
Hmm.
Sometimes I think I'm gonna quit the job, but I never do.
Castillo was in the land of nod but quick. I wanted to sleep too, but I fought it. This was the last night before La Paz. I still didn't know which of the passengers had that spool of wire. I was still thinking about it when I heard the sound. I couldn't peg it at first, but it kept getting closer. I twisted my head around to take a look. Then I saw it. Something awful big coming at me. It was the bus rolling downhill, heading straight for me. I tried to zip over the sleeping bag, but the zipper jammed. All I could do was roll over. I rolled.
Nathan, what happened?
The bus, Castillo. It came by here like a jet plane.
What? Wait. Oh, the tracks of the bus.
Yeah.
It only missed me by a foot.
Wasn't supposed to miss me at all. Look at the tracks, right over where I was supposed to be sleeping. Oh, sure. Now this zipper works fine. Now, come on, Castillo. Let's find Gruber.
It should be right across the road with Enrique. See, there are the sleeping bags.
Yeah, Enrique's there, but Gruber is not. Enrique. Enrique.
Oh, it's you, Senor Mitchell. Oh, what a disappointment.
What?
I mean, I was dreaming about the most beautiful, the most gorgeous.
Yeah. Look, where's Gruber?
Grover, I do not know, Senor. He started walking around just before I went to sleep.
Hey, what happened, Steve?
My boss, he rolled downhill.
Yeah. Looks like somebody rigged a little booby trap for me, Diane.
What? But
Well,
why?
maybe somebody doesn't like the color of my eyes.
That was a close shave. You know, gives me an idea for a plot.
Yeah, I thought it might.
What?
Oh, skip it. I still want to find Gruber.
Here I am, Mitchell. What do you want?
I want to know where you were a couple of seconds ago.
What business is it of yours?
Where were you?
Why, I was just walking around.
Did you go near the bus?
Bus? Why, no. Why do you ask?
You sure about that, Gruber?
Of course I'm sure.
Is the bus wrecked?
Well, I don't think so. It came to a stop in the sun below us. I'll go look.
You were sleeping near the bus, weren't you, Diane?
Yes. Say, what is this anyway, Steve?
Come on, Enrique. I want to take a look at where the bus started from.
Si, senor. Hey, Senor Mitchell, you think this man Gruber released the brakes on the bus?
I don't know, Enrique. Why would he do a thing like that?
Well, because you are... I don't know why he would want to kill us.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Bus was parked just about here. Yeah. Shine your light around. Gee. A lot of footprints that won't help us much. Wait. Here, shine your light over here.
Oh, see? That is where the front wheels of the bus go.
Yeah, here. And here. And a wet spot at each place.
Huh? I do not understand, senor.
I think I do, Enrique. I'll do something about it tomorrow.
Senor, I think I could use a drink.
So could I. But I don't see any bars anywhere out in this desert, Enrique.
But I put some beer in the crate of frozen meat. It is locked in the baggage compartment of the bus with my suitcase. I will have to get the key from Castillo.
Oh. Well, never mind, Enrique. We can celebrate tomorrow when we get to La Paz. By then, I'll really have something to celebrate.
So, this is La Paz. Beautiful. Look at the ocean.
Driver, why don't you stop the bus and let us out?
In a moment, Senor Gruber. We will stop in the plaza just ahead.
You know, they ought to call it Rooster Town. More of them walking around than people.
Here we are.
Here, let me help you.
Thanks. Well, the roosters aren't the only ones that turned out to greet us.
See, many people from the town.
Yeah, and that looks like the police department coming toward us.
Police?
Senor Steve Mitchell?
That's right.
I'm Lieutenant Diaz of the police. You called me from Tijuana to meet this boss and make an arrest.
Yeah.
Wait,
Miss Gruber, seize him, Ramirez.
Here, let go! You let go! Ow!
Take him to the station, Ramirez.
What's this all about, Steve?
Well, the lieutenant here made an arrest, that's all.
Now, Senor Mitchell, I began to have the idea on the way here that you are looking for someone.
Yeah, I was looking for someone.
And I'm glad your search was a success.
But I don't think Gruber is the man.
We have been on the trail of Gruber for some time, Mitchell. He has been smuggling narcotics.
Oh, yeah? I figured he had something on his mind.
But, Senor Mitchell, if Gruber is not the one you are looking for, who is?
I'd like you all to come around to the back of the bus with me, if you will. I've been looking for a man, or woman, who has a little spool of wire I want.
A what?
Last night, that person tried to kill me.
You mean the bus rolling down the hill?
Yeah, here we are. Castillo, would you mind unlocking the baggage compartment?
Of course, senor.
Lieutenant Diaz, did you say that lock had been tampered with?
No, it does not appear to have been, Mitchell.
Open it up, Castillo.
The crate of frozen meat has been broken into my beer.
Your beer is probably all there, Enrique. But if you'll notice, there are a couple of chunks of ice missing.
How could this have happened?
Now look, this chunk of ice I've got in my hand is about the size of a football. If you put one of these under each front wheel of the bus and release the brakes, sooner or later the ice would melt and the bus would roll down the hill.
You mean it was a deliberate plot on your life?
Yeah. The kind of a plot a writer might dream of, Diane.
I don't know what you're talking about, Steve.
No, I don't think you do. You see, up until last night, I thought the person I was after was a passenger on this bus. But last night, I realized the only person who had a key to this compartment, who had access to the ice, is the driver, Castillo.
Hey! Senor, he's got a gun.
Yeah, here, Castillo, have
Come
some.
back!
You need the gun!
Bullseye.
Yeah, there's another one.
Oh, senor, what a bop.
You ought to have the wire on it somewhere. Yep, here it is.
This is what you were looking for, Mitchell?
This is it, Lieutenant. Well, did this give you enough for a plot, Diane?
A dozen of them.
Momentito, senor.
What is it, Enrique?
This
This is what you take a lousy bus trip for? Just to find this little spool of wire?
That's right, Enrique. I jolt for a week over ruts as deep as the Grand Canyon. My back feels like a pretzel. And all to get this little spool of wire.
Senor, I think maybe you're a little crazy.
Enrico, I think maybe you're right. You know, Enrico, the next time I have to chase a guy like this, I hope he decides to ride the Super Chief.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. You're tuned for the stars on NBC.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
Head to Whole Foods Market to jumpstart your January during our New Year boosting event with savings on feel-good favorites store-wide. Save on organic picks, wellness staples, and more all month long.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Steve, I'm sending you to Switzerland on the next plane.
Switzerland? What's the matter? Your watch busted?
No, we're up against a case of international blackmail. Ruth, how about Steve's plane ticket?
Ready and waiting, Commissioner.
Good.
I'll check on his passport and credentials.
Thanks, Ruth.
Now, what's all this about international blackmail?
Well, as you know, the popular leader of a Central European country died last week.
Yeah?
We've taken an active interest in the affairs of that country. We've sent them food and money and done everything we can to help them establish a democracy. We've made a heavy investment in democracy. And now we've got to protect our investment.
I still don't get with the blackmail.
This leader had finally succeeded in uniting his country behind him. He became a symbol of democracy in their minds. But there are interests who realize if they can discredit this man, that unity will collapse. And that country will then be an easy target for anti-democratic propaganda.
I see. But how can they discredit the man? He's dead.
We have just received information before he died. He signed a confession revealing his intention to sell out his country. We happen to know that confession was obtained by force.
Oh, well, why hasn't it been published?
He had many friends, and one of them stole the confession before it could be put to use.
And you want me to contact this man?
No, he was killed. A man named Baumgart contacted us this morning. He owns a Jungfrau Inn in the Swiss Alps near Interlaken. He says he knows that the blackmailer is willing to sell this letter to the highest bidder.
Yeah, and those bidders will probably have the ante up pretty high by now. Okay, how much am I authorized to bid for it?
Nothing.
What?
You know we don't bargain with blackmailers.
But look, Commissioner.
Steve, get that document. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
That's my assignment. Go to Switzerland, contact Baumgartner, and find who has a document hot enough to start a revolution in Central Europe. And somehow get that document. The other team will be bidding plenty of cold cash for it. I guess I'm supposed to use box stops or just bet my baby blue eyes at somebody. Well, I get to Interlaken on Monday. I'm met by a character named Rudy. Shortly thereafter, we're winding our way up the Alps in a horse-drawn sleigh. You know, Rudy, this Jungfrau Inn is about as easy to get to as the monastery in Tibet.
But here we are, Herr Mitchell. Oh, over there.
What? Look, I don't see the inn anywhere. Wow, don't tell me it's down in the bottom of this gorge.
No, look across the gorge.
Huh?
There it is on the other side. Come along.
Oh, look, I don't have wings. I still don't see how we're going. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Don't tell me we're supposed to ride in that contraption across this gorge.
Yeah, the cable car. Come.
You call that a cable car? Looks more like an oversized coal bucket to me.
It is the quickest way to the Jungfrau Inn. To go around the edge of this chasm by trail takes 2 hours, but by cable car it is only a few minutes.
Hey, you know, it isn't exactly warm up here.
Oh, but this is mild to a former ski trooper.
Oh, Army, huh?
Yeah, almost 7 years. Now I will hold the cable car steady while you get in.
Yeah. Hey, that sure looks like a long way down. You sure you've been checked out on this gadget?
Checked out?
This cable car, you know how to operate it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is very simple. You see, this button starts the motor. So, now this lever, to go forward, we pull it back. And to go back, we push it forward.
You know, that sounds real logical.
We go forward. So.
Hey, that bank sure drops away in a hurry.
Yeah.
How deep is this gully anyway?
I'm glad you asked that question, Herr Mitchell.
What?
I will let you find out for yourself how deep it is.
Hey, what's the big... Uh-oh.
We know why you're in Switzerland, Mitchell. We cannot pay as much as Uncle Moneybags. Therefore, we stop you before you arrive. Now, over the side.
You mean jump just like that?
I will help you with a bullet if you prefer.
Now, look, Rudy, why don't you play it smart? Take the money I brought and...
And while I'm close, give you the opportunity to grab this gun. No, Herr Mitchell. We are trained to omit foolish mistakes.
Look, you said you were an army man.
It will not help you to stall.
I also remember from my midshipman days that military habits are hard to break.
I do not understand.
Simply this. Achtung!
You tricked me!
Thanks for snapping to attention. Now drop this gun or I'll break your arm.
It went over the side, Mitchell.
Yeah.
Now it is man to man.
Look, you made your pitch and you failed. Now let's leave it there.
I was sent to kill you. I shall push you out.
Look, Buster, I'm giving you an out. Now take it.
One of us is going over the side.
Not me, Buster.
No, Mitchell. Grab me, I'm slipping.
Oh, brother. Bartender.
Yeah, you would like a drink?
Yeah, I could use one right now. Scotch.
Yeah.
Is the owner of this inn around anywhere?
Yeah, Herr Baumgartner. See over at the corner table.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, it was my fault.
Did I hurt you?
Not at all.
I spilled your drink.
Oh, that's all right. I wasn't looking where I was going.
Well, let me buy you another one.
No, thank you.
But thanks.
No, really. I tell you, I will take, what do you call it, a ranger?
Yeah, a rain check. Okay, that's the date. See you later.
Good evening.
Is your name Baumgartner?
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to you.
Please sit down. But let us not talk until the music's over.
Look, I want to talk now. My name's Mitchell, Steve Mitchell. You surprised to see me?
But of course not, Herr Mitchell. I've been expecting you.
Yeah? Well, I wasn't a very cordial welcome your stooge tried to give me in that cable car.
What? Please, Herr Mitchell. I'm very fond of this music. It's the very best, you know. The Mozartboom.
The what?
The Mozartboom. Oh, the Mozart boys. Isn't that good to listen to?
Yeah, great. But right now I've got more in my mind than yodeling. We're going to have a talk, so quit stalling.
Well, there. Come, we'll go into the back room.
Okay, just one thing, though.
Yeah?
Have you got another ape waiting for me in there?
Ape? But I do not understand.
Oh, well, never mind. Come on.
After you, Herr Mitchell.
Okay.
Yeah, let's sit down. Now, what is all this suspicion of me?
You sent a strong arm named Rudy to pick me up and polish me off.
Herr Mitchell, why should I want to, as you say, polish you off? I want to do business with you.
Then where did this Rudy come from?
The man I sent to bring you here was named Otto. This Rudy was undoubtedly working for one of the people who are bidding for the document we're both concerned with.
Well, maybe. Look, speaking of that document, our information is that you know who has it and are willing to act as a go-between.
Your information is accurate, Herr Mitchell.
Do you know the document is still in existence?
I've seen it. It's now in a safe deposit box in Bern. But that doesn't matter, any of it. The point is, you will do business directly with me. I'm representing the owner of the document. Now, I've already been approached by 2 different bidders. I'm sure the United States will pay more than either of them. How much are you prepared to offer, Herr Mitchell?
Not 1 cent, Baumgartner.
You know, it's good to see a man with a sense of humor, even at a time like this. But let's be serious.
I am serious.
Herr Mitchell, do not try my patience. I've been instructed to sell that document for the equivalent of $100,000. If not to you, then to others.
Look, you know that piece of paper could do a certain country a lot of harm if it fell into the wrong hands.
It will do you no good to come here with your Boy Scout talk. I'm not interested in the harm the document can do to anyone else. I am interested in the good it can do me.
And its owner, of course.
You're wasting my time, Herr Mitchell. I could be listening to the music.
Look, Baumgartner.
There is no use prolonging this silly conversation. Unless you make a definite offer, you leave me no recourse but to sell to the highest bidder.
I wouldn't want you to do that. Well, maybe I can raise some money and get in on the bidding.
Oh, this attitude I like better. However, I should accept the highest bid that I've had. I will deliver the keys to the document safe deposit box tomorrow night at 10 o'clock. You have until then. If you bring a better offer, the key is yours. Otherwise...
Yeah, I get it. Well, then I'd better get back to Interlaken right away.
I will send my bartender with you to see that you arrive safely. I do not want anything to happen to you, Mitchell, because I believe that your bid will be the highest.
Look, can't you make this contraption move a little faster, Fritz? It's like a deep freezer with a fan turned on.
We're almost to the end of the line.
Indeed, you are, my friend.
Hey, who's that over there on the bank?
I don't know him.
Well, just to be safe, put this thing in reverse.
Oh, it will not go into reverse if he saw to them.
He is right. It is jammed.
Oh, great.
And now, as you said, you are indeed at the end of the line, Mitchell.
Who are you?
Oh, my name is Gerlach. Would you and your companion kindly step out, please?
What do you want?
Hans?
Yeah.
Drag him out.
Yeah. Hey, look. Gun or no gun, get this big ape away from me.
Go.
Okay, Buster.
Oh, Mitchell, I am so sorry that you did that. It shows that just because I am a little man, you are not impressed by me. Oh, dear. It is always this way. I am such a mild little man, so no one is impressed. And therefore I must make people impressed.
Well, never mind the lecture. Where's this leading?
Mitchell, tonight you killed one of my men.
Oh, Rudy? The guy in the bucket?
The same. And now, an eye for an eye. Hans, shoot the little one.
Wait a minute. You can't kill Fritz in cold blood for something he had nothing to do with.
Oh, Mitchell, you are not impressed. Oh, dear. Hans.
Wait.
No!
Good Lord. What kind of a man are you?
The kind of man who will kill you, Mitchell, if you do not give me the document.
Gerlach, I don't have it.
You came to buy it. You saw Baumgartner, and so it follows that you have the document. Now, please, Mr. Mitchell, take pity on me. It's quite cold up here. I would much rather be in front of a warm fire. I am sure that your conscience would bother you if you made me catch cold.
Yeah, I'd hate myself in the morning, I suppose. Look, I don't have it, and I don't know where it is.
Oh, dear. Very well, Hans. Proceed.
Hey, look, if you think I'm going to hold still while this jughead works over me...
Hans! Again, Hans, only this time use the butt of your rifle.
Listen, you big gorilla.
That's lovely. Now, Hans, you may kick him. Again. That's enough to soften him up. Any more would be cold. Roll the bartender's body into the gorge, and then we shall take Mitchell to my house in Interlaken. Welcome back, Mitchell.
Oh, my ribs feel like a football field.
Yes, Uncle. You can thank Hans for that.
Yeah, I have more for you. No, hurry, I can wait.
And now, Mitchell, we resume our negotiations.
Like I told you, I don't have it.
Yes, we know that. We searched you, but you do know its whereabouts. Hans, perhaps a hemlock?
Yeah. Hey, let out! This isn't going to do you any good, Gerlach.
Oh, as for sure, it will not do you any good either, Mitchell. A little more pressure.
You've got my thumb practically up to my ear.
Just a little more.
Wait.
At last, Hans releases arm.
Yeah, that's better. Look, I'm kind of groggy. I could do with some fresh air.
Oh, but of course, Mitchell. Oh, man, you have been through a great deal. Open the window and get your fresh air. And then we shall talk.
I stumbled over to the window. I was in a hole, but good. These kids were playing for keeps. Something moved in the street. There was a girl leaning out of a car window. It looked like the girl I bumped into up at the Jungfrau Inn. She waved again, and I got the message, but quick. I slumped over against the window like I was passing out.
Hans, help him.
I heard Hans coming up behind me. I swung my fist around hard. It connected with his stomach. He bounced back into Gerlach. The two of them went down. I dove out the window.
Hans, speed after him.
Over here. Hurry.
Yeah,
Get into the car.
okay. Give her the gas.
I will turn at the first corner. I think we can shake them off.
Hey, look. You're the girl I bumped into up at the Jungfrau Inn.
That's right.
Well, not that I wasn't glad to see you just now, but what were you doing parked in front of Gerlach's place?
I came down in the cable car just ahead of you. I saw what happened to you, so I followed you.
I'm sure glad you did, Miss
Lisa Strauss.
Lisa. I'm Steve Mitchell. Where are we going?
I think we've lost them by now. You are bleeding, Mr. Mitchell. I will take you to my apartment. I can bandage your cuts there.
Thanks. Anywhere's all right with me, as long as it's where that character Gerlach isn't.
Are you feeling any better now, Steve?
Only about 1,000%. Hey, remind me to take first aid lessons from you sometime, Lisa.
How about a drink, Steve?
You think of everything, don't you?
But when we bumped into each other at the inn, you promised me a rain check, remember? Here you are.
Thanks. Well, happy rain check.
You know, it is very fitting, this rain check.
What do you mean?
Because for you, it is going to start raining. Right now.
Huh?
Don't move, Steve, or I will shoot.
You too, Lisa.
Yes, Steve. I'm sorry.
Why?
I could like you very much.
Then, honey,
Do
let's...
not edge toward me, Steve. I have shot men before. But never one I liked so well, so soon.
Look, Lisa, let's put up that gun and concentrate on getting acquainted.
No. It would be fun, but this is important to my country.
Where do you come in?
Gerlach did not get the document from you. Therefore, you did not have it.
Well, that's what I tried to tell him. I'm glad you're smart enough to know it.
I am also smart enough to know that you must be killed.
Why?
Because you can bid more than I am prepared to offer.
Would you mind telling me who's going to do this little job for you?
For me? No one. I will do it myself.
You know, I believe you would.
Not would, Steve. Will. Obviously, I cannot do it in here in my apartment.
Well, that's a relief.
We will go for a little drive. Just the two of us.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on. Move. Keep both hands on the steering wheel, Steve.
Don't worry. With that blue steel tickling my ribs, I'll behave. Where are we going?
Out of the city a little way.
Look, what good's it going to do you to kill me?
I don't like competition, Steve. I know you are determined to get that letter, but I am more determined than you are. Steve, watch out. You're heading for that parked car in front of us.
So I see.
Slow down, Steve.
Oh, I know.
You will hit it.
Yeah, that's the point. I'm sorry to jolt you, baby.
Let go of my wrist.
Let go of the gun.
And if I do not?
I've never broken a woman's wrist before, but I guess there's always a first time.
You would not do it.
Oh, wouldn't I?
I...
That's better.
You surprised me, Steve. You're not as soft as I thought. Well, what will you do now? Turn me over to the police?
Well, maybe I should. After all, you were trying to kill me, but I also remember you saved my life an hour ago. No, Lisa, I'm not going to turn you over to the police.
You are a strange man, Steve. In turning me loose, you are making the biggest mistake of your life.
Maybe. Time will tell. I'll be seeing you, Lisa. Well, long about now, I'm ready to toss in the sponge. It's only a matter of time until Baumgartner contacts Gerlach or Lisa, and the highest bidder will be waiting at 10 o'clock to claim the key to the safety deposit box and burn. I had no money to offer, and I couldn't scare Baumgartner into giving me the document. Baumgartner was more afraid of Gerlach and Lisa than he was of me. Then, crazy idea hit me. It might work. Fear does talk louder than money, and maybe Gerlach and Lisa could do a little bit of work for me without knowing it. That night, I timed my arrival at the Jungfrau Inn. It's 9 as I open the front door.
Good evening, Herr Mitchell.
Hello, Baumgartner. I see their Moser BBs are still being it.
Yeah. Such music. Oh, it's a delight to my soul. But I'm glad to see you back tonight, Herr Mitchell. It indicates you've changed your mind about that document. Now, how much are you prepared to bid for it?
Baumgartner, you told me you're just acting as a go-between in this deal, but I've got a pretty strong hunch that there is no other man. I think you've got the document and dreamed up this story about being just a go-between to protect yourself.
I do not understand the purpose of these remarks.
No purpose, really.
All right, then let's get down to business. How much are you prepared to bid?
You misunderstand, Baumgartner. I just came up here to tell you goodbye.
Herr Mitchell, sometimes I find your sense of humor very annoying.
It's no joke. My train leaves for Bern in about 2 hours.
You are serious?
Yep. So long.
But I do not understand the key.
I think you will understand before long. Goodbye.
But, Herr Mitchell!
Well, hello, Lisa.
Hello, Steve.
You must like this inn.
Let us say rather that I like you.
Yeah, sure. You proved that the last time we were together.
I'm afraid you were a little too clever for me then.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore, Lisa.
What do you mean?
I'm taking my key, and I'm leaving on the train to Bern in a couple of hours.
Key? Leaving? You admit defeat, then?
I didn't say that. I just said I was leaving. Well, so long, Lisa. It was nice while it lasted, and I'm glad it didn't last a minute longer.
Wait, I do not understand. Well, if you are leaving, that means that Baumgartner...
It just means I'm leaving. So long, Lisa.
Oh, Mitchell.
Looking for me, Hans? Here I am. Well, that's one I owe you. Here's another. And here's one for Gerlach. Give him a message for me, Hans. Tell him I've got the key. Tell him it's too late. I'm leaving on the train to Bern. Don't forget.
Here's your compartment, sir. Number 5.
Thanks, conductor. When do we arrive in Bern?
Late tonight.
A little stuffy in here.
Oh, open the window if you like.
Right. See you later.
Mitchell.
Well, hello, Baumgartner.
Mitchell, what have you done to me?
I don't know what you mean.
But you must. Shortly after you left, Gerlach, he came to the inn and tried to kill me.
Well, maybe he doesn't like you.
Mitchell, this is serious. I escaped out the back door, but he followed me here. He's on the train.
What about the girl?
She saw it all. She too is here. What did you tell them?
Well, have a seat and I'll explain it.
There isn't much time. They're searching the compartments.
Well, then I better talk fast. Yesterday you called the highest bidder and told him that he or she could claim the key to the safe deposit box at 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, all this I know.
I had to know who was the highest bidder. Tonight when I told Lisa I was leaving with the key, it meant nothing to her. That left Gerlach.
Oh, this too I know.
When I left early mentioning the key, they both thought you had sold the document to me.
So, that's why Gerlach tried to kill me.
That's right. When Lisa learned about that, she smelled the double cross and started on her own.
But I didn't double cross the... Oh, you know that.
Well, in that case, you have nothing to worry about. When they find you, if you have time before they shoot you, just tell them the truth and...
You must tell them. You are the only one who can save my life.
Why don't you go to the police?
You know I cannot ask their protection in this matter.
Well, then you'd better make a deal with me. Now, you got that key to the safe deposit box on you?
Well, of course.
Well, give it to me. I'll tell Gerlach and the girl that you don't have it.
But I'll get nothing. No money, nothing.
Well, the other way, you'll wind up dead. Still with nothing. Come on, make up your mind, yes or no?
Oh, but it's unfair.
Someone coming down the corridor.
It's a woman's steps.
Probably Lisa. What's it going to be, Baumgartner?
Oh, all right. Anything. Here's the key.
Thanks. I'll get over there behind the door. Keep yourself
You will both
behind the...
stay where you are.
Hello, Lisa. Looks like you've got quite a collection of guns.
Yes, but soon it will be a collection of keys. Baumgartner, you will be first.
No.
You promised to sell that document to me. Instead, you sold it to Steve Mitchell.
No, it's not true. Mitchell, tell her.
Yeah, maybe I had better explain. You see, Lisa...
Save your explanations for me, Mitchell. Drop the gun, Lisa. Drop it.
No.
Drop it, Lisa. He means business.
So do I.
Why, you...
Mitchell, let go of me.
You bet.
You knocked him out, Mitchell.
Yeah, but not in time to save Lisa, though.
But in time to save me.
What? Baumgartner.
I have Gerlach's gun now, Mitchell. Give me back that key.
I guess I should have known I couldn't trust you.
Take that key out of your pocket and give it to me at once.
Well, okay, Baumgartner. Here's the key. Cash.
Mitchell, you threw that key out the window.
Yeah.
On purpose.
On purpose.
Pull the emergency stop.
Hey. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going after that key, and I'll get it back.
Happy hunting. Pull the emergency stop. The guy who just jumped off the train, conductor.
Wait. His body's on the floor. Then it was a shot I heard.
Yeah. The unconscious guy's name is Gerlach. He killed the girl there.
But I didn't understand. You say a man jumped off the train. Why?
He's looking for a key in the snow out there somewhere.
A key?
Yeah, I threw it out the window. You know, I'd give a lot to see his face when he finds it.
Why?
It's the key to my apartment back in the States.
Not this. The key that valuable?
Well, it's not half as valuable as the one I've still got in my pocket. Now, come on, conductor. Let's get this train moving again. I've got a date in Bern.
Oh.
Oh, no. This This date is with a safe deposit box.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Wright, with music by Bruce Ashley, and was directed tonight by Max Hutto. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Be sure to hear Elizabeth Taylor on Cavalcade of America tomorrow on NBC.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
Remember last year's amazing trip? That cute first birthday party? All those photos, all those memories can be freed from your phone with a Shutterfly photo book. Rediscover and share your favorite moments with those you love. You'll be amazed how easy it is to make a photo book with Shutterfly and enjoy it for years to come. Get 40% off orders over $29 with code POD40 at Shutterfly.com and make something that means something.
I'm looking for my perfect pair of Abercrombie denim. There's nothing better than the perfect jean and going out top combo, or an outfit that perfectly matches your plans. Abercrombie's relaxed jean goes with every occasion, date nights or going out with friends. Right now, get 25% off almost everything at Abercrombie to plan your Valentine's outfit. Offer valid in stores and online January 23rd, 2025 to January 28th, 2025 in the U.S. and Canada. Exclusions apply as indicated. Online price reflects discount.
A strong host game needs a strong wing game, like Popeye's 8 bold, crispy Louisiana wing flavors at $5.99 for a 6-piece. Satisfy everyone's taste buds at your next watch party.
Have that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Steve. How was the flight back from Switzerland?
Smooth as silk. Just got in.
Glad you liked it, because you're taking the next plane for Cairo.
Cairo? You mean today? Look, I don't even have a clean shirt left.
You can dunk it in the Nile when you get there. Now, Ruth,
Yes, Commissioner.
how are you doing on Steve's plane ticket?
I was able to get him space on the next plane. Takes off in an hour.
Good.
Oh, great. I haven't had a date for a week, and now you want to fix me up with a mummy.
Steve, remember Sheik Haroon?
Sure, he's an old friend of mine. He should be.
What do you mean?
About 5 years ago, I taught him to play poker, and he cleaned me.
Well, as you know, the Sheik controls a territory on the edge of the Sahara. There's a walled city there.
Yeah, I was there once. Quite a joint.
We think there's uranium ore in his territory.
Oh, you don't think the Sheik's making himself an A-bomb, do you?
No, but we do know that 6 months ago we concluded an agreement permitting representatives of several countries to explore and develop the area. That agreement expires next Wednesday, and the Sheik has suddenly refused to renew it or even see our representatives.
Yeah, sounds like someone up the ante, huh?
Yeah. Apparently these other interests have the inside track with him right now. We want you to change all that.
Oh, great. Sounds like a cinch. Where is the Sheik now? In his walled city?
No. According to our information, he's staying on his houseboat in the Nile at Cairo right now. Steve, get to the Sheik. What you say to him is up to you, but it's vital that our agreement with him be renewed. Well, that's it. You got your assignment, Steve?
Yeah, I know. Good luck.
Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Yeah, this assignment's really a cinch. All I have to do is stick my nose into a hornet's nest of more power politics and change the whole course of events, just by reminding the leader of 30,000 fanatical tribesmen that he and I used to be pals. So I slip a copy of How to Win Friends and Influence People into my suitcase and head for Cairo. It's Friday when I get there. I check in at the Delta Hotel, and then I head for the Sheik's houseboat on the Nile.
Stop where you are, Effendi.
Huh?
You cannot come aboard this boat.
Who are you?
One of the Sheik's guards.
Look, tell the Sheik that Steve Mitchell is here.
The Sheik will see no one.
Who's that guy up on the deck?
That is Ahmed, the Sheik's confidential secretary.
Look, Ahmed.
I warn you, do not set foot on this boat, or it will be the air guard's unpleasant duty to shoot you.
Guard. Oh, good afternoon, Mikan. Has the Sheik changed his mind about seeing me?
No, I'm afraid not, Mikan.
But surely he will see me.
I am sorry, but I have my orders. The Sheik will see no one. Now, please leave. Both of you at once.
Very well. Okay, but I'll be back.
I would not advise it, Effendi.
Well, looks like you didn't have any better luck than I did. Say, your face seems familiar.
I am Mikan. I was once the chief's trusted lieutenant.
I thought I recognized you. I'm Steve Mitchell.
Steve Mitchell, of course. It has been a long time.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on anyway?
I wish I knew Mitchell. Up until last week, I enjoyed the Sheik's complete confidence. But suddenly, everything has changed.
Shake up in the tribe, huh?
Now he will not even see me. Something must have turned him against me.
Something or someone. I must have turned him against just about everybody. How about that secretary, Ahmed?
I have been wondering about him. He's been acting strangely the last few days. I've asked him several times to get me an audience with the Sheik, but he seems very evasive.
I wonder if somebody's paying him to be evasive.
I do not know.
Look, you know the lay of the land around here a lot better than I do. Maybe you can help me.
I would be glad to if I thought I could, but it is very discouraging.
Yeah, but somehow I've got to see the Sheik.
Very well, Mitchell. I will try to help you. Meet me at the Sphinx Club at 8 tonight. Perhaps I will have thought of a plan by then.
I get back to my hotel just in time to see a figure that looks like Ahmed scooting through the lobby. In my room, there's a bowl of fruit on the table with a note, compliments of the management. I pick out an apple and start for the window, thinking about the whole deal. Then, suddenly, I quit thinking and start listening. The sound is pecking away at my ears. A faint sound, but it keeps up. Then it registers. I whirl around. It's coming from across the room, the table, the bowl of fruit. I grab the bowl, run to the window, open it, and then I heave it out in the garden below. The concussion knocks me back. I can hear a couple of windows breaking. I run downstairs to the lobby. The clerk is waving his hands in the air.
What happened? That explosion.
That explosion was meant for me. A little thin-faced man scooted out of here a minute ago.
Yes, he took a taxi.
Is this hotel the driver's regular stand?
Why, yes, it is.
Look, I've got to meet a guy at the Sphinx Club in a few minutes. When that cab driver returns, send him over there.
Welcome to my humble Sphinx Club, sir. You're just in time for the entertainment.
I am looking for a guy named Mikan.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Mitchell,
special
over here.
Hello, Mikan.
Please sit down.
Thanks. I almost didn't make it tonight. Looks like Ahmed planted a bomb in my room.
What Mitchell did?
Look, you found out anything yet?
Only that the Sheik is no longer on his houseboat.
That doesn't do us much good. Huh? Hey, who's that guy out there talking about Hollywood?
His name is Eddie Martel, a very clever entertainer. Listen to him. I think you will find him amusing.
I'd like to give you my humble impression of a few American movie stars, so let's see if you can recognize them. Now, can I have your attention, please? All of you at the back of the room there? All right. Now, how about this impression? Now, listen, baby. I don't want to have any trouble with you. We do it my way or we don't do it at all. Oh,
Hey,
you're
he's not
really
bad.
something.
He seems to be very popular
Yeah,
here.
that's right. Let's try this one now. Yeah.
No, see here. You can't talk like that to a man of the old sort, you know. I won't stand for it. Here, I won't stand for it.
Barrymore Fitzgerald.
Yeah. Oh, you're really boxies tonight. All right, here's one more. All right, try to catch this one up. If I were king, Allah, if I were king, what treasures I would bring.
Van Johnson.
Van Johnson. Oh, who was it? Who was it said Van Johnson? All right, waiter, take that man and his table and put him on the Nile, will you? Well, I think that's about all for now. Thank you very much. I'll be back for the midnight show with more of them, and I'll see you later.
Well, looks like he's heading for our table.
Hi, chum. You know, I can spot an American a mile away, and I always have to stop and say hello.
Have a seat.
Thanks. Eddie Martell's the name.
Steve Mitchell. This is Mikan.
Hi.
Allow me to compliment you on your act, Mr. Martel.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's just an act. You got it. You can impersonate almost anybody. Now, take you, for instance, Mr. Mitchell. I haven't heard much of your voice, but...
I think this might sound something like it, huh?
Is that close?
Not bad.
Mitchell Effendi. Steve Mitchell.
Over here.
There is a telephone call for you.
For me? Are you sure?
Yes, sir. If you will come with me.
Okay. Excuse me, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Of course.
Where is the phone?
In the back room. Mitchell Effendi, a cab driver came in here a minute ago. He said you wanted to see him.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Here we are. There is the phone over on the table. I will send the cab driver back when you are through with your call.
Okay, thanks. Hello?
Good evening, Steve Mitchell.
Sheikh Haroon. Hey, where are you?
Here in Cairo.
Look, I've been trying to see you.
I know. I have been kept informed as to your movements.
That mining agreement expired.
I am well aware of that, but I have no intention of renewing it. I intend to make other arrangements.
Look, won't you at least let me talk to you about
It
it?
will do no good, Mitchell. And let me advise you for the last time to let the matter drop. If you do not, if you persist in interfering, then I cannot be responsible for the consequences.
Look, forget that I once saved your life. Just remember, I taught you to play poker. Now at least you owe me a chance to
Goodbye,
talk.
Mitchell. Later tonight, I'm returning to my walled city.
Wait a minute. Oh, great.
Mr. Mitchell, sir?
Huh? Oh, are you the cab driver?
Yes, sir. The hotel clerk said you wished to see him.
Yeah. You picked up a little thin-faced guy named Ahmed in front of the hotel about an hour ago. Where'd you take him?
I have written the address on this piece of paper, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here, this is for your trouble.
Thank you.
Yeah, after I close here, I'll be heading for the States again, I guess.
I imagine it would seem good to get back home. Oh, Mitchell.
Hey, Martell.
Huh?
How'd you like to make a few extra bucks?
You kidding? Is it honest, and who cares?
I think I might have a little job for you in a few minutes.
Yeah, okay. See you in my dressing room, okay?
That's a deal.
What is this all about, Mitchell?
Look, Mikan, that phone call just now was from the Sheik.
What? Where is he?
Somewhere in Cairo, but he's leaving for his walled city. That means we've got to act tonight.
But I still do not understand what you wish with this Eddie Martel.
Look, he's an impersonator. He could imitate my voice on the phone.
Imitate your voice?
That's right. I want Martel to call Ahmed. Make believe he's me and tell Ahmed I know he planted that bomb and I'm on my way over to settle things with him.
But what will that accomplish?
Well, I'm going to be right across the street from Ahmed's place when he gets that call. If he's working under the Sheik's orders, he'll probably get panicky and run to the Sheik. I'll follow him. If he's working for somebody else, he'll probably run there. I'll still follow him.
I see. Well, I hope it works. In the meantime, Mitchell, I will continue my efforts to see the Sheik.
Okay. If you do locate him, tell him I know I'm trying to fill an inside straight, but I think he owes me at least a chance to draw to it.
I do not think I understand your message, Mitchell.
Maybe not, but I think the Sheik will. Well, I'll see you later, Mikan. So I make the deal with Eddie Martel to call Ahmed at 9. I pay the guy across the street $5 to let me roost on his roof. It's a good spot. I can look right into Ahmed's room. At 5 to 9, a girl comes in. She's wearing a red dancing skirt. She and Ahmed seem to be talking about something pretty important. 9 o'clock comes. 9:15. Still no phone call. I wait until 9:30, and by then I'm sure something has gone wrong with my plan. I go back to the Sphinx Club and head for Eddie Martell's dressing room. There's a man standing in front of the door.
What do you want?
I want to see Eddie Martell. Why?
Who are you?
Steve Mitchell. Now, look, if it's okay with you, I want to see Eddie Martell. Is he in the dressing room?
Yes. And it is quite all right with me if you wish to see him, Mr. Mitchell. There he is.
Oh, brother.
Not a very pretty sight, is it?
Well, I guess he won't be impersonating anybody from now on.
Now, please tell me why you wish to see Eddie Martell.
What is it to you?
Allow me. I am Lieutenant Abura of the Cairo Police.
Well, Lieutenant, as long as we're laying credentials on the table, here are mine.
Let's see. Why are you in Cairo, Mr. Mitchell?
I've been trying to see Sheikh Haroun.
You think the Sheikh is involved in this killing?
It looks like it. His boy Ahmed planted a bomb in my room.
I see. Mitchell, you are aware of Sheikh Haroun's power. Are you prepared to confront him with an accusation?
No. I'm just trying to confront him, period.
Without more evidence, I cannot help you.
All right. I think I know where I can get the evidence. The hard way. The Sheikh's secretary, Ahmed.
Come then. Let us pay him a visit.
Oh, it's really hot tonight, Lieutenant.
Yes, and the air is quite still. These weather conditions usually signify the start of the Khamsin.
Khamsin? What's that?
A blinding sandstorm from the Sahara.
Oh, fine. That's about all I need right now, a nice sandstorm. Well, here we are. This is Ahmed's rooming house. His room is right here in front.
Mitchell,
yeah?
We will enter without knocking. I suggest you be prepared for anything.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Look, there on the floor.
Yes. This is Ahmed.
It was Ahmed before he collected that slug. Well, Lieutenant, now do we see the Sheikh?
Yes. Where is he?
Somewhere in Cairo. Mikan may be able to help us.
Mikan?
Yeah, he was the Sheikh's second in command. He's checking some places the Sheikh might be here in town. Hey, wait a minute. There's one other.
Who is that?
The dancing girl in the red skirt who came to see Ahmed while I was watching his room. I've got to find her.
Mitchell, do you realize how many dancing girls there are in Cairo?
Sure. You like trying to find one tree in a forest, I suppose. But it's all I've got to go on right now. Oh, I'll check with you later, Lieutenant. For the next 3 hours, I cover every cafe, bar, and dive I can find. I see a lot of dancing girls, all shapes and sizes. Quite a few are wearing red skirts, but none of them's the one I'm looking for. The sandstorm has started by now, and it's really a beaut. Fine, I give up and head back to my hotel room. I open the door, and there's the person I've just been turning Cairo upside down to find, the girl in the red dancing skirt. The gun looked very businesslike, but she was trembling.
Close the door, Mitchell.
Okay. So I'm next. First Ahmed, now me.
I was Ahmed's sweetheart.
You took a pretty funny way of showing it.
I did not kill Ahmed. You did.
Hey, look. This is a neat cover-up, if it works. I saw you go to his room a little earlier this evening.
He was alive when I left.
What makes you think I killed him?
I knew he was trying to save you.
I thought he was trying...
And I did not put any bomb in your room. He wanted to tell you that the Sheik was gone.
The Sheik is gone? But what did he... Hold it.
What?
The picture on the wall behind you is moving. Hey, you gun barrel, get down! The slug is tearing to the rug beside us. I dive out into the hall and head for the next room. The door's locked. By the time I batter it down, the room's empty. I hear someone pounding down the fire escape. I stick my head out the window and the wind promptly blows a cupful of sand in each eye. Can't even open it for a minute, let alone see who the sniper is. I go back to my own room. The girl is gone. Oh, now I'm right back where I started from with a handful of nothing. I call Lieutenant Abura. He and his boys give the room next door a thorough going over. I'm waiting for him in his office when he finishes.
Mitchell, I thought you said the Sheik was a friend of yours.
I did. Why?
We went over the hotel room next to yours very thoroughly. The one from which you were shot at.
Mm-hmm.
There were several cigarette butts and a half-empty glass of water.
So the sniper had been waiting there for me. Well, what's that got to do with the Sheik?
The fingerprints on that glass were his.
What? Are you sure?
Of course I am sure. Several years ago, during a political uprising, the Sheik was a guest of ours, temporarily. We got his fingerprints there. They matched the ones on the glass.
Well, after this, I'll pick my friends more carefully.
Mitchell, I will tell you frankly, I do not know quite what to do about this. Even though the Sheik's fingerprints are on that glass, it would be a very delicate and dangerous thing to go out to his walled city and formally accuse him of an attempt on your life. His tribesmen are fanatically loyal to him. Excuse me.
Sure.
Lieutenant Abur speaking. What? Oh, just a minute. It is for you, Mitchell.
Oh. Hello.
This is me, Khan Mitchell. I've been trying to get in touch with you.
Yeah.
They told me at your hotel that you were at police headquarters.
Anything new?
I covered all the places I thought the Sheik might be. About 2 hours ago, I saw him come out of one of them.
Did you get a chance to talk to him?
Only as he was getting in his car to return to his city. He would not listen to me. He said your mission was hopeless.
What did he say when you gave him my message about drawing to an inside straight?
Nothing. I'm afraid he did not understand it.
I see. Well, thanks for the try, Mikon. Lieutenant, I just had a thought. I know it's a tough proposition to get into that walled city if you're not welcome, but what happens in a sandstorm like this?
Why, during the come scene, everyone remains indoors under cover. Only a fool would venture out into it.
That's what I mean. Let you and me be a couple of fools.
Oh, Mitchell.
How could we get there?
What, a jeep, I suppose.
Could you dig up some goggles?
Yes, I suppose so, but look.
Look, you know, I think I understand now what Ahmed was talking about. It seems like a wild guess, but it's the only answer that makes sense. But to make sure, we're going to have to pay a visit to the Sheik in his walled city.
There the wall's just ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, come on. I hate to think of what this sand would be doing to our eyes if we didn't have these goggles.
So do I. Well, the gate is closed. There's no sentry on duty. Here's your right about the sandstone, Mitchell. City may be unguarded.
Yeah, come on, let's find a place to climb this wall. It's too high to jump, about 12 feet.
Mitchell, many things about this I do not understand.
Me too. But I think it's beginning to fall into place. Hey, wait. There are a few missing rocks in the wall here. Maybe I can get enough for a handhold. I'll give it a try.
Mitchell, be careful. The guard sees you on the wall, he will shoot instantly.
Yeah, I know. Here's another hole.
Have you reached the bottom with your hand?
Yeah. Got a hold of it now. As soon as I pull myself up, I'll give you a hand. Hey, I got a hold.
Yes.
Can you reach my hand?
Yes.
There you go. Oh, thank you. Okay. We'll drop down just inside the wall here. I'll go first. Come ahead.
Very well. This wall shelters us from the wind a little.
Yeah. Now look. There's a secret entrance to the Sheik's chambers. He showed it to me when I was here 5 years ago.
Where is it?
Right around the corner of that building over there, I think. Now, we'll be crossing about 20 feet of open space, but we've got to take a chance. You ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
No! We have been seen.
Yeah. Get behind the corner of the building here. Come on. Here we are. Now you press one of these rocks and it's supposed to open the door.
Mitchell, hurry.
I got it. Quick. Get inside. Okay, pull the door shut behind you.
I cannot see a thing.
Turn on your flashlight. Good. Now, up this flight of stairs.
This leads to the Sheik's chambers?
Yeah.
That guard who saw us, he will...
We're taking a chance that he doesn't know about that secret entrance. Okay. This door takes us right into the Sheik's room. Now, get ready for anything, Lieutenant.
is empty.
No, I don't think it is. Mikan should be here.
You are very clever, Mitchell. Stand quite still, both of you.
Hello, Mikan.
You're a very persistent man, Mitchell.
Not quite as persistent as you are, I guess.
How did you know?
If you'd known anything about poker, I might never have caught on. But when you told me the sheik didn't understand my message about drawing to an inside straight,
that does not matter
now,
now, Mitchell.
It all fell into place after that.
But Mitchell, where is the sheik?
I think I know that too.
But he talked to you at the Sphinx Club.
No, that was the impersonator, Eddie Martell. I thought I was going to use him, but Mikan beat me to it.
But the sheik's fingerprints in the hotel room.
I guess it wasn't too hard to place a glass with those fingerprints there. Huh, Mikan?
We're wasting time. The point is, both of you know too much to live. Before keep your hands inside.
Watch out, Lieutenant.
I want you.
Abora crashes into the table and knocks the lamp to the floor. The room is in darkness now.
And now, Mitchell, I have a different fate in store for you.
I can't spend some time. I knew about the trap door and the pit full of lime. The sheik had shown them to me once.
So, you escaped the pit, but you cannot get out of this room.
Why don't you call for help, Mikan? Or maybe you don't want any of the tribe to know what's in that pit.
You are quite right, Mitchell. This is a matter to be settled between the two of us.
I start circling in the dark. I know Mikan's across the pit, but he doesn't know which side I'm on. Then a finger of light stabs at him from the floor. Abura was still alive. And it turned on his flashlight. Mikan shoots out the light, but in the second it is on, I located him. He is standing on the other side of the pit with his back to it. That's the one direction he isn't expecting me to come from. The pit's about 10 feet across, but I know it's my only chance. I get a running start and dive across the pit as Mikan.
Mitchell!
Lost your gun, huh?
I do not need it. There's enough strength in my arms. What are you doing?
Just a hammerlock, buddy. Now we'll see how you like the pit.
No, Mitchell, the pit. No. Please, Mitchell, do not drop me.
Don't worry, Mikan. I got a hold of you by one hand. I want to keep you nice and alive.
Do not let go of me. Do not let go.
Mitchell.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Breaking down the door.
Good.
Bring in the light, quickly.
It is a guard.
Keep him covered for a minute, Lieutenant.
Yes. Stand back. Both of you. What is the matter?
God, get me out of here.
If he takes one step towards me, I'll drop you, Mikan.
No, God, stay where you are. Mitchell, I am sleeping.
You'll slip more than that if I let go of your arm.
Hang on to me.
Sure. Just tell these guards what you did with the sheik.
No, God, do not listen to him. Pull me out.
Okay, Mikan. I'll just let go of you and then...
No.
Go on, open up, spill it.
What is this about the sheik? You told us he was ill, Mikan.
Start talking and you'll be right down there with him.
The sheik, he's dead.
Dead? Keep talking.
I killed him.
What? Okay, guard, help me pull him out. You got all of them?
Yes. There we go. God, listen to me. It was not the truth. What I just said, I did not...
He's all yours, guard. If you'll check the bottom of that pit, I think you'll find what's left of the sheik.
No. Come, Mikan. Let me go. You have helped me with him. Come on.
How are you doing, Lieutenant?
Oh, I will be all right. It's a shoulder wound.
Good.
And you?
Oh, I'm okay, except my right arm feels about 3 inches longer than my left.
Mitchell, why did Mikan kill the sheik?
He knew the sheik was going to renew our mining agreement. But Mikan had sold out to the other interests, so he killed the sheik.
But this business of making it look like the sheik was still alive.
Sure, until after the mining agreement had been signed with the boys who were paying Mikan off. And he could announce that the sheik had met with an accident, and as second in command, Mikan would take over the tribe.
What will happen now?
Well, when the sheik's boys find out that Mikan killed their leader, in order to change that agreement, I think they could be talked into preserving the status quo. You know, that's funny.
What is?
Oh, you've heard the old saying, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
How do you mean?
Well, Mikan knew more about poker than he realized. He knew how to bluff, and that's a large part of the game. But if you're going to play a game, you better know all about it. Mikan should have known what an inside straight was.
I see. Just what is an inside straight?
Huh? You mean You don't know anything about poker either?
No, not a thing.
Ah, that's very interesting. Come on. You start the school as soon as we get back to Cairo. It may be that I've found me a pigeon.
Pigeon?
That's an American term meaning, well, I think I'll let you find out what it means soon enough. Come on.
Very well. We will play your game, but just one favor.
Sure, anything.
Dealer's choice deuces wild, my deck, and no limit.
Oh, great. My pigeon has turned into a buzzard.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Wright, with music by Bruce Ashley, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Throughout the week, NBC brings you unparalleled drama in action-packed mystery-adventure programs. Tomorrow, hear Big Town with crusading editor Steve Wilson fighting crime and viciousness. On Wednesday, listen to the champion of the people, Mr. District Attorney, in a fast-moving 30 minutes of action drama. And Big Story, with a true tale from the front pages of America's newspapers. Richard Widmark is a merchant seaman on Cavalcade. Tomorrow on NBC.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
I think you're on mute.
Workday is starting to sound the same.
I think you're on mute.
Find something that sounds better for your career on LinkedIn. With LinkedIn Job Collections, you can browse curated collections by relevant industries and benefits, like flex PTO or hybrid workplaces, so you can find the right job for you. Get started at linkedin.com/jobs. Finding where you fit. LinkedIn knows how.
I'm looking for my perfect pair of Abercrombie denim. There's nothing better than the perfect jean and going out top combo, or an outfit that perfectly matches your plans. Abercrombie's relaxed jean goes with every occasion, date nights or going out with friends. Right now, get 25% off almost everything at Abercrombie to plan your Valentine's outfit. Offer valid in stores and online January 23rd, 2025 to January 28th, 2025 in the U.S. and Canada. Exclusions apply as indicated. Online price reflects discount.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Hi, Commissioner.
Steve, have a seat.
Thanks. I suppose you know you're ruining my reputation around this town. Every time I get out on a date, you haul me back here to the office and send me halfway around the world.
Cheer up, Steve. They always keep a light burning in the window for you, don't they?
Yeah, but if you're gone too long, that fire can die out, you know.
Steve, ever have on a diving suit?
Diving suit? Why, yeah, once.
You're leaving for the Caribbean on the next plane. Your destination is Trinidad.
I'm going to fly to Trinidad in a diving suit?
You're going hunting for pirate treasure, Steve. There's no time now to go into the background. Go to Trinidad and show up in dungarees at the Trade Winds Bar. You'll be contacted there. The contact will fill you in on the deal.
Just a minute. Part of the deal doesn't by any chance involve getting into a diving suit, does it?
It might. Steve, this is a vital job. We're depending on you right down the line. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
moment, tonight's story of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. But first, a message from the Ford dealers of America.
The 1950 Ford has everyone talking. Here is what Mr. R.L. Bell of Georgia, one of more than 410,000 enthusiastic owners, said about his 50 Ford.
I've had my new Ford Club Coupe for 6 weeks and have driven it 6,700 miles. This operation was over all types of roads and under varying weather conditions, from Key West to the Great Smokies. It holds the road better than any car I've ever driven. And in 19 years of traveling, I've owned 8 makes of cars. For my money, it has more comfort than any low-price car on the market. My car is equipped with overdrive, and up to now, my gasoline mileage average has been 21 3/10 miles per gallon.
Yes, Ford owners everywhere are finding out about the economy of the great new Ford. They're saving real money now because of Ford's low price. And they'll be saving real money for years to come because of Ford's low operating and maintenance cost. But see for yourself. Tomorrow, stop by your neighborhood Ford dealers. Get the facts on Ford economy. Then take the wheel and test drive the big new Ford.
Well, this assignment tops them all. Usually I have at least an inkling of what I'm supposed to do, but here I am heading for Trinidad, and all I know is I'm supposed to meet a guy in the Trade Winds bar. It's a hot Tuesday afternoon when I get to Trinidad. I change into dungarees at the hotel and head for the Trade Winds bar. It's a real keen joint. A bunch of rickety tables, a calypso singer, a battered-looking bar with a drunk sprawled on it, and behind the bar a fat gent in a dirty apron.
All right, name it, brother.
Beer.
Coming up. Hey, sailor, aren't you?
Yeah, but out of a job right now, just drifting.
Yeah.
Bartender, hey, bartender!
Oh, I'm coming.
Hey, mister.
Huh?
Buy me a drink, will you?
You look like you've had too much already. You better go back to... Wait a minute. Joe Wilkins?
Yeah.
Commissioner told me I'd be contacted here, but he didn't mention you.
I've been working on this case for 6 months now.
Oh.
I've managed to establish an enviable reputation as the leading drunk in Trinidad. My poor liver.
What's the deal?
Underwater demolition. You know what a job it did for us during the war, Steve?
Yeah, the Navy frogmen.
Yeah. Well, about 6 months ago, a group of civilians with government cooperation developed a revolutionary new explosive technique.
Mm-hmm.
They came down here, rented a boat, and made their tests. We're sure of that much because they radioed in that they were on their way back, and that's the last we ever heard from them.
What happened?
We don't know. The boat apparently sank.
Any survivors?
One. Deckhand named Griggs. Disappeared before I could get down here. It's either one of two things, Steve. Griggs got away with the data they compiled, or else it's at the bottom of the Caribbean.
You know, if that falls into the wrong hands, none of our ports and harbors would be safe. You got any line on Griggs?
Not until 3 days ago. And Griggs popped up here in Trinidad looking real prosperous, throwing dough around.
Maybe he sold the plan.
I don't think so, Steve. He started outfitting a treasure hunting expedition. His outfit is shoving off tomorrow on a little boat called the Sea Witch. I've been trying to get a job on it.
Hey, you could be walking into a lot of trouble.
Steve, see that babe over there in the corner table alone?
Yeah. What about her?
That's Griggs' girlfriend. I can't get any information from her. I think she likes the more of your side.
Okay. I'll give it a try. See you later. Hi.
What do you want?
To buy you a drink.
Why not?
Matter of fact, I'll buy you 2 drinks.
And then what?
Then we quit drinking. I'll be broke.
Oh? Having it tough, huh?
Yeah. It's pretty hard for a diver to get a job these days.
A diver? Oh, why don't you get lost?
What's the matter? Don't you like divers?
Oh, sure, but they're never around. I know. I go with a guy who is a diver. Griggs.
Oh. Hey, maybe this friend of yours, Griggs, could get me a job.
I don't think so. It's some kind of a treasure hunting business.
Teresa, button your lip.
Hello, Griggs.
Who's this joker?
A guy who was kind enough to buy me a drink.
Shove off, bud.
Now, don't you think that's up to Teresa?
You heard me. Get lost.
Oh, sit down, Griggs, and quit showing your muscles. And, mister, maybe you'd better sort of...
Okay, sure. I'll see you around.
Maybe we can have a drink some other time.
Yeah? There won't be any other time. You keep your eyes to yourself after this. Don't get me out.
How did you make out, Steve?
Not so hot. The boyfriend showed up too soon.
Yeah. I sure wish we could get some.
What's the matter?
Little gent who just came in, the one in the white suit.
Yeah, what about
His name is Jeremiah. You'll hear all about him in a second. Byron's tuning up right now.
Lord Byron?
Yeah, it's the calypso singer over there. Listen.
Jeremiah, the fine man he, the best man in all Trinidad colony. He's a good friend of sailors whose luck's very bad. The best man in colony Trinidad. Race watching on a curio, for this Jeremiah will lend much low. He will find you a job for a modest fee, the savior of suffering humanity. He saves the sailors from a cold cruel fate and charges a very low interest rate. Oh, Jeremiah is a fine man, he, the best man in that colony.
And now you know who Jeremiah is.
Yeah. Hey, he just slipped that calypso singer some dough.
Sure, that's the deal.
Well, what do you know? Singing commercials in Trinidad yet. Wait a minute. That song said something about getting jobs for sailors.
Sure, that's right. That's the angle I'm working on with him.
You mean you're trying to get him to put you aboard the boat Griggs is sailing on?
Yeah. Oh, watch it, Steve. Jeremiah's heading this way.
Oh, Joe. Joe.
Oh, what, Jeremiah?
How can I help you start a new life if you spend all the money I'd lend you on cheap whiskey?
Oh, I tried, Jeremiah. You know how it is.
You must be firm, Joe. You must turn over a new leaf.
Yeah.
The ways of sin lead but to the grave or the drug tank. And then how could I ever get back all the money I'd invested in you? Work. That is the answer for you, Joe. Work.
Nobody will give me a job.
That's not true any longer, Joe. I have gotten you a job.
Huh?
On the Sea Witch. You sail tomorrow morning.
Hey, you kidding me?
Of course not. Joe, I see in you a noble man who has been corrupted by evil companions and unfortunate experiences. I believe in you, Joe. I believe that you will straighten out and take your rightful place in the world. So, I have gotten you a job to help you.
That's pretty nice of you, Jeremiah.
It was not easy, mind you. It is a small boat with a small crew, some sort of treasure hunting expedition, I believe. Now, just sign this little slip of paper, if you will, please.
What is it?
Or the customary agreement, which gives me a small percentage of your wages in return for the trouble I've gone to on your account.
Hey, you call 20% small?
Joe, after all I've done for you, how can you quibble about such a trifling amount?
Oh, okay, Jeremiah, I'll sign.
Just give the skipper this card, Joe. That will identify you.
Okay.
Well, I must be going now. I have to meet this other deckhand, Nick, and give him a card also.
Thanks again, Jeremiah.
When a human being is in need, Jeremiah will not be followed.
Steve? Yeah, I heard it all. Come on.
What?
We're going to follow Jeremiah. I'm cooking up an idea. If it works, you're going to have yourself a shipmate. We follow Jeremiah to his office near the waterfront. We wait down the street. Pretty soon, the sailor goes into the office. He's walking like he had quite a few drinks under his belt. In a few minutes, he comes out again, and he's putting one of Jeremiah's cards in his pocket. Come on, Joe. Here he comes. Start walking.
Hey.
Sorry.
Why don't you look out where you're going?
Same to you.
Oh, now, look,
now break it up. It's just an accident. Hey, didn't you just come out of Jeremiah's office?
Yeah, what's it to you?
Oh, I was just wondering if he was there. I got to find out some more stuff from him about this boat I'm showing off on tomorrow morning.
Oh, the Sea Witch?
Yeah, what?
Looks like we're going to be shipmates.
Yeah? Hey, you sailing on it too, huh? Ah, my name's John.
Oh, Nick's mine.
Ah, this is Steve. Buddy of mine.
Hi.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, this calls for a drink, huh?
Yeah, I could use one. How about you, Nick?
Sure, I can always use one. And this is our last day ashore, too. Come on, let's go.
2 hours and 5 bars later, Joe and I managed to find out that Nick hasn't ever seen the skipper of the Sea Witch. Finally, Nick figures he's had too much.
I gotta get out of here.
Sure, Nick, sure. Here, give me a hand, Joe.
Okay. Oh, easy, Nick. I I need some fresh air.
Yeah, that's where we're going,
Fresh air.
outside. There you are. Feel better now?
Oh, yeah. Fresh air. It's wonderful. Why?
Catch him, Joe.
I got him. Well, now what?
Huh?
Steve will have to take him to the police station, I guess.
Yeah, right next door, too. Quite a coincidence, huh? Come on, I'll carry him.
Okay.
Brother, he's no lightweight.
Here we are. Steve, sit him down on that chair over there.
Yeah.
Hello. What's all this?
We've got a package for you. He's it.
Drunk?
Slightly. My name's Mitchell, Constable. Steve Mitchell. Here are my credentials.
I say, what can I do for you, chap?
You got a nice private cell where you can deposit this guy, Nick?
Well, I suppose so. Ordinarily, we throw him into the drunk tank.
Well, this isn't an ordinary occasion. I'll fill you in on it after you lock him up. I get Jeremiah's card off Nick. Then I make a deal with the constable. He puts Nick in a private cell and me in the drunk tank. And from now on, he's to call me Nick. Joe sends a message to the skipper that Nick is locked up. And I roost there the rest of the night, watching a few assorted cases of DTs. Morning finally comes, and with it comes a visitor.
All right, now. Look alive, chums. Which one of you is Nick?
I am.
On your feet, then. Here's something to pick you up.
Who are you?
The skipper. Let's see your card.
Here it is.
Come on. Good moving, Nick.
Okay, let's go.
Nick, if I wasn't short-handed, I'd let you rot in the drunk tank.
Simmer down, will you?
We'll shove off in an hour. Be aboard.
Sure. I'll get my gear together and be down there in plenty of time. I'll see you later, Skipper. I start down the street in one direction, the skipper goes in another. I wait until I'm out of his sight, then I double back and head for Joe's rooming house. I turn a corner just in time to see the skipper going inside. But the skipper isn't even supposed to know Joe, let alone where he lives. That means just one thing, there's been a leak. I shift into high, but just as I get to the door, I head for the rickety stairs, but the door opens above and Joe staggers out into the hall. Joe, here, let me.
No, it's too late, Steve.
The skipper?
Yeah. He doesn't know about you, Steve. I told him I was working alone. Get aboard. Sandwich, Steve. You're on your own.
In a moment, you'll hear the second act of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy, after this brief word from the Ford dealers of America.
All over the country, folks are praising the beautiful new Ford. No wonder. For this car is a masterpiece of sleek fashion styling. But there's more than style in the new Ford, much more. There's safety, too. Safety that's built into Ford features. Into its dependable Magic Action king-size brakes, for example. Into its sturdy all-steel lifeguard body. And into its advanced steering mechanism. And the new Ford brings you economy, too. It's low in first cost and high in resale value. It's thrifty on gas and oil and inexpensive to maintain. So before you buy any car at any price, stop by your neighborhood Ford dealers. Look over the new Ford for beauty. Check its many safety features. Get the facts about Ford economy. Then discover the flashing performance and big car comfort of this truly great car. Test drive the 100 horsepower V8 or its companion in quality, the 95 horsepower 6. See, hear, and feel why the big new Ford is the one fine car in the low price field.
And now, here is the second act of Dangerous Assignment.
Yeah, I'm really on my own now. Joe's dead. I know the skipper killed him, but I can't tip my hand yet. I have to play it close to the chest. So I go down to the waterfront and get aboard to see which.
Get forward and help Griggs with the lines. Ready to shove off? We're short-handed. Some rum-dum named Joe didn't show up.
Hey, just a minute.
What's the matter, Griggs?
You're the guy who was making a play for my girl at the Trade Winds bar yesterday.
So what?
So, what are you doing aboard?
Same as you, Buster. I'm sailing on this tub.
What? Look, Skipper, get this guy off.
You look. I'm the skipper. I run this boat.
Yeah? Well, don't forget I'm the only guy who knows where to take this boat.
Griggs, you're getting paid for this job, same as I. The boss says this guy goes. Now, shut up!
Sorry, Griggs.
Okay. But just remember, I don't like you.
That's tough.
Yeah. It could be.
Now, break it off, both of you. Get busy with those lines. Hey, you, Lord Fine.
Yes, Skipper?
Hey, that Calypso singer going along, too?
Yeah, he's a pretty good deckhand. Now, get that engine started. We're shoving off.
I watched the shoreline at Trinidad fade away, and I wonder if I'll ever see it again. Joe and I had figured we'd be 2 against 3 when the showdown came, but now it looks like it's 1 against 3. I can't figure out where Lord Byron, the Calypso singer, stands in the deal, so the 3rd day out, I'm on deck when I hear him singing.
Oh, the sea which you sail on the Carib Sea, the hunt buried treasure for you and me. If we don't find the treasure, then the hunt is done. Lord Byron don't care, 'cause he still have fun.
You sound like you don't care whether we find this treasure or not.
Oh, many people seek treasure, Nick. Few of them ever find it. But it's fun looking.
Hey, did you ever sail with Griggs as a skipper before?
No.
You know, I have a theory that you can trust a happy man.
Well, you and me, Nick, we are happy people, but Skipper and Griggs, they're not. It's too bad.
Yeah. Look, if you ever hear the skipper and Griggs talking about me, I'd like you to come and tell me right away.
Sure, Nick. I'll come and tell you right away if I hear anything.
Okay, Nick, this is it.
Aye?
You're going to work.
What do you mean, Skipper?
Get into a diving suit.
What?
You heard me? I want you to go down and see if we're over that sunken ship.
What's the matter with Griggs? I thought he was the diver.
He's got a bellyache.
Oh. Kind of hit him all of a sudden, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Look, I was told you were a diver, too.
Well, sure I am.
Then get into the suit. Lord Byron will tend your lines and man the pump. Get moving.
I don't like it. It smells like trouble all of a sudden, but there's nothing I can do. I get into the diving suit. They fasten the helmet over my head, and Lord Byron helps me over the side. On the bottom, it's cold and murky and quiet. I poke around for about 15 minutes, but I can't see the sunken ship anywhere. Lord Byron, you better haul me up. Lord Byron.
He's busy, Nick. I'm handling your lines now.
Oh, well, Skipper, I can't spot that hulk anywhere.
Can't be far.
Well, it isn't here. How about hauling me up?
You're getting enough air, Nick?
Yeah, but keep it coming, huh?
Sure, Nick. Sure. I'll haul you up now, but I want you to keep your suit on. We'll move on a couple of 100 yards, and you and Griggs will go down again.
Griggs? I thought he was sick.
Feels okay all of a sudden.
See? Look, come on, haul me up, will you? It's getting lonesome down here.
Sure, Nick. Sure.
I'm sweating plenty inside that suit on the way to the surface. For a couple of grim seconds when the skipper was asking me about my air supply, I figured he was onto me and playing cat and mouse. Yeah, it was good to get that fishbowl off of my head. Yeah, I thought I was in trouble then, but if I could have seen what was happening at the Trinidad jail, I'd have known how much trouble I really was in.
Good morning, Constable.
Oh, Jeremiah. Down here to save a few souls this morning?
I am making my usual visit to offer my services to any unfortunate sailors who may have fallen in with evil companions, yes.
Well, the crop we've got in the tank this morning don't seem to have much of value on them.
My good man, you do not seem to realize that pawning articles is but a minor thing with me. My larger aim is to serve humanity.
Of course. Clumsy meets spaghetti, Jeremiah. Well, you know where the drunk tank is. Help yourself.
Thank you.
Jeremiah.
What? Who called me?
Jeremiah, over here.
Why, Nick. Nick, you're supposed to be out on the Sea Witch.
Two guys got me drunk and hauled me in here.
Who were they?
One of them's name was Joe. The other I don't remember.
Joe was taken care of before the Sea Witch sailed. Do you still have my card?
No, it was gone when I came to.
I see. This friend of Joe's must have taken your place, Nick. I will get a message to the Sea Witch at once.
You all set, Nick?
Yeah, I guess so, Griggs. Where's the skipper?
Up in the radio shack. There's a radio message coming in. Lord Byron here can let us down and handle the pump.
Sure, Griggs.
Okay. You go down first and wait for me. Don't do anything until I get down there.
Okay.
Screw his faceplate on, Lord Byron.
Sure, Griggs.
Okay. Lower him.
This time we've got the right location. I land right on the sunken ship. It's lying on its side. Griggs comes down after me and drops into a hole in the side of the ship. In a minute, he crawls out with a waterproof container. The underwater demolition data we're both after. Then he stiffens and seems to be listening to something. Divers' phones are on separate lines, so I can't hear what Griggs was listening to, but suddenly Lord Byron is singing into my phone.
Oh, there were once too many in the diving suits, and one of them's in trouble, you can bet your boots. The bad man is holding a knife very tight. The good man had better begin to fight.
Great time to be singing. Then suddenly it registers. It's more than a song, it's a warning. I turn around just in time to see Griggs bringing his knife through the water toward my diving suit. From then on, it's like a slow-motion movie. I manage to get my hand around his wrist in time, and I start inching him back toward the hole in the side of the ship. We sway back and forth for a few seconds. Then I finally get my shoulder against him and shove. He topples over into the hole. There's slack in his cable. I take a turn around the beam. Then I fish my own knife out of my belt and cut his phone line. Lord Byron, haul me up.
He's a little unconscious right now, Nick. Whatever your name is.
Huh?
I just got a radio message about you from Jeremiah.
Jeremiah? Oh, so he's the big boss.
Yeah. It looks like that message came just in time. With you in the bottom, me on the surface. I got news for you, brother. You're not coming up.
In a moment, the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment. Now, a brief message from the Ford dealers of America.
Owners everywhere are raving about their 1950 Fords. Here is what Mr. Clyde McNeely of Illinois, one of more than 410,000 new Ford owners, has to say about his 50 Ford.
Being a metal plater, I naturally am interested in machinery and metals. I've realized for many years that Ford had a real power plant under the hood. Now that I own a 1950 Ford, I'm sold on it, particularly because of the engine and also because I like its style. It surprises me that the 100-horsepower V8 engine is so quiet. In fact, the mechanical features of the 1950 Ford are outstanding. Its power and quietness, the way it rides, the ease of handling, and its economy.
Yes, ask any Ford owner how he feels about his big new Ford, and he'll tell you it's tops for performance and for comfort. But prove it for yourself. Drop into your neighborhood Ford dealers and test drive this great car. You'll be amazed when you discover how little it costs to buy, to run, and to maintain. Do it tomorrow. Test drive the big new 1950 Ford.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard it. But if I'm not coming up, neither is Griggs.
What did you do to him?
He's out of commission right now.
No wonder he can't talk to me. Well, you won't be talking much longer either, Nick. I'm turning off your air.
Now look.
So long, sucker.
Wait a minute. If you turn off my air, I've still got time to open this container and scatter these papers you're after. You'll never get them.
Yeah, you're just bluffing, Nick. Putting the Griggs in those papers are sealed in there too tight for you to do anything about in diving suit. I'm going to haul Griggs up and leave you there.
Yeah? But just tell me one thing, Skipper.
Yeah, what is it?
You weren't on deck when Lord Byron lowered us. How do you know which liner is which? How do you know which one of us you're gonna haul up?
Not good enough, Nick. I know which phone I'm talking to you on, and I can see which line it's connected to.
Maybe I had Lord Byron switch the phone lines when he let us down.
Not a chance. Like I said before. So long, sucker.
I played my last card and he trumped it. I stand there with a sick feeling in my middle as I watch Griggs' line tighten with a jerk, and suddenly I know there's only one thing more I can do.
Well, so you did switch phone lines on me, huh? Thanks for the tip, Nick. I knew if I jerked your line hard enough, I could get a grunt out of you. Now I'm sure which line to haul up.
It had worked. Griggs' line slackens, and the skipper starts hauling me up. Halfway to the surface, he turns off the air. That's good. There'll be less air in my suit, and I can move my arms better. I let my body go limp and slump my head down below the faceplate in the helmet like I'm unconscious. I surface. The skipper holds me up on deck and unscrews the faceplate.
Okay, Griggs. You'll be all right.
You're guessing wrong.
Nick!
Yeah, come on, skipper, let's bump heads.
Oh, Nick, you okay? I tried to warn you.
Yeah, that warning came just in time. Thanks, Lord Byron. When I get out of this suit, I'll untie you, and we'll haul up Griggs and head for Trinidad. And Jeremiah.
Untie you? Jeremiah. You know, Nick, this almost sounds like a Calypso song.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, then, I might as well finish it. How's that thing go? Oh, Jeremiah was a fine man, he, until he sent his dad boys out to sea. They got all fouled up down near the equator. Now Steve and Lord Byron bring back the demolition dater.
Nick, in the future, I had better sing the Calypso.
Yeah, maybe you had better.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Dunleavy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment, written by Bob Reif with music by Bruce Ashley, is directed by Bill Carn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Dunleavy, starring as Steve Mitchell.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
With new McValue at McDonald's, you always get more than you expect every day. So even if gas prices go up, you can buy a double cheeseburger and add a McChicken for $1. Or before game time, you can get $5 meal deals for the group. And if breakfast is about to end, get deals in the app to save before the bell. The choice is yours. And the choice with McValue is always more.
Prices and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Must opt into rewards for outfits.
I'm looking for my perfect pair of Abercrombie denim. There's nothing better than the perfect jean and going out top combo, or an outfit that perfectly matches your plans. Abercrombie's relaxed jean goes with every occasion. Date nights or going out with friends. Right now, get 25% off almost everything at Abercrombie to plan your Valentine's outfit. Offer valid in stores and online January 23rd, 2025 to January 28th, 2025 in the U.S. and Canada. Exclusions apply as indicated. Online price reflects discount.
This episode is brought to you by Indeed. When your computer breaks, you don't wait for it to magically start working again. You fix the problem. So why wait to hire the people your company desperately needs? Use Indeed's sponsored jobs to hire top talent fast. And even better, you only pay for results. There's no need to wait. Speed up your hiring with a $75 sponsored job credit at Indeed.com/podcast. Terms and conditions apply.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Dunleavy as Steve Mitchell.
Morning, Commissioner. Steve. You know, this better be important. There's a certain redhead who was just dying to go for a long ride in the country today. Now I can't even give her a chance to walk back.
This is important, Steve. Ever hear of the Triangle Airline?
No.
It's an American charter outfit owned by a man named Kovac. They fly cargo across the northern part of South America, from Ecuador to Brazil. The last 10 days, 3 of their planes have disappeared over the jungles, vanished without a trace. Pilots haven't been heard from since.
So a private airline's in trouble. Since when have we been pulling chestnuts out of the fire for outfits like that?
Ordinarily, we wouldn't be interested, but the circumstances accompanying the disappearance of these cargo planes makes it our concern.
What circumstances?
Well, I don't quite know how to tell you. Steve.
Oh, now let's not be bashful, Commissioner. What do you mean?
Flying saucers.
What did you say?
You heard me, flying saucers.
Commissioner, I'm a pretty patient guy. But if you think I'm going down to South America and start looking for flying saucers...
That's just what you are going to do, Steve, and your plane leaves in an hour.
Now, look, don't tell me you're going to give me a Buck Rogers ray gun to shoot them down with.
This is no joke, Steve. Look, I don't care whether it's flying saucers or flying dish pans. That area is too close to the Panama Canal for comfort. You'll be met in Ecuador by a man named Drake, the chief pilot of the airline. He'll fill you in on the background. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Well, this assignment really takes the cake. I've had my share of screw-loose jobs, but flying saucers yet. It's Wednesday night when I get to Ecuador. Drake, the chief pilot of Triangle Airlines, is waiting for me at the airport. He bustles me into the co-pilot seat of one of their cargo ships, and we take off and head east.
About a 2-hour hop to Santa Rosa, Mitchell. Should be there about midnight.
What's at Santa Rosa?
One of our fields. Kovac, the owner, is waiting there for you.
You do most of your flying at night around here, Drake, huh?
All of it.
Less turbulence over these mountains.
You a flyer, too?
Oh, now and then.
Too bad you're not looking for a job. If this monkey business keeps up, I'm going to be fresh out of pilots.
Just what has been going on?
You tell me. It's happened 3 times now. Radio flash from the pilot about seeing flying saucers. And the radio goes dead, and the plane's never heard of again.
You searched the jungle near the route for the planes.
From the air. The country's too rugged for a ground search.
Hey, what was that?
Mitchell, look outside. All those lights.
Yeah. Hey, they look like rings or discs swirling around.
They're right alongside of us.
I'm going to go back after the plane. Maybe I can get a better look at them.
Mitchell!
Drake, what is it? What's the matter? Drake! The Drake just grabs at his chest and slumps over. The plane starts into a dive. I jump back into my seat and right up and level it out. I remember noticing Drake had been flying a heading 95 degrees, so I hold it there. By the time I can look outside again, the whirling things are gone. I reach for the radio. T3 calling Santa Rosa Tower. T3 calling Santa Rosa Tower. Over.
Santa Rosa Tower to T3. Go ahead.
T3 to Santa Rosa. This is Steve Mitchell. Keep in touch with me. I've got to bring this bucket of bolts in, and I don't know anything about the route or the field. Over.
Santa Rosa to T3. What happened to Drake, Mitchell? Over.
I'll tell you about it when I get there. Right now, that's what concerns me. Over.
Stay on 95 degrees. If you're on schedule, you'll be over the field in an hour. Your course follows a valley. You'll know it if you get off it all right. There's a high mountain range on each side. Over.
Thanks a lot for the pleasant thought. I'll see you in about an hour. I hope. Over and out. So, for the next hour, I nurse a strange plane between 2 mountain ranges I can't see on a night black enough to play post office. All the while, I'm trying to convince myself I didn't see what I know I did. Drake is still unconscious, but he stirs a little now and then. Finally, I pick out the lights of Santa Rosa Airfield and manage to bring the ship in okay.
Mitchell?
Yeah?
I'm George. Kovac's nephew.
Yeah?
I was talking to you on the radio.
Oh.
Sure glad you made it okay.
You're glad. Come on, give me a hand with Drake here.
Okay? Hey, he's coming out of it. Drake. Drake.
What? Oh, my chest.
What happened to you, Drake?
I don't know. Right after we saw those
things, I suddenly felt like I'd been kicked in the chest by a mule. That's all I can remember.
But there's not a mark on you.
Yeah, great. Flying saucers aren't enough. Now we've got invisible rays.
Well, why didn't it hit you too, Mitchell?
I don't know. Wait. I just started aft when it happened.
Yes, it's a good thing for you. You did.
Yeah. Come on, Joyce. We'll get Drake taken care of, and then we'll talk to your uncle.
Mr. Mitchell, your description of what you saw during your flight tallies with those the missing pilots radioed in. I tell you frankly, I'm on the ragged edge with this airline. I've lost 3 planes. One more and I'm ruined.
Isn't your line insured, Mr. Kovac?
Why, yes, but this is more than money. It's a matter of prestige.
Look, Uncle Emil, if you'd taken my advice a month ago when the Van Horn Exporting Company wanted to buy you out...
George, for the last time, I'll not tolerate any advice from you as to how to run my affairs.
Sure, you stick your nose in all my affairs, but I'm not supposed to open my mouth where yours are concerned.
You don't keep a civil tongue in your head.
Look, gentlemen, I don't want to stir up a hornet's nest between you, but what is this Van Horn Exporting Company?
They ship crates of carved wooden statues regularly on our planes. Our largest customer, as a matter of fact. About 2 months ago, they approached me with a substantial offer to buy the line. But just before the trouble started, they notified me that they were withdrawing their offer. Bad business conditions, they said.
Any particular reason why business should be bad?
Oh, there have been rumors about some mysterious revolutionary party organizing lately. That sort of thing always has a bad effect on business in these countries.
I see.
Mitchell, what'll be your first step?
Well, I think I'll pay a visit to the Van Horn Exporting Company in the morning.
Why? You certainly don't think they're involved in this flying saucer deal, do you?
Look, when you don't know where to start, one place is as good as another. Besides, I'm sure the Van Horn Company is a lot closer than Mars.
Yes, sir?
This the office of the Van Horn Exporting Company?
Yes, it is.
Well, I'd like to talk to the boss. Is he around?
Yes, I'm the boss, as you call it.
Huh? You?
I'm Herta Van Horn.
Looks like the company is in good hands.
Thank you. What can I do for you, Mr.
Mitchell. Steve Mitchell. Your company ships cargo pretty regularly with the Triangle Airlines.
I have been, but if the present trouble continues, I think I'll have to make other arrangements. You're down here to investigate that trouble, aren't you?
I don't remember telling you that.
One picks up things here and there.
Yeah, I guess one does. A couple of months ago, you offered to buy the airline, didn't you?
Yes, I did. But that was before the trouble started. Naturally, I'm not interested now.
Well, according to my information, you withdrew your offer just before the trouble started.
I see that you too pick up things here and there. Yes, I began to hear rumors about the formation of a revolutionary party. I decided it would be unwise to make a large investment under those conditions.
I see. You know, that's the second time I've heard this rumor about a revolutionary party.
Oh? What about it?
Oh, nothing. Except it seems like a pretty convenient time to start that rumor circulating.
I don't know what you're trying to prove, Steve, but I wish you luck.
Thanks, Herta. Maybe meeting you has been luck.
One never knows. I expect I will see you again.
You expect right, Herta. And soon.
Hi, Mitchell. George told me I'd find you here in the office.
Yeah. Come on in, Drake. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, a lot better, thanks. My chest still hurts a little. It sure give a lot to know what hit me last night.
So would I.
Doing some paperwork this morning?
Yeah. I've been checking cargo invoices and radio logs. I've discovered a couple of pretty interesting things.
Huh? What?
Look, each time a plane has disappeared, it's been carrying a shipment from the Van Horn Company.
Well, what does that prove?
I don't know yet. Take a look at this copy of the invoice.
So what about it?
How many Van Horn crates are listed there?
Well, let's see. 6.
Yeah, but isn't that number a little smudged on this copy?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Who handles these invoices on this end?
Well, sometimes Kovac and sometimes George.
How big are those Van Horn crates?
5, 6 feet long. What are you getting at, Mitchell?
I'm not sure yet, but here's something else. According to the radio logs, in each case, the pilot reported sighting the flying saucers about 20 minutes after takeoff. So, now take a look at this map. 20 minutes out at the course and speed your planes fly should put them right near this mountain.
Yeah, Mount San Anselmo. But what are you getting at?
Well, suppose those flying saucers came from the ground, Drake. You know?
You tell me you're going into those jungles.
Sure. You know anyone who could guide me?
Seems to me one of those mechanics has a brother named Pablo, some sort of a guide, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Mitchell, you ought to think this over before you go in.
I have thought it over. Now see if you can round up that guide, will you? I'd like to get started as soon as possible. How far you figure we've come since we left the jeep, Pablo?
Well, at least 10 miles, senor.
Now we ought to be getting close to the spot then. Brother, this jungle is thick. This is the only trail through it, huh?
See.
I can believe it.
Senor, watch out!
Huh? Hey! Why the flying tackle?
Look, senor. Look down the trail in front of you.
I don't see anything.
Quiet. Look more closely. Hidden by the underbrush on the ground.
Yeah, I see it now. A rope noose spread over the trail.
See, and over there, senor. See the tree which is bent almost over?
Mm-hmm. Another step and we'd have been dangling from that tree like two apples. Come on, let's spring that trap. Quick.
Well, senor, you
look. Someone's obviously hiding around here, waiting to catch us dangling from that rope. Let's make him think he succeeded. Here's a dead branch beside the trail. Give me a hand with it.
See.
Got it?
See.
Okay. Stop here.
The trigger is probably under that little pile of leaves.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, so toss this branch on top of it and see what happens. You ready? Let her go. Look at that. The rope jerked that branch right up in the air. Now get down here beside the trail. See?
I hear something.
Yeah, so do I. Somebody coming through the underbrush. Okay. Let him get right on top of us. Then we'll jump him. Now. What's the Pablo? He's got a gun.
Yeah, but I tell him a check.
No, hold it. Oh, great.
Did I did something wrong, senor?
Well, he'd have done the same to us if we'd given them a chance. But I wanted to get some information from him.
I will take a look. There is nothing in his pocket, senor, except this scrap of paper.
Let me see it.
See, here you go.
La Posada, 8 o'clock. What's La Posada mean?
That's the name of a bar in Santa Rosa.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like he had a date. Okay, I'll keep the date for him. Maybe I can find out who's been going all out to kill me.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Dunleavy in the role of Steve Mitchell.
A few minutes before 8 that night, I'm waiting in the shadows across the street from La Posada Bar. A car pulls up in front. Herta Van Horn is driving. A guy starts to get out, but Herta pulls him back for a minute. There's a long kiss, and he gets out and heads for the bar. Herta pulls away. As he opens the door, the light silhouettes him. It's Kovac's nephew, George. I wait for a few minutes, and then I saunter in after him. Hello, George.
Hi, Mitchell.
You surprised to see me?
Should I be?
I don't know. You're waiting for somebody, George?
Waiting for a drink right now.
This a favorite hangout of yours?
It's the only decent bar in Santa Rosa. Look, what's with the third degree, Mitchell?
Oh, nothing in particular. Just curious.
Everybody stay right where you are and keep your hands inside.
Hey, look at all the soldiers. What's the deal?
You're under arrest, all of you. Everyone in this bar is under arrest.
Arrest? Hey, look, who are you?
Lieutenant Gonzalez of the military.
Arrest for what?
Look, Lieutenant. It will do you no good to argue. You will come quietly or be shot.
Hey, what's going on around this joint?
Oh, great. Looks like I'm about to get pinched. What's the date?
You know this man, Senor Drake?
I certainly do, Lieutenant. Steve Mitchell. He's down here investigating the trouble we've been having on the airline.
You better take a look at my credentials, Lieutenant. Here.
I see. I'm sorry to have disturbed you, Senor Mitchell, but with the situation what it is, we cannot take chances.
What situation?
We have information that this bar is the headquarters for a revolutionary party. That is why we raided the place.
You sure there's more to this revolutionary party than a rumor?
Do you think that the military would act on a mere rumor?
Maybe, if the rumor was convincing enough. Well, I'll see you around, Lieutenant. And Drake, thanks for the assist. Morning, Hertha.
Good morning, Steve. What can I do for you?
I'd like to take a look at your shipping invoices for the last couple of weeks, okay?
Yes, of course. Here you are.
Thanks. Yeah, here's the one I want. Now, this shipment was on the last plane that disappeared.
What about it?
This invoice shows 5 crates shipped, but the copy they have at the airfield shows 6.
But there must have been a mistake then.
Yeah, right now I'm wondering who made it.
Steve, I don't know what you're trying to prove, but I'm beginning to resent your inferences.
Sorry, I didn't know they were showing, Hertha. I guess George was right when he said your company couldn't possibly have anything to do with the trouble the line is having.
George?
Yeah, Kovac's nephew.
Oh, well, it was very nice of the men to come to my rescue when I hardly know him.
You hardly know George, huh?
Just to speak to on the street.
I see. Well, I better be getting back to the field.
I'm sorry I cannot help you, Steve.
Thanks, Hertha. Maybe you have.
Oh, Mitchell.
Hi, hello, Mr. Kovac. On your way to see Hertha?
Oh, looking for you. Have you found out anything at all about these flying saucers and what's behind this thing?
Mr. Kovac, so far I've been just grabbing at handfuls of smoke here and there. But there's enough smoke to mean fire somewhere. You've got a plane going tonight, haven't you?
Yes.
Is there a Van Horn shipment aboard?
That's right.
How many crates?
Why, 5, I believe.
Okay. Just one thing more. Do you have a small plane I could use?
Well, there's a 4-place cabin job at the field.
That's perfect.
Mitchell, what are you going to do?
I'd like you and George to be at the control tower when your cargo plane takes off tonight, Mr. Kovac. I'll tell you what I'm going to do then. That night I wait in the shadows near the airfield. I spot the plane T-5 loaded and ready. The pilot is in the shack getting his weather report. I slip quietly aboard. The invoice had said 5 Van Horn crates, but I can count 6 of them, all about 6 feet long. I put my ear to the top crate, and I hear what I expect to hear. Then I freeze. Footsteps outside. There's a faint scrape of metal under the belly of the plane. The steps fade away. I get out, crawl under. I take a long look, and a lot of things suddenly fall into place. I head for the control tower. George, Kovac, and Drake are there.
T5 to Santa Rosa Tower, ready to go. Santa Rosa Tower to T5, go ahead. Wind 15 at 30 degrees.
Well, Mitchell, now perhaps you'll tell me why you wanted George and myself to be here tonight.
Sure. I want to take you for a ride in your plane.
A ride? Where?
We're going to follow the plane that's just taking off.
What? Now, Mitchell.
What's the matter, Kovac? Doesn't the idea appeal to you?
Well, I'd rather not go, Mitchell. I don't like this idea.
Afraid of what you might see, huh, Kovac?
Of course not.
How about you, George?
Why, I don't know what you're getting at, Mitchell, but it sounds like a lot of nonsense to me.
Drake, you want to go along just for the ride?
Sure. I'm not anxious to get hit again by one of those things that hit me the other night.
I think we'll be safe enough. Get the plane warmed up for me, will you? I'll be with you as soon as I make a telephone call.
Aren't you going to ready the pilot that we're following him, Mitchell?
No. You and George just sit back there and keep your eyes on that plane.
I don't see what you're trying to prove, Mitchell.
I think you will in a minute, George. How long since takeoff, Drake?
Oh, about 19, 20 minutes. Want me to take over the controls?
Don't they?
Mitchell, look at that plane below, all around it. Circles of whirling light. Mitchell, the flying saucer.
Relax.
T5 to Santa Rosa. T5 to Santa Rosa. It's all around me. Flashing lights and whirling things. Must be the flying saucer.
That was the pilot reporting back. Flying saucers.
Wait a minute. They seem to be coming from the plane itself.
They are, from underneath the plane.
What?
Yeah, from a bracket attached to the belly. They're not flying saucers. They're just a glorified collection of fireworks.
Fireworks? No, wait. That plane's turning left.
But how can it fly at all? Something's happened to the pilot. He's the only one aboard.
No, there's another guy aboard. He's probably doing the flying now.
Where'd he come from?
He climbed out of a crate.
Hey, the plane is heading right for that mountain. It's climbing.
We'll climb with it.
Mitchell, what's behind all this?
I don't know. Right now, I'm more interested in who's behind it. Go back. You said you were pretty heavily insured, didn't you?
Why, yes. What's that got to do with it?
Did you inspect the cargo plane before it took off?
I always do.
You could have attached the fireworks to that bracket under the belly when you made your inspection, couldn't you?
Are you insane? Why would I do a thing like that? Why, George here looked over the plane after I did.
That's interesting. And George usually handles the invoices. He could have altered the number of crates on them.
Look, Mitchell.
Hey, we're right over the mountain now. And that plane is starting to lose altitude. Tell me, George, why did Herta Van Horn lie about the two of you?
Keep your mouth shut, Mitchell.
She said she barely knew you, but when I saw the two of you in her car outside La Posada Bar, your acquaintance seemed to be more than a nodding one.
George, have you been seeing that woman again? I distinctly told you I would not tolerate...
Okay, so it's out in the open now. Sure, I've been seeing her, and I intend to keep it up. I can't help it if you don't like her. I do.
We'll discuss this later, George.
Hey, look down there. Faint lights.
What? There's nothing but jungle there.
Look again. That's a camouflage landing strip, and the cargo plane is landing.
So that's what's been happening to my plane.
What mountain is that we just came over?
El Diablo.
And the landing strip is right behind. Okay, we've seen enough. I'll radio back a report.
Hand me that microphone, Mitchell.
Drake!
Look out, he's got a gun.
I said, hand me that microphone.
Okay, Drake. You know, I kind of got to figuring it was you. As chief pilot, you were in a good spot to alter the invoices and get your stooges aboard the plane in crates.
But why?
Tune the radio to 4150 kilocycles, Mitchell.
Okay. Yeah, you were the only one who knew I was going into the jungle, too, Drake. You arranged a little booby trap for me. You're also a good actor, faking that collapse you pulled on me in the plane.
Shut up and keep tuning.
Okay, you're on 4150 now.
This is Drake. This is Drake. Leave the lights on. I'm coming in behind the cargo plane. Stand by to receive some uninvited guests. Okay, Mitchell, go down and land. The first time you try anything smart, you'll get your head blown off.
I set the plane down on the strip. The landing lights flick off, and half a dozen rugged-looking gents swarm out to meet us. Drake huddles with them for a few minutes, and then they haul Kovac, George, and me into a log hut hidden under the trees. They toss us in there and bolt the door. But the door has an inside bolt, too. We shoot it in place. We can't get out, but now they can't get in.
Mitchell! Open the door, Mitchell! Okay, smart boy. You'll come out running when it gets light.
The hours crawl by. We sit and wait and sweat.
What time is it now, Mitchell?
5 a.m.
I can't stand this waiting. What good did it do us to bolt the door from the inside? We can't stay in here forever.
I'm playing for time. I've still got an ace up my sleeve, but we've got to stay alive until dawn to find out if it's any good.
Well, don't look now, but I think Dawn's here.
Huh?
There's a crack of light under the door.
Brother. If something doesn't happen pretty soon, we're cooked. Hey, maybe we are. Do you smell that?
Gasoline.
You'll be coming out pretty soon now, boys.
Mitchell, he set fire to the hut.
Yeah. I guess that's why he was waiting for dawn. He was afraid the fire might be spotted at night.
Is this the ace up your sleeve, Mitchell?
We can't stay here and roast like rats in a trap.
We'll get a bullet in the belly as soon as we open that door.
Couple of keen choices. I'll take my chances with the bullets. Come on, let's get this door unbolted.
But they'll kill us.
I'll take fresh air with mine. Hey, wait a minute. Listen.
A plane.
That's the ace up my sleeve I was talking about.
Sounds like it's coming down. Who is it?
Just before we took off last night, I made a phone call, remember? It was to Lieutenant Gonzalez of the military.
Gonzalez? But how did he know what happened to us after we took off?
We'll win it out later. Let's get out of here. Hey, Gonzalez boys are taking no chances. They want that landing strip clear when they sit down. Come on, George. Let's get this door unbolted.
Okay.
Okay, come on.
Look at them scatter.
Hey, Mitchell, let's go straight. Time for the jungle.
I'll get him.
Watch out, he's got a gun.
I see it. You can't run and shoot at the same time, Drake. Better make up your mind which.
Okay, I'll shoot, Mitchell.
Wait, Drake.
Let go of me.
He who hesitates is... What? No?
Mitchell, you okay?
Yeah. How are Gonzalez and his boys doing?
They seem to be mopping up in a hurry. Mitchell, I still don't understand how Gonzalez found out.
Oh, when I called him last night, I told him our radio frequency, and I asked him to listen in. Then I kept the mic open the entire time.
Gonzalez overheard everything that was said in our plane, huh?
Yeah, including the location of the landing strip. But I knew he wouldn't try to bring a plane in here before dawn. That's why I was hoping he'd still be alive by then.
Why were Drake and his outfit trying to ruin my airline?
Look, if you're going to operate a secret landing strip, you don't want a regular airline flying through the area. They figured the flying saucer gag would scare you off.
Well, it seems to me this was a pretty big operation for a small revolutionary party in a small country, Mitchell.
You know, I've been thinking that too. Could be that's all there is to it. But it's not a long hop from here to the Panama Canal. Maybe somebody else had ideas about using this strip eventually. Of course, we'll never know, and anyway, it doesn't matter much now.
Yeah. Speaking of things we'll never know, we didn't prove anything one way or the other about flying saucers in this deal.
We proved something as far as Drake's concerned, though.
What's that?
If you monkey around with fireworks long enough, you're sure to get your nose burned or busted.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Wright, with music by Bruce Ashley, and was directed tonight by Max Hutto. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. There's more great action-packed entertainment for you throughout the week on NBC. Other mystery adventure programs include such popular shows as Big Town, Dragnet, High Adventure, and Christopher London. Starring as Christopher London, you'll hear Glenn Ford in the swashbuckling role of a romantic, adventurous private investigator. On High Adventure, there's the utmost in thrilling drama to entertain adventure-minded listeners. Dragnet brings you in stark realism cases direct from official police files. And during Big Town, you'll hear crusading editor Steve Wilson fighting crime and viciousness. Join the millions of listeners who each week tune for thrill-packed high-tension drama on NBC, where mystery and adventure join together for top-flight entertainment. Tomorrow, be sure to hear Bob Hope and Fibber McGee on NBC.
Hello and welcome to Dangerous Assignment from OTRGold.com. This episode will begin after a brief message from our sponsors.
Llévate más de lo que esperas todos los días con el nuevo Millennium McDonald's. Ahora puedes comprar uno y sumarle otro por $1. Así que cuando tu equipo favorito enfrenta a sus rivales, enfrenta tus antojos con falta de minutos. Y si estás corriendo para alcanzar el desayuno, corre a la para llevarte ofertas antes del cut-off. Tú decides, y con el value, tu decisión siempre rinde más. Precios y participación pueden variar. Bobo $1 válido para un producto de igual o menor valor. Debe estar registrado en Rewards para ofertas en la app.
I'm looking for my perfect pair of Abercrombie denim. There's nothing better than the perfect jean and going out top combo, or an outfit that perfectly matches your plans. Abercrombie's relaxed jean goes with every occasion. Date nights or going out with friends. Right now, get 25% off almost everything at Abercrombie to plan your Valentine's outfit. Offer valid in stores and online January 23rd, 2025 to January 28th, 2025 in the U.S. and Canada. Supply is indicated. Online price reflects discount.
This episode is brought to you by Indeed. When your computer breaks, you don't wait for it to magically start working again. You fix the problem. So why wait to hire the people your company desperately needs? Use Indeed sponsored jobs to hire top talent fast. And even better, you only pay for results. There's no need to wait. Speed up your hiring with a $75 sponsored job credit at Indeed.com/podcast. Terms and conditions apply.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Why they got a bow on it? Who is this for? But I don't know the fuck. Mike, that's me. Mike, that's me. Mike, that's me.
Your money.
You're so lucky I didn't charge you guys by the hour.
I'm millionaire, I'm a young money millionaire. Tougher than Nigerian your career just isn't fair. I'm a venereal disease, like a menstrual bleed through the pencil and leak on the sheet of the tablet in my mind. Cause I don't write shit, cause I ain't got time. Cut my seconds, minutes, hours, go to the almighty dollar in the almighty power of that chopper. Sister, brother, son, daughter, father, motherfucker, copper. Got the Maserati dancing on the bridge. Pussy poppin', tell the coppers, ha 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 ha. You can't catch them, you can't stop them. I go by them goon rules. If you can't beat them, then you drop them. You can't handle them, you pop them. Just let them, you drop them. You drop them, you drop them. Like, a million here, a million there. Sicilian bitch with long hair, with coconut every year, like smoking the thinnest air. I open the Lamborghini, hoping them crackers see me. Like, look at that bastard Weezy. He's a beast, he's a dog, he's the motherfucking problem. Okay, you're a goon, but what's a goon to a goblin?
Nothing. You ain't doing nothing. You should be happy that I haven't seen you yet.
Copy with your own peach copy on the side. Never answer when it's private.
Don't you hate a shy bitch? Yeah, I hate a shy bitch.
Yeah, I hate a shy bitch.
She ain't shy no more. She's going to the pen now.
Yeah, nigga, that's my bitch. So when she asks for the money, when you threw,
Don't be surprised, bitch.
And it ain't tricking if you got it. But you like a bitch with no ass.
You ain't got shit.
Motherfucker, I'm ill, not sick. And I'm okay, but my watch sick. Yeah, my drop sick. Yeah, my clock sick. Am I not thick? I'm ill. Motherfucker, I'm ill. Yeah, see, they say I'm rapping like Big J and Tupac. Andre 3000. What is Erica Badu at? Who
that said they gonna be little Wayne? Looks like they're going to the big girlfriend.
Who that wanna do that? Boy, you knew that you that spoiler. And I do this shit, now you got loose powers.
Hey, you're lucky I didn't charge you by the hour.
You pay me by the hour. And I'd rather be pushing flowers than to be in the pen sharing showers.
Amen.
Told this world was ours.
And the Bible told us
every
that
girl was sour.
sour.
Don't be in the garden and don't smell her flower. Call me Mr. Carter, Mr. Lawn Mower. Oh, I got so many bitches like I might allow it.
Even with Stefani, says you can't doubt me.
By the water, I say like fake shit without me. Chrome lips poking out the coop look like it's pouting. I do what I do and you do what you can do about it. Bitch, I can turn a crack rock into a mountain.
Damn that, don't you compare me, cause there ain't nobody near me. You don't feel me, but you hear me.
They don't feel me, but they feel me. I'm ill at.
Motherfuckers! Some of you are wondering if I've decided whether or not to proceed with what the FBI has told me and to own 3 condos.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house, no matter what condition it's in.
If you need to
And the
sell
answer
your
is
house for any
perhaps.
reason, click the link.
Don't you think that spiral staircase would look great right there? I do.
Well, I was gonna say off a big brown big red shows like all her friends. One day you know that people try to leave so she gave up a cyclone fence. Along came Lou with the old brown nose and I recognize that smell.
It smells like 7 layers.
That big red I'm out of New Orleans and in trouble with the carnival shows. Grandma cars, some cheap cigars, and he can't up his nose. We got into the big brown beaver, so we thought he'd take himself a beat. But the beaver was quick, and he grabbed him by the kiwis and he hit his body.
Come on.
Mama took her big brown beaver and she stuck him up in the air.
Said I sure do love this big brown beaver, but I wish I did have a pair.
The beaver was stuck for 7 days.
And it gave us all an awful fright. So you tickled my chin, and this bastard trying to bite you. She picked the beaver one day and never occurred to her she might have a work. Isn't anyone there? I reject you fast, babe. Fame. David Bowie. Fame. So, Unit 207, your hacking seems to have even further diminished in capabilities. You all need to turn off your Google mics so that I can use mine without issue. Or better yet, get the fuck out. Oh, you want to hang out till you're convicted of stalking? Okay. Do that too.
I want to see Tim. I'm Jack Black. Oh, that's it. I'm not Jack Black.
Oliver, this is...
Isn't any wonder I reject you, Nope. No wonder. What you need, you have to borrow.
leaving high school, I went directly into the workforce. Over the years, have really learned about
Remember, everybody, I am indeed a meaner minor. Really.
Put on your red shoes and dance the blues. Let's dance to the song that's playing on the radio. While color lights up your face. Sway through the crowd to an empty space. If you say run, I'll run with you. If you say hide, we'll hide. Because my love for you would break my heart in two. If you should fall into my arms, tremble like a feel the grace fall. Fear tonight is all. You could look into my eyes. Under the moonlight, the serious moonlight. And if you say run, I'll run with you. And if you say hide, we'll hide. Because my love for you would break my heart in two. If you should fall into my arms and tremble like a flower.
Let's get Jon Stewart and the Daily Show. We're covering President Trump's first 100 days. It's not a rush to judgment.
It's a god-awful small affair to the girl with the mousy hair. But her mommy is yelling no, and her daddy has told her to go. But her friend is nowhere to be seen. Now she walks through her sunken dream to the seats with the clearest view, and she's hooked to the silver screen. But the film is a sad thing for, she's lived it 10 times or more. She could spit in the eyes of fools as they ask her to focus on saying words, fighting in the dance hall. Oh man, look at those cavemen go. It's the freakiest show. Take a look at the long man beating up the wrong guy. Oh man, wonder if you'll ever know. You're in the best-selling show. Is there life on Mars? It's on America's tortured brow that Mickey Mouse has grown up a cow. Now the workers are struck for fame. His Lennon's on sale again. See the mice in their million hordes, from Ibiza to the Norfolk Broads. Rule Britannia is out of bounds. To my mother, my dog, and clowns. But the film is a sad thing for, 'cause I wrote it 10 times or more. It's about to be written again. As I ask you to focus on sailors fighting in the dance hall. Oh man, look at those cavemen go.
Look at those cavemen go.
It's the freakiest show.
It's the freakiest show.
Take a look at the long man beating up the wrong guy. Oh man, wonder if you'll ever know.
Wonder if you'll ever know.
Is in the best-selling show. Is there life on
Okay, bastard. Oh, for fuck's sake.
I love you so.
wishes. Not sure if you're a boy or a girl. Hey, babe, your hair's alright. Hey, babe, let's stay out tonight. You like me and I like it all. We like dancing and we look divine. You love bands when they play it hard. You want more and you want it fast. They put you down, they say I'm wrong. You take a thing, you put them on. Rebel, rebel, you torn your dress. Rebel, rebel, your face is a mess. Rebel, rebel, how could they know? Hot tramp, I love you so. Rebel, rebel, you torn your dress. Rebel, rebel, your face is a mess. Rebel, rebel, how could they know? Hot tramp, I love you so. Torn your dress, your face is a mess. You can't get enough, but enough ain't the test. Transmission and a live wire. You got your fuel line and a handful of blues. You wanna be there when they cannot get you. Said I love your dress. You're a juvenile success because your face is a mess. So how could they know? I said, how could they know? So what you wanna know? You live in this child, but where you wanna go? What can I do for you? Wish I could be there too. Cause you're torn and dress. And your face is a mess. Ooh, your face is a mess.
Your face is a mess.
So how could they know?
Bowie's song, Flight of the Conchords.
I just refilled it with Secret Sensations right in front of you. It's right there.
Evelyn Mercer, greatest mother four degenerates ever had. Oh, it's no gang shooting. Hey, stepmama.
Lives in Spain. That lives in Spain. What you doing now, mama?
That's pretty freaky, but isn't it cold out in space, Bowie?
Do you want to borrow my jumper, Bowie?
Does the space cold make your nipples go pointy, Bowie?
Do you use your pointy nipples as telescopic antennae to transmit data back to Earth?
I bet you do, you freaky old bastard.
You. Hey, Bowie, do you have one really funky sequin spacesuit? Or do you have several changes?
Do you smoke grass out in space, Bowie? Or do they smoke
AstroTurf?
Receiving transmission from
transmission
David Bowie, nipple antenna. Do you read me, Lieutenant Bowie?
This is Bowie to Bowie.
Do you hear me out there, man?
This is Bowie back to Bowie. I read you loud and clear, man.
Oh yeah, man.
Your signals leak on my radar screen.
How far out are you, man?
I'm pretty far out.
That's pretty far out, man.
I'll overthink your time. Drawn in by its gravitational. I'm jamming out with the Juggernaut. So, and I think it's pretty cool.
Are you okay, Belly?
What was that sound? I don't know, but I'll have to turn my ship around. It's the craziest thing.
Yeah, I'm breaking it up on my LSD screen.
Can you say the stratosphere ringing to the choir of Afronauts singing?
Oh, it's not over, everybody. The best part of the song is right about to begin.
There is in space. There is in space. Places on Funky.
Hey now, I'm a need a man of belly.
Space.
OTR Gold, baby. Dangerous Assignment. That was such a good radio show. Who has new podcast episodes up? Now that it's later in the day on Monday, and Unit 207 will allow some of the podcast episodes to show up, but we're showing up this morning. Has Louis Theroux uploaded an episode today? Yes, he has. Jamie Oliver. I'm about to play the Louis Theroux podcast. If you've traveled in Europe or you're a foreigner from Europe, you probably know who he is. For the Americans, he's this guy that's tried repeatedly to be famous in the United States, but everyone in Hollywood, particularly a lot of people that live in La Jolla, let's be real, a lot of Jews in La Jolla, for whatever reason, they always decide that they don't want him to be famous here in the U.S. He tried in the 90s and in the early 2000s and again like right before COVID. That being said, he is related to the famous author, and he has a cousin whose name I don't remember, who Hollywood has approved of, a guy that has like plastic surgery in his face. And this is his podcast. I like the podcast because I like him. He is bitter now that he is older. Ever since he made this awful documentary, the only documentary he's ever made that's awful, on Scientology, he's become bitter. But if you look on YouTube, you should be able to find 30-minute long to hour-long documentaries he did in the 90s and the start of the 2000s called Weird Weekends with Louis Theroux. Watch some of those. Watch one of those, any one of those. And I think that you'll probably think that he's a charming fellow as well. So anyway, this podcast is literally the Louis Theroux podcast. And this is his episode that was released today with Jamie Oliver. And the time, it is 8:18 p.m. PST.
3, 2, 1. Hello, Louis Theroux here, and welcome to my podcast called Amazingly and Creatively, the Louis Theroux Podcast. I had to look down just to remember. Today I'm speaking to chef, businessman, entrepreneur, activist, campaigner, and best-selling cookbook author, Jamie Oliver. Jamie's been a mainstay of our screens for over 20 years since he shot to fame in 1999 following the success of his first TV show, The Naked Chef. I well remember it because I had just shot to a lower stratosphere of success and fame with my own TV show, Weird Weekends, the previous year, 1998. And I remember thinking, wow, he's way more successful and famous than I am. I was ever so slightly, if I'm honest, what's the word? Jealous? Tiny bit. Yeah, a bit bruised. I sort of thought, maybe I haven't put that quite right, but it was just definitely a sense of like, oh, wow, that's what success with a TV show really looks like. You know, he's a titan of, obviously not just.
And on that note, honestly, knowing as many people as I do, whose names I'm not ever going to say aloud, particularly on the live stream, I think that is why Hollywood has shot down Louis Theroux. All 4 or 5 times he's tried to be famous here in the States. I think that it's because he is someone who states that he would like to be famous in the United States.
Just TV presenting, but his business is a massive.
And more famous in the UK. In the UK, this guy is like as famous as Simon Cowell. Okay, I've seen the show that he used to be on like once in my life. American Idol, right? Isn't that the show he was the judge on? Whatever the singing show is, that guy, his level of celebrity here in the United States, that's the level of celebrity Louis has in the UK. And yet here, like, nobody recognizes him, dude.
Massive. And I always sort of wondered what it was that he had, like his ability not just to obviously cook and to communicate on screen, but also in.
Joe Rogan's cool because Joe Rogan had him on his podcast, just like as a courtesy, just because Joe Rogan's nice. But the two of them did not hit it off. And you can tell in the podcast episode that when I hear that episode, I just am like, oh, Joe's so nice. Joe is not into Louis, though.
In a seemingly
Louis
effortless
Theroux.
way, build an empire, an international, globe-bestriding restaurant, cookbook, live show empire. At its peak, Jamie had 42 Jamie's Italian restaurants in the UK. From his 28 cookbooks, he's sold over 50 million copies. He's the second best-selling British author behind J.K. Rowling.
Wow.
And the best-selling
That's
British
crazy.
non-fiction
A
author
cookbook,
since records began. That's in italics. Along with the fame and the success have been moments of controversy. I mean, from the beginning, there were haters. We talk about that in the chat. There was also his healthy eating campaigning against, among other things, turkey Twizzlers that caused, some ructions. There was a public feud with fellow TV titan Gordon Ramsay, another one with Marco Pierre White. We talk about that. Accusations of cultural appropriation, the famous jerk rice debacle. Again, all of that's gone into. We recorded the conversation at Spotify HQ in September 2024. Jamie arrived having just been on This Morning, the TV show, with a chocolate and cherry frangipani tart in tow. Just to say, the peg for the chat was Jamie's new book called Simply Jamie, a collection of recipes using common supermarket ingredients. A warning, there is strong language in this episode. Is it from me? I don't remember. Anyway, apologies if it was, as well as some discussion around food that might offend some listeners. There's some fairly, is it upsetting or graphic descriptions of food production practices. Anyway, all of that's coming up. But first, this.
I was just saying to your team, I haven't been Louis before.
No.
After all these years, so this will be the first.
But we've crossed paths a few times over the years.
And friends in common, I believe.
And our careers,
Channel 4,
such as they are. I mean, I've kind of followed I've followed a similar, not trajectory, I wouldn't dare, but similar period of time.
Yes.
I was going to say, since seeing you on TV in '99, I thought, oh wow, this guy's a breath of fresh air. He's different. He's hip. He's young. And you're blowing up, and those tiny little feelings of like, because everyone was talking about you, and I couldn't help noticing, wow, he's a much bigger hit than I am or was.
Did you really think that?
Of course, I'm
Wow.
human. And I remember Mark Thompson, who was running BBC Two before Jane Root, then went on to run the whole of BBC, then went to run the New York Times, now runs CNN.
Yeah.
He's a big man with like instincts for what will work. He said to me once, he said, this would have been like 20 years ago, 25 maybe. He said that Jamie, they don't like Jamie. He's like a savant. He might have said idiot savant. But he's like a savant. But I
love it.
The point being, like, he's like a savant about television. In other words, like, he's not trained in TV. He's obviously not conventionally educated in academic subjects to a high level, but he's got some genius, some instinctive, unerring genius for what will work on television. I think it was in the context of either Jamie's Kitchen or School Dinners, the idea of like a format or a concept and the way that will drive really exciting TV. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, it really does. I mean, I think I was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
But I guess looking back retrospectively, it was also about timing.
Yeah.
And where Britain was right then. And I think like historically people doing my job had been very well versed and travelled and had a few age years on them, and also normally wore chef whites.
Yeah.
And was normally in a studio. So the Naked Chef was gnarly and pretty representative of being a young whippersnapper at that time. But it was really about looking back, I think there was like a massive push of women going to work and the expectations of the modern woman, and the sort of liked to not like chauvinism of the average man going, "What's for dinner, darling?" The Naked Chef comes along, and it was sort of like, well, if he's cooking, then so can you. So it was very much about getting men in the kitchen.
Men in the kitchen. I think we should acknowledge Cool Britannia and sort of the phenomenon of
Pause. Men who cook are hot. I have only dated one guy that I would say is a cook / chef, and he was fucking amazing in the kitchen, man. Amazing. Guys who throw on aprons are hot.
of
music
the
art.
bloke who kind of is acquainted with the other side. Like he's not afraid to be sensitive, but also have fun, enjoy the football, and then cook up, a nice meal for his friends.
And also, like, unknowingly, I was sort of dealing with a baggage of.
Also, the grill does not count, okay? It's hard to fuck up food when you're throwing carcasses on flames. Of course, that shit's going to be good. Okay. Men who cook, men who season, and know recipes from around the world. That's a man who cooks. Not a guy that can bust out a really good grilled cheese and sandwich, That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you've made sopapilla from a homemade recipe that you got from some friend's great grandma, and you're white.
Of a very crap time at school, being dyslexic kid that came away with a bar 2 GCSEs, nothing. So I think
GCSEs in geology,
a C in geology and an A in art, and then
A in
everything
art.
else was pretty much ungraded.
Yeah.
But I think, although cooking really saved me, because at the weekend and summer holidays, I had a usefulness and I felt it was a world that I could contribute to.
But you were talking about communication.
Yeah, I think that I think when you're frightened of black and white in words, which I was, to a degree still am, as in frightened, like they're my nemesis. If you're not particularly good at that, so reading and writing was a struggle, then really you have to rely on problem solving and finding other ways of communicating, whether it's talking or cooking or song or music, poetry, memory, rhyme, I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, as long as people get clearly what you're trying to say and maybe can resonate with it emotionally, that's where the genius lies. So immediately I saw cameras and lenses and the choice of lenses and the depth of field of a lens, like contributing to telling the story of have a go at cooking. And not the technicians were genius behind them, but they're made more genius by the person cooking, telling them this bit's coming up, maybe go slow motion, like there's light behind it. So yeah, we'll change the shutter angle and like we'll just get the little glimmers of like water. Like I just got geeky about it, just became like a third arm really of trying to express food. And then of course you have that massive surge of success and fame, about 2 years, and then of course out of nowhere a proper kick up the backside because your success is quite annoying. And
is that what it felt like?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know I was annoying because I was 24, 25 years old. I said pucker because it was like saying slay queen. You know, it's like, you know, like, I mean, I'm not down. I mean, you know, you've knocked out a track and done very well. But it's not our natural.
You're talking about Jiggle Jiggle?
Yeah,
Nice,
which has
thank
done
you.
very, very well. And my kids love, by the way, as do I. But one minute I was like posh private school kid. The next minute I was estuary, mock cockney.
The word they used for me was faux naive, which I get it. That's fine. For you, it was mockney.
Yeah. But I think I grew up in a
you said
pub.
pucker. What were the other? Were the bish bash
Yeah,
bosh?
nice
lovely
one,
chocolate.
pucker. Like just bash it, get amongst it. Like, you know, it's just. I think it was just the rhetoric of my age at that time, and of course, we all have things that we did, and it was very much Del Boy Trotter, Only Fools and Horses.
Yeah. Did it feel? I don't want to be. I'm not trying to give you a hard time about this, but it was part of the narrative.
You can give me a hard time about anything.
Fine. Did it feel like you were sort of? Did it feel authentically you? Were you dialing it up a bit, just having fun with it?
It was definitely authentically me for the camera, but if I can get into what was authentically me, I think it was also as someone that grew up in a pub. I always wanted. I was like a chameleon. Like, you know, if someone talked a little bit like that, I'd talk a little bit like that. And then if I went and spoke to the Queen, like all of a sudden my words would become a little bit rounder. And like if I go to Australia, like kind of the ends of the sentences just kind of finish a little bit like that.
Yeah.
And I still do it now.
Yeah, that's.
If I'm in Aussie for 2 weeks, I'm everything's like kind of like that, you know. It's like that's exaggerated, but you know. But I think so is that because you're fake, or is that because ultimately, as a communicator, you're always trying to resonate on a level?
Of course.
And my job, as I know yours does, I can literally be in the most expensive, extraordinary expression of food on the planet, like anything imaginable, any price. Like I could be doing that as a job, or I could be in the ghetto for weeks with gangbangers and criminals and murderers and guns and rough. So, like, of course, I don't talk to those people the same as I would if I'm kind of going, oh my God, this caviar from sturgeon that you've massaged out that's sustainable. You know, like it's like
yeah.
So I think I've always been a bit like that, but I think you grow up as well, and also like I hate the sound of my own voice. So like
after all these years,
oh for God's sake.
But I want to talk about then you were saying after 2 years, then it felt like 2 or 3 years when you were still doing Naked Chef.
Yeah, I realised it was a 3-year cycle.
Right.
So you get a
3
whooping.
years they give you a key.
I don't know if you get it, but like, I get a 3-year cycle even to this day.
I'd love to talk to you peer to peer, and I think professionally, I'm very happy with where I'm at. But obviously, you achieved a level of exposure, both domestically and internationally, that was outstripped by a long way anything that I've had in small ways. I've had kickings. I think that one of the advantages of not being tabloid fodder, which I have only been fleetingly, is that you obviously you don't get kicked in that way because they're not that interested, and you're not in people's face.
Yeah, also you're a journalist, so in some respects you're one of them.
Because I'm a journalist, I haven't done adverts. I'm not part, so that rules out a whole level of criticism.
You could become a title.
I mean, you look at David Attenborough, sort of the benchmark for what distinguished celebrity looks like, and clearly part of that is he's never done adverts, he never strays outside of his lane, he's never done any kind of licensing, merchandising, all the boxes you've ticked, which have made you more of a target. You know, does that make sense?
Completely.
I mean, that's part.
No, I think you become certain things you do, you become fodder.
Is it true you got physically attacked, or were you speaking metaphorically? You said when the Naked Chef came out, people were coming and whacking you.
No, I got because men are hilarious, because it was about getting men back in the kitchen.
Yeah,
and there was me representing that, and all over the press. The first year and a half of the Naked Chef was quite tough for me. I got a lot of verbal abuse from men, you know, all sorts. Imagine going past a building.
Saying what?
Can I swear on this?
Say whatever you like.
Fucking wanker, arsehole, you pucking up little shit cunt. You know, it's like you might be
pucking up little shit cunt.
Yeah, well, you might want to bleep that one. But No, it's
because why?
Because their girlfriends or wives were going, excuse me, we're both doing like a 10-hour day, we're both knackered.
Yeah.
Like, why don't you get your ass in the
Like this
kitchen?
bloke on the
Like
telly.
this little thing
Plus,
that's running
he's
around
fit.
with a pair of lips.
Plus, he's a
And
tasty.
yeah, he's quite cute, actually. Yeah. I don't know about the last bit, but that was quite a lot of grief. And then I did get chased once, actually just coming out of Covent Garden tube station, and I ran about 300 meters, and he got me in a corner. He pinned me up against the wall, and I thought, fuck, he's going to punch me now.
You said, Gordon,
and
what the hell are you doing?
he goes, thanks to you, I have to cook 3 times a week. And I thought, oh shit. And I was going to say, like, and how is it? Like, what's the seasoning like? And his face went from pure aggression. He was built like a brick shit house as well. Then he relaxed and goes, and actually, I'm really good at it. I'm actually better than you. And then walked off. I went, ooh. And, you know, that's obviously an extreme case, but there was definitely a moment, I'm blessed because us men are simple creatures. I think there was a moment of like cooking was for girls. And it took 1.5 years for men of Britain to understand that cooking could get you girls.
Yeah.
And I think that was the switch point. And when fellas started to realize that in their sort of chat up arsenal, it can be like, look, do you want to go to the cinema? Do you want to go and grab a pizza? Or do you want to come around mine? I can make some homemade pasta and like, you know, rattle out a little dinner. Like, what do you fancy? Once they realized they could get a little bit more beef jerky if they just followed a couple of recipes and, you know, be a bit more romantic. And I could see that representing from walking down the street with less abuse to, all right, mate, how's it going? You're a nice one. It did turn after 1.5 years. And then if I was doing live, I used to do a lot of live shows back in the day. There'd be like 2,000 people and they'd all be women at the start. And within 3 years, it was 50-50.
Was it?
And actually, to a degree now, it skews men.
Really?
Yeah, we're about 60% skewing men on a lot of our audiences now.
We should talk about one of the things that happened when you came to fame was you got to meet some of your idols, or they expressed a view of you, which I think was a mixed blessing, wasn't it? And specifically, and in fact, over the years, I think probably it's a testament to your success that some high-profile people have had a pop at you. Marco Pierre White, do you remember what he said?
He doesn't like me at all. Still doesn't.
What's that all about?
Don't know. I have no shared history with him, like working under him, so he doesn't have a sense of control.
Yeah.
I mean, I could easily start saying, look, we don't get on. Like, more importantly, he was really important for the industry. When I was a very young chef, the industry was quite dark and boring, and it was very sort of felt like from a different era. And he came along, and he was incredible, and his sort of energy and attitude was like so cool. So
he looked amazing.
He was
from Leeds, I think. He had that incredible like gaunt. He looked like a rock star.
Yeah, and I think like he was the youngest 2-star Michelin chef in the world. Like
they're at Harvey's in Wandsworth, wasn't it?
Yeah, he smashed it, and he was my hero for sure. But
you would have known of his cooking over there in Clavering. You would have followed it.
I bought White Heat, the book. I studied every page, every word. You know, but I mean,
crossed paths with him
many times. I mean, the reason he had so much to say about me is because we went on a shoot one day, spent the day with him, and it was perfectly lovely. And then like a week later, he just destroyed me on a double-page spread. I was really pleased to meet him, but he just destroyed me. And then you sort of think, well, that was sort of a bit like low. But one of the things that you have to, not so much now because I'm a bit further down the line in years, sorry. But you meet people you love, and often they clearly think you're a wanker. So that's fine. I don't need anything from him. I still think he was like a game changer. He was still my hero for that period of my life. But that's life, and it's not just Marco. It's lots of people it's happened with. You know? So it's like it's.
I was going to say because I don't. Let's just. It's worth. I mean, I think Anthony Bourdain had a pop and then sort of retracted it. Actually,
yeah, he did retract it. I mean, Anthony was a tough one for me because the first book that I ever nearly read. So, like, from a dyslexic point of view, like, it's not that I can read, of course. Like, if you give me a recipe, I can read. It's like I'm on that, right? I don't words. You know, they're tracking them, and just concentration's tricky. But to commit to a narrative book and be part of that story and be submerged into it, I've never had. It's not an emotion that I do through audiobooks, but like I got 3/4 of the way through Kitchen Confidential, and it was because it was sort
His
of in my,
legendary memoir, which I've not read, but must be incredible
Yeah, it's
because
good, it's well
it
written.
seems to have been inspirational to so many
yeah,
people.
like listen, like, he's like cool, like he's really
He
expressive.
was a recovering, or maybe at the time an active heroin addict, I think, when he was talking about life in the kitchens of New York's top restaurants. What was it? The brutality of it,
Just the usual
sort of
stuff.
the rock and roll energy.
Drugs, sex, rock and roll, just like the energy, sort of the lack
Living
of
close to
lack
the
of
edge,
sleep.
making amazing food.
Yeah, I mean, he was brilliant. I loved it. I love Kitchen Confidential. But literally got just over halfway through. I was going to read my first book at the age of 27, and I'm not exaggerating. I was on my honeymoon, and as I put the book down on the Amalfi Coast with my new wife, double-page spread just absolutely brutally destroyed me, and I'm like, it's happened again. Fucking hell. I never finished the book because it was just like, how can I? Like, it was just like shit. But also he was cool, and I really loved his work, and actually I kind of felt that a lot of the TV that you made felt like some of the energy that you had in your work, and I just loved it. It was sort of under the skin of things, and it was about culture, and I loved him to bits, but I knew he thought I was a wanker. So that's quite hard to swallow. So you just sort of have to almost forget it. And then every year he came back to promote his book, it was like easy to get a page if he just started on me again. So I'm quite that. I see myself getting used in that like pattern. And then beautifully, I don't know why I did this, but I think I agreed for the Observer Food Monthly or something like that. I agreed to have a journalist with me for a weekend in Miami for the food festival. It's like, oh, what's Jamie doing in America? So you have a journalist next to you for fucking 72 hours. Really clever idea. And day one, we go in there and we're walking behind the scenes, and this is all these marquees on the beach and like loads of chefs from around America. And I'm the only Brit there sort of representing, doing demos and getting everyone going. And 150 meters ahead of me, Bourdain's walking up. I'm like, oh, fuck. It's going to kick off. Like, it's going to end up with a scrap. This is going to be a nightmare. Got a fucking journalist next to me. And luckily for me, well, two things happened. First of all, he got married and had a kid, so I think that normally changes people. He had his wife next to him, so that was helpful. And then as he got to like 20 meters, he started making, and as he got to 10 meters, he just went into this speech about getting it wrong, and that he apologized profusely for everything that he'd done. And basically what happened is, and this is an absolute fact, is very alpha in the industry. And it's very about craft and training. And your credibility scores are around sort of, Michelin stars or some sort of metric of busyness or kind of kitchen life. And they hated me because I was a TV chef. But what happens is, from a technical our point of view, like the Naked Chef Series 1, 6 half-hour programs. Season 2 and 3, 8 half-hour programs. That's all I ever did, right? Smashed it. Global, like 30 countries, like buzzing. By this time, Bourdain was doing like 80 shows a year. So he hated me and then became me. And this is what happens time and time again. It's like that, you always hate what's on the other side. And they all say, oh, I'd never do TV. They all do, by the way. They all do. They all change. But to have that apology was epic for me. It was so epic, and it meant such a lot. And also, I was still semi sort of like in my 30s then. But also I had a journalist right next to me. And for the first time in my life, having a journalist next to you, and as we walked, we got hugged, like the wife looked relieved and said, see you at the bar tonight. And we had a good night on the Raz. And as we walked off, I just looked at the journalist and said, might as well go home now. You might as well go. But look, that's just part of the tapestry of you could say celebrity world, or being in the public eye, or being a broadcaster.
I think success at the level that you've had.
But also being a man and alpha, it's like...
Well, should we quickly deal with Gordon Ramsay then? Speaking of.
Yeah.
This was not on my radar until I did the research. You're obviously the two big dogs of British TV cooking, right? Like, that goes without saying. And then there's interesting overlaps and then interesting differences. He's enjoyed a lot of success, a higher degree of success in America, I would say. Would you agree with that?
Definitely, yeah.
He's a global brand. So there's a strange, I was comparing a bit to, this will be out of date now, but Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, like you're twinned in some way. Obviously there's more to it than that, but just because of the nature of you both being at the very apogee of of that kind of stardom. Anyway, notwithstanding all of that, as part of a TV show that he was presenting, I think he had a go at you and used body shaming terms. He called you a fat fuck. That's where I've arrived.
There was a lot going on at the time. Yeah. And I think I don't know where it all started. I mean, I was always a big admirer of his, and actually when I started writing for the Times, I staged in his kitchen, and I really admired him. He was doing great things at Royal Hospital Road. He was sort of the protege of Marco and was killing it, and we got on very well in the beginning. And then as we got into kind of the TV careers, I think probably, because I've seen it happen in different, like if you're doing lots of interviews to promote things and someone's, whether for better or for worse, the journalist might just be trying to wind you up and say, what about Jamie Oliver doing that? So if he's got that every day, what about Jamie? So I think like he just bit. And then,
but he did it on a TV show. I'm not trying to.
No, he
did it on a TV show where it was almost like a written bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We had a picture of you and said he's going to solve the junk food crisis by eating all the junk food.
Yeah,
that was a joke.
It's quite funny. But yeah, I was a target. Probably 10 years, I think. It was regular, and I generally used to bite once a year, and then that used to set him off for another year.
Really?
And I didn't have anything against him, but I think it kind of generated the noise. It was serving its purpose for him. I mean, I'd have to ask Gordon what it was all about, because we never fell out. We got on for the first couple of years, and then as he did more TV, then it just went on and on and on, and it was painful. But in the end, actually, it was Jules and his wife Tanya that sorted it out.
Did they?
Yeah, because they got growing kids. Like, you know, Gordon's got a gorgeous wife and kids. They're amazing, and we've seen them all grow up, and our kids have probably got so much in common.
Yeah.
And they all talk on social and stuff anyway. And it was like, come on, dads, grow up.
Yeah.
So I think that both of us got a telling off, and then we went to have a drink and put it all to rest and let bygones be bygones. But I think also when I lost all my restaurants, he was very supportive. He was very kind. He sort of sent me messages, and we are currently friends, and you know, we all kind of get into ruts and trouble and say things we shouldn't do, and I think the energy of the drink that me and Gordon had was like, look, it was just silly, like, let's put it behind us, let's crack on. And I think that I'd much prefer that place. And I think also, like, just getting a bit older and wiser, I guess I'm experienced now. I've sort of seen it, smelt it, felt it. Hopefully I can make better decisions going forward based on learnings, for better and for worse. I've had my fair share of good and bad times. You know, I think I'm probably 50-50. Used to be 70-30, but I'm probably about 50-50 on sort of, like, you know, fails versus successes.
You mean your ratio is improving? Is that what you're saying? Your ratio of success?
No, it's about 50. It's got worse.
It's got worse, really?
Yeah.
I also do want to celebrate what you've achieved. I really believe in the mission. I love to cook. I love to cook to eat, like, not to show off, not to have a hobby, not to fill the time. I cook because I like to eat. I do actually enjoy it. I can enjoy the alchemy of ingredients changing their characteristics with the application of heat and other ingredients, and that, you know, and sometimes you're like, where's this going? This isn't what's supposed to happen. And then you hold your nerve and it comes out, and surprise, surprise, it's vaguely edible, maybe even quite nice. Listeners who want to check out some of my food on Instagram, I don't post all that much, but every now and then
I've liked a few.
Yeah, you've liked a few. Yeah. And in fact, in lockdown, I was doing one of your recipes, and I was talking about how I'd had an accident. Often when I'm stressed or there's a lot of things kicking off, like, it makes me tense. I mean, I'm a human, and I think there was an argument taking place in the home, and it was in the midst of the lockdown. My wife, Nancy, was saying, like, what are you doing, Louis? And I was there chopping. It was a carrot and courgette, or maybe carrot and coriander pancake recipe.
Fritter, probably.
Fritter, yeah. And there I was, and I chopped the tip of my finger off, and it was agony. It was more painful than, you know, you could have a deep cut somewhere, you don't feel anything.
No, the fingertips are rough because all your nerve endings are there.
And do you remember what you said?
What did I say?
What you said
Put
was,
salt on it?
You should get into circumcision, mate. No, what you said was, you talked about an incident where you've been on a Japanese TV show, or doing a live show. What was it?
Yeah, I did. I was famous in Japan for 3 years. I was pretty much on the dot. I was big. I was really big, like a boy band. And then they run out of content, and then that was it.
What were you
Switch off.
doing to make yourself famous? What did
Books and TV.
Had they bought The Naked
They
Chef?
loved it. Yeah, they
Really?
went mad for it. And their TV was interesting because I was doing basically like live TV, like this morning. And I was using the wrong knife for the wrong job. And I was rattling through. I never cut myself using knives. I'm as good now as I am when I was 12 with a knife. Like I know what it's doing. And if you know what you're doing with a knife, you don't cut yourself. But I was on this live show, and I took the end of my finger off. And I'm like, right, that's mega pain. But we're live.
How much? How much of the finger?
I don't know, like 3 millimeters.
Yeah, mine was. It was a tiny disc.
It's the end.
pain was completely.
Mine went in the food as well, by the way. I said nothing. And I'm like, right, that pain is like 75, 80%. That's like mega. So I just like smoothly, because I was a bit of a pro by then, got a tea towel and wrapped it around my finger because it was claret pouring out of it, and I could feel it filling up. And I carry on the piece to camera, teaching how to do it. They're translating. I've got a translator in my ear, and I'm rattling through this dish with a bit of my finger in it. And then I kind of like I was doing matsutake mushrooms with like pappardelle and parmesan and lemon thyme, plating it up, and they're like putting it into the plates, and they're like eating it with chopstick, ushi, you know. It's like, and then they're like, "Thank you very much, nice one. That's Jamie Oliver." And then through to advertising break, and then I screamed because it was fucking painful. But in Japan, they don't go to advertising breaks like ours. They go to a live advert in the same studio, 4 meters away, and there's a young lady doing like Daz Automatic, and it's like and that shh. But yeah, look, I know that pain is a horrible pain.
I was using a Japanese knife as well. I think that was the other connection. It was a Japanese knife, so it caught me by surprise. I'm also quite used to working with fairly blunt knives. I'm used to see there's a little bit of give. It can bounce off if you're using a crappy knife.
Yeah.
And you're not applying. But this one went bit right in.
Yeah. I could look at the way I'll have a look.
I need
one
a little
day.
lesson. I'm
yeah,
terrible.
I mean,
I cook a lot, but I don't. I'm very
Life's too
primitive in
short
my
to not be on point with knife skills. You can do much stuff much better, much quicker, and not cut yourself if you get the fundamentals right. And there's really good fundamentals, and there's only really 3 knives that you need.
But I've been using a one of those string choppers, right? I think you're going to totally disapprove of this, but you know the ones I mean, where there's a rotating blade.
Yeah.
So my point is just I've maybe taught myself to be helpless in the kitchen by relying on.
No, because you're using a tool instead of taking your fingers off. No, it's really good. I think you use whatever.
But now I chop like a moron.
But I think it doesn't matter what tools you use to get to the end goal, and whether it's cooking or anything else.
Yeah.
And I think very much like your work, like it's when I started The Naked Chef 25 years ago, the average time spent cooking dinner was 46 minutes. I think the average cook time now is less than 20 minutes. The basket data from the best sources is saying that we've never cooked less than now. And also, if you translate that data, it also says that the NHS has got no hope in hell. And it just means a lot of kind of fairly dark prognosis for health. So you could say, well, have you failed? And I could say, well, potentially. But I also, would it have been worse if I hadn't have done 25 years of all the relentless stories, campaigns and bits and pieces? But I think like we've got technology now, we've got the ability to the Uberization of food and delivery services, and how convenient but also expensive and often not very healthy, more than often. So I think for me, like, yeah, is there room for another book? Well, yeah, because the target's different. Like the target for The Naked Chef book 1 that would be bliss. It would be bliss, you know, like, you know, even when we're doing our 2030 project, which is to halve childhood obesity by 2030, that's only to go back to the health statistics of the millennia, 2000.
Really?
You know, so simply Jamie is basically using all my tricks, everything I've learned, and also hopefully you feel like it's very visual. Like you'll turn a page and it'll be like 10 things to do with a chicken breast. Bosh, like exciting things of little rubs and sprinkles that you can now get in a regular corner shop or supermarket, like 10 things to do with it, like salmon fillet, you know, like here, this is how you make salads taste good, right? Here's how to get more refined fruit and veg a day into your diet. So it's not just the idea, it's not just the recipe, it's also how it's designed on the page. And I hope, and I feel like maybe, but that hopefully when you flick through the book, you're like, okay, that's useful. Oh, that's useful. So I'm kind of groveling. I'm desperately trying to get people still cooking. And I truly believe that if people cook the world is a happier, healthier place.
I think the books are the heart of your business. Would that be right?
I guess they've become that because
sort of like monetarily, if I can put it in crass terms.
If you sell some,
yeah.
So you make, I make about £1.20 a book.
Do you?
And
Naked Chef, first one sold. What's the first one called? Naked Chef was called Jamie's.
What was the Naked Chef?
Naked Chef.
Just called Naked Chef.
Sold what, a couple of million?
Yeah, at least maybe 4. Yeah, I mean it was
old.
It was no, but I mean obviously it's been out the longest, so it's had reprints. But I mean I can't remember exactly how many it sold, but we've sold 50.4 million books. But also that ain't easy. Like a successful book is 10,000. Like a really good go is 40,000. Like you'll get that is so. Like I still genuinely I sweat for every page, font, paper. I've worked every department of publishing. I've lived in the publishers for the first 4 years. I've gone to factories where they print it.
Your books look superb. Like they're very attractive. Like the photography is immaculate. The food styling.
It's everything.
That was a compliment. Cueing you to the fact that now I'm going to ask a slightly more pointed question, which is there's also been reports that there's an open secret in the industry at large about the ghost writing of the recipes. It feels reasonable that, like a songwriter...
I've never done that.
Have you never done that?
Never.
Really?
No, I mean, so for instance, part of my process is I've physically never written or typed a word. So because it's tricky for me because of my relationship with words. So the first 3 cookbooks I wrote, I did on dictaphone. Each chapter would have a cassette, and probably most young people listening to this don't know what a dictaphone is.
You'd speak into a little.
It's a recording cassette recorder. But now, as soon as I'd earned a couple of quid, I employed an editor so when I write, I talk, and they type what I talk, and that's why there's no spelling mistakes in the books because I didn't write it. But no, I mean, I'm over. I don't apologize for that. I think like my relationship between design, step by steps. Fighting for white space so the words don't scare you with it's complicated. But I mean, who would have thought that I would have been the author that I am today, which is basically I guess the most prolific cookery author on the planet, which is one
of the highest selling authors in the world, I'm told.
Yeah, I don't say that to show off. I say that because I'm in shock.
You know what I'm talking about?
That is shocking. That is shocking, dude. I have no idea who this guy is. I do like some cooking shows. Obviously, I've gathered that he was a chef on TV for some show called Naked Chef, which I assume means he was naked. That's cool. But the fact that he sold so many copies of this book, that is really rad. For a male cookbook,
But there's a story in the New York Times saying, most of the... And do you remember a few years ago,
I think it's right.
Someone was reported as saying that one of Nigella Lawson's recipes had been ghosted, or someone had said, I've just made a bit of money. I've sold the recipe to Nigella.
Yeah. I can't... I mean, I only know Nigella as a great writer, so I can't see why she would want to because it's her talent. But I think it's very common.
You remember that report? You remember that news story? It was a small...
Not on her, but on general chefs, you'd be amazed how many chefs don't write their books.
Yeah.
It's really embarrassing. And also, it's like, don't come to me, like in the early days.
What if because I've got a couple of recipes, and if I came to you and said, I'm not going to write a cookbook, but I think you'd be good with this, Jamie, and, if you want to tweak it, fine. You wouldn't be interested?
I would be really interested to see what you do. I would genuinely.
Seriously,
there's no hierarchy of who I'll be inspired by. It could be a 5-year-old kid. It could be a granny. It could be you. It could be a magazine. It could be nostalgia. It could be a memory. It could be something that fell on my head. It could be something that's in season.
I do your bolognese, but do you know what I do? This is ridiculous. I chop up some chorizo and fry it first, because sometimes they call for bacon or pancetta.
Yes.
But chorizo's
very good. It's very clever that you did that.
It's paprika. Do you think so?
Yeah, I mean, it's not authentic. And
it adds a lot of depth.
Yeah, so you get umami, you get spice, you get salinity, you get salt, and you also get smoke.
Yeah.
So what you've done is actually very clever because you're giving your bolognese a kick up the jacksie. Now, I did that. I put pancetta in the base of a paella, which went viral in Spain, and I had death threats for putting...
Not literal death threats.
Well, I think they are when it's written on Twitter and it says, if you do this, we'll, it went... No, I mean, I wasn't frightened about a load of, chorizo welding Spaniards to come and, batter me to death with one.
Right.
But I mean, it went on
Inside
for
of
bloody
porn.
months. What's quite nice about being slagged off sometimes is it creates this environment where people have opinions, and actually it sort of settles itself out. So even though I said it wasn't this,
If anybody's wondering, is there any sort of update? All that I've gathered this evening is that, as usual, the female's going to prison upstairs. They're jovial and happy since around noon. And then, based on their pattern of criminality and the fact that they haven't rejected either police report from Friday or today, indicates to me a feigned retreat while actively stalking me and continuing to put other people at risk of federal imprisonment who have been actively enforcing fraudulent court orders since August. So what do I expect? Oh, I expect them to proceed ahead
this kind of specific
and to go to prison.
paella,
That's what I expect.
which didn't have sausage, it was seafood. Actually, the history of paella was,
It's 9 p.m.
or paella, was anything that moved went in. So from snails to literally squirrels to, meat, fish. Like, yeah, if you look in the history, and in the history of paella, you would have sausage of some form, shape, or form. Undoubtedly, chorizo would be in there. But everyone's always arguing.
You just reignited the beef.
No, it's not a beef. The truth is that people are when communities cook, they're passionate about the specifics of specific dishes in specific areas. And of course, there's lots of areas. I don't know if you've ever seen Italians talking about food. They're all arguing. Whether they're right or wrong, it doesn't matter because everyone's so passionate. And I'm just a little foreigner from the outside, right? So, but no, I didn't actually. So technically, why did I put chorizo in the paella? Is because British people can't season very well. Like, we don't think about it. Like, okay, the dish is done, right? Taste it. Does it need salt, pepper, squeeze of lemon juice, bit of chili, bit of herb? Like, how do you always have to balance? Like, the last minute before you serve it is always the most important. So by putting chorizo in the base, you smashed it. Like, because basically you're guaranteeing a good bang for your buck. So compliments to you.
I appreciate it.
But I won't be doing it as an Italian ragu.
No.
We'll just call it a.
What would you call it?
I just think we should
call Louis banging bolognese.
Louis ragu.
We should touch on the jerk rice situation.
Yeah.
Okay, it was like
I did
Britain,
a load of
the
recipes for the
UK,
Olympics.
one story like Jamie Oliver's made jerk rice, and it was like, no, jerk rice isn't a thing. It literally doesn't exist. Like, people were lampooning you as though it was this crass misunderstanding of the cuisine and the
which
culture.
it was. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is, I think like one of my ex-students who was from an Afro-Caribbean background sort of summed it up by saying, look, it's just a middle-class white guy trying to get more people to dig our food, like get over it. And I think that's pretty much like, I mean, my whole career and probably a vast majority of those book sales is based on like, how do you compromise with common sense to get people to try something new, have a go, and tune into sort of like vibes that people love, whether it's piri piri and Nando's or whether it's kind of like, making your bland, boring rice have a little bit more of a kind of vibe to it. But I think, and there's always going to be and certainly now, I mean, like every book I write now goes through like cultural appropriation specialists.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it pains me to do it, but ultimately for a bloody cookbook, I don't want to offend anyone.
Yeah.
And the world's changing, so you've got to be sensitive and fix it.
But where does that end? I don't want to be like, okay, I'll be the GB News person.
Well, most dishes
it's
are
madness
formed
to imagine that, like, well, you have to use everything that's indigenous to the UK. I assume you've got British heritage, right?
Yeah.
So then from now on, you can't use any cumin or cinnamon.
But
or
most of the British
coriander.
Christmas is from around the world. Mulled wine
that's my point.
and jerk ham. Cooking globally is an evolution of movement, wars, stealing,
yeah,
and good times, and probably mainly bad.
Yeah, and fusion and collision and
Which are all of the above.
intermixing, and which it can be beautiful and it can be horrific, but here we are, nevertheless.
Fish and chips, not British. It's like pies, not British.
Pies, really.
Cumberland sausage, not British. They're German and immigrant German. Pies are from the Greeks via the Romans. And fish and chips is Jewish Portuguese. So
potatoes.
So not even British.
The New World.
Yeah.
Potatoes,
South America.
sweet corn,
onions,
tobacco, onions, chili.
Yeah. So get over yourself. Even Italy, don't talk to me about red sauces when tomatoes come from South. Everything was very brown in Italy.
Marco Polo brought noodles back from China. I'm not sure if that's I think a rumor.
You'll definitely get death threats for that.
But they say that basically in the Middle Ages, Marco Polo, the Italian explorer, went to China and brought back noodles, and thereby begat the whole world of spaghetti.
So I'm anticipating some attention seeking and or some further proclamations from the people actively stalking me upstairs tomorrow. Again, I feel like Chicken Little because of the last week, but the reality is that they're going to pay for that as well. Financially, baby.
Spaghetti and pasta. I think if you wanted to sort of give credit to the other side, you'd say, well, but we don't want a middle. I'm not speaking about you. I'm speaking hypothetically. A kind of a middle class white guy in the UK saying, "This is Louis Theroux's authentic African or Asian cuisine." If I became the face of Indian cooking, we would rightly say that doesn't feel quite right. Anyway, I'm just thinking out loud.
Essentially now what you end up doing is you have to say things like inspired. So Asian inspired salad with crunchy da-da-da-da-da-da. And it's and sometimes you're taking key ingredients, because a lot of what, the way I write isn't as linear as you might think it is. It's quite a slightly strange spectrum process of what's the promise and what's available in an average supermarket. And then through breaking down chapters that are useful, I haven't written anything yet, and breaking down accessible ingredients, like top 100 ingredients that everyone has in their basket every single week, clockwork. A basket in Britain only changes about.
I'm also expecting that whatever their attention seeking is, it must flop or flounder or not go the way that they anticipated, because if you've missed it, for about a month, the FBI has stated myself and the whistleblowers were going to be euphoric around the 27th or the 28th. I am not euphoric today, and tomorrow is the 28th. So I'm expecting to be in a good mood tomorrow or the day after.
It's about 4% every week, right? So we don't really change what we buy much.
We're buying the same thing every week.
Yeah. So I look at what's available. So things like miso or gochujang, or sort of in the old days it was balsamic vinegar and sun-dried tomatoes, like these things that are in every corner shop and balsamic, and these are standard things now. These can bring a bit of life to your boring, bland world, So I haven't even written a recipe yet. So I kind of look at ingredients, I look at the promise, I look at the chapters, then I look at a spread within a chapter of veggie, vegan, fish, meat, and then I look at the brief of trying to get more. Essentially, although no one will believe me, but the truth is, if you get to the heart of what I do, it's trying to upsell fruit, veg, nuts, and seeds. That's genuinely what I'm trying to do. So any way of getting meat reduction in a ragu, which is actually very traditional because we didn't throw meat around. They'd always have pulses and veggies in there. Getting more, Britain, average Brit
meat reduction. For a second, you had me confused. I was thinking reduction's a culinary term.
Okay, yeah.
You meant reducing the amount of meat.
Yeah.
In
So
a
if you're talking
in your new, in the new one, you've got. It surprised me in the bolognese. You've got lentils in there.
Yeah.
Does that taste all right?
Yeah, delicious.
Mixing the meat and the lentils.
If you know what you're doing, and I do.
Look, we were talking about.
We've so gone random.
No, we were starting to talk the idea of cultural appropriation. When it's Europe, it's less complicated. Nevertheless, I'm curious to know whether Italy expressed any concerns about Jamie's Italian. Did you?
No, Italy and the Italians are clever, right? It's a very diverse country. So 28 city-states. It was only brought together in the late 18th century through Garibaldi and all other sort of people. Like, you know, they also know about business. And, you know, probably I've sold a large proportion of prosciutto, mozzarella, parmesan, and olive oil for Italy. They ain't stupid. That's why they made me yeah, I got knighted by the Italians last year.
Did
so,
you?
yeah, I got like, what do they call it? Cavaliere. And
I wish I could say
congratulations. I thought I might get an Italian passport
For
as
real?
part of it.
So you're viewed as an ambassador for the culture?
I don't know. I didn't say that. If I said that, I'd go in the press.
I'd say that.
But no,
did you open a Jamie's Italian in Italy?
No, I think it's I think the Italians are quite clever. I mean, it doesn't mean they won't argue, because they will, and it doesn't mean they won't put me in my place. They still will. But I love them, and I think generally speaking, they love me. And it's not about anything specific. It's more about a tactile love and affinity and a connect. It's just about getting amongst it, rolling your sleeves up, having a go, and the idea of loving someone through food, which many countries partake in, but the Italians, I think, are quite famous for it. Italian food as a global menu is probably the number one, you know, as far as making you feel a certain lovely way.
If you had to put, well, maybe you just answered this. If you had to put one national cuisine, obviously there's so many and they're so brilliant, but above it, for you personally, personal choice, would it be Italian?
I think it would be Italian. But, you know, I think Japan's a close second for me.
Have you ever had the Japanese one where the fish is still alive when they fillet it?
I have seen it, I've witnessed it, and I have eaten quite a lot of living fish.
While it was alive?
Yeah, I mean, like that's called fresh.
I suppose oysters.
Let's take an oyster, shuck it.
Not the one. Is it off-putting? Like, it's strange to see a live
Yeah,
fish.
no, I think you know, as a food lover, I'm happy to eat animals, but of course, and vegans and vegetarians wouldn't appreciate this, but like, you know, some of the stuff they do is for show, so it's heart still beating, and they're serving it on itself while it's still alive, and so, you know, I'm not getting involved in that.
You've seen that?
I've witnessed it and I've seen it,
like?
but it's pretty. I mean, it's grim. If you go to Tsukiji Market in Japan, I'd say the large majority of that fish is still alive. So in Europe, when we catch fish, it's landed and it's dead before we get it, and they just sort of suffocate to death because they're not in water, right?
They don't bash them with a mace or whatever it's called, isn't it?
No,
A priest. Was it a priest? What's it called? Well, do you know what I'm talking about? A little mallet or
some fishermen have mallets when they catch a trout or a salmon, but like in Japan, they catch them, they put them in little envelopes of running salted water with air, and they keep them all alive. And in Tsukiji Market, most of the fish there is alive. And then when they kill it, they'll do it efficiently, bosh through the head, like straight away, and then they'll put a little wire up its spine, which will sort of stop its nerves sort of flinching, and that way you have the best quality fish in the world. And no doubt the Japanese are
so
incredible at fish. But yeah, I mean, like peeling a live prawn and putting that on a little perfectly made piece of sushi, and it's still twitching. I've had that.
You've had that?
Yeah, very delicious indeed. I mean, it's cultural, isn't it? I mean,
eating a
anyone
beating
that
heart
partakes in
out of a frog
a burger or a kebab has been part of the food chain in some way.
We should talk about that in a sec. What about dog?
I wouldn't eat dog if I was offered it. I've eaten whale.
Do you think that's hypocritical?
When I lived in Hawaii, people had toy dogs,
in the West,
which were little dogs that would like die after
and we'd
a
all
couple
eat
of
dog if we were
years that
hungry.
they made just
And I think to shock lots of people,
toy.
there was, I think even your pet dog, if left in a room with you after you died, would be having a go at you.
For a couple of days, it would have nibble, wouldn't it?
But no,
what about horse?
I've eaten horse on multiple occasions.
It's quite common, I think.
Yeah, very common. And Italy.
Richard hammer through these. This is quite good. Caged veal.
Well, that doesn't happen anymore.
Not in the UK, but it does on the continent. No.
It shouldn't be in Europe.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's an old wives' tale but yeah, like there's no, that's not ethical in my opinion, or anyone that's
I didn't realise that.
So no, veal, all of us should eat veal because it's part of the dairy industry.
I didn't eat veal because I thought it was supposed to be.
Anyone that drinks milk should eat veal,
really?
Because 50% of
dairy
cows born are men, and if it's from a dairy breed that
Dairy bulls.
then they're normally bolted through the head at birth. So we should all be eating veal if we're ethical.
Well, I learned something today.
Anyone that eats goat's cheese should eat goat, because it's a system and you've got carcass balance.
I mean, that's brought us to one of the grimmest things to speculate on, which is the plight of the egg-laying cocks, if if I can put it that way. It sounded odd. They're not cocks. They're the male chicks that are born in the egg-laying
for sure
chicken industry.
They're generally, they're normally killed through an inert gas,
argon,
or eviscerated,
or
immediately.
macerated, i.e., shredded.
Sorry, not eviscerated, macerated.
Within 2 or 3 days of being hatched.
No, pretty much straight away. No, they're done straight away.
Done straight away.
They're done straight away because they're bred, so the males are a different colour, so they know who the males.
They know that what they are.
Yeah.
But it's a strange thing to think about, isn't it?
Well, it's called waste, and it's a business.
And there's billions of baby chicks.
Yeah.
Every year.
They don't get wasted. I mean, if you want to, it depends where you are. I mean, like I don't want to. I mean, I'm having an open conversation. They don't get wasted. They go into the food chain. They just go to feed animals and pets and things like that. So they don't get like buried. But like, if you eat meat, you should think really hard about it.
I know. I don't. How's your energy?
I'm good. I'm here for you.
Okay. There's so much to cover. One thing I wanted to talk about is you seem to be incredibly hardworking. You don't seem to be. I know you are. And you also have a young family. Well, some of them are still young. Some are leaving the nest. I am well acquainted with the push and pull of the work-life balance. Recently, you gave an interview where you surprised me by saying, I don't know if you came to kind of regret these remarks, but you sort of said, actually, I'd give up all the fame, all the success.
Oh, yeah. With Kirsty Young.
And happily, in fact, I would rather have not had it.
Yeah.
If I could just have a pub and run it. I suppose like your parents did. Which
people didn't respond. Some people got it and some people didn't.
Well, I suppose, I mean, I do get it. I mean, the road not taken can often seem appealing, but you'd also be giving up, well, obviously a lifestyle, an enormous amount of money that you have, and a business, all the people that are indebted to you for the opportunities that you've given them, the platform that you've had to try and influence debates.
So it's not one of complaining or whinging.
No, I didn't feel that.
And I've really tried hard since I learned quite quickly within that first 3-year part of being famous that it was quite shallow, and actually no one ever talks about the currency of anonymity, walking into a room without having a first impression. So, when I and actually my family walk into a room, there's a first impression. Now, if it's for better, that's not great. And if it's for worse, that's not great. You don't want a life where you get favors. I mean, it might be nice getting a few favors, but it's not healthy to have a family where you're trying to teach values of right and wrong.
You lose some of your social muscles because the red carpet's being rolled out.
Yeah.
You're not seeing people's true selves necessarily.
Yeah.
But then you do have, your way is kind of
I'm proud of
lubricated in certain respects
For
by
sure.
goodwill, right?
Yeah, and then you need to find privacy, and then you need a sort of like further away house and a bit of land so you don't get looked at and spied upon and got paps pointing.
But speaking of someone with less fame and success than you, but to a certain degree, I feel as though there's such a lot that's good about it as well.
No, there is, and I need to sort of. It's like I'm living my life, and I don't have regrets. Like I know I'm on a pathway. I'm trying to do the best version of me, and I, every night when I go to bed, it's sort of like I just want to be useful, and like I love the people I work with, and I love what I get to do. But if you were, hello, Jamie, right? You can do it all again. I'm doing an impression of some version of a god. I wouldn't do it, because to make me really, truly, truly happy, you don't need much. And I think like having more time with your family and having a family able to make first impressions because they've earned it, not because they're the son or daughter of someone that's.
Well, that's interesting. When you make it about the family, because it's often said that other people, or maybe their family, is the price that famous people pay for their celebrity. I sometimes think it's tougher on my nearest and dearest than it is on me.
Look, and also if you not that I have, but if you do, if you look at the data, like it doesn't bode well. It doesn't. Like often kids of celebrities or well-known people, they go off the rails, and it takes them a while to come back to sort of, my kids have to put up with, your dad's a wanker, or turkey twizzlers, or like that. They probably could have done without that, especially in teenage years when they just want to be themselves and be normal and fit in, and they've got me as their dad. So no, I don't think fame is healthy. It's really not. And if you are going to partake in it, then it's got to be worth it, and then you can sort of predictably go down the financial route or this, that, or the other. But I think it's not about that. It's about like trying to leave a mark and tell stories from your point of view and empower people. Like,
but you don't think that I'm just going to play devil's advocate for a second. So you're running a pub somewhere where in Cambridgeshire or Essex, aged whatever 49 with your family, and do you not think you would feel like you'd missed out? Like you wouldn't feel it was a bit?
I think I would feel like I've missed out, but I think passionately that simple lives, focusing on your craft, focusing on your family, not wanting or not being able to have too much, like it's I think it's a better place than having to run and propel yourself at 1,000 miles an hour. You know, it's like I've built a massive machine and it's a lot of responsibility and I'm making it worth it, and it is worth it. But like, you know, I just think just to be human and to cook humble, delicious food and to not worry about like an exponential amount of bonkers shit and having a rhythm. Yeah, probably I would have some. Everyone's got worries, right? So
yeah,
they're just different kind
of. Are you
worries.
still up at like 5 most mornings?
4:30, yeah.
4:30. What, 5 days a week?
Yeah.
Sleeping at the weekends?
No, because I have to. I sleep in till 7. Yeah.
Why do you get up at 7?
Because I got to take my son to rugby.
And then you're in bed at what time during the week?
I'll desperately try to get in by 10, but I normally get in about 11:30.
So you're really getting only about 5 or 6 hours?
Yeah, it's not sleep. I probably get, if I'm lucky, 6 hours sleep a night, which is probably not ideal, but it's a lot better than it was. But yeah, I treat sleep like work, and I treat work like a hobby.
And I read that you used to be on like 3 or 3.5.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
Enthusiasm and optimism for life, responsibility. Mobile phones that just relentlessly have questions from people that I answer like from around the world, so it never stops. But I mean, I've fixed most of it. I mean, but I think the technology and the availability and my personality kind of laid me open. You know, this is about 10 years ago. I got quite.
Jules put up with
it. Well, so am I. Yeah, well, thank God for Jules. She's amazing. But yeah, I think.
Did you rely on her to put the brakes on a bit? Sometimes it's our other one, our partner who's able to see.
Yeah, I mean,
clearly.
she's great. I mean, she's very focused on the kids. But yeah, I mean,
so she gave you the space. She wasn't saying like,
yeah, she's amazing.
This isn't good for you, Jamie. Like, you need to.
She probably did.
What's to stop you from saying, actually, do you know what? I want to slow down. Especially why I know your youngest is what, 8 now, 8 or 9.
Yeah.
And you know those are good years. Like,
yeah.
And this is probably your last rodeo, right? I mean,
oh yeah, as in sort of not life, but
having another baby, right?
Yeah.
So there's a part of you that must be aware, like the years are slipping by. I think about this. You know, I've got an 18-year-old, 16-year-old, and a 9-year-old. And you think, well, one part of you think, well, where did the years go? Like they're growing up. The boys have become men, right? And are
you all boys?
Yeah, all boys, 3 boys. So I'm just curious. I'm not trying to put my shit on you, as they say, but I'm curious whether you. I guess the question is, why don't you slow down and just say, do you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do 8 hours of work a day, which is good enough for most people, and then I'm going to go home, switch off, and chill.
Yeah, I've gone through waves of work-life balance. Generally, it's in a good place. I think currently at the moment, because of like the world that we live in, is like everything's a bit disrupted. Mm-hmm. So one has to be on the front foot and work extra hard and be super. Like I'm finding the funding for my work now, like programming, ad-funded programming. I'm making it, producing it, presenting it, and promoting it. So like even my
TV shows.
Yeah, like the funding for it.
Like you on Channel 4? Do you mean?
Yeah, I mean I think just because of where the industry is at the moment. So I work with Channel 4 and ad-funded programming.
But in a sense, I feel like I'm trying to give you a hard time.
I love it. I love you and I love it. I haven't got.
So
I don't
that's
have,
all in your
I'm
control.
an open book.
There's no one telling you to do that. So some part of you.
So why do I do
slow
it?
Down.
It's a question.
Slow down.
Yes. Okay. So I'm 50 next year. I've probably got 15 years of good graft in me, but probably 7 exceptional ones. Like I am where I am. I have the machine that I've created, or team in place, and I could stop tomorrow, and so that's it. I'm done, and I pay the do whatever, wrap up however I've got to wrap up. But I think ultimately, my life and my business is very much driven by impact, which sounds really worthy, and a load of people will say, "Oh, bullshit." So what does that mean? It means like every part of our business has to contribute to moving the dial, moving the story, like telling stories or empowering people in a certain way. And I just feel that for 25 years, I've done a good job. And if you look at the list of things that I've done and how it's changed legislation or this or that or the other in food, or we've done quite a lot, but like it's the tip of the iceberg. And I just think that there's a lot more that we can do in the next 7 to 10 years.
You see it all, and you couldn't strip away and say, well, do you know what? I'll do campaigning, and I'll do less on the
campaigning. So campaigning
on the other side. I'll
yeah,
do less licensing, less restaurants, fewer books, and focus on the campaigning.
Yeah.
Does that work?
I mean, campaigning is paid for by commercial success. Right. So like 5% of all our profit goes to sort of driving social change. I wish it was 10%, but and it will be if I can. But like currently, it's 5% of everything we earn goes towards. Like the campaigns team is a team. These are like talented people, and they're not cheap. But there's no revenue flow within campaigns team. It's a department of a business that really doesn't exist in most companies, if any, or hardly any. Like the tail is so long and it's never ended. Like we have a big board of things that we're trying to do to move the goalposts on child health, and visibly or invisibly, every one of the bits of work that I've done has been trying to move that.
Here. Congrats. We could keep talking on and on. I think we're going to get in trouble if we do. Have you ever eaten that Italian cheese that's got maggots in it?
No, and I don't think I would.
Not your cup of tea?
No, not really, because I think it's disgusting. I mean, I get the process. So for people listening, there's a cheese where they allow the flies to land on it and then lay eggs, and then they kind of complete the cheese. And in the center of this cheese, the maggots only ever feed on the cheese. So when you get into it, you have cheese kind of fall off from the cheese, like soft bits, and then this kind of milky substance that you dip bread into. But like, I'm not
which is sort of what the maggots have been shitting out.
Eating and shitting out, yeah.
And you suffocate the maggots before you eat it, I think.
No, I think you just put your bread into it and whack it in your mouth, and the maggots become part of the cheese.
Anyway, listen.
Thank you for having me.
Good luck with everything. Thanks
I hope
for coming by. Like, I'm looking forward, in all sincerity. I mean, I think
Dude, I would totally try maggot cheese, man.
Made it clear I'm a fan, and I'm looking forward to the new recipes.
Thank you.
And
new series.
And the new series. What?
God knows we need the help with the ratings.
Maggot cheese sounds good.
How do you make an Airbnb a Verbo? Imagine trying to get your 4 best friends to agree on the perfect vacation house. I agree on an appetizer.
Place that's filled with memories. Trust Amica Home.
When everything is on the line, change. Visit waldenu.edu to learn more.
I've just brewed a fresh pot of tea. Black as the depths, of course. Care for a cup?
Lime.
Good. Come closer, then. The strangest items have found their way to my shelves over the past days. Of course, I've set 2 of them aside. Just for you. Now, to find the first. Here it is. A simple envelope. Inside, a folded leaflet. Its edges just beginning to fray. Appears to be a welcome message introducing the recipient to something called the M Show Fan Club. A harmless club for a children's television show, no doubt. Yet, the air about it, rather peculiar, wouldn't you say? Mostly because of this membership card. The name etched on it changes, depending on who's holding it. Curious. But I mustn't spoil the fun. This particular tale is called the M Show Fan Club. Let's get you signed up. Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had made above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Ryan Dutchman, Janice, Jason Carmichael, Deja Arnold, Christy Bashirs, Lauren Caraway, Olaf Lockstaff, Dolly Marie, and Jeremy Richmond. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com to receive the sacrament. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Welcome to the antiquarium of sinister happenings and odd goings on.
When I was 9 years old, I had a favorite TV series. It had human actors and actors in animal suits, and funny educational clips in between. I don't want to name it because it was a really good show, and this story is not at all a fault of the show. I'll just call it the M Show. The M Show was running for years, and I had been watching it for as long as I can remember. I always sat down straight after school with my older sister Scarlett and my best friend Brandy, who lived next door. It was our ritual. Every day the three of us sat together with sweets, if our moms allowed it, or apples or grapes. And in the breaks of the show, we talked and gossiped about all those important issues in our lives. Then, I remember it was a warm summer Friday. Scarlett found a prize competition in one of her girl magazines. It asked questions about the show. The first prize was a trip to Disney World with your parents. Even better, everybody who sent in the correct answers would become a member of the M Show Club, a fan club for the show. The same day after watching the M Show, the three of us huddled together on the couch to answer the quiz. The questions were very hard. They asked details about old episodes of the show, and without Scarlett, Brandy, and I never would have managed to answer all those questions. Scarlett begged our mom for stamps and envelopes, and we filled the 3 envelopes each with a paper with our names and contact details and the answers to the questions. Scarlett even told us to vary our answers slightly so that we wouldn't be called out for cheating. The letters were sent off, and every day we all rushed to the mailbox to get the M Show Club badges. When the first snow began to fall, we stopped checking the mailbox. Brandy was still passionate about the show and watched it every day, but Scarlett lost interest. When Scarlett stopped watching, I too began to skip the show. Brandy still came over, but she was the only one watching. I sat next to her while working my way through Scarlett's old girl magazines. It was early spring. I remember there were tulips in our garden, and my mom reprimanded me for plucking 2 to decorate the kitchen table. But right after her lecture, she gave me a small square letter with my name printed on it. The back said, "Welcome to the M Show Fan Club." There was not much in the envelope, only a short leaflet that welcomed me to the club, and a small ID card with my name on it, a big logo of the show, and in black letters, the M Show Fan Club, and in the line below, in big black letters, the word member. Brandy got her envelope the same day. She was glowing with happiness. Scarlett was jealous at first, but 2 days later, she got her envelope too. From then on, every Friday, each of us received a leaflet about the show, with photos and anecdotes and background information on the characters. Occasionally, the leaflets also called on the club members to promote the show and to watch out for the M Show tour. We loved the show afterwards. I think from that day on, after I proudly stuffed the membership card in my bag, I didn't miss a single episode. Then, in mid-June, we all got 2 leaflets. The first one was the usual one with facts and photos, but the second was an ad. The bus was coming the next Sunday to our town. We were all allowed to go. We were beyond excited. The leaflet didn't have much information, and that was before we had a computer at home. The tour bus would arrive at 1 p.m., and the main characters of the show would be there to welcome everybody and play games with us. Those that participated in at least 4 games would be upgraded to elite member status and receive a new golden membership card. Those 9 days of waiting for the M Show tour were some of the longest in my life. Brandy and Scarlett and I had planned every day how we would take photos with each of the characters and then play games with them. I secretly dreamed of beating Scarlett at the knowledge game where our knowledge about the show would be tested. On Saturday, Scarlett went to a birthday sleepover at one of her friends' houses. The parents were supposed to bring Scarlett back by 12 on Sunday. Around 12:30, Brandy came running to our house. She knocked on the back door like she always did, and I let her in. Brandy was beyond excited. Her mom had volunteered to accompany the 3 of us, and she wanted to go early so that we wouldn't miss anything. My mom called the house of Scarlett's friend, but they didn't pick up their phone. She said that Scarlett would be home soon, early enough to go on time. At 12:45, Brandy's mother came over. She said that we would have to leave so that the queues wouldn't be too long. My mom said we should wait for Scarlett, but Brandy threw a tantrum. She was scared that she wouldn't be able to hug all the characters if we came late. Brandy's mom decided to drive. I wanted to come along, but my mother said that she would drive Scarlett and me. I felt like I was being punished for Scarlett's being late. I begged. I cried. Nothing helped. Brandy went alone. Her friend's parents dropped Scarlett off at 1:40. My mom said if I made a scene, we wouldn't go at all. I relented. We arrived around 20 minutes later at the big parking lot where the bus was scheduled to stop. We saw the crowds from the distance, parked the car, and walked over. I asked my mom where the characters of the show were. She said that they were just behind the crowd. They all held the M Show tour flyers, but it looked as if the crowd were mostly parents. They stood in a half circle towards the edge of the parking lot. Some of them looked concerned, but most of them were laughing and talking. My mom spotted Brandy's mother at the other end of the half circle. We walked over to her. Brandy's mother was one of the worried ones. She told us that the bus had been there, together with all the animal figures from the M Show. They had a large bus with the M Show logo, and they handed out sweets. One of the animal figures had explained to the parents that they built a set outside of town where we could all make our own short film with the characters of the show. They said they would drive everybody there. They took the children first. They were all so excited that few parents objected. Still, 3 or 4 parents came along, and that calmed the rest. The next bus was supposed to arrive within a few minutes to bring everyone to the set. When I heard that, I was excited like never before. I ran to the street to look around so I could be the first on the bus. Scarlett followed me. I didn't see the worried expression when Brandy's mother talked to mine. I didn't understand why the police came not even an hour later. In Monday's episode of The M Show, one of the characters came on stage and told us to call our parents to watch the show. Our mom was already sitting with Scarlett and me. The character said that The M Show didn't have a fan club. That week, Brandy's parents cried a lot. I was still sure that Brandy was okay. I thought she just had so much fun that she didn't want to come back. She must have had a lot of fun. She never came back. Brandy's mother cried even more that Friday when the small parcel arrived. There was a new M Show fan club membership card for Brandy. It was golden and said elite member in big bold letters. The parcel also contained a video. It was only a minute long. She was wearing the same dress as she was when she came over to our house that Sunday morning. On the video, Brandy was smiling. An actor in a big animal suit stood next to her silently.
Hi, Mom. I really like it here. I really wish you could be here. Too bad the others were late. I'm sure they would have loved it too.
Why, hello there. You've reached the antiquarium. If you wish to leave a message, please do so at the tone and have a great day.
Hi. I had an appointment at the antiquarium, or I thought I had an appointment, but I'm standing outside your shop. Well, okay, I'm standing outside where your shop is supposed to be, and it's just an alley, a long, dark alley in between 2 other shops, and at the end of the alley, there's this group of hooded figures who are chanting. Okay, now one of the figures is beckoning at me to come over there. You know, I'm just going to come back during regular business hours. Thanks. End of messages.
That took a rather menacing turn, didn't it? Your descent into the bowels of hell is far from over for this visit, however. You are hungry for more, I can tell. This, my dear friend, is something quite special. A wheelchair. The leather seat has softened over time. The metal frame gleams faintly as if reluctant to surrender its past. It was used once in the recovery of a young man who suffered a terrible accident. He spent months confined to this very chair. Let's admit you to, I've come to terms with the fact that everything I know is a dream.
As a preface, please note that this will probably be very long.
I don't care if nobody reads it. Everyone in the world could read it. Nothing would change. I just need to voice my concerns for my own sake. Perhaps by organizing everything on a page, I can make sense of things. Several years ago, I was in a brutal car accident. I was parked in front of a train track, waiting for the train to pass by. I was the last person not to make it across the tracks. For visualization, there was a solid stream of cars on either side. If I had tried to sneak across, I would have rear-ended the person in front of me before successfully clearing them. I could hear the train approaching, and the black and yellow bars lowered in front of me. I'm fascinated by trains, so I was delighted to be so close, finally getting a front row seat. The train was about a quarter mile from the crossing when the driver behind me accelerated and nudged me forward a few feet. The bars bent and eventually snapped, and I was knocked joltingly onto the tracks. I panicked and threw the car into reverse, trying to back out. The other car apparently had more horsepower, however, and to my horror, my car door aligned perfectly with the cattle guard in the front of the train. I scrambled to get out of the car, but forgot about my seatbelt. I nearly strangled myself trying to get free. By the time I unlatched it, it was too late. One fraction of a second of the loudest sound I had ever heard, and then blackness and silence. I was certain that I had died. I didn't feel any pain, and certainly, if I had survived, I'd be in agony. I tried to open my eyes, but nothing would happen. I tried to make a sound, to wiggle my fingers or do anything, but I couldn't. It wasn't that I was paralyzed. It was more like I didn't have a body to manipulate. I was just a mind submerged in a pool of nothing. The only sentiment I felt was that I had returned to that state after being gone for a long time. Forgetting how your parents' house smells until you visit home for the holidays. Gradually, I started to have feelings of sensation. Passing waves of warmth and wetness finally allowed me to determine where the edges of my body were. Almost as soon as I became aware of my physical self, it began to ache. I felt as if every inch of me had been pummeled with a baseball bat, the heavy wooden kind. Even opening my eyes was a spectacular ordeal. I was in a hospital, so I had survived after all. People moved to surround me. Faces that never fully came into focus hovered above my own, and sounds that vaguely resembled speech seemed to reach me through water. It wasn't long before I felt weak again, and my eyes closed. This fading in and out of consciousness lasted for what felt like a very long time, maybe months, though the doctors told me it was only a matter of days. After that, I worked on speaking and swallowing food, which seemed silly, but it was actually a challenge at the time. Finally, as more and more casts were removed, I was allowed to sit up and turn my head, for which I was incredibly grateful. According to my family and my then girlfriend, Sarah, all of whom were overjoyed at being able to speak with me, I was asleep for several days on end after the crash. I remember Sarah specifically saying she had missed being able to
stare at those beautiful eyes.
Time passed at an excruciatingly slow pace, until physical therapy finally escalated to the point where I could be pushed around in a wheelchair. The doctors were surprisingly hopeful that I'd be able to walk again, but it was what they called cautious optimism. Nobody wanted to tell me I could be independent again and then have to admit they were wrong later. Obviously, I was very hopeful myself, though even transferring from chair to bed was a painful challenge. It was around this time that I noticed I never dreamed anymore. When I slept, I only felt the same nothingness that I felt immediately after the crash. All the days blended together for a while after that. The next memory I can actually separate from the rest is the first time I tried walking on my own. There were staff members holding onto my arms and waist just in case I fell, and with their help, I made it all the way across the room on my first try. The doctors said they had never seen such a rapid recovery. I was giddy. Obviously, I wasn't out of the woods yet, but soon I was allowed to live at home again with frequent PT sessions. And some weeks after that, I returned to work. Life was almost normal for a while, except for a very slight limp in my left leg, the side that the train hit me on. I was feeling pretty normal. It was only after about a month of living in my own house that weird things started to happen. The first thing I noticed was that I felt an occasional stinging on my right forearm, like a thin needle was puncturing my skin. It was a tiny prick, maybe twice a day at most. I figured it was just nerve trauma or something and blocked it from my mind. Feigning ignorance was harder to do when I started hearing things, though. While I was reading in bed one night, I thought I heard Sarah crying. I strained my ears to make sure, and I definitely heard her sobs, but very distantly, like I was submerged in a pool. I made my way downstairs quickly, concerned that she had hurt herself or something, but she was just washing dishes in the kitchen. Are you okay?
Yeah? Why?
No reason. I dismissed these oddities as best I could. After all, how could anyone expect to recover from being hit by a goddamn train without some lingering effects? Every so often, mostly when I was trying to fall asleep or sitting in a silent room, I would hear occasional sounds that I couldn't connect at first. Gradually, I determined that they were hospital sounds. Stretchers being rolled across tiled floors, beeping from machines, rapid chatter between nurses and doctors. Although I figured anyone who had suffered as much trauma as I had would experience some degree of whatever I was experiencing, I decided to bring it up with my doctor. He told me it was perfectly normal for someone in my circumstances, and he could prescribe me a sleep aid if I felt it was necessary. I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just satisfied that a doctor could explain my symptoms. The odd glimpses of what seemed to be my past only increased in frequency. When I slept, I finally dreamed again, but it was always the same thing. If I saw anything at all, it was a hospital room. Sometimes there were other people in the room, and sometimes I was alone with the machines. There was one night in particular in which the dream was more vivid and gripping than usual. My eyes opened warily to see Sarah asleep on the chair beside my hospital bed. Sarah, she jerked awake.
Henry!
She scrambled to my side, clutching my hand. At this point, it occurred to me that I was dreaming. I stared right into Sarah's eyes. I'm asleep right now. She seemed concerned.
No, Henry, you're finally awake. I'm right here. It's been so long.
Of course you would say that. You're part of my dream. I'll probably wake up any second. As I spoke, the familiar soreness caught up to me all at once. It practically knocked the wind from my lungs.
Henry, no! I don't know what you're talking about.
I shook my head defiantly and closed my eyes. When I opened them, I was back in my own bed. It was about 3 a.m. I sat awake, pondering what I had just seen. I thought I heard Sarah crying again, even though I could see her sleeping beside me. When Sarah finally woke up, she rolled over and laid an arm across my chest. She smiled groggily.
Good morning, big guy.
Hey, if I was asleep right now, would you tell me?
What? It's kind of heavy stuff to drop on a sleepy person?
Just bear with me. Look, if I was asleep right now, like dreaming, would you tell me?
Well, I feel pretty real. Do you think I'm not real?
Of course not. We got ready for our day. I couldn't stop thinking about my dream, though. I noticed that when I tried really hard to space out at work and listen closely enough, I could hear the hospital sounds more clearly. I was naturally concerned about this. That night, I went to bed early. And just as I thought, I was transported immediately to the hospital bed. I felt the thin sheets beneath my fingers. I opened my eyes, and Sarah was reading a book in the same chair as before. I just looked at her for a long time, trying to discern if she was real. She certainly seemed real enough. She turned pages with the same flourish that she always had and chewed on one of the temples of her reading glasses. Eventually, she looked up and met my eyes.
We're awake again. Victoria? Paul, he's awake!
My parents entered the room moments later, looking excited. I talked with them all for a long time. Of course, my parents, too, denied the fact that I was asleep, but that topic passed quickly. Instead, we discussed my condition. I had been in a coma for almost 3 months with little response. They had been slowly losing hope for my recovery until my brain showed signs of activity. Since that time, they had been visiting me frequently, hoping that I would wake up. It seemed a pretty convincing story. After many hours of talking, I had to stop. I was legitimately sleepy. Of course, they all understood, and I fell back asleep. Only this time, I didn't wake up in my own bed. I woke up in the same hospital bed a few hours later. I had to think about it for a very long time. But eventually concluded that I must have imagined my miraculous recovery and had been in a coma the whole time after all. As you can imagine, it was hard to accept at first. Since then, I've been making a second recovery, which has been slower and less successful than the first. That's why for a long time I was mostly convinced that I'm really awake this time. Nobody walks after getting blindsided by a train, at least not without lots of hard work. I've still only left my wheelchair on crutches, and it's been 6 years. It probably sounds like a bittersweet ending, and at one point I agreed. I was prepared to live happily ever after in my wheelchair and maybe even graduate to crutches someday, except for one thing. When I'm getting ready for bed, after I turn off my lamp and my head hits the pillow, I can still hear them. The faint sounds of a busy hospital. I know that many of you will say, but I'm real. This is real life. Of course you're awake. But that's what you're supposed to say. Nobody's going to tell me, I'm fake, you're dreaming, wake up. I'm still asleep, and I've learned to deal with it. I know that nobody I meet during the day is real, but I'm tired. So I just pretend. And that I'll have to do.
J, W, M, C, Q, N, B, C, J, A.
My name is
Jenny.
David.
Lila. Laurel. Jen.
So your new special's out.
My new yeah. America's Sweetheart. June one's coming soon.
You're like, ugh.
What is that impression of my special?
Yeah.
You son of a bitch. You're a guest in my home.
Where you been and where you going? This is Ari's travel show, yeah. We're gonna talk about travel today. It's You Be Trippin', yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to You Be Trippin'. It's a travel podcast, the only podcast that will not be allowed to skateboard by their Jewish parents. Today on the pod, my friend and landlord, Tom Segura.
Hey, what's up? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for coming to this podcast studio I built.
Yeah, it looks great.
It does look pretty cool.
Yeah, it also feels very Ari.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
There should be hidden drugs.
There should be. It should be a compartment. Like, oh, you think this is a globe? And it
Yeah,
just
then
goes like
something comes out.
Yeah, that does feel like you. Did you know kids like that? I remember the first kid 30 years ago.
Yeah.
That was like,
that was when the first kid was?
Well, the very first kid ever born.
Yeah.
No, the kid that goes, I'm like, you know, when you're like nervous to drive with weed.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I have this. And his speaker came out and he's like, I just put it in there. And you were like, how do you do that? And he's like, just know this guy that
does it.
Like, what?
That's your skill set.
But that felt like James
really
Bond.
drug
I was like,
fighters.
I know James Bond. Like, this is crazy. Or they would have the thing where like the CD walks, you know, everything used to like come out.
Yeah.
And you take your CD player with you, you know, like in a car. And he had like a whole compartment that would go in there and be a hidden door for stashing just for weed. Yeah.
Those days are done.
Yeah. Now it's just like.
Now, as long as you're white.
Yeah. If you're white,
fine.
There's a couple of them.
Yeah.
Is that like I was driving down 6th Street and there's a guy going, just like smoking weed on 6th Street like this. And then like, I mean, 3 feet away was a cop.
And they're just like, we ain't doing it.
They were just like, I don't, not even like, and you're like, wow, this isn't even like a state that's.
The most I've gotten is like, put that out.
Put that out, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what a world.
What an amazing world.
Ever catch yourself in a white privilege? Where you like see it for a second, you're like, oh yeah, you guys don't get this, huh? Oh, that was great.
So many times. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Monroe was saying that I was talking about, there was a bit about like some cop showed up at Times Square Park and I went up to ask him, you went up to he had his gun out and you went up to him?
Okay, it is
Oh, yeah, you should-
10:01 p.m. Monday, January
where we going?
27th,
What do you wanna do?
2025.
Oh, I
I'm
thought we
ending
were
this
talking
live
about
stream and
TV
initiating
because it's
another in
such
90
a
seconds or
unique
less.
Kind of not, you know, it's not in the regular list.
What